Qin Xiaoya was merely a carefree university student, currently in her third year. In just 1 year, she would step into the professional world and embark on a new chapter of her life. One day, as she lay asleep in her dormitory, she was abruptly awakened by shouts from outside. Fire! Fire! By the time the blaze was extinguished, Qin Xiaoya had succumbed to the smoke. When she awoke once more, she found herself lying in a room adorned in shades of pink, reminiscent of a dreamy princess's abode. Now, where am I? Qin Xiaoya murmured to herself. Where are you awake? A voice filled with joy reached her ears, and before her stood a strikingly beautiful woman, tears streaming down her face. Who are you? Husband. The woman suddenly screamed, rushing out while calling, Come quickly, you doesn't recognize me. Qin Xiaoya swallowed hard, bewildered by the unfolding events. In a short while, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as 3 individuals burst through the door besides the woman. 2 men who bore a striking resemblance to her entered. Where? Do you remember your father? The older man approached, grasping her hands tightly. Father? Qin Xiaoya frowned at the man before her. He bore no resemblance to her actual father, who was certainly not this young. Do you still recognize your brother? The younger man gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Qin Xiaoya shook her head, hugging her head in confusion. This scene was utterly disorienting. Mom, could you have possibly injured her head? Xiaodong, hurry and fetch Dr. Liang. The beautiful woman commanded immediately. Qin Xiaoya pondered why the name Xiaodong sounded so familiar. Husband, how did Yuer sustain her head injury? Didn't Huang Xian say it wasn't severe? I don't know, she claimed it wasn't serious, but perhaps it happened to be a critical spot. Otherwise, Yuer wouldn't have lost her memory. Qin Xiaoya reflected on the name Huang Xian. It was unsettlingly familiar. The protagonist of a novel she had recently finished reading bore the same name. She had been drawn to the book mainly because a supporting character shared her name. Tears threatened to spill from Qin Xiaoya's eyes. The character had met a tragic end, with both her parents and brother perishing at the hands of zombies due to her actions, while she herself was gruesomely torn apart by the male lead to feed the undead. Had it not been for Huang Xian's duplicitous machinations, Qin Xiaoya's character would not have faced such a dire fate. Huang Xian harbored animosity towards her because they were both enamored with the same man, a man who had feelings for Qin Xiaoya. Desperate to avoid a gruesome end, Qin Xiaoya wished to possess the same abilities as the protagonist, to thrive in the apocalypse with the same carefree spirit. Space. It seemed the protagonist's spatial powers were a birthday gift she had bestowed upon her. She wondered what time it was now and whether she had given that gift. As Qin Xiaoya pondered, Qin Xiaodong returned, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, Dr. Liang will arrive shortly. If your head hurts too much, do not strain yourself, Qin Xiaodong said, settling beside her and gently massaging her temples. Soon, a wave of fatigue washed over Qin Xiaoya, and she succumbed to slumber. Darling, do you think our daughter will be all right? And Lin asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on her husband. Qin Ran. Rest assured, I will ensure her safety, Qin Ran replied, sensing the necessity to investigate the circumstances surrounding their daughter's memory loss. What had transpired? Was there something that Huang Xian had concealed? Dr. Liang arrived while Qin Xiaoya remained in a deep sleep. Upon completing his examination, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiaoya sustained a head injury. There is a 50% chance of amnesia, but it could also be triggered by some form of emotional shock. This cannot be ascertained. Is there any way to help her regain her memory? And Lin inquired, her anxiety palpable. The only approach is to allow her to gradually recover her memories in a familiar environment, he advised. Gradually recover? Tears welled in Lin's eyes once more. What should we do? Darling, perhaps this is for the best, Qin Ran sighed. It may allow Yuer to forget that incident. And Lin wiped her tears indeed. If their daughter had lost her memory, she would not recall that event either. The burden of guilt for a life lost would no longer weigh upon her, nor would she believe that Xiao Yan's death was her fault. The 4 of them exited Qin Xiaoya's room, unaware that she had opened her eyes. Qin Xia exhaled quietly. She had absorbed fragments of the original owner's memories and understood the reason behind the injury. A man named Xiao Yan had died while attempting to save the original owner, leaving her with a heavy sense of guilt that lingered in her heart. 2 days prior, Huang Xian had invited her out, unwittingly leading her to witness a similar scene, which startled the original owner and caused her to fall from the stands, resulting in unconsciousness. Narrowing her eyes, Qin Xiaoye recalled the last memory of the original onerous sinister expression etched on Huang Xian's face. Perhaps the individuals in this world would not suspect that the seemingly innocent and pure flower harbored such malevolent intentions. In the narrative, the original owner initially behaved quite normally. How, then, did she transform into a nefarious supporting character? As Qin Xiaoye reflected on the plot, it became evident that as events progressed, Huang Xian's influence grew increasingly pronounced. It appeared that Huang Xian had been perpetually provoking the original owner's sensitivities. Whenever the original owner was in Huang Xian's presence, she was bound to experience emotional turmoil, only to be rescued by the feigned compassion of Huang Xian. It was only after her family was shattered that the original owner discerned Huang Xian's true nature, becoming vindictive, albeit too late to amend her actions. Fortunately, this was merely the beginning of the tale, and Huang Xian's birthday was yet to come. The original owner had not yet given her gift. Qin Xiaoye could not help but pat her chest in relief had she presented the gift. Retrieving it would have been impossible. Moreover, the protagonist, known as Luo Chun, is an admirer of the original character, yet she remains fixated on Xiao Yan, remaining oblivious to other suitors. Qin Xiaoye could not help but feel a sense of relief. As the narrative had only just commenced, she still possessed the opportunity to alter the course of events. At that moment, Qin Xiaodong entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. You're awake. How wonderful. You haven't eaten all day. Come, rise and have some porridge. He placed the bowl on the adjacent table and gently assisted Qin Xiaoye into an upright position. This gesture reminded her that her brother, Qin Xiaodong, seemed to have an affection for younger sisters, which appeared to be the root of Huang Xian's jealousy towards her. Thank you, Qin Xiaoye expressed softly as she sat up. Don't be so polite with your brother, silly girl. Here, let me feed you, Qin Xiaodong said tenderly as he spooned the porridge in her mouth. A wave of gratitude washed over Qin, saying, such a wonderful brother, such a loving family. She vowed not to let them perish in vain. After a few days of rest, she received notice to return to school as graduation approached, leaving little time for extended breaks. Concurrently, she was informed of Huang Xian's birthday celebration. Longing for the embrace of her family, Qin Xiaoye suddenly recalled the set of jewelry imbued with spatial properties. She couldn't help but smack her forehead in dismay. How could she have forgotten such a crucial matter? That evening, she finally unearthed the jewelry from the depths of her cabinet. A necklace, a pair of earrings, and a bracelet, all in a serene sky blue. In the story, Huang Xian's acquisition of the spatial necklace occurred when blood from her chest stained it during her escape. Chapter 3. The robber Shun Yi furrowed his brow and said, All right, let us not speak anymore. Jiang Yingyin glanced at Zhou Qiran, who sat silently with his eyes closed. Emanating a chilling presence, she quietly sealed her lips. The rugged terrain of the vehicle jolted them as they passed numerous remnants of bodies and severed limbs. Wang Yu and the others had grown accustomed to such sights, yet Jiang Yingyin found it difficult to bear. She shut her eyes momentarily, focusing intently on the fleeting images outside the window, desperately suppressing the wave of nausea rising within her. This would become the norm. She had to acclimatize. With a sudden screech, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Before Jiang Yingyin could react, a gunshot resounded, followed by the shattering of the car window. Instinctively, she recoiled, a shard of glass slicing her cheek and drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. Hey, you lot, get out. A dark barrel was pressed against her temple, and her gaze darted to the menacing figure wielding the weapon. Jiang Yingyin swallowed hard, seeing Zhou Qiran exit the vehicle without hesitation. Shani and the others exchanged glances and, opting for caution, followed suit. Outside stood a number of menacing brutes, each brandishing firearms, their muscular arms flexed, with the ominous barrels trained upon them. Jiang Yingyin blinked in realization. She recalled that the male protagonist had encountered a band of robbers on the way to Xiangqing. With the apocalypse having descended, societal order had crumbled, allowing scoundrels to emerge amidst the chaos. In this lawless world, they reveled in their lawlessness. For others, it was hell. But for them, it was paradise. Yet, in the original narrative, the protagonist effortlessly dealt with them, which allowed Jiang Yingyin to feel a slight relief as she recalled the plot. Boss, there's a girl here, quite attractive. One man, brandishing a submachine gun, flattered the scar-faced leader. The leader scrutinized Jiang Yingyin with a discerning gaze and commanded, Keep her for now. Jiang Yingying glanced down at her sparkling dress, her lips twitching at the thought that this attire might provoke unwanted attention. Let us see if there are any supplies in their vehicle first, the scar-faced man gestured. Yes, boss. Bring them inside, he ordered, satisfied when they discovered a considerable amount of supplies within the vehicle. Only when they were escorted to an abandoned shopping mall did Jiang Yingying realize something was amiss. Wait a minute. In the original narrative, the protagonist had subdued these robbers with his abilities. Why had no action been taken yet? Confused, she pondered the discrepancy. Unbeknownst to her, the original storyline had been disrupted by the female antagonist's reckless resistance, inciting the robbers' wrath, and Zhou Qiran and the others had engaged in conflict to protect her. Now that she remained compliant and refrained from unnecessary movements, the situation had unfolded differently. Holding the small boy's hand, Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. The child felt as cold as ice, his hand chillingly frigid. As Jiang Yingying stepped into the building, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a group of haggard individuals. Among them were children, the elderly, and pregnant women, all huddled together, their faces bruised and lips chapped, exuding an aura of utter exhaustion. Outside, 2 men stood guard, each wielding a submachine gun. Behave yourselves. If you dare to make a fuss, we will toss you all to the zombies. One of the men threatened fiercely, ushering Jiang Yingying and the others into the midst of the distressed crowd. Finding a patch of ground, Jiang Yingying settled down. Her complexion was fair, her features exquisite. And aside from a small trace of blood on her face, she appeared as if she belonged to another realm, untouched by the harsh realities of the apocalypse. A small child, with a face covered in grime that should have been cherubic, regarded Jiang Yingying with curiosity, her once plump cheeks now gaunt. Yet her eyes shone bright and large. Child, do not stare, cautioned a weary woman holding her, her disheveled hair framing a face marked by fatigue and sympathy as she shielded the child's eyes. Gazing at Jiang Yingying with an expression that suggested she feared the girl might vanish before her very eyes. Jiang Yingying, perplexed by the woman's pitying gaze, grasped the small hand she held, casting a glance at the little boy nearby, whose expression was devoid of emotion, displaying no fear even in such dire surroundings. Suppressing her confusion, Jiang Yingying began to survey her environment. This location, presumably a shopping mall before the end times, had clearly been scavenged, resulting in no zombies wandering about. Though the ground was littered with corpses, both of the undead and the ordinary, it appeared that the resources had been thoroughly plundered, and this place had been turned into a stronghold. Her gaze flickered to Zhou Qiran, who sat expressionless in a nearby space, lost in thought, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a shadow fell over her. She looked up to find the scarred man, the leader, leering at her with an unsettling grin. No way, Jiang Yingying thought, her mind racing with alarm. He smirked, gesturing with his hand. I'll have my fun first, and then you can have your turn. Thank you, boss, echoed the lecherous voices around her, sending a chill down Jiang Yingying's spine. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhou Qiran, but he had closed his eyes, showing no intention of intervening. Her heart sank. Could the male protagonist truly be so cold and indifferent? After all, they had once called each other brother and sister. Swallowing hard, she realized that the only ally she had was the small boy beside her. As the others instinctively distanced themselves, their eyes reflecting fear and sympathy, but no one stepped forward to assist. In this apocalyptic world, they too were struggling for survival. Take that child away from her, commanded the leader. The scarred man's gaze fell upon the little boy held by Jiang Yingying, and his smile faltered. As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached to grab the boy. What is wrong with you? Can't even handle a child? Noticing that his subordinate struggled in vain to move the boy, the scarred man furrowed his brow and stepped forward, seizing the child's arm. Strangely, no matter how hard he pulled, the boy remained steadfast. What is the matter with this child? Confusion swirled in his mind, and when their eyes met, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. The boy's eyes were as still as a tranquil pond, gazing at him as if he were already a specter. How could he possibly fear a child? This is absurd. Cursing under his breath, the scarred man released the boy and paced a few steps, swiftly drawing a handgun from his pocket, his expression frigid as he aimed for the boy's leg and fired. Chapter 4. Injury. In that instant when he drew the gun, Jiang Yingying felt a sudden pang in her heart and instinctively shielded the boy with her body. A deafening gunshot echoed. The suddenness of it all startled everyone. The delicately crafted girl, resembling a doll, collapsed helplessly to the ground, having taken a bullet to her leg, her white, gauzy dress now soaked in crimson. Damn it! Are you even human for targeting women and children? Shin Yi, who had initially intended to observe, could no longer restrain himself and leapt to his feet. Stay back. The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed against Shun Yi's temple. Unnoticed by all, behind Jiang Yingying, the boy's eyes flickered momentarily, a crimson hue gradually enveloping them. The scarred man felt an unshakable chill sweep over him as he glanced at Jiang Yingying, who was wincing in pain, narrowing his eyes. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt coiled around his neck. Before he could react, a crackling sound erupted, and he collapsed, his eyes wide open, his neck darkening and emitting smoke. Boss. His subordinates were taken aback. Green vines ensnared the ankle of the man who had aimed his gun at Shin Yi, forcefully bringing him to the ground. Quick as lightning, Shin Yi seized the gun from the man's grasp, knocking him unconscious in the process. Soon after, Wang Yu and Yang Fei also broke free from their restraints, unleashing wind blades that conjured earthen bricks from thin air, hurling them at their assailants. Before they could register the sound of gunfire, their adversaries were subdued. Indeed, possessing abilities was advantageous. If they were mere mortals, they might not have stood a chance against them, Wang Yu reflected, gazing at the group of defeated foes on the ground. Brother, what about the gun? Yang Fei turned to inquire of Zhou Qiran, still seated on the ground. You can take it, Zhou Qiran replied, rising with an indifferent expression. He slowly approached Jiang Yingying, his head slightly bowed, his demeanor aloof, though small in stature. You possess quite the courage. Jiang Yingying, enduring the pain, lifted her head to gaze at him. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, suddenly overflowed, trailing two streams of clear sorrow down her cheeks. In a voice that was both delicate and tinged with grievance, she implored, Brother, it hurts. As she spoke, she extended her hands, her eyes glistening as she looked at Zhou Qiran, playfully requesting, Carry me. Zhou Qiran paused, momentarily taken aback. And the three others who were gathering the spoils also stared in astonishment. Yang Fei could not help but snicker sarcastically, thinking to himself that before she could utter a few words, he was already wide-eyed. However, Zhou Qiran, with an expression of indifference, turned away, squatted down, and glanced back at Jiang Yingying, commanding, Get on. Not only were Yang Fei and the others stunned, but Jiang Yingying herself was also taken aback. Was he truly offering to carry her? Get on. Zhou Qiran's tone bore a hint of impatience. Had it not been for his promise to Jiang Yu to ensure Jiang Yingying's safe passage to the Xiangqing base, he would not have shown such kindness. Jiang Yingying's eyes brightened. This was an opportunity she could not let slip. With that thought, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Qiran's neck, exerting a slight effort, and climbed onto his back. Zhou Qiran straightened, carrying her as he cast a profound glance at the little boy beside them. Their eyes met, and he softly instructed, Keep up. As Zhou Qiran approached, bearing Jiang Yingying, Shin Yi could not help but widen his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, Brother Ran. Zhou Qiran shot him a fleeting glance, replying coolly, Don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned she might hinder our pace. Shin Yi covered his mouth, chuckling, with an expression that conveyed his understanding. I see. You fear she will slow us down. With the jest concluded, Shin Yi glanced at the ordinary people huddled in the corner, sighed, and approached them, stating, You are free now. You may leave. The woman who had been cradling a young girl pressed her parched lips together, as if steeling herself with great resolve. Could you allow us to follow behind you? Even if you don't take me, please, just take my little girl. She is very well behaved. Her eyes brimmed with earnest plea, confronted with her heartfelt gaze. Shin Yi felt a pang of compassion. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from giving her a direct answer, for he noticed the cautious yearning reflected in the eyes of the others. He found himself unable to make a decision. This journey did not involve him alone. With Jiang Yingying and the little boy, who were already ordinary individuals, they were barely managing. Adding more defenseless people to their ranks was daunting. You may follow behind us, but I cannot guarantee your safety. You will need to procure your own supplies, Zhou Qiran remarked, halting his steps momentarily, watching his departing figure. Shin Yi couldn't help but smile. Brother Ran remained as stoic yet tender-hearted as ever. Since Brother Ran had spoken, so it would be. You may seek the supplies you need. We will depart in approximately 10 minutes, Shun Yi declared with a grin. The others were quite content with this outcome. After all, in this apocalyptic world, everyone yearned to preserve their own existence. After Zhou Qiran placed Jiang Yingying into a van by the roadside, Shin Yi approached, possessing some medical knowledge. He utilized the previously gathered supplies to disinfect her wound and applied bandages to staunch the bleeding. Furrowing his brow, Shin Yi remarked, This merely serves as a temporary measure. We must urgently extract the bullet from her. Wang Yu cast a glance at Jiang Yingying's pale lips, a sense of worry creeping in. I recall there is a hospital nearby, equipped with professional instruments and anesthetics. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fei interjected, "No. All those who exhibited abnormal symptoms were sent to the hospital. It must be overrun by zombies now. We cannot go there." Jiang Yingying's complexion was ashen, and the pain radiating from her leg nearly sent her into unconsciousness. It hurt unbearably. Beads of sweat formed on her fair forehead. She shut her eyes momentarily, gritted her teeth, and opened her eyes to assert, "Just remove it directly." Everyone was taken aback. They had not expected such a delicate girl to make such a request. In their minds, Jiang Yingying was a spoiled princess, often unreasonable. To their astonishment, she exhibited such fortitude. Zhou Qiran fixed his gaze upon her. "Are you certain?" Jiang Yingying nodded, her brows knitted, sweat trickling down to the tip of her nose. "Hurry. Damn, this is excruciating." Shun Yi refrained from questioning her further, deftly retrieving alcohol from the medical kit. After briefly sterilizing a dagger with a lighter, he plunged it into the wound on Jiang Yingying's leg. Jiang Yingying bit her lip fiercely, raising her head as tears welled in her eyes, desperately attempting to avert her gaze. Her lip was split from the pressure of her teeth, blood beading from the wound. Suddenly, a piece of candy was placed in her mouth, sweet and soothing. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the pain seemed to diminish. Chapter 5. Candy. She stared blankly at Zhou Qiran, who stood beside her with an impassive expression, one hand tucked in his pocket as though nothing had transpired. Jiang Yingying blinked, fixing her gaze on him, momentarily forgetting her pain. Zhou Qiran frowned, avoiding her gaze and slightly turning his head to look elsewhere. Surely, the male lead was moved by her unwavering resolve. With this thought, Jiang Yingying felt her spirits lift. She would continue to cling to him. However, as she withdrew her gaze, a sudden jolt of pain surged through her leg, and she grimaced, reminded of the bullet extraction still in progress. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Qiran's ears had flushed slightly. He merely found her tears somewhat bothersome, and the candy in his pocket was a mere coincidence. Finally, the bullet was extracted. Shun Yi exhaled in relief. His intense focus had caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Jiang Yingying breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was over. Shun Yi regarded her with surprise, realizing he had misjudged her character all along. He should not perceive her as unreasonable, capricious, and malicious. From the moment she was willing to shield the child from harm, Shun Yi's impression of her began to shift. Jiang Yingying was about to utter something when she inadvertently locked eyes with a little boy standing by the roadside. He gazed at them with an indifferent expression, his eyes vacant and devoid of any discernible emotion. Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback. This child was indeed peculiar. Just moments ago, she thought she had heard a sound. Was it merely an illusion? Glancing around at the others, who appeared unperturbed, Jiang Yingying's gaze returned to the little boy. For some reason, she felt that the sound had emanated from him, a strange hissing noise. It seemed that she could only ascertain its origin in due time. Suppressing her curiosity, Jiang Yingying touched her freshly bandaged calf, smiled, and thanked Shun Yi. "Thank you." The girl's smile was pure and unblemished, as if a soft light enveloped her, reminiscent of an angel, leaving those around her momentarily entranced. Shun Yi regained his composure, clearing his throat. "All right, let's go." The individuals they had rescued earlier had procured a vehicle, and one bespectacled gentleman drove while maintaining a distance behind Jiang Yingying's van. After traveling a short distance, the number of zombies on the road gradually increased, moving clumsily toward them, some even pressing against the windows. Jiang Yingying, seated by the window, was taken aback when she made eye contact with one of the zombies. Its eyes were bloodshot, the eyeballs bulging, veins protruding, and its mouth opened and closed, producing a hissing sound, with remnants of flesh caught between its teeth. The sudden encounter sent her heart racing, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck, causing the zombie's head to explode, its body collapsing backward. The vehicle sped past, kicking up a cloud of dust. The yellow, viscous brain matter of the zombie remained smeared on the window, and Jiang Yingying suppressed the rising nausea, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, she felt a sudden chill in her hand and saw a small hand nestled in her palm. Surprised, she looked at the little boy, just in time to meet his indifferent gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she smiled and asked, "What is your name?" The boy continued to stare at her in silence. Despite his lack of words and his vacant demeanor, Jiang Yingying felt no fear. She smiled sweetly. "Then I shall call you Little Ting." His response remained silent. Yet Jiang Yingying sensed his unspoken agreement, as she caught a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, however brief. Young Miss Jiang was once again feigning kindness. Yang Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened one eye upon hearing Jiang Yingying's words, offering a sardonic remark. Jiang Yingying shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. She recalled that in the original story, Yang Fei would betray Yang Qiran, a pivotal factor contributing to the male protagonist's eventual descent into darkness. Although the male protagonist currently exudes a sense of indifference, he still retains a modicum of loyalty and kindness. However, once he succumbs to darkness, Jiang Yingying must lower her gaze and prepare to part ways with him upon reaching the Xiangqing base. Remaining with him would be perilous. Yang Fei, noticing her silence, was about to utter more words but was suddenly struck by the gaze of Xiao Ting, whose eyes seemed to be filled with an abyss of despair, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The words hung on the tip of Yang Fei's tongue but were abruptly silenced, as if his mouth had been glued shut, rendering him incapable of uttering a single syllable. Jiang Yingying paid no heed to his expression. She closed her eyes, ready to rest for a moment. Although the bullet had been removed, the pain persisted, and she lacked the strength to engage in an argument with him. The delay caused by the bandits had taken its toll, and the sky had grown dim. The undead became more agile at night, making it unsuitable to continue their journey. They found an abandoned factory where a few worker zombies wandered outside. After disembarking from the vehicle, Shen Yi and the others utilized their abilities to eliminate the zombies. The group trailing behind, having benefited from their efforts to clear the path, reached safety. Further ahead lies the central city base. We can settle these people there. Shen Yi pointed to the map and analyzed. He was correct. They needed to traverse Central City to reach Xiangqing, and the longer the journey, the greater the danger and uncertainty. Indeed, it was more suitable to accommodate these individuals at the Central City base. Jiang Yingying silently nodded in agreement as she contemplated the map. She recalled that her brother, Jiang Yu, was in Xiangqing, presumably the leader of a certain ability team. Once she arrived there, she would no longer have to follow the male protagonist. These thoughts lingered in her mind. At night, they took turns keeping watch. Only Zhou Qiran, Shen Yi, Wang Yu, and Yang Fei possessed abilities, so they rotated shifts. They had previously found some flashlights in a mall and kept one for illumination. The light flickered softly while the others huddled together in slumber. Jiang Yingying, however, could not find rest. She had been observing Yang Fei for quite some time, feeling an inexplicable unease. After all, he was the traitor from the original story. While he should not betray them at this stage, her worries lingered. At that moment, it was Yang Fei's turn to keep watch, and he looked perplexedly at Jiang Yingying and Xiao Ting. What was the matter with this pair? Weren't they tired? Why were they both staring at him? And what was with those looks? It was as if he were a heinous criminal. Crazy, he thought to himself, scoffing internally, before turning his head away, no longer glancing in their direction. It was only when Yang Fei switched shifts with Wang Yu that Jiang Yingying felt a sense of relief, allowing herself to finally drift into sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ting, lying beside her, had not slept a wink, his eyes fixed intently upon Yang Fei's face throughout the night. Chapter 6. The zombie siege. The following morning, as Yang Fei opened his eyes, he was startled to find a pair of dark, hollow eyes fixated upon him, radiating an eerie chill. Good morning, Xiao Ting, Jiang Yingying murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn. Xiao Ting offered no response, retracting her gaze from Yang Fei. Jiang Yingying was not taken aback by Xiao Ting's silence. She merely raised an eyebrow and chose not to speak further. Yang Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the child had finally ceased her intense scrutiny. What had that look been about? It felt as if she were poised to tear him apart at any moment. How could such a young child emanate such terror? It was utterly abnormal, a far cry from typical behavior. The group consumed a modest meal of dry rations accompanied by bottled water before setting off once more towards Central City. Damn it, the further we go, the more zombies there are. It's as if they never cease to come. Yang Fei exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that pierced the skulls of the advancing undead. Upon witnessing the relentless tide of zombies approaching, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow, glancing back to assess the situation clearly. Even with their abilities clearing the path ahead, the surrounding remnants of zombies posed a significant threat to the ordinary civilians. This is untenable. There are simply too many zombies for us to escape, she declared. Wang Yu observed the encroaching horde from all directions, his expression grave. The van had become ensnared by the throng of zombies, some even clinging to the vehicle, scaling its roof. Zhou Qiran, despite his formidable powers, was now reduced to a mere second-level ability user, struggling against the overwhelming number of undead. They were effectively trapped. A piercing scream shattered the air, prompting Jiang Yingying to look back in alarm. She realized that the vehicles of the ordinary people had been completely surrounded by zombies, rendering any attempt to drive away futile. Get away! Get away! A gaunt man, resembling a monkey, cried in terror, brandishing a wooden stick and swinging it at the zombies that had broken through the glass. Mama! A small girl nestled in her mother's embrace, sobbing quietly as she watched the relentless undead attempting to invade. Her tiny hands clutched her mother's waist tightly. Don't be afraid, darling, Mama is here, the woman attempted to soothe her child, striving to maintain a calm tone despite her trembling lips and the uncontrollable quaking of her hands. The rotting visage of a zombie loomed menacingly. Drawn by the scent of the living, its grotesque form crawling ever closer to the vehicle. In a frenzied effort, the gaunt man flailed his wooden stick. But the zombie seized his arm and sank its teeth into him, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Blood gushed from his arm, leaving a gruesome wound. While the zombie's mouth dripped with crimson saliva, the sounds of its ravenous chewing echoing painfully in the man's ears. No, I refuse to die. A wave of terror washed over him as he stared in horror, shaking his head and murmuring helplessly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the woman clutching the child, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. The woman's pupils constricted as she instinctively clutched the girl in her arms. Yet the man's grip was overpowering, and everything unfolded with shocking suddenness. She was utterly defenseless. Feeling an emptiness in her hands, she gazed up in terror. The girl's cries intertwined with the cacophony from the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward. The mother and daughter were seized by the gaunt man. Tears streaking down the girl's face, her eyes never leaving her mother, filled with desperate pleading. The emaciated man, consumed by the terror of death, instinctively sought to deliver the girl to the zombie outside the car window. Eat, and once you're full, you won't come after me. He wore a ghastly smile, his eyes reflecting madness. No. The woman's heart-wrenching scream mingled with the girl's wails, creating a haunting resonance in the air. Jiang Yingying, hearing the chaos outside, involuntarily closed her eyes, two streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, she comprehended the brutal reality of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. If she did not grow stronger, she would be devoured. In this desolation, the human heart proved to be more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Xiao Ting silently observed her, tilting his head, emotions flickering in his eyes for the first time. He found it strange, unable to fathom why Jiang Yingying was crying when the sounds outside were so melodious. However, upon glancing back, he wondered if it was because of that. As this thought crossed his mind, his pupils gradually turned crimson. Simultaneously, the little girl, on the verge of being offered to the zombie, paused, her gaze fixed on the creature before her, its mouth momentarily ceasing its gaping motions, as if time had frozen. Enveloped in silence. Child. The woman lunged forward, desperately wresting the girl from the man's grasp, holding her tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, Mommy's here. The gaunt man was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the stillness of the zombie before him, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized that all the zombies had halted. The guttural groans of the undead abruptly vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The gaunt man remained bewildered for a moment before reacting, observing the zombie that had just bitten him now motionless. A twisted smile crept across his lips, and he violently struck the zombie's head with the wooden stick in his hand, shrieking, "How dare you bite me? Go on, bite me now. Damn it. Why aren't you moving?" The zombie's skull shattered upon impact, brain splattering forth, yet he felt unsatisfied, relentlessly smashing at one spot. The woman, clutching the girl, stared in horror at the man before her, flinging open the car door and frantically sprinting toward the nearby van. This man was far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Around them, the zombies suddenly fell into a motionless state, as if a pause button had been pressed. Jiang Yingying gazed in astonishment at the scene outside, her mouth agape. The ability to halt the zombies indicated the probable presence of a psychic with mental abilities nearby. Among Zhou Qiran and the others, none possessed psychic abilities. Could it be that someone among them had awakened extraordinary powers? There existed another possibility, one that Jiang Yingying could scarcely entertain. It was implausible. Only level 4 or above psychic zombies would manifest, and this was merely the onset of the apocalypse. The zombies encountered thus far were at most level 2. It was inconceivable for such advanced creatures to appear. If that were the case, their escape would surely be thwarted. Please, save my child. I beg you. A woman, clutching her child, rushed to the side of the van, desperately pleading with Jiang Yingying, who appeared the most susceptible to compassion. Startled, Jiang Yingying caught a glimpse of something and hurriedly opened the car door, pulling the woman and her child inside. "Wang Yu, drive now," Jiang Yingying shouted. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing the zombies outside regaining their movement, he promptly pressed the accelerator. The vehicle roared, violently shaking off the zombie that had been clinging to it, sending it tumbling to the ground, before speeding off in a chosen direction. Jiang Yingying cast a glance back at the two vehicles still ensnared in the horde of zombies, silently closing her eyes. She needed to acclimate. Her current empathy would only burden others. Chapter 7. The Transformation of Corpses and the Awakening of Powers. Suddenly, the previously motionless zombies sprang to life, surging from all directions in an attempt to invade the vehicle. Get away. I don't want to die. I refuse to die." A gaunt man's eyes widened in terror as his voice pierced the air with a shrill cry. His body was abruptly torn open by sharp claws, causing him excruciating pain. Despair washed over him as he beheld the departing van, his hand outstretched, only to be swiftly engulfed by ravenous zombies with glistening green eyes, consuming him entirely. At last, they had shaken them off. Wang Yu felt the tension in his body ease as he surveyed the scattered zombies around them, exhaling a deep breath. Ultimately, only this mother and daughter remained among the ordinary people. Wang Yu glanced at them through the rearview mirror, feeling a twinge of regret. In that moment of crisis, they had been unable to assist others, preoccupied with their own survival. Moreover, just a single scratch from a zombie could lead to transformation. Who could say what fate awaited those they might have saved? As he contemplated, he turned the steering wheel, but suddenly halted his movements, swiftly looking back. The girl tightly clutched by the woman bore an unusual flush, yet what concerned him most was a small scratch on the girl's face. He felt a surge of uncertainty and turned to Shou Qiran, speaking. Ran Gu, that girl, the man, whose eyes had been half closed, abruptly opened them wide, their depths dark and profound. He glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke calmly. "She has likely been scratched by a zombie." His voice was steady, yet it stirred a tempest of anxiety within the hearts of the others. "What?" Yang Fei regarded the mother and daughter beside him with a wary expression. Due to the limited space in the vehicle, they were seated closely together, with the woman and her child nestled between Yang Fei and Xiao Ting. Shun Yi furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Yang Fei beside him, remaining silent. The gaze of the crowd settled upon the two women. The woman swallowed hard, her throat parched, her complexion pale and haggard. Fear flickered in her eyes as she clutched her child tightly. Her lips trembled violently, and after a prolonged struggle, she managed to squeeze out a few words as delicate as gossamer. "No, my daughter was scratched by glass, not a zombie." Her voice was faint, suggesting even she did not believe her own words. "No, you must go down," Yang Fei insisted forcefully. He had no desire to be near such a ticking time bomb. It was akin to inviting a zombie to take his life. Though he was an ability user, the initial mutations of zombies posed no threat to him. However, should he let his guard down and be ambushed, whom could he hold accountable? Jiang Yingying, observing Yang Fei's agitated demeanor, glanced at the girl with a flushed face and sighed, saying, "Being grabbed by a zombie does not necessarily lead to zombification." In the original narrative, there were two potential outcomes for those seized by zombies. One was transformation into a zombie, and the other was the awakening of supernatural abilities. It all depended on which path she would take. Lowering her gaze, Jiang Yingying pondered for a moment before suddenly suggesting, "Let us bind her first." As she spoke, she cast her eyes toward the rearview mirror, fixing her gaze on Shou Qiran's reflection, softly inquiring, "Is that acceptable, brother?" Shou Qiran glanced at the rearview mirror and replied coolly, "Let it be." "Zhouge." Yang Fei could hardly believe that Shou Qiran would say such a thing. "When did you become so soft-hearted?" Shou Qiran offered no response, his gaze icy as he stared at Yang Fei in the mirror. Yang Fei stiffened, feeling an ominous chill rise from his feet to the crown of his head. Did Zhouge just look at him as if wanting to kill him? Seeing Yang Fei frozen in place, Shou Qiran withdrew his gaze, tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Everything seemed different now, especially her. Lost in thought, he lifted his head, quietly observing Jiang Yingying's reflection in the rearview mirror, curious to see what tricks this woman might have up her sleeve. Oblivious to the unfolding tension, Jiang Yingying sighed in resignation as she watched the woman cling desperately to her child. "Rest assured, we will not take advantage of this situation to abandon your daughter. You must understand that she has been grabbed by a zombie and is at risk of transformation at any moment. We must bind her first to ensure our safety." The woman's lips quivered slightly as she glanced at her child, her heart aching. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, and gradually loosened her grip, handing the girl over to Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying recalled that there had been rope among the supplies of the kidnappers, and after requesting some from Shen, she proceeded to bind the girl. Xiaoting, why don't you come sit with Brother Shen? Shen Yi suggested, concerned that Xiaoting might be injured if the girl transformed, given that she was seated right next to her. Xiaoting turned her head, her eyes vacant, seemingly not hearing his words, before turning back. Was that a rejection? Shen Yi felt a headache coming on. The various individuals present offered little solace. Crossing this road would lead them to Central City. Wang Yu glanced at the map. Jiang Yingying responded. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, with no one uttering a word throughout the entire journey. A palpable tension hung in the air, mingled with fear and concern. Yang Fei, ever vigilant, observed the flushed face of the little girl and subtly shifted closer to Shen Yi. Jiang Yingying noted his movement, curling her lip in disdain. She wondered how such a cowardly and foolish individual could have succeeded in betraying the male protagonist. She could not comprehend it. Furthermore, the child sat beside her, by the window, with two people between them, making it unlikely for her to be the first to fall victim. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at Central City. Glancing at the roadside sign, Jiang Yingying exhaled in relief. They had indeed reached Central City. This also indicated that Xiang City was not far off. However, she cast a glance at the little girl beside her, who was now as red as a boiled shrimp, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yingying surmised that the transformation of corpses typically occurred within a few hours. Since so much time had passed, it seemed she had not been infected but rather had awakened some latent abilities. Wang Yu drove into Central City, but without knowledge of the base's precise location, they circled the city. I recall hearing on the radio shortly after the apocalypse that the Central City base was near a school, though the specific school was never mentioned, Wang Yu remarked. Furrowing his brow, Shou Qiran, appearing indifferent, suddenly spoke up. Over there. Wang Yu paused, following Shou Qiran's gesture to spot a few figures in the distance. Though the sight was not entirely clear due to the distance, it was no wonder they had not encountered many zombies along the way. Those few must have been dealt with by that group. Should we approach them, Wang Yu? He pondered uncertainly. Shou Qiran nodded in affirmation. Let's go. As Wang Yu prepared to drive closer, the individuals in the distance clearly noticed them and began to approach. Chapter 8. Xiao Xian. As the group drew nearer, Jiang Yingying discerned their features. At the forefront stood a woman, her figure striking, clad in form-fitting leather attire and marten boots, her long, wavy hair cascading down, accentuated by fiery red lips that lent her an audacious air. The burly men trailing behind her appeared to be her subordinates, showing her great respect. Hey, are you from the outer city? The woman halted a few meters from the van, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Wang Yu glanced at the taciturn Shou Qiran before responding. Excuse me, miss, do you know where the Central City base is located? The woman arched an eyebrow. Do you wish to go to the base? Wang Yu nodded. That is fortunate. We are a team from the base, out on a mission today. We can certainly take you there. The woman's gaze remained fixed on Shou Qiran, who occupied the passenger seat. Approaching with a slight lean, she rapped on the glass, and upon catching his attention, she flashed a sultry smile. We are members of the Tiger and Leopard team from the Central City base. If you would be willing to join us. Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with the man's icy rejection. No, thank you. Her smile faltered, a momentary shadow passing over her face. Was her beauty not alluring enough? Typically, men would practically press their faces against the glass, eager to heed her commands. Feeling her pride wounded, the woman's expression darkened for an instant. But she quickly restored her seductive smile. After all, a challenge only heightened her desire to conquer. There was no rush. She would wait for this man to approach her on his own. One day, she would make him her devoted subject. It mattered not. There was plenty of time ahead. The smile on her face deepened, her voice trailing off with a hint of allure. Jiang Yingying silently observed the entire scene. Comparing the woman's striking appearance and her unwavering confidence with the original text, Jiang Yingying could surmise that this woman was likely one of the supporting characters, Xiao Xian. She was the adopted daughter of the base leader in Central City, having established herself among the top 4 of the Tiger and Leopard team thanks to her fire-based abilities, a clever woman who knew how to leverage her advantages. However, she was also exceedingly vain about her beauty. Initially captivated by Shou Qiran's looks and physique, she had fixated on him as her target for conquest. Yet, She had never succeeded in her pursuits before Zhou Qiran left the central city base. Xia Xian inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Yingying, who sat in the back seat, and narrowed her eyes. The girl before her had bright, sparkling eyes and delicate features. Her cascading curls resembled seaweed, and her fluffy pink dress, adorned with a large bow, made her look like a porcelain doll. The woman's keen intuition prompted Xia Xian to become wary. She casually inquired, "And who is this girl?" Jiang Yingying felt a jolt of indignation, puffing up her cheeks as she turned to Zhou Qiran in the front seat. "Brother, you really ought to stop looking so stern. Your furrowed brow makes you look like an old man. This beautiful sister is trying to talk to you, and you remain so aloof." Zhou Qiran's brow twitched slightly, and a flicker of understanding crossed Xia Xian's eyes. So she was merely a sister. That would make her easier to deal with. Adopting a warm and friendly smile, she addressed Jiang Yingying. "So, you're his sister? How adorable." Jiang Yingying returned a sweet smile, feigning innocence, though inwardly she felt a twinge of nausea. Indeed, this cute persona was not quite suited for her. Yet, it served its purpose. Noticing the hostility in Xia Xian's eyes dissipate, Jiang Yingying realized her gamble had paid off. They would undoubtedly be staying at the base for some time, and as the adopted daughter of the base leader, Xia Xian would have ample opportunity to make things difficult for her. While the male leads might remain unaffected, she could find herself in considerable trouble later on. After all, a woman's jealousy is immeasurable. Wang Yu scratched his head, observing Xia Xian and the group of sturdy men behind her outside the vehicle. "Then I must trouble you to lead the way." Xia Xian nodded, indicating across the street. "Our car is parked over there. You can simply follow us." Wang Yu acknowledged with a nod, and as Xia Xian and her companions departed, he started the engine and followed suit. It had been quite some time. Could it be that the child had perished? Yang Fei glanced at the little girl concealed beside Jiang Yingying. From his vantage point, he could only see her exposed hand and foot. Noticing her motionless state, he couldn't help but voice his concern. The woman, already engulfed in acute anxiety, shot him a fierce glare at his remark and hastily leaned forward to assess the little girl's condition. The child's face remained flushed, eyes closed, lips quivering slightly, and beads of sweat cascading down, portraying an extreme discomfort. The woman, increasingly anxious, bit her lip, her hands tightly clasped together, nervously manipulating her fingers. Even as her lips bled from the pressure of her teeth, she paid no heed. Jiang Yingying, momentarily taken aback, reassured her, "Rest assured, she is fine." The woman relaxed her grip on her lips slightly, staring at Jiang Yingying with a gaze filled with hope, akin to a drowning person clutching onto a lifebuoy. Really? Even if the girl before her were deceiving her, she would willingly accept it. The thought of an unfortunate outcome was unbearable. This was her treasure, the child she had nurtured with utmost care. Had the apocalypse not descended, she would have been leading a blissful life. Rather than witnessing the grotesqueness of human nature and the darkness of this world at such a tender age. Jiang Yingying nodded, her clear eyes seemingly harboring a certain power that made one believe involuntarily. "Trust me, she is unharmed." She refrained from mentioning that the girl was awakening her supernatural abilities, fully aware that even escaping the calamity of corpse transformation was fraught with peril. If fortune smiled upon her, she might successfully awaken her powers, but if not, she glanced at the little girl beside her and fell silent. The alternative was death. Despite countless reminders to herself to remain resolute, such softness was commonplace in the apocalypse. However, as someone raised under the red flag, imbued with a strong sense of conscience, she found it difficult to suppress her compassion. Jiang Yingying sighed, hoping the child would safely navigate through this ordeal. Just as silence enveloped the vehicle once more, a sudden screech pierced the air, and the car abruptly halted. This was followed by the shattering of glass and piercing screams. Jiang Yingying looked forward in astonishment. There stood an extraordinarily large zombie. Its eyes glowed with a sickly green light, one eyeball having fallen from its socket, dangling by a mere vein. Its complexion was pale, with one side of its face having decayed into a grotesque mass, presenting a truly horrifying sight. It emitted a guttural growl, and with each utterance, more zombies were drawn to it, their bloodshot eyes wide with hunger as they gazed longingly at the occupants of the vehicle. Chapter 9. Fortifications at full capacity. The scent of food permeated the air. Amidst the zombies' grunts, a sudden phrase pierced through, causing Jiang Yingying to furrow her brow. She glanced at the others, noting their tense expressions as they fixated on the horde ahead, seemingly oblivious to the discordant sound she had just heard. Doubt crept into her mind. Could it have been an auditory hallucination? Little ones, devour them, came that deep, resonant voice again. Jiang Yingying's lips twitched in disbelief. Surely not? Her gaze fixed on the massive zombie, narrowing her eyes. Could it be that? Before she could ponder further, a thunderous bang echoed, drawing her attention to the source of the noise. She saw the cannon strapped to Xia Xian's shoulder, emitting a plume of black smoke. While a gaping hole had been blasted into the leading zombie, its decayed entrails spilling onto the ground. Xia Xian smirked, realizing that this formidable-looking zombie was, in fact, quite vulnerable. Accursed food. A jolt of dread coursed through Jiang Yingying as her pupils constricted, watching in horror as the colossal zombie, which should have collapsed from the heavy blow, let out a furious growl and charged at Xia Xian. The hole in its body remained, and as it ran, its dislodged organs fell to the ground. Xia Xian, clearly caught off guard by the turn of events, fired another shot, but the zombie deftly evaded it. Her eyes widened in realization she could no longer afford to consider the cannon on her shoulder and unleashed her abilities, sending a massive fireball hurtling forward. Despite its size, the zombie exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the attack with the swiftness of the wind. It dawned on Jiang Yingying that this was a wind-type mutated zombie. The horde closed in. We're in dire straits, Wang Yu exclaimed gravely, recognizing that their consumption of abilities had left them at a disadvantage against such overwhelming numbers. An unending tide of zombies surrounded the van, their relentless assaults causing the windows to shatter, cracks rapidly appearing. Jiang Yingying gulped, fear gnawing at her insides. Yet she steeled herself for what lay ahead. She shifted the little girl beside her further inside and took her place near the window. Clenching her fists, she addressed the seat in front of her. Brother, do you have a knife? No sooner had she spoken than a dagger was tossed her way, its sheath adorned with familiar patterns. Jiang Yingying recognized it as the very dagger that Shou Qian had pressed against her throat the day she arrived in this world. Grasping the dagger firmly, she took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the zombies furiously striking the window. At last, with a sharp crack, the glass shattered. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yingying swiftly decapitated the first zombie that dared to thrust its head inside. The putrid head tumbled to the ground, only to be followed by a horde of zombies surging in. The dagger in Jiang Yingying's hand swiftly descended, and with the experience of her first encounter, she wielded it with even greater finesse this time. The knife provided by Shou Qian was exceptionally sharp, and coupled with the formidable strength of her body, she effortlessly severed the heads of the undead. However, as more and more zombies pressed in, Jiang Yingying began to struggle, just as she let her guard down. A sudden sharp sensation pierced her arm. Her pupils constricted as she stared blankly at the spot where the zombie had bitten her. To her astonishment, there was no visible damage, not even a small cut, as if the recent bite had merely been a jest. The zombie that had just bitten her lost its 2 rows of sharp teeth in an instant, left toothless and only capable of gazing at her with primal hunger, its mouth opening and closing, making sounds of desperation. Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, still trying to grasp the situation when another zombie reached for her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to block it, and predictably, this zombie too lost its rows of sharp teeth. Glancing down at her long-sleeved, voluminous dress, a bold idea began to form in her mind. Rather than continuing to evade the incoming attacks from the zombies, she leaned in closer, extending her hands in the eyes of the onlookers who regarded her as a lunatic. Jiang Yingying, have you lost your mind? Yang Fei shouted, battling the relentless swarm of zombies that lunged at their vehicle. Jiang Yingying ignored him, calmly watching as the zombie lunged at her outstretched hands. In that fleeting moment, she noticed a faint white glow emanating from her garment, and in the next second, the zombie's teeth shattered. It seemed her assumption was correct. The clothing she wore possessed defensive properties. Jiang Yingying's eyes curved slightly as a smile graced her lips. If that were the case, Yang Fei, witnessing her reckless behavior and the peculiar smile on her face, wondered if she had truly gone mad. What normal person would act this way? He thought. Zombies relied on their sharp teeth to bite. Without them, they were as harmless as paper tigers. With a sense of pride, Jiang Yingying lifted her head, suddenly recalling something. She removed the large bow from her hair, and, gazing at the zombie that was trying to crawl inside the vehicle, she smiled gently. The onlookers, including Yang Fei, widened their eyes in disbelief at her audacious actions. The zombie pressed against the car window, its head tilted back as it looked at her, its jaws opening and closing with a crisp sound, drool dripping from its mouth. With an angelic visage and a playful smile, she extended her delicate, fair fingers, offering the bow to the zombie's mouth. Here, go ahead, don't be shy. The zombie, sensing the vibrant scent of humanity, could hardly contain its hunger and lunged for the delicate finger holding the bough. A nearby woman instinctively closed her eyes, while Yang Fei and the others braced themselves, convinced that Jiang Yingying's fate was sealed, mentally cursing her foolishness. However, in the next moment, they seemed to hear the crisp sound of a slap striking a face. To their astonishment, Jiang Yingying, who should have been bitten to death by a zombie, was alive and well, while the zombie that had bitten her bow tie had its rows of sharp teeth shattered with a crack. Jiang Yingying had retracted her hand the moment it attempted to bite, and now she looked at it with an expression of innocence. "You chose to bite. It's not my concern," she said, her angelic face breaking into a naive and charming smile. The onlookers felt as if time had suddenly come to a standstill. Jiang Yingying hummed a cheerful tune. Her spirits lifted. It seemed her assumptions were correct. The clothes and accessories she had collected possessed defensive capabilities. As long as she donned these items, the zombies in this apocalyptic world would pose no threat. Could it be that she would be able to stride confidently through the chaos? With this possibility in mind, her eyes curved into crescent moons, a proud look gracing her features. A crackling sound of thunder echoed, and Jiang Yingying blinked at the sudden appearance of violet lightning, momentarily stunned as she glanced at the man in the passenger seat. Chapter 10. Central Base. Zhou Qiran sat in the passenger seat, surrounded by crackling violet sparks of lightning. Outside, zombies attempted to claw their way inside, only to be reduced to charred remains upon nearing the electric sparks. Jiang Yingying watched this scene in astonishment. Truly, the male lead was capable of instantaneous annihilation. Yang Fei and others felt as if countless horses were galloping overhead. These two seemed to be bending the rules. How were they supposed to survive? A loud crash echoed nearby as a heavy object struck the ground. Jiang Yingying shielded herself with her sleeve from the approaching zombies while glancing over. A gigantic wind-type zombie roared, lifting the vehicle of Xia Xian and her companions high into the air before forcefully throwing it aside. Xia Xian, clearly on the brink of exhausting her abilities, gasped for breath, warily watching the approaching wind-type zombie. The burly men following her appeared equally winded, struggling visibly. Xia Xian grimaced in pain, casting a discreet glance at the bloodstains on her arm. She shifted her gaze to the colossal zombie, gritting her teeth before turning towards the van trapped amidst the horde of zombies, shouting, "Please, help us." The sudden plea caught Jiang Yingying and her companions off guard. They were clearly trapped themselves, struggling to survive. Why would she think to call for their aid? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yingying quickly understood. This must be Xia Xian's intuition. She sensed the presence of a powerful ally. She was well aware that Zhou Qiran's abilities could undoubtedly rescue them. Zhou Qiran remained motionless. Yang Fei, while dispatching the incoming zombies, mumbled in confusion. Does this woman have a screw loose? Can't she see we're all trapped here? Who has the luxury to save them? Shani remained silent, casting a discreet glance at Zhou Qiran. Suddenly, the green vines in his hand shot forth, ensnaring the zombie's neck before swiftly twisting and severing its head. "I am the goddaughter of the base leader. I can provide you with whatever you desire." As the van remained eerily still, Xia Xian furrowed her brow and continued to call out loudly. The wind-based zombie before her was clearly growing impatient, its anger ignited by the disregard of the food before it. With an enraged growl, it charged toward her. At the moment its massive form drew near, a sudden crackling sound erupted, and black smoke billowed from the creature's head. In an instant, a tremendous explosion resounded, sending the zombie crashing backward. A wave of relief washed over Xia Xian. She watched as the zombies surrounding the van were violently dispersed by a surge of lightning, while the man inside remained unscathed, seated without moving an inch. However, Xia Xian was acutely aware that the blow had come from Zhou Qiran. How could such a formidable individual exist? A fervent determination sparked within her eyes. This man would undoubtedly be hers. Jiang Yingying blinked in disbelief. While the male protagonist in the original narrative was indeed powerful, having faced his share of tribulations, Zhou Qiran's display was akin to a high-level character effortlessly defeating lesser foes. Zhou Qiran's expression remained indifferent, unfazed by the astonished reactions of those around him. "Drive," he instructed. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement, repositioning himself to resume driving. The van's windows had been shattered by the zombies, and as it moved, the outside wind rushed in. The group remained ensnared in shock, rendered speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence within the vehicle. After several moments of dazed contemplation, Xia Xian and the others were bewildered by their sudden departure. Were they not supposed to guide them? "Brother Ran, are we really not going to lead the way?" Wang Yu cautiously inquired, sensing an unsettling chill emanating from Zhou Qiran. An aura so frigid it seemed capable of freezing anyone in proximity. Zhou Qiran replied coldly, "No need. Just keep driving." He glanced down at his hand, slowly forming a fist, his gaze deep and inscrutable. It seemed he had sensed the presence of that individual, the one who had meticulously plotted to drag him into darkness, seeking to usurp his extraordinary abilities. A faint swirl of dark energy began to emerge from his palm, only to be clenched tightly back into submission. In this new life, he would ensure that individual was thoroughly entertained. Zhou Qiran's expression grew increasingly enigmatic. Jiang Yingying, observing him from the front, felt an unsettling chill creep over her, sensing an inherent danger in Zhou Qiran's demeanor. After the van had traveled some distance, Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the base." All eyes turned to him in response to his outburst. Before them stood the entrance to a school proudly displaying the plaque of Central City No. 1 High School. Clearly modified, the school's walls were reinforced with iron bars, and two lengthy lines emerged from the entrance, flanked by numerous makeshift tents. The two lines were starkly contrasting. One comprised individuals adorned in vibrant colors, exuding vitality, while the other appeared markedly haggard, their clothing tattered and soiled, presenting a disheveled sight. There were essentially two factions, the extraordinary individuals and the ordinary populace. As the van drew closer, the scene became increasingly vivid. From the ranks of the ordinary people, shouts of indignation occasionally erupted. "Get lost. You dare seek refuge in the base without supplies? How naive. Such fortune does not come easily." This was often followed by the sorrowful pleas of those who were unceremoniously ejected from the line. Those cast aside, feeling aggrieved, could only retreat to a corner outside the base, crouching in silence. The van soon found an open space not far from the base and came to a halt. Before long, an individual approached. He was a man clad in a pristine white shirt, handsome, yet bearing a frown as he surveyed the dilapidated van. "Are you not aware that parking here is prohibited?" he inquired sharply. Wang Yu, taken aback, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, "My apologies. We're newcomers and still unfamiliar with the rules." The man's impatience was palpable as he snapped, "Hurry up and move along." Moreover, entering the base requires 2 level 2 crystal cores for each extraordinary individual, and each can bring 1 ordinary person. Conversely, ordinary individuals must provide 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 packs of biscuits to gain entry. Yang Fei paused, bewildered. "Crystal cores?" Noticing the blank expressions on Yang Fei and his companions, the man scoffed, evidently judging them as a group ignorant of even the basic concepts. Presuming their capabilities to be lacking, he intensified his tone. "Those are the conditions. If you fail to meet them, the base will deny you entry. You may, however, set up a tent outside like they do." The man's disdainful expression ignited Yang Fei's temper, and he was on the verge of retorting when he was interrupted by Shen Yi. "Yang Fei, hold your tongue." Yet, Yang Fei still wished to voice his thoughts. But upon meeting Shen Yi's cold gaze, he obediently closed his mouth. Seeing Yang Fei quiet down, Shen Yi sighed and addressed the man outside with courtesy. "Thank you for your advice." Without waiting for a response, he turned to Wang Yu and said, "Let's go." Wang Yu, about to inquire about their destination, noticed Shen Yi's inscrutable expression and, after a moment of hesitation, nodded in compliance. The man, satisfied with their compliance, watched as the van began to turn away, only to suddenly shout, "Stop." Wang Yu, confused, instinctively prepared to halt, but Shen Yi commanded sharply, "Don't stop, accelerate." Despite his uncertainty, Wang Yu chose to heed his companion's directive, swiftly turning the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator, propelling them forward. The man stood rooted, watching the van kick up dust as it sped away, stamping his foot in frustration. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Damn it, they got away." Then, recalling something, he turned to the guards stationed outside the base and asked, "Did you see the woman in the vehicle just now?" The guards exchanged glances, nodding slightly. "We saw her, but we couldn't make out the details." The man squinted his eyes, remaining silent. It was futile, since that group had arrived. Their intention must surely be to infiltrate the base. The base was their territory. Ultimately, they would do as they pleased. He waited, a fierce flame igniting in his gaze. After the van had distanced itself from the base, Wang Yu cautiously inquired through the rearview mirror, observing Shen Yi's solemn countenance. "Shen Yi, what just happened?" Shen Yi's eyes deepened with thought. "I have encountered that man before." Wang Yu blinked, his confusion evident. Shen Yi continued, "He belongs to a notorious clique in the capital, known for their reckless indulgence without restraint. A few years ago, he transferred to the high school in my city, where he brazenly abused his privileged background. His preferred targets were girls like Jiang Yingying. At this, the group turned their gazes toward Jiang Yingying in unison. She exclaimed, "Am I just sitting here waiting to be caught in the crossfire?" Yet, the moment sparked her memory. How could she have forgotten such a significant detail? Jiang Yingying felt a twinge of headache. In the central city base, there was a man named Yuan Fa who, upon seeing the original owner for the first time, launched an aggressive pursuit. The original owner, a Navi girl, was swiftly ensnared by Yuan Fa's charm and fell deeply in love with him, willingly doing anything for his sake. The subsequent dark turn of the male lead's character was also influenced by the original owner's actions. She had thought that as long as she kept her distance, Yuan Fa would pose no threat. She had not anticipated his reappearance in such a manner. According to Shani, Yuan Fa was a person who resorted to coercive tactics when gentleness failed. She felt her innocence was precariously at stake. Zhou Qiren glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was curious to see how long this woman could maintain her facade. What should I do? Am I not in great danger? Jiang Yingying fretted, resting her chin in her hands. I'm quite attractive. Might he forcibly take me away? Though she spoke the truth. The implications were rather unsettling. Yang Fei's lips twitched. Jiang Yingying, you might be a tad too confident. Before he could finish, Jiang Yingying leaned forward, playfully whispering into Zhou Qiren's ear, "Brother, you must protect me." The sweet scent of the girl lingered in the air, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Zhou Qiren's brow twitched as he turned his head away. I promised Jiang Yu, implying that he would indeed look out for her. Jiang Yingying's heart soared, her eyes brightening with a radiant smile. Brother, you said it. You must protect me. As long as she refrained from reckless behavior this time. He was not averse to offering her a measure of protection. After all, she was behaving herself, at least for now, Zhou Qiren mused. With the most pressing concern alleviated, Jiang Yingying relaxed her mind. With the male lead serving as a human shield, what was there to fear? Characters like Yuan Fa could be dealt with swiftly. Shani observed Zhou Qiren and Jiang Yingying, lost in contemplation. Brother Ran, are we heading back now? Wang Yu inquired. Zhou Qiren gazed ahead and replied nonchalantly, No. We shall first retrieve the crystal course. Wang Yu, somewhat puzzled, asked, What exactly are crystal cores? Shani glanced at Wang Yu and explained. They were briefly mentioned in the broadcast after the apocalypse. Apparently, they are crystallizations found in the brains of zombies. Wang Yu nodded, his understanding somewhat vague. As they meandered along the path, Jiang Yingying observed that most of the wandering undead were slow-moving first-level zombies, with scarcely any second-level zombies in sight. After much effort, they managed to defeat a few second-level zombies, ultimately acquiring merely 4 second-level crystal cores. There seems to be a scarcity of second-level zombies around here, Yang Fei remarked. Shani nodded in agreement. This is likely due to the base's specific requirements. The ability users eager to enter the base have been relentlessly hunting second-level zombies, resulting in a diminished population. Recognizing that the nearby second-level zombies were few and far between, they deemed it unnecessary to linger, and after a brief discussion, they decided to directly present their supplies upon entering the base. They still had a modest amount of supplies left. With their resolution made, the group turned back. The setting sun gradually descended from the sky, casting a dim hue over the land. They needed to reach the base before darkness enveloped them completely. Observing the young girl beside her, Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. The activation of abilities typically required several days, during which the individual experienced high fevers, posing a risk to life. She wondered if the base would withhold assistance upon witnessing such a condition. Indeed, prior to entering the base, personnel would conduct inspections for any injuries. Should any marks be found, the individual would be taken to an isolation room for a 2-day observation. It was evident that the young girl would be retained. Simultaneously, a woman was also left behind. With a grateful expression, she turned to Jiang Yingying and said, Thank you, young lady, for your kindness throughout this journey. I've come to realize that I cannot continue to burden you. I will accompany the child to the isolation room and will no longer cause you any inconvenience. With that, she embraced the child and followed the staff into the isolation area of the base. Watching the woman's slender figure retreat, Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze, feeling no urge to persuade her otherwise. Everyone has their own path to tread. This was her decision. Wang Yu and Yang Fei positioned themselves within the queue of ability users, smoothly entering the base alongside Jiang Yingying and Xiao Ting as they presented their crystal cores. Just before entering, Jiang Yingying glanced back, observing Zhou Qiren and Shun Yi standing among the ordinary crowd. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The attire of these two individuals was impeccably clean, devoid of any signs of distress from the apocalypse, making them seem out of place among the rest. During the registration process, the attendant occasionally stole glances at the two men. One was charmingly handsome while the other exuded an icy demeanor, both possessing an extraordinary aura that compelled her to admire their figures a moment longer. Since Jiang Yingying and Xiao Ting were brought in by an ability user, they were permitted to reside in the designated villa area for ability users. Due to the recent transformation of this school into an esteemed institution before the apocalyptic events, it is not surprising that affluent individuals have constructed student villas within its grounds. In contrast, the ordinary accommodations consist of some dilapidated buildings that the school has yet to demolish. As Jiang Yingying observed Zhou Qiran and Shun Yi heading towards the residences of the common folk, she suddenly realized the implications. The very premise of Zhou Qiran being able to protect her hinged upon their proximity, now with her residing on the east side and him on the west. Even if he wished to safeguard her, his reach would be limited. Could it be that the male protagonist had deceived her all along? Or had she merely assumed too much? Jiang Yingying felt as though her thoughts were unraveling, gazing at the indifferent figure of the man as he departed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiran had entirely forgotten about this matter, his pace leisurely as he walked alongside Shen Yi. Shen Yi glanced at him and remarked, "You are so insistent on coming to the central city base solely for the serum?" Zhou Qiran responded nonchalantly, "That's about right. There are also others that require my attention." Noticing his longtime friend becoming increasingly enigmatic, Shen Yi sighed. "Though I am unaware of what has transpired, remember that whatever happens, I stand by you." Zhou Qiran nodded, knowing this to be true. It had been the same in his past life, which ultimately led to Shen Yi's demise because of him. Lowering his gaze, he concealed the depths of his thoughts. Those individuals can continue their final revelry for now. He would ensure they received a gift they would never forget. Jiang Yingying held Xiao Ting's hand, following Wang Yu and Yang Fei into the exclusive residential area for ability users, in stark contrast to the brick houses and thatched huts of the ordinary folk. The treatment in the ability user zone was markedly superior, with a plethora of villas standing tall. For convenience, they chose to stay in the same villa. Jiang Yingying selected a room in the corner on the second floor, with Xiao Ting residing next door. Although she had worried about Xiao Ting being alone at night, the emptiness in his gaze quelled her concerns inexplicably. She felt assured that even if she were to encounter trouble, Xiao Ting would remain unharmed. Her intuition suggested that this child was stronger than she. After a long absence, she indulged in a refreshing bath, sighing softly. At this early stage of the apocalypse, water had not yet been thoroughly contaminated, and resources were still relatively abundant. However, as the zombie tide was expected to surge in a month's time, water would likely become a precious commodity. At that point, weaker water-based ability users would be prioritized for protection, significantly elevating their status. Jiang Yingying hesitated to remove her clothing and instead found a rabbit-themed pajama from her predecessor's backpack, donning it before lying on the bed. She felt as though she were succumbing to paranoia, constantly fearing someone might intrude upon her room. Exhausted from her journey, she quickly succumbed to sleep as soon as she lay down, her eyelids growing heavy. As Jiang Yingying gradually awakened from her slumber, she squinted her eyes, momentarily blinded by the sudden influx of light. Once she finally acclimated to the brightness, she opened her eyes fully, only to realize she was lying on an unfamiliar wooden bed, surrounded by furnishings that starkly contrasted with those of her previous abode. The surroundings were characterized by brick and tile structures, bearing the marks of time, with the furniture in a state of disrepair. Before she could comprehend her predicament, a figure emerged from the corner bathroom. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The man before her sported damp black hair, droplets cascading down, enveloped in a warm, steamy aura. A loosely draped white shirt hung from his frame, while beads of water trickled down his strikingly handsome face. Jiang Yingying pointed at him, her fingers trembling, struggling to articulate her words. "Why you?" Zhou Qiran furrowed his brow in surprise, but then, as if struck by a realization, a hint of disdain crept into his gaze as he regarded her. "Jiang Yingying, what trickery are you attempting this time?" In that moment, Jiang Yingying recognized that she had inexplicably found herself in the male protagonist's room, lying on his bed. Glancing at her adorable rabbit-themed pajamas, she fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, she finally raised her head to meet Zhou Qiran's frigid and disdainful gaze, swallowing hard before cautiously inquiring, "If I were to say this is all a mere accident, would you believe me?" Zhou Qiran's eyes turned even colder, a flicker of malice evident. Jiang Yingying hastily waved her hands in self-defense. "I swear, it was not my intention to enter your room. nor to sleep in your bed. I have my reasons." With that, she pressed her lips together, gazing earnestly at Zhou Qiran, her eyes blinking in a plea for him to discern her innocence and sincerity. Zhou Qiran narrowed his eyes. "Reasons?" Jiang Yingying nodded fervently. "Yes, reasons." "Pray tell, what reasons?" The man's expression remained impassive. Yet Jiang Yingying could sense an undercurrent of menace emanating from him. She swallowed hard, shrinking back and inching towards the edge of the bed. "My feet. They have a mind of their own." "Oh." His demeanor was icy, purple sparks of electricity flickering in his hand as he approached her bedside step by step. Jiang Yingying nearly leapt from her skin, her lips quivering as she racked her brain for an excuse. I sleepwalk." "Really?" "It's a quirk of mine since childhood. I wander off without realizing it." As Zhou Qiran continued his relentless advance, seemingly unperturbed by her desperate explanations, tears began to well in her eyes. She tightly shut them and exclaimed, "I confess. I like you." With that, she shrank back, burying herself beneath the covers like a frightened quail. Zhou Qiran paused, staring at the mound of blankets in silence. For quite some time, silence enveloped the room, leaving Jiang Yingying in a state of unease. She cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her doe-like, crystalline eyes, unexpectedly locking gazes with the enigmatic man before her. Her heart began to race, not from excitement, but from fear. Instinctively, she sought to cover herself once more, yet in the very next moment, she felt the searing warmth of his hand enveloping her wrist. Stunned, she gazed at Zhou Qiran, who held her hand firmly, and in an instant, the blanket she had used as a shield was flung aside. The girl, clad in a pink pajama adorned with bunny ears, knelt on the bed, her eyes wide and innocent, akin to a sprite that had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, pure and unblemished. Zhou Qiran furrowed his brow, questioning, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Chapter 13. Who are you? The man's palm radiated a heat that made Jiang Yingying momentarily speechless, noticing her bewilderment and silence. Zhou Qiran leaned in slightly closer. The crisp scent of masculinity enveloped her, and droplets of water from his damp, dark hair dripped onto her pajama, disappearing into the soft fabric. He inclined his head slightly, his handsome visage drawing nearer until it almost brushed against her delicately pointed nose. His deep, dark eyes scrutinized her. Filled with curiosity, Jiang Yingying, her long, curled lashes fluttering, gazed back at him with her clear, innocent eyes, exuding a sense of naivety. "Who are you, really?" Zhou Qiran squinted, his words laced with an undertone of inquiry. Jiang Yingying's heart skipped a beat. For a fleeting moment, her gaze faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. A sweet smile graced her lips as she replied, "Brother, what are you talking about? I am Jiang Yingying." With that, she playfully winked at him. Concealing her slightly trembling hand behind her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Zhou Qiran, observing her anxious demeanor, discreetly withdrew his hand. Straightening up with his hands tucked into the pockets of his black trousers, his expression remaining impassive as he stated, "You may leave now." Taken aback, Jiang Yingying noticed the impatience creeping into his features and hastily jumped off the bed, her delicate feet bare against the floor. "I'll be on my way," she stammered. Turning to flee, Zhou Qiran frowned, about to utter a word when he noticed Jiang Yingying had come to a sudden halt at the doorway. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind as she looked down at her feet, feeling an unsettling thrum in her forehead. To her dismay, she found herself unable to move. Despite her efforts, an invisible barrier seemed to hold her in place, leaving her to shuffle anxiously in place. At that moment, the realization dawned upon her. This meant she was destined to remain in the same room as Zhou Qiran. Cursing silently in her heart, she bit her lip, resigning herself to fate as she closed her eyes and turned back toward him. She gazed at Zhou Qiran with a flirtatious smile, attempting to enchant him with her beauty. Her words dripped with sweetness, as if they could be wrung for moisture. Brother Zhou Qiran furrowed his brow, the sound sending chills down his spine. And his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. "What do you want now?" he inquired, his mercy in not killing her already a testament to his restraint. What mischief did she intend to conjure next? Jiang Yingying, somewhat bashful, lowered her gaze and fidgeted with her hands, her expression one of coyness. "It's so late. And as a girl, it's dangerous for me to be out like this. May I?" Before she could finish her thought, Zhou Qiran interrupted. "I will escort you home." Jiang Yingying's face stiffened momentarily before quickly resuming her demure demeanor. "But brother," I'm afraid. Zhou Qiran's brow knitted tighter. "Afraid of what?" Jiang Yingying puffed out her cheeks in feigned annoyance, declaring, "Brother, you promised to protect me." What if that bad man comes looking for me in the middle of the night? I can't fend him off alone. Shou Qiren recalled his previous promise to Jiang Yingying and replied coolly, Wang Yu and Yang Fei are there too. Jiang Yingying shook her head, pouting, No, brother. I don't trust them. I only trust you. With that, her unwavering gaze fixed on Shou Qiren, brimming with trust and dependence. Dressed in a pink plush rabbit onesie. With the rabbit ears flopped over her head, her bare, pale feet stood on the cold concrete floor, her eyes reflecting her reliance on him. Shou Qiren was momentarily taken aback, his mouth slightly agape, yet his cold words faded into silence. No one had ever regarded him with such eyes. Memories from his past life flooded his mind, the scorn, disdain, and mistrust he encountered from others swirling relentlessly in his thoughts. Ultimately, however, all of it dissipated into nothingness, replaced by the girl's trusting gaze. He cast down his eyes and replied indifferently, As you wish. With that, he turned and walked towards the wooden table in the room, seemingly intending to rest his head upon it for the night. Jiang Yingying was taken aback by his acquiescence. Blinking in surprise, she glanced at the wooden bed and then back at the table, her lips trembling slightly as she suggested, How about I sleep on the table? And you take the bed? Shou Qiren didn't even spare her a glance, resolutely sitting on the wooden stool. Jiang Yingying bit her lip. Noticing his hair was still damp, she surveyed the surroundings and spotted a towel among Shou Qiren's belongings, likely something he had collected from the supermarket earlier. After a moment's thought, she approached, took the towel, and cautiously draped it over his head, asking gently, Brother, would you like to dry your hair? Shou Qiren cast her a fleeting glance, but did not refuse. He accepted the towel and began to dry his hair. Jiang Yingying attentively observed his expression, noting he wore his usual stoic face. She bit her lip and moved to the wooden bed, climbing up onto it, buried beneath the covers. Jiang Yingying revealed a pair of observant eyes as she watched Shou Qiren seated at the table, diligently drying his hair with a towel, seemingly indifferent to her presence. She blinked, contemplating her next move, before ultimately surrendering herself back into the warmth of the duvet. Within the confines of the modest brick house, a soft glow illuminated the space, and the girl's previously taut nerves gradually unraveled, ushering her into the realm of slumber. The man, with his back turned to her, remained rigidly upright, silently tending to his damp locks. The night stretched on, interminable. As dawn approached, the sky revealed a faint blush of light, with the gentle rays of morning cascading upon the earth. Shou Qiren awoke, suddenly recalling something important. He turned to glance at the bed, where the blanket, which should have been billowing, now lay flat and somewhat disheveled, devoid of any trace of the girl. It was as if she had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Shou Qiren furrowed his brow, acutely aware that everything that transpired the previous night was indeed real. Yet, he pondered, how could he have been so oblivious to Jiang Yingying's departure? Given his naturally light sleep, could it be that she held some undisclosed advantage unknown to him? Jiang Yingying awoke from her slumber, her gaze falling upon the familiar decor of the villa. Momentarily taken aback, she swiftly sat up, staring blankly at her own hands. After a brief pause, she touched her face and gave it a gentle pat. Has she returned? Could it be that last night was merely a dream? Indeed, Jiang Yingying consoled herself inwardly. Exhaling deeply, she revealed a contented smile, wishing it were merely a dream. However, it felt like a nightmare. With this thought, she cheerfully descended from her bed, opened her backpack, and selected a delicate, pastel princess dress, complemented by a diamond-studded hairpin. Gazing at her adorable reflection in the small mirror, Jiang Yingying smiled. Chapter 14. The door knocking. As Jiang Yingying opened her door, she was greeted by Shao Ting. He appeared to have just bathed, his previously grimy face now considerably cleansed, though his cheeks were slightly gaunt from prolonged hunger. Overall, he was quite handsome, a charming young boy even by pre-apocalyptic standards. She paused for a moment, wondering if he had been standing at her door since the morning. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yingying crouched down, her tone as gentle as possible, and with a smile, inquired, Shao Ting, have you been waiting here for me since this morning? Shao Ting remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Although his eyes appeared hollow and frigid, Jiang Yingying understood his unspoken intention. It seemed he had indeed been standing outside for an extended period. Words eluded her in that moment, leaving Jiang Yingying feeling somewhat exasperated. She found this child to be quite peculiar, despite his seemingly cold and unapproachable demeanor. Occasionally punctuated by strange sounds, he was drawn to her side like a shadow. Shaking her head, she resolved to set aside these thoughts for the time being. At least for now, Shao Ting bore her no ill will. Well then, Shao Ting, shall we descend? taking his icy little hand in hers. Jiang Yingying led him down the stairs. Yang Fei and Wang Yu had descended early, already fully equipped when Jiang Yingying came downstairs, evidently preparing to depart. Jiang Yingying, brother Ran instructed you to stay in the villa, so remain here, Yang Fei called out upon seeing her descend. Jiang Yingying nodded. She had little desire to venture out anyway. Even if her defensive capabilities were extraordinary now, they likely only applied against zombies. Beyond that, she possessed no other advantages, merely an ordinary person. The base was undoubtedly rife with unrestrained individuals, and her striking appearance would only invite unwanted attention. Staying quietly within the villa was the wiser choice. Watching Wang Yu and Yang Fei leave, Jiang Yingying rummaged through their supplies for some biscuits and bottled water. Sharing a simple breakfast with Xiaoting, settling onto the sofa, she absently touched her stomach, her thoughts drifting toward the uncertain path ahead. With her defensive abilities, zombies no longer posed the greatest threat. The true danger lay in people. She needed to guard against the malice of others in this apocalyptic world while also breaking free from the constraints of fate. Rubbing her temples, Jiang Yingying sighed. Indeed, she had to grow stronger. Just as she began contemplating 100 ways to achieve that, a sharp, urgent knocking shattered the silence. Startled, she assumed Yang Fei and Wang Yu had returned for something. But as she rose, a small, icy hand gripped her arm, glancing down at Xiaoting's grasp. Confusion flickered across her face. Before she could speak, the sound of violent pounding echoed through the door. Her expression darkened. This wasn't Yang Fei or Wang Yu. Scanning the room, she tightened her hold on Xiaoting's hand and retreated into a shadowed corner. The relentless banging continued, met with silence from within. Yuan Fa frowned and gestured to his subordinate. The key. The man hastily produced it, unlocking the villa door. A group of burly men flooded inside, led by the same well-dressed man Jiang Yingying had encountered before. Huddled in the shadows with Xiaoting, she barely dared to breathe. This was beyond unfair. Abusing authority to invade someone's home, utter lawlessness. Jiang Yingying's brow furrowed. Finding the villa seemingly empty, Yuan Fa's gaze swept the room, lingering on the biscuit wrappers and open water bottle on the coffee table. His voice turned icy. Search. She is still here. He refused to believe a mere woman could elude him. Since birth, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. Nor did he believe those ability users would dare oppose him over a woman. As the base's third-in-command, he held their very survival in his hands. A glint of triumph flashed in Yuan Fa's eyes. Jiang Yingying furrowed her delicate brows, observing with bated breath as Yuan Fa's men encroached upon her hiding place. Her heart pounding like a trapped sparrow against her ribs. Xiaoting tilted his head slightly, studying Jiang Yingying's grave expression before shifting his gaze to the unwelcome intruders. An uncharacteristic flicker of displeasure darkening his usually vacant eyes. How utterly detestable, the thought flitted through his mind. Gradually, a crimson hue seeped into his irises, a change unnoticed by Jiang Yingying, who instinctively nudged him deeper into the shadows. She knew these men sought her alone. She would not let Xiaoting suffer for her sake. Just as she steeled herself, a shrill scream pierced the air. Her head snapped up in shock. The burly man who had been advancing toward her now clutched at his own throat, his face contorted in agony. Veins bulging grotesquely along his arms. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips before he collapsed backward, lifeless. His companions recoiled in horror, muttering fearful curses under their breath. Even Yuan Fa, though feigning composure, felt a chill crawl down his spine. Cowards, he barked. Since when do ghosts exist? Keep searching. Yet none dared obey. The man's death had been too unnatural, too sinister. They coveted power and wealth, not a meaningless demise in this forsaken place. Moreover, their distrustful glances toward Yuan Fa spoke volumes. Survival itself was uncertain now, let alone any promised rewards. Jiang Yingying, too, was shaken. Could this truly be a haunted house? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to calm down, only to remember Xiaoting beside her. Worried the child might be frightened, she turned to comfort him and froze. Xiaoting's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, fixed unblinkingly ahead. Following his gaze, Jiang Yingying's breath hitched. It was trained precisely on the corpse of the fallen man. Then, as swiftly as it appeared, the unnatural light faded, leaving only his usual hollow stare. But Jiang Yingying's pulse refused to steady. Had Xiaoting caused this? Why had his eyes burned like that? She dared not dwell further. Yet when she studied him now, his expression remained blank, as if unaware of the horror he had wrought. He tilted his head slightly, meeting her gaze, and for the first time, something flickered in those empty depths. A childlike plea for praise. Just like any ordinary boy seeking approval. Chapter 15. Betrayal. Jiang Yingying stood speechless. Should she condemn his ruthlessness? But he had killed to protect her. Moreover, he seemed devoid of independent judgment, acting solely on instinct to pursue what he deemed right. Gazing into Xiaoting's imploring eyes, Jiang Yingying witnessed for the first time emotions other than numbness and emptiness within them. Pressing her lips together, she offered a faint smile, the fear in her heart dissipating abruptly. Gently ruffling Xiaoting's hair, she murmured softly, "These matters should be left to adults. You needn't intervene. Still, thank you. Promise me you won't act recklessly next time, all right?" She softened her tone, hoping he would understand. In this apocalyptic world, bloodshed was already rampant. She couldn't bear to see even children grow callous. Self-preservation was one thing. Merciless cruelty was another. Xiaoting regarded her with uncertain comprehension. But as he met the tender warmth in her gaze, he eventually nodded slowly. Jiang Yingying smiled. Regardless of his origins, she would treat him as a younger brother, simply for the sincerity of his heart, his desire to protect her. Her eyes shifted toward Yuan Fa and the others outside. The group had already begun retreating in unison. One burly man spoke up, "Young Master Yuan, we came to aid you. But we won't throw our lives away in this cursed house. We have families too. Keep the supplies you promised. I'm leaving." One by one, others voiced agreement and departed. Yuan Fa watched their retreating figures, gnashing his teeth in frustration. His gaze flickered to the lifeless man on the ground, blood seeping from every orifice. And an inexplicable dread crept into his heart. Cursing inwardly, he too turned and strode away, his pace quickening until he broke into a full sprint. As Yuan Fa's panicked figure vanished into the distance, Jiang Yingying exhaled in relief. Taking Xiaoting's hand, she stepped out from the shadows, contemplating their next move. Should they remain in the villa, or venture out to find Zhou Qiran and the others? Yuan Fa's group likely wouldn't return immediately. But there was no guarantee he wouldn't realize something was amiss and regroup. Yet, if she sought Zhou Qiran now, she would expose herself completely, making capture effortless for them outside. After careful consideration, she glanced at Xiaoting beside her and resolved to hide in the upstairs rooms for now. If all else failed, they would have to rely on his extraordinary abilities. From her initial observations, Xiaoting seemed to possess some form of psychic manipulation, capable of controlling neural functions. Jiang Yingying couldn't help but marvel inwardly at such an overpowered ability. To wield such power at such a young age, what heights will he reach when grown? Yet, such power, if misused, could easily lead one astray, blurring the boundaries of morality, especially for a reticent child like Xiaoting. Jiang Yingying cast him a meaningful look. At the bustling market of Yancheng Base, Yang Fei and Wang Yu arrived early at the designated entrance, awaiting their companions. Spotting Zhou Qiran and Shen Yi approaching, Wang Yu enthusiastically waved. "Brother Ran, Brother Yi, you're here." Wang Yu grinned sheepishly. Zhou Qiran acknowledged with a faint nod, while Shen Yi returned the greeting warmly before inquiring, "How's the situation in the mutant district?" Wang Yu pondered briefly. "Seems like they've split into factions. Mutants stick together, and they're all insufferably arrogant. Yesterday, when we tried to approach them, they looked down on us newcomers like we were beneath them." Shen Yi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. In that case, the ordinary district might actually be more informative. A few supplies in exchange, and we can gather intel about this base. From this, it was evident that Yancheng Base was internally fragmented. Those in power were complacent, while the ordinary struggled like ants. Such stark disparity would inevitably lead to collapse. Meanwhile, Yang Fei seemed disinterested in the discussion, his attention wandering toward the market stalls. Zhou Qiran cast him a cold glance, contemplating that the time to make use of him was nearing. He had spared Yang Fei's life for long enough. It was time for him to serve a purpose. Wang Yu scratched his head in confusion. "Brother Yi, why are we gathering intel? To establish ourselves here? But we won't stay long, we're heading to Xiaoqing soon." Shen Yi smiled, but withheld the truth. Just assessing the situation before making further plans. It wasn't he distrust toward Wang Yu. But the fewer who knew about their mission to steal the serum from the research institute, the better. Secrecy minimized risks. Moreover, Shen Yi subtly observed Yang Fei, who remained oblivious. For some reason, Yang Fei always struck him as untrustworthy, and Shen Yi trusted his instincts. "By the way, where's Jiang Yingying?" Shen Yi suddenly asked. Wang Yu answered without hesitation, "Didn't Brother Ran tell her to stay at the villa?" Shen Yi frowned, turning to Zhou Qiran. "You said that?" Zhou Qiran's gaze sharpened, icy as he stared at Wang Yu. "Explain." Wang Yu faltered. I heard it from Brother Yang Fei." Now it was clear. Zhou Qiran had never given such an order, Yang Fei had taken it upon himself to leave Jiang Yingying behind. Caught in the act, Yang Fei shrank back guiltily under Shen Yi and Zhou Qiran's piercing glares. Swallowing hard, he stammered, I was just solving a problem for us. That woman is nothing but trouble. You've seen it yourselves. Bringing her along would only slow us down. I understand that Brother Ran promised his friend to bring Jiang Yingying to the Xiangqing base, but given the circumstances, Jiang Yingying seems like nothing but trouble. The third in command of the Yangqing base has explicitly demanded her. If we refuse to hand her over, aren't we directly opposing them? It would be wiser to comply voluntarily. Perhaps then we might. Before he could finish, a searing pain scorched his neck. Crackling violet lightning coiled menacingly around his throat, poised to constrict at any moment and snuff out his life. Yang Fei froze in terror, his body rigid as he met Zhou Qiran's gaze, a gaze so suffused with murderous intent that it plunged him into an icy abyss. Chapter 16. The desire to kill her. Yang Fei swallowed hard, his legs trembling slightly. Brother Ran, we've been classmates for 3 years. How could you value a woman over that bond? And let us be honest, she is just a woman. It's not worth antagonizing the base for her. The words died in his throat. Yang Fei's eyes widened, his mouth agape yet soundless. Dazedly, he looked down at his right arm, where his forearm had been severed in a single, brutal stroke of lightning, the stump charred black. His severed limb thudded to the ground. A guttural scream tore from his throat as agony seared through him, the pain a relentless reminder of his mutilation. Zhou Qiran, Yang Fei snarled, each word dripping with venom, as though he wished to tear Zhou Qiran apart with his teeth. Zhou Qiran's expression remained frigid. I'm sparing you only because you still have some use. Yang Fei's chest heaved with rage. Damn you. If you've got the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you regret every second you're alive. Zhou Qiran cast him one last icy glance before turning away without another word. Shen Yi, momentarily stunned, quickly collected himself and hurried after Zhou Qiran. Wang Yu, after a conflicted glance between Zhou Qiran's retreating figure and Yang Fei's writhing form, frowned in disapproval. Yang Fei, you've gone too far. I never thought you'd stoop so low. I misjudged you. With that, he too turned and followed. Though simple-minded, Wang Yu was devoid of principles. Yang Fei's callous suggestion, sacrificing a woman as a shield, had ignited his fury. What kind of man resorts to such cowardice? If anything, Brother Ran's punishment had been too lenient. Zhou Qiran strode toward the superhuman district, his step steady yet betraying an undercurrent of tension. I intended to let Yang Fei live a little longer, but it seems I overestimated his restraint. His eyes narrowed, frost and fury swirling within them. The killing intent radiating from him was nearly palpable. Then, unbidden, an image surfaced in his mind, a girl's sweet, mischievous smile, her doe-like eyes wide with innocence. His heart clenched violently, as though pierced by an unseen blade. He did not comprehend what this signified, only that a searing inferno seemed to blaze within his heart, scorching him with unbearable agitation. It felt as though any delay would cause some vital part of his soul to slip away forever. The group hurried to the supernatural district, and upon arriving at the villa, their hearts sank at the sight of the wide-open front door. Stepping inside, they found the grand hall in complete disarray. With a burly man lying lifeless on the floor, blood trickling from his 7 orifices, Wang Yu froze. Where's Jiang Yingying? Could she have been taken? Shen Yi frowned. Very likely. After all, quite some time has passed since we left. A deeper chill emanated from Zhou Qiran. Let's go. Shen Yi was taken aback by Zhou Qiran's uncharacteristic concern for Jiang Yingying. He opened his mouth to urge caution, but stopped short when his gaze caught something unexpected. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingying, perhaps due to her restless night, had dozed off after retreating to her room and only now stirred groggily awake. Seeing Xiaoting crouched obediently beside her, staring intently as if fearing she might vanish the next moment, warmth flooded her heart. She gently patted his head and rose to her feet. Assuming Wang Yu and the others would return soon, she decided to step outside. Emerging from her room, she found Zhou Qiran and the other 2 standing in the hall below. Startled, she instinctively waved. Hey, you're back. Her voice drew everyone's attention. Zhou Qiran stared, stunned to see her unharmed on the second-floor corridor. Jiang Yingying, you're all right? That's great. Brother Ran and I thought you, Wang Yu exclaimed in relief. Jiang Yingying could guess his meaning. They had assumed she'd fallen into Yuan Fei's clutches. But how had they known? Bewildered, she explained. Someone did come earlier and ransacked the villa. I noticed something was off before they entered and hid upstairs with Xiaoting. Then, for some reason, we heard a scream, and they fled in a panic. She deliberately omitted Xiaoting's involvement, unwilling for him to be seen as a monster. Wang Yu nodded gratefully. Thank goodness you're safe. You wouldn't believe it. That bastard Yang Fei. He launched into a rapid recounting of events. Meanwhile, Shun Yi studied the grotesquely contorted corpse on the floor, lost in thought. The man's death was undeniably bizarre. His hands clutched his own throat, his face a ghastly hue, with dark blood oozing from his nose, ears, and mouth. Shun Yi cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Yingying and the silent Xiaoting behind her. Something told him she was withholding the truth. Zhou Qiran regarded Jiang Yingying with a calm gaze, the earlier turmoil in his heart now subsiding, his rationality returning. His eyes narrowed slightly as they lingered on Xiaoting standing behind her. This could be considered one of the major variables since his rebirth. In his previous life, they had also encountered this child, but they simply left without turning back. Thus, he had little impression of the boy from his past life. Perhaps in this life, he sensed something akin to his own traits in the child, which was why he didn't refuse when Jiang Yingying suggested taking the boy along. The butterfly had finally flapped its wings. When he awoke after his rebirth, everything seemed to have veered off its original course. The motionless zombies around them, Jiang Yingying's changes, the child who hadn't appeared in his past life, all of it defied his expectations. Initially, he had suppressed his murderous intent and spared Yang Fei's life, intending to use him as bait to lure out that person. Yet, just moments ago, he had lost control, nearly succumbing to the urge to kill Yang Fei. This woman, she was the greatest variable since his rebirth. She could actually sway his emotions. Zhou Qiran's gaze toward Jiang Yingying grew increasingly frigid. In his past life, Jiang Yingying had met her end in a zombie horde at the Central City base. A victim of her own recklessness. He couldn't say whether this life would follow the same path. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her himself. Anyone who posed a threat to his plans had to die. Jiang Yingying suddenly felt a chill down her spine, catching a glimpse of Zhou Qiran's murderous glare. Her entire body stiffened. Holy, was the male lead trying to kill her again? What earth-shattering crime had she committed this time to warrant such a look? Was she not clinging tightly enough to his thigh? Chapter 17. The Lolita Complex. Jiang Yingying swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking back. No, the male lead was too dangerous. Once they reached Xiangqing base, she had to ditch him. But first, she needed to stay alive. Steeling herself with this resolve, she straightened her posture, lifted her chin, and flashed Zhou Qiran a sickeningly sweet smile. The murderous intent in Zhou Qiran's eyes faltered. He froze, utterly unprepared for Jiang Yingying's lack of fear. Recalling her words to him the previous night, he lowered his head, his body tensing slightly. Could it be that she loved him so much she'd disregard her own life? Noticing the sudden disappearance of Zhou Qiran's killing intent, Jiang Yingying exhaled in relief. The male lead was truly unpredictable. Could it be he secretly had a thing for sweet, saccharine Lolita types? The kind who would coo goodnight, wad him every day? Never judge a book by its cover. Who would thought the male lead had such tastes? Jiang Yingying felt she had uncovered the truth. She might just cracked the code to survival. Glancing down at her frilly dress, she realized the road ahead was long. Mastering the essence of cuteness had just become a top priority. However, according to Wang Yu's account, Yang Fei had already been ostracized from their group. How did the plot take such an unexpected turn? Despite Wang Yu's animated and vivid narration, Jiang Yingying refused to believe that the male lead had broken Yang Fei's hand in a fit of chivalrous rage for her sake. No, it definitely wasn't because of her. Jiang Yingying repeatedly brainwashed herself with this thought. After all, this was the male lead, cold-blooded, indifferent to women, and somewhat temperamental. Just moments ago, he had wanted to kill her. She simply couldn't fathom such a person growing anxious or angry over a burden like herself. The most plausible explanation was that the male lead had promised to protect her but failed, feeling his authority had been challenged, hence the outburst. Jiang Yingying mentally applauded her own logic. Yes, that had to be it. Wang Yu glanced at the corpse on the ground and voiced his concern. What should we do with him? We can't just leave him here. It was indeed a problem. As they pondered over a solution, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Shun Yi and the others immediately tensed. It was them. They killed someone. A familiar voice rang from the doorway. Jiang Yingying frowned and turned to see Yuan Fa standing at the entrance, pointing at the corpse as he addressed the men behind him. The body is right here, caught red-handed. They're the murderers. The men behind him wore specialized blue uniforms with armbands, likely enforcers maintaining order in the base. The leader barely spared the corpse a glance before declaring, "How dare they commit murder so brazenly within the base? Utterly lawless. With both witnesses and evidence present, arrest them all." Wang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but Shun Yi subtly nudged his hand, signaling him to stay silent. Wang Yu didn't understand. At such a critical moment, if they didn't explain, they'd surely be taken away for interrogation. Why was Brother Yi stopping him? Yet, after all this time, he trusted Brother Yi's judgment. Suppressing his urge to defend himself, he lowered his head, fist clenching slightly. Truthfully, Shen Yi wasn't sure what to do next either. Zhou Qiran had given him a discreet look earlier, warning against rash actions. Though puzzled, Shen Yi trusted Zhou Qiran's instincts. Jiang Yingying watched in bewilderment as they were escorted away without resistance. What was the meaning of this? Seeing the enforcers approach to seize her, she took a deep breath and raised her hand. We'll walk ourselves. With that, she took Xiao Ting's hand and descended the stairs. As she passed Yuan Fa, his greasy, lecherous gaze made her skin crawl. She quickened her pace, suppressing a shudder. Ugh, what a revolting man. Just how poor was the original hostess' taste to fall for such a worthless, selfish, and utterly repulsive scum. At first, she couldn't quite comprehend Zhou Qiran and his companion's strategy, but upon reflection, maintaining a low profile might indeed be the wisest course of action. It was evident these individuals had conspired together, resolutely determined to eliminate them all. Any attempts at explanation would prove futile. Moreover, even if escape was considered, now was certainly not the opportune moment. Not only were she and Xiao Ting essentially deadweight, but this base also teemed with countless superhumans watching like tigers eyeing their prey. No matter how formidable Zhou Qiran's group might be, they'd likely be no match for such a multitude lying in ambush. Jiang Yingying walked with her head bowed, neither weeping nor protesting as she followed the base's enforcers. The men ahead occasionally glanced back at her with curiosity, clearly taken aback by her unnerving composure. It wasn't until they reached a bend in a narrow path that Jiang Yingying abruptly realized something was amiss. This wasn't the same route Zhou Qiran and the others had taken. The man leading her turned and flashed her a smile, gesturing with an exaggerated flourish. After you, Miss Jiang. Understanding dawned. That bastard Yuan Fa intended to isolate her. Was her chastity truly in jeopardy? Seeing Jiang Yingying remain motionless, the enforcer chuckled. Miss Jiang, you strike me as an intelligent woman. You know the state of the world we live in. Rather than clinging to those useless ordinary folk and a low-tier superhuman, why not choose a more accommodating path? His grin was laden with insinuation. The choice is right before you. The decision is yours. A shudder of disgust ran through her. Choose your sister. When persuasion failed, the man's demeanor twisted into contempt. What? Playing the chaste maiden after whoring yourself out? Or is this some coy act? Let me tell you. I've seen plenty of women like you in the apocalypse. No matter how virtuous you pretend to be now, suffering will teach you obedience soon enough. As he reached to seize her wrist, revulsion surged through Jiang Yingying. Instinctively, she swung her hand, thud. Jiang Yingying stood frozen. The man who had just sneered down at her now lay several meters away, his body crumpled against the opposite wall. She hastily tucked her hand behind her back, shaking her head in denial. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. The man lay unconscious, blood trickling from a gash on his scalp. Cautiously, she approached, pressing her fingers beneath his nose. Relief washed over her at the faint brush of breath. Chapter 18. Recruitment. Jiang Yingying stared at her own hand, small, pale, and delicate, struggling to believe it had wielded such terrifying strength. The fallen man's eyelids fluttered weakly. With trembling effort, he lifted a hand, managing only a single labored word before collapsing again. Innocent bewilderment painted her features as she spread her hands helplessly. I truly didn't mean to. You brought your face closer yourself. He felt a lump of blood choking his throat, his mind swirling in a dizzy haze before he collapsed into unconsciousness once more. Jiang Yingying crossed her arms, gazing down at the unconscious figure sprawled on the ground with a troubled frown. What on earth was she supposed to do with him? Her eyes inadvertently flickered toward Xiao Ting, who was staring directly at them. For some inexplicable reason, a pang of guilt pricked at her, and she offered him an awkward smile. After a moment's hesitation, she crouched down, seized the man's collar, and dragged him toward a secluded corner. To her surprise, hauling him away was unexpectedly effortless. Once she had stashed him in the hidden spot, Jiang Yingying glanced around, dusted off her hands, though there was no actual dirt, and exhaled in relief. You can stay here for now. She cast another glance at the unconscious base enforcer, clenched her fists, and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. With this unnatural strength, she could take on any scoundrel in the world. But the question remained, where should she go now? It wasn't as if she could just march out of the base alone and wander aimlessly, was it? Jiang Yingying sank back into contemplation. Just then, a voice called out. Jiang Yingying. Puzzled, She turned to see Wang Yu waving at her. She blinked, then walked over. Weren't you taken away? Her face was a canvas of confusion. Wang Yu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Brother Ran and the others had already planned for this. They had other arrangements. When they realized you'd been separated from us, they sent me to find you. His grin widened, revealing a row of bright teeth. I saw everything just now. Jiang Yingying's eyes flickered, her heart tightening. Had he witnessed her punch and the subsequent corpse-dragging spectacle? Was her identity as a freakishly strong girl about to be exposed? Wang Yu's expression shifted into one of sudden realization. Let me explain. Before she could utter another word, Wang Yu nodded knowingly. I always knew you weren't just some ordinary person. You must be trained in martial arts or combat techniques since childhood, right? Even slapping someone requires skill. For a regular person to take down an ability user, that's impressive. Jiang Yingying, at this moment, my face is nothing but question marks. What about me gave you the impression that I'm not delicate enough to foster such a delusion? And you always knew? Even I only found out today. Glancing at her hands, she decided explanations were unnecessary. Let him believe what he wanted. Some things were better left unsaid. She couldn't very well admit she was born with monstrous strength, could she? That would shatter her sweet, docile persona. Though being skilled in martial arts didn't quite fit either, it still sounded far more refined than brute force. Meanwhile, Shou Qiran and the others followed the remaining enforcers into the base's makeshift prison, hastened to retrieve that rotund individual. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate regarding a fugitive, the captain of the enforcement team furrowed his brows in frustration and vociferously berated, a bunch of useless fools. How could one escape right under your noses? I truly question your competence. The officer responsible for escorting Wang Yu bore a look of exasperation. He too was bewildered. Initially, they had perceived Wang Yu as innocent and cooperative, leading them to lower their guard and refrain from stringent supervision. To their astonishment, he exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, appearing robust, yet surprisingly nimble. With a swift maneuver, he pushed through a mud wall, taking advantage of their negligence and escaping without a trace. Fortunately, the two individuals remained apprehended. He glanced at the compliant Shou Qiran and Shen Yi, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, ordinary individuals were far easier to manage. Shou Qiran and Shen Yi were escorted into the makeshift dungeon constructed at the base. Enter. You shall soon witness your fate, proclaimed Officer A, striking the iron rod in his grasp with an air of arrogance. Shou Qiran cast a cold gaze in his direction, causing Officer A to feel an inexplicable dread, his legs trembling involuntarily. He stammered, raising the iron rod, I warn you, do not act recklessly. Soon, someone will come to apprehend you. When that time arrives, not even your cries for help will summon aid. Shen Yi found his words amusing and erupted into laughter. Gazing at Officer A with a sympathetic expression, you should be more concerned about your own predicament. No sooner had he spoken than Officer A felt a green vine encircle him, binding his mouth, eyes, hands, feet, and waist tightly, leaving him in a tangled heap. Blinded and voiceless, he could only emit muffled sounds while writhing in vain. Shen Yi placed a foot on him, crouched down, and whispered softly in his ear, Stay still. The more you struggle, the tighter the vine will constrict. With a playful smile, Shen Yi withdrew his foot, unexpectedly meeting Shou Qiran's inquisitive gaze, his smile deepening. Shou Qiran remarked, When did you become so ruthless? Shen Yi chuckled, I learned it from you. It appeared that they were about to enjoy a feast of abilities. Shen Yi cast a meaningful glance towards the dungeon's exit. Suddenly, a series of applause resonated from the entrance. Subsequently, a figure emerged and gradually approached, to Shen Yi's astonishment. It was not the so-called enforcers, but a sharply dressed middle-aged man. Shou Qiran's eyes flickered momentarily before he swiftly masked his emotions. The middle-aged man was accompanied by uniformed personnel from the base, clearly of considerable standing. He regarded Shou Qiran and Shen Yi with appreciation. You both indeed possess remarkable skills. Then, turning towards someone else, he remarked, Xia Xin, your discernment is commendable. Following this, a woman's enchanting laughter echoed, Godfather, I have never erred in my judgments. Soon after, a woman entered through the entrance, her figure graceful, cascading waves of hair framing her face, and her fiery red lips exuding a captivating allure with every smile and gesture. Xia Xin raised her eyebrows and glanced at Shou Qiran, smiling as she said, Today, our team spotted you at the market. If they hadn't informed me, I wouldn't have known you had already entered the base. The middle-aged man interjected, We have clarified that Yuan Fa acted unscrupulously, hastily placing the blame on you without proper investigation. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yuan Yi, the head of the Central City base. I have heard from Xia Xian about your formidable abilities, and I hope you will consider staying and working for me. I will ensure that Yuan Fa apologizes to you. That unfilial son only knows how to create trouble for me. Yuan Yi expressed his frustration. Chapter 19. Together into the abyss, Yi glanced at Shou Qiran, suddenly feeling contemplative. On their way here, Shou Qiran had signaled him with his eyes, revealing that someone was following them. It now appeared that this middle-aged man was testing their reactions. However, it remained unclear what plans were brewing in Ran Ji's mind. My apologies. But we prefer not to be constrained, Shou Qiran calmly declined. Yuan Yi, unfazed by the rejection, burst into hearty laughter, regarding Shou Qiran with a hint of admiration. No worries, you may reconsider. Should you have the inclination, feel free to seek me out. After Shou Qiran and Shun Yi departed, Yuan Yi's expression darkened immediately. Take that ungrateful wretch and lock him up. He shall not be allowed to leave for a month. Xia Xian comfortingly patted his back. Godfather, don't be angry. Yuan Fa was simply unaware of the complexities involved. Yuan Yi snorted coldly. I believe he is simply thoughtless. For the sake of a woman, he has acted so brazenly. Had you not informed me, I would have remained oblivious. How many women has he harmed by now? These two individuals are undoubtedly not ordinary characters. Even if they cannot be won over, they must not be offended, at least not now. If he continues down this path, he will inevitably meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Xiao Xian fell silent, fully aware that Yuan Yi's words held truth. Yuan Fa lacked intelligence, especially when compared to his brother Yuan Su, whose cunning was leagues ahead. Xia Xian lowered her gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Once they had distanced themselves from the dungeon and found the surroundings devoid of people, Shen Yi finally voiced his confusion. Ran Ge, did you foresee this outcome? Shou Qiran shook his head. I did not anticipate this either. Initially, I intended to create a commotion in the dungeon to draw Yuan Yi's attention. Yet he came to me instead. This is fortuitous, saving me considerable effort. In his previous life, he had gained Yuan Yi's favor by completing a critical mission for the base. At that time, brimming with confidence, he accepted Yuan Yi's invitation and edged out Yuan Fa to become the third in command of the base. However, as Yuan Yi grew wary of his burgeoning strength posing a threat to his position, he sought every means to undermine him. Zhou Qiran's eyes were shrouded in darkness, increasingly heavy, as memories of the torturous days spent imprisoned in the laboratory flooded his mind, igniting an uncontrollable urge for vengeance within him. Noticing Zhou Qiran's unsettling demeanor, Shun Yi was taken aback and swiftly altered the subject. I wonder if Wang Yu has located Jiang Yingying. With this change of topic, Zhou Qiran's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Let's go find them first, he suggested. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingying remained blissfully unaware that the crisis had subsided. After much deliberation with Wang Yu, she ultimately resolved to find a secluded spot to hide. However, before they could decide on a location, they overheard discussions regarding Shou Qiran and his companions. Realizing that they had already been released, speculating that Shen Yi and the others might return to the villa to look for them, Jiang Yingying and Wang Yu hurried back. As expected, Shen Yi and his group had indeed arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Shou Qiran, Jiang Yingying instinctively broke into a sweet smile and called out. Brother Shou Qiran cast a brief glance at her and replied, You and Wang Yu are still staying here. That person should not return. Jiang Yingying hesitated, then brother, you. Shen Yi interjected with a smile. I still have matters to attend to with Ran Ge and will be staying here a bit longer. Yuan Fa should remain quiet for a while, so you need not worry. Jiang Yingying pouted, her expression turning slightly forlorn as she lowered her head, only to lift it again, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother, you liar. This provoked an involuntary shiver down Shen Yi and Wang Yu's spines as they exchanged glances and discreetly stepped back, taking Jiang Yingying's little companion with them. Sensing that the ensuing situation was inappropriate for young ears, they decided to withdraw. Zhou Qiran's brow furrowed, his expression growing even colder. What now? Unfazed by his demeanor, Jiang Yingying's eyes, reddened like a rabbit's, reflected her grievance as she accused him. You promised to protect me. You deceived me. Shou Qiran, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples. Did I not send Wang Yu to rescue you? Yet, the next moment, Jiang Yingying began to wail. I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Shou Qiran was taken aback. Jiang Yingying quickly wiped her tears, keenly observing his expression, wondering if her display would irritate him. But then she pondered. What if Shou Qiran actually liked this kind of cute, spoiled behavior? Resolute in her determination, she took small steps towards him, standing a head shorter than him. She had to tilt her gaze upward to meet his eyes. With her delicate face slightly raised in a pitiful look, she implored, "Brother, I want to be with you. I don't want to be apart." The sweet fragrance of youth enveloped him, and as her face lifted, her eyes shimmered with tears, looking utterly forlorn. Zhou Qiren's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yingying, noticing his continued indifference, pondered whether her voice lacked the desired allure, just as she contemplated amplifying her charm. She was unexpectedly shoved, causing her to fall backward and land on the ground. Dazed, Jiang Yingying sat there, looking up at Zhou Qiren in disbelief. "Brother?" Zhou Qiren furrowed his brow. "Speak properly." After saying this, he turned and walked away. Jiang Yingying was bewildered. Did the male lead not appreciate this tone? Had she misjudged the situation? While Jiang Yingying was still in a daze, Zhou Qiren suddenly remarked, "As long as you behave and do not act recklessly, I will consider it." Jiang Yingying was taken aback. Consider what? Protecting herself? Without even calling for Shani, Zhou Qiren exited the villa. Jiang Yingying couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she was mistaken. His retreating figure bore an air of hasty escape. What did his words mean? Jiang Yingying was utterly perplexed. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Standing at the villa's entrance, Zhou Qiren clenched his fist, closing his eyes to forcibly suppress the tumult of emotions within him. He had not anticipated Jiang Yingying's affection to be so fervent, professing her feelings to him repeatedly. Her persistent declarations had disrupted his judgment time and again. He should have silenced her. Yet now, he found himself unable to act against her. However, having dwelled in darkness for so long, how could he easily reach for the light? Patience was key. Once he resolved his matters, he would offer her a response. Zhou Qiren suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. Once he had made up his mind, he would allow her no escape. Even if it meant breaking her wings and shackling her, he would ensure she had no opportunity to flee. His love was thus obsessive, thus fervent. He recognized his own hopelessness, but since she had extended her hand to him, she must be prepared to descend into the abyss together. Chapter 20. A variety of intrigues. Jiang Yingying felt somewhat bewildered, yet she quickly dismissed the incident from her mind and returned to her activities. The night soon enveloped the world once more. Jiang Yingying groggily opened her eyes, startled by her surroundings. The familiar brick house and the wooden bed beneath her were exactly as they had been on that fateful night. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Had she fallen into another dream? Was this dream unfolding like a soap opera? At that moment, the door creaked open unexpectedly, and before she could hide, she found herself locking eyes with the man. Her expression froze, and after a long pause, she managed to muster an awkward yet polite smile, waving at him. "Hi. What a coincidence to see you again." Zhou Qiren observed the girl sleeping in bed, still clad in the same rabbit pajamas from the previous night. His gaze sharpened slightly as he closed the door. Upon seeing him shut the door, Jiang Yingying instinctively swallowed hard. What reason could there be this time? Zhou Qiren glanced at her coolly and slowly approached the table to sit down. "I must have been sleepwalking again," she thought to herself. Jiang Yingying shrank her neck and whispered, "Oh?" Zhou Qiren did not lift his head, his tone slightly elevated. Jiang Yingying felt on the verge of tears, wishing for a way out. Even if this were a dream, it was utterly mortifying. What's more, Zhou Qiren today was even more intimidating than yesterday. What was with that tone, half indifferent and half questioning? Didn't he realize he too could run out of words? But this was a dream. In a dream, she could do anything, could she not? With this thought, Jiang Yingying straightened her posture, her confidence swelling as she raised her chin. "To speak frankly, I am here today to indulge you." Zhou Qiren paused, slowly turning to face her, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Jiang Yingying. "Oh, is that so?" His voice was low and magnetic, laced with a hint of languor. He regarded her with a half-smile, then suddenly stood up. Jiang Yingying felt a wave of intimidation wash over her. Oh no, she shouldn't have been so arrogant just now. And now she had drawn the wolf closer. As the man approached slowly, Jiang Yingying instinctively edged backward until she bumped against the headboard, leaving her with no retreat. "How did you get in here?" Zhou Qiren squinted, bemused by her fearful expression, and could not help but scoff internally. Now she realized her cowardice. Where had that earlier bravado gone? Jiang Yingying opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts, and after a moment of hesitation, an idea sparked. "I came into your dream to fulfill your wishes." Zhou Qiren halted, scrutinizing her intently. Jiang Yingying was exceedingly anxious, gripping the blanket tightly. To appear unfazed, she forced herself to meet his gaze without flinching. The intensity of his dark, profound eyes was almost suffocating. Jiang Yingying felt tears welling up. Noticing her precarious state, Zhou Qiren raised an eyebrow, refraining from further questions. "So how do you intend to do that?" Jiang Yingying was taken aback. "What do you mean?" How? Zhou Qiran, observing her bewildered expression, patiently reiterated, how do you plan to help me realize my wish? Even in a dream, she had conjured quite the tale. Jiang Yingying was stunned. A wish? She had merely spoken offhandedly, and he truly believed her? Indeed, this dream world seemed to render Zhou Qiran particularly gullible. Yet, what wish could he possibly have that she could assist with? Jiang Yingying opened her mouth, struggling for words before finally asking, what is your wish? Zhou Qiran raised an eyebrow. Since you are so capable, you should know what my wish is. Jiang Yingying's heart raced. She blinked and forced a smile. Even with all my abilities, I cannot fathom your thoughts. It would be better if you simply told me. Zhou Qiran lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, and after a while, he lifted his head and slowly approached. Jiang Yingying's heart raced fervently. Zhou Qiran reached the bedside, resting his hands on the bed as he gradually leaned down. Jiang Yingying's breathing quickened, her heart pounding uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Noticing the girl's flushed ears and cheeks, Zhou Qiran suddenly let out a light laugh. Jiang Yingying was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Zhou Qiran smile like this, infused with the warmth of sunlight. Zhou Qiran straightened up, gazing at her with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement. It's quite late now, and it's unsafe for a girl to be out alone. So, you might as well stay here for the night. Jiang Yingying's eyes twitched slightly. Had he just stolen her line? Zhou Qiran leaned down again. Jiang Yingying immediately held her breath, clutching the blanket. What are you doing? Zhou Qiran cast her a sidelong glance, pointing at the clothing beside her. Your shirt. Only then did Jiang Yingying realize that she was lying on top of a man's shirt, her face instantly turning crimson as she hurriedly shifted aside. Zhou Qiran moved past her to retrieve the shirt, and as his masculine scent gradually faded, he walked straight towards the bathroom. Finally, unable to contain herself, Jiang Yingying gasped for breath, touching her face, which felt warm, likely as flushed as a freshly boiled shrimp. She closed her eyes, a sense of despair washing over her. Just in this dream already. Burying herself beneath the covers, she forced herself to sleep, yet her mind remained stubbornly alert, refusing to succumb to slumber. She felt as if she might go mad, the sound of running water clearly resonating in her ears. With her eyes tightly shut, she began to recite the Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Time passed, and gradually fatigue enveloped her, leading her slowly into the realm of dreams. Zhou Qiran quietly observed the curled-up figure on the bed, his expression inscrutable. You brought this upon yourself. Do not regret it. The following morning, when Jiang Yingying awoke, she was greeted by the familiar decor around her, nearly leaping for joy, finally free from the dream, recalling the alluring night from the previous evening. Her cheeks flushed once more. She patted her face, attempting to shake off the remnants of sleep, repeating in her mind like a mantra, it was just a dream. Merely a dream. It cannot be taken seriously. During the day, she would be as bold as ever. This dream was hers alone to bear. It was nothing to be ashamed of. As long as she felt no embarrassment, she would not be embarrassed. Jiang Yingying reassured herself. Dressed and ready, she opened her backpack, pulling out a heart-shaped crystal clip. Just as she was about to pin it to her hair, a sudden sting pierced her finger as the sharp edge pricked her, drawing forth a bead of blood. Jiang Yingying was momentarily bewildered as the world spun around her, and she found herself in a veritable paradise. Chapter 21. The Vase. The soil was fertile, and a gentle stream flowed gracefully. Jiang Yingying paused, pondering whether she had stumbled upon the coveted space that every time-traveling heroine seemed to possess. She never anticipated such a day would come for her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that the space was not particularly vast. It contained merely 4 plots of land, a single stream, and the rest was enveloped in a mist of pure white. Although it lacked the grandeur of other time travelers' realms, Jiang Yingying felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having land meant the potential for cultivating crops, and the stream assured her that even in a post-apocalyptic world, she would not be desperate for water. With a mere thought, she found herself back in her room. She picked up the fallen crystal hairpin from the floor and secured it in her hair, feeling emboldened to face the challenges of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in her mind. If she could learn to thrive independently in this harsh world, she would no longer need to rely on anyone else. She would no longer fear abandonment or worry about her inability to protect herself due to her appearance. Resolute, she armed herself with a dagger and stepped outside. Xiao Ting had been waiting at the door since early morning. Noticing his ragged and soiled clothing, Jiang Yingying contemplated gathering some better garments for him. After having a few biscuits for breakfast, Wang Yu prepared to leave. Jiang Yingying called out to him, Wait a moment. Wang Yu turned, puzzled. What is it? Are you going to accept a mission? I want to join you in hunting zombies. Wang Yu opened his mouth to respond, but Jiang Yingying gestured to her arm. You've seen how I sent that person flying. Besides, you should have noticed that zombies cannot harm me. Considering Jiang Yingying's unique abilities, Wang Yu's initial reluctance began to wane. However, he glanced at Xiaoting beside her. But what about Xiaoting? Jiang Yingying hesitated for a moment. Just then, her hand was gently grasped, and she looked at Xiaoting, who was staring at her intently. She smiled and turned back to Wang Yu. He will come with us. Wang Yu shook his head firmly. No, Xiaoting is still a child. It's too dangerous to take him to fight zombies. Jiang Yingying attempted to persuade him. You know that in this world, zombies want to spare Xiaoting just because he is a child. It would be better for him to accompany us and learn how to protect himself. We promise we won't hold you back. Moreover, Xiaoting might prove to be more formidable than you think. Recalling Xiaoting's mysterious abilities, Jiang Yingying smiled. Wang Yu struggled with his thoughts for a long while. But ultimately, he could not withstand Jiang Yingying's relentless arguments and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Jiang Yingying beamed her gratitude at him, her grip tightening around the dagger. A gift from Zhou Qiran that she had yet to return. Jiang Yingying, holding Xiaoting's hand, followed Wang Yu to the designated area for task announcements at the base, where Zhou Qiran and Shun Yi had been waiting for some time. Brother Ran, Brother Yi, Wang Yu lamented, his face a picture of despair. Shun Yi turned around and, upon noticing Jiang Yingying standing beside Wang Yu, felt a pulse of anxiety in his forehead. What troubled him further was that Jiang Yingying was adorned in a sugary pink princess dress, with a heart-shaped crystal clip gleaming on her forehead, nearly blinding him. Shun Yi rubbed his forehead, pondering what this little troublemaker was doing here. Wang Yu sighed and stepped closer to Shun Yi, saying, Brother Yi, I couldn't dissuade them. Jiang Yingying insisted on coming along, claiming she wants to learn how to slay zombies. Jiang Yingying eagerly stepped forward, calling out, Brother. She felt somewhat guilty, especially after the vivid dream she had the previous night. Xiaoting glanced between Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran, blinking his eyes, revealing a flicker of emotion within. Shun Yi, taken aback, turned to look at Zhou Qiran, who remained indifferent, stating, one must guard their own life. Did that imply consent? Jiang Yingying playfully expressed her gratitude to Zhou Qiran, saying, Thank you, brother. Zhou Qiran maintained a stoic expression. It was beneficial for her to learn self-reliance, as he could not always be by her side. Should danger arise again, he would rather not be the one she turned to for comfort. Suddenly, Jiang Yingying recalled something and presented the dagger she had been holding, saying, Oh, by the way, brother, here is the dagger back. Zhou Qiran glanced at the dagger in her hand and replied, Keep it. Surprised, Jiang Yingying looked up at him, and seeing his lack of expression, quietly returned the dagger to her possession and smiled at him, saying, Thank you, brother. Shun Yi sighed as he observed the interaction between them. It seemed that he could no longer manage the current youth. The surge of hormones was beyond his control. He pointed to a task on the bulletin board, explaining, Since you are new to the base and still unfamiliar with many matters, we have decided to undertake this task first. Jiang Yingying followed his gesture and saw a mission to gather medications from a nearby pharmacy, with a difficulty rating specified and a requirement for 5 participants. Initially, Brother Ran and I planned to recruit 2 more individuals if we were short, but now that you are here, it should suffice. Shun Yi tore down the task paper and approached the front desk to register. The young woman at the front desk paused as she reviewed the list of names. Looking up to confirm, among the 5 of you, only one is an ability user, and there is also a child. Are you certain you wish to take on this task? Shun Yi nodded. He and Zhou Qiran had entered the base under the guise of ordinary citizens and intended to gather information in the ordinary area. Hence they did not plan to revert to their identity as ability users just yet. How surprising, she remarked, to find that among 5 individuals, there is but one ability user, accompanied by a mere ornament and a burden. I advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. A team like yours is destined to become fodder for the undead. A bald man leaned casually against the counter, flanked by several others, all of whom wore expressions of disdain. Shun Yi, unfazed, smiled and said, You needn't trouble yourselves. He then turned to the young lady at the front desk and added, Please assist us with the registration as swiftly as possible. The young lady, taken aback, ceased her attempts at persuasion and proceeded with the registration process. Ignoring our counsel, you shall bear the consequences. As Jiang Yingying departed, she overheard the bald man's scornful voice. Look at that woman, dressed in such a frivolous outfit. Thinking she can undertake a mission, utterly lacking in common sense. Surely, she seeks her own demise. She appears to be nothing more than a fragile young lady, likely having never endured hardship before the apocalypse. I wager she is merely a decorative vase, with those men likely being her sycophants. Yet, with that face of hers, she shall soon find herself in another's embrace. Jiang Yingying disregarded the peculiar gazes of others and walked out of the mission hall with composure. Chapter 22. The unusual. Upon exiting the base, the site outside was still dotted with numerous tents. People were ragged, their hair disheveled and dirty, appearing as though they had not bathed in a considerable time. Their faces and bodies were grimy, some squatting on the ground gnawing on the scant compressed biscuits they had scavenged, while others begged for alms from those emerging from the base. Observing this scene, Jiang Yingying couldn't help but sigh internally. The world was already in such a state at the onset of the apocalypse, and it was likely to become even more dire with the passage of time. She recalled that not long from now, a wave of zombies would sweep through Central City. At that time, these individuals would be offered to the undead by the base's inhabitants as a means to secure their own survival. "Miss, could you spare some food?" Jiang Yingying looked over to see a filthy, tattered man extending his hand in supplication towards a woman emerging from the base. The woman, clad in a blue floral dress, had a clean and fair complexion, with gentle features that exuded a sense of tidiness. Startled by the sudden appearance of the man, she gazed at him timidly and asked, "Would biscuits suffice?" The man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. I would be immensely grateful for any food. You are truly a kind-hearted person," he exclaimed, bowing his head in gratitude. The woman, flustered, waved her hands. There is no need for such gestures. She then turned to the man accompanying her, a Sioux. "Let us give him something to eat. He looks so pitiful." The man referred to as a Sioux was handsome, yet there was an unsettling darkness lurking in his brow. He glanced at the pitiable man before him, furrowing his brow. "I can, but I have conditions." The woman blushed, seemingly aware of his implications. After a moment of contemplation, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. Having completed this act, her face flushed, she lowered her gaze, focusing intently on her shoes. "Is that satisfactory?" Yuan's eyes darkened slightly, and he frowned, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. However, casting a glance at the surrounding refugees, he ultimately suppressed his impulses, retrieving 2 bags of biscuits from his space and tossing them beside the begging man. As food descended from the heavens, a beggar's eyes sparkled with greed. He hurriedly approached, tearing open the packaging for a hearty feast. Clutching another packet of biscuits tightly to his chest, he seemed fearful of losing it to others. He had endured a prolonged hunger, and any morsels he had scrounged or begged for had been snatched away by others. He needed to consume everything at once. Casting a disdainful glance at a man greedily devouring his biscuits on the ground, Yuan slipped one hand into his pocket while wrapping an arm around the woman's shoulders. "Let us go," he said. Jiang Yingying merely glanced at the scene before moving on, for such sights were all too common in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving her little time for sympathy. Her attire drew the attention of many, and while several sought to approach her, they were met with the chilling gaze of Xiaoting. His hollow, icy stare seemed to beckon one into the depths of despair, instilling a deep-seated fear that rendered them motionless, unaware of the impact of her presence. Jiang Yingying followed Shou Qiran and the others to the roadside, where they found a small vehicle. Once inside, Wang Yu unfolded a map, noting the marked destination of a pharmacy, and remarked, "There is a shopping mall nearby. We can explore it later." A shopping mall? Jiang Yingying's thought sparked, as it would be the perfect opportunity to find some clothing for Xiaoting. Unlike their initial arrival in Central City, the number of zombies in the vicinity seemed to have multiplied, with even the previously rare second-tier zombies becoming more prevalent. Wang Yu focused intently on driving, while Shen Yi and Shou Qiran took on the zombies. Shou Qiran, now a third-tier ability user, and Shen Yi, a second-tier, handled the undead with relative ease. Upon spotting the pharmacy, Wang Yu gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The pharmacy door was locked, with several zombies aimlessly wandering inside, their eyes bulging and faces pallid, devoid of awareness. Outside, the zombies moved sluggishly, mouths agape, emitting raspy sounds as they roamed. As the vehicle stopped, the scent of living humans drew the zombies toward them. Noticing Shou Qiran and the others disembark to dispatch the approaching zombies, Jiang Yingying hesitated momentarily, then opened the door with considerable force, knocking several zombies that crowded at the threshold to the ground. The stunned zombies lay on the ground, struggling for a time before they managed to rise again, only to find Jiang Yingying already leading Xiaoting away. Clutching her dagger, Jiang Yingying surveyed her surroundings. eager to find some zombies to practice on, only to observe them bypassing her entirely, as if she were invisible, their attention drawn toward Zhou Qiran and the others, Jiang Yingying, who had longed for zombies to approach her for the sake of gaining experience, wondered, what is happening? Please don't tell me I possess some mysterious ability to repel them. After a moment of contemplation, she dismissed the notion, recalling the expressionless face of Xiao Ting beside her, noting that no zombie dared to approach him, as if in fear of something. She preferred to take a detour rather than approach him. Jiang Yingying felt she had come to a realization. She believed she was benefiting from Xiao Ting's presence. Suddenly, an image of their first encounter flickered in her mind, leading her to speculate that the reason he and his mother, both seemingly ordinary individuals, had managed to evade the grasp of zombies in this apocalyptic world was entirely due to his unique constitution. However, mere immunity from being devoured by zombies was insufficient. They were unable to find food, ultimately facing the dire fate of starvation. This predicament began to trouble Jiang Yingying. What was their purpose in venturing out? It was to slay zombies for practice and experience. If the zombies did not approach, what was there for her to practice? Jiang Yingying felt a headache coming on. Wang Yu noticed Jiang Yingying standing dumbly in the middle of the road, holding Xiao Ting, and frowned. Jiang Yingying, why are you just standing there? Aren't you afraid of being caught by zombies? Before he could finish his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched. A hollow circle seemed to form around them, with the surrounding zombies appearing oblivious to their presence, all diverting away from them, only to lunge towards him instead. Wang Yu cursed inwardly and activated his earth-based abilities, sending bricks crashing down upon the advancing zombies' heads. Damn, are these two playing unfairly? So they're out here under the guise of leveling up while merely strolling around. Wang Yu felt deeply wounded. With a sigh, Jiang Yingying walked towards Wang Yu as he called her name, holding Xiao Ting's hand. With each step she took, the surrounding zombies retreated, and she successfully reached Wang Yu. The zombies that had been relentlessly charging moments ago had vanished without a trace. Wang Yu, holding the now useless bricks, stared blankly at Jiang Yingying. Chapter 23. The Human Zombie Shield. Do you wish to possess a human zombie shield as well? Jiang Yingying smiled mysteriously at him. Wang Yu blinked, still processing her words when a small, icy hand clasped his. He looked down to meet Xiao Ting's gaze. Xiao Ting appeared somewhat displeased, the cold aura surrounding him intensifying. Jiang Yingying crouched down, addressing Xiao Ting. Could you stay with this brother for a moment? I need to go slay some zombies. The chill emanating from Xiao Ting suddenly dissipated, leaving Wang Yu somewhat astonished. The child's mood shifted alarmingly fast. Jiang Yingying stood up, saying, Brother Wang Yu, please look after him. As you can see, as long as he is here, the zombies will not approach. Why not take him directly to the pharmacy to fetch some medicine? Wang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but Jiang Yingying raised her hand, revealing a glinting dagger. Have you forgotten? I came out here to kill zombies. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Indeed, without Xiao Ting by her side, the surrounding zombies, sensing the presence of a living person, began to claw and lunge towards her. Wang Yu distinctly sensed the temperature around him dropping, and he gazed at Xiao Ting with a face that bore the weight of despair. Indeed, the zombies had vanished, but in their stead was a little ancestor. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to confront the zombies. Shinny, are you not going to lend a hand? He quipped, noticing Jiang Yingying surrounded by the undead. Zhou Qiran maintained a calm demeanor, replying, no need. At this distance, I can protect her. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, then turned his attention to Wang Yu, who had just witnessed Xiao Ting's remarkable abilities. Amusement flickered in his mind, and he suggested, why don't you take Xiao Ting to the pharmacy for supplies? Wang Yu, wearing a forlorn expression, resigned himself to escorting Xiao Ting toward the pharmacy. Although she followed him, it required considerable effort to coax her along. He cast a glance at the stubborn child, observing her unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Yingying, who was vigorously dispatching zombies. With a sigh, he pondered the absurdity of the situation. Thanks to Shin Yi and Zhou Qiran, two capable individuals drawing the zombies' attention, the horde was sparse and scattered. At first, Jiang Yingying's movements were somewhat clumsy as she fought the undead, but soon she became adept, effortlessly severing one head after another. When a zombie reached for her from behind, her dress shimmered with a faint light, causing its sharp claws to break off. If she was unable to evade, she simply extended her sleeve to block, rendering her unharmed. With strength and a dagger that sliced through flesh like butter, she executed each blow with precision. Shin Yi couldn't help but marvel at her prowess. It was surprising. This girl, who usually appeared delicate and soft, would often whimper to Zhou Qiran in distress. Yet when faced with the zombies, she was so efficient and composed. Even if he were an ability user, he doubted he could match her lethal precision. Strangely enough, despite the zombies making contact, she emerged unscathed, as if clad in some form of battle armor. Battle armor. Shen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yingying's attire. He began to understand why the zombies could not harm her. Her clothing itself was a protective enhancement. As he ensnared a zombie's neck with his vine, he discreetly glanced at Zhou Qiran, gradually moving closer to join him in dispatching the approaching creatures. Brother Ran, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Zhou Qiran remained unfazed, electric sparks dancing in his hands as he struck a charging zombie with pinpoint accuracy. What do you mean? Shen gestured toward Jiang Yingying. It's her clothing. Zhou Qiran cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus. I am aware. Seeing Zhou Qiran's indifferent demeanor, Shen Yi, slightly miffed, fell silent. His vines continuing to strike out. Since Wang Yu has gone to fetch supplies from the pharmacy, shall we not gather resources from other locations? Shen Yi suggested, pointing toward a nearby shopping center. Indeed, Zhou Qiran replied, yet his feet showed no sign of movement. Shen Yi, brother, you seem to be preoccupied. Do move a little for me. Brother, I wish to fetch some clothes for Xiaoting. Jiang Yingying suddenly recalled that she needed to go to the mall and called out to Zhou Qiran. Zhou Qiran nodded in response and began to walk. Shen Yi observed Zhou Qiran's leisurely retreating figure, his lips twitching slightly. So it seems that when I ask you to go, you hesitate, but upon Jiang Yingying's request, you spring into action. How did I not notice your dog-like nature before? With a sigh, Shen Yi helplessly followed suit. What else could he do for his brother? Of course, he would silently accompany him. Wang Yu collected the designated medicine and gazed at the myriad of options with a twinge of excitement, contemplating whether to take them all at once. He turned to inform Shen Yi and the others, but found that apart from the wandering zombies, there was not a soul in sight. He glanced at the medicine in his hand, and then at Xiaoting beside him, suddenly questioning the meaning of life. Where had everyone gone? Jiang Yingying sprinted to a nearby mall, where the zombies, catching wind of her presence, immediately swarmed towards her, only to be struck down by bolts of purple lightning that appeared out of nowhere. Turning back, she saw Zhou Qiran standing not far behind, and she sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother. Zhou Qiran nodded indifferently, and Shen Yi noted his frosty demeanor, pursing his lips. After all these years, how had he not recognized this guy's hidden charm? Clearly, he was enjoying the attention inwardly, yet his exterior remained utterly inscrutable. It appeared that he and Zhou Qiran had effectively become Jiang Yingying's bodyguards. During moments of fewer zombies, they allowed Jiang Yingying to handle them alone. When the numbers swelled, Zhou Qiran would step in to aid her. Their roles were distinctly defined, leaving Shen Yi feeling like a mere bright light bulb. Shen Yi stared numbly at the seamless cooperation between the two, increasingly feeling like a burden. He should have joined Wang Yu to retrieve the medicine that way. He would have to slay these repulsive zombies. Wait, Wang Yu was still at the pharmacy. They hadn't yet informed him of their trip to the mall. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, holding Xiaoting's hand, stood in the middle of the road. A backpack laden with medicine slung over his shoulder and a bag of drugs in his other hand, scanning the surroundings in solitude. The zombies nearby seemed reluctant to approach, leaving a considerable space around him. Wang Yu stared expressionlessly at the shambling undead, experiencing a fleeting desire for them to lunge at him. Suddenly, one zombie turned its head towards him, its complexion a ghastly pale with half its face missing. Its sunken eyes shifted in Wang Yu's direction. Just as Wang Yu anticipated an attack, the creature appeared to disdainfully turn away and shamble off. Wang Yu muttered, "The zombies these days are truly insufferable." Chapter 24. Insufficient head offerings before Shen Yi and Zhou Qiran. Jiang Yingying dared not reveal her spatial abilities. She gathered some small clothes suitable for Little Ting and found a children's backpack to pack them in. They also took several other backpacks, filling them with essential clothing items. Jiang Yingying, sporting a children's backpack adorned with rabbit ears, couldn't help but chuckle as she observed Shen Yi, who carried one on his back while effortlessly lifting two more in one hand. Noticing that Zhou Qiran had empty hands, Jiang Yingying, in a moment of spontaneity, fetched a Power Ranger backpack, stuffed it with a few items, and handed it to Zhou Qiran, saying, "Brother, you should carry one too." Zhou Qiran gazed at the Power Ranger backpack she offered, falling into silence. A mischievous glint flickered in Jiang Yingying's eyes as she sweetly called out, "Brother, please carry it." Internally, Zhou Qiran resisted, yet the sparkle in the girl's bright eyes, filled with mischief and vitality, rendered him unable to voice his refusal. Shen Yi, standing nearby, chimed in with amusement. "Rangu, Look, I've carried several already. You should help us out too. Jiang Yingying quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, brother, you can't be lazy. After a brief moment of silence, Zhou Qiren ultimately accepted the Power Ranger backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. Jiang Yingying pouted, brother, that's cheating. It has to go on your back. Zhou Qiren replied impassively, less chatter. Shani chuckled softly, clearly entertained by Zhou Qiren's irritation. Ah, Zhou Qiren. Even you have your moments of being tamed. Jiang Yingying rolled her eyes, but ceased her insistence. Recognizing that getting Zhou Qiren to agree to carry such a childish backpack was already a significant compromise. Even so, it was enough to keep her smiling for a while. The tall figure of the man, clad in a black windbreaker and casual black pants, with the Power Ranger backpack hanging on his shoulder and one hand tucked into his pants pocket, appeared somewhat amusing under the contrast of the childish bag. Despite his initially cool demeanor, Zhou Qiren frowned, noticing Jiang Yingying and Shuni laughing at him, and coldly asked, what else do you want? Jiang Yingying quickly covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Nothing else, let's go. With a stern expression, Zhou Qiren turned and walked away. Jiang Yingying exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yi, grinning as they followed him. Thanks to Zhou Qiren leading the way, they swiftly descended the stairs and exited the mall. Spotting Wang Yu and Little Ting standing alone in the middle of the street, Jiang Yingying blinked and dashed over. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at her. But a bolt of purple lightning struck the creature squarely on the forehead. Startled, Jiang Yingying turned to see Zhou Qiren with a stern expression. Are you not watching where you're going? Jiang Yingying flashed a sheepish smile. Thank you, brother. I was just in such a rush that I didn't notice. Zhou Qiren regarded her with an impassive look, saying nothing. Feeling a bit guilty, Jiang Yingying scratched her head and continued towards Wang Yu. Brother Wang, did you manage to get all the specified medications? As Jiang Yingying approached, Wang Yu noticed that Little Ting had released his hand, his gaze fixed intently on her. Wang Yu remarked, this bridge breaking is happening too swiftly. Such a bond, however fleeting, should not be so ruthlessly severed. Wang Yu sighed. Xiao Ting is quite obedient, isn't he? Jiang Yingying crouched down to gently pat Xiao Ting's head before standing up to take his small hand. Wang Yu glanced at Xiao Ting, who was fixated on him. And for reasons unknown, he perceived a subtle threat in the child's gaze, as if uttering a simple no would lead to dire consequences. The word swirled on the tip of his tongue, ultimately condensing into a singular utterance, mm. His expression was one of profound complexity, akin to a bitter gourd. Jiang Yingying cast a curious glance at him but thought little of it, smiling. I always said that Xiao Ting is a remarkably sensible child. Wang Yu's lips twitched. He was only well-behaved in your presence. It's you all, a familiar feminine voice suddenly interjected. Jiang Yingying turned to see Xia Xian, perched in the passenger seat of a large truck driven by a burly man. What a coincidence, Xia Xian said, playfully tossing her hair and flashing a charming smile. Jiang Yingying politely nodded in acknowledgement. Have you also accepted a mission? Xia Xian inquired, noticing that Shen Yi and Zhou Qiren remained silent. Xia Xian shifted her attention to Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying nodded. We have completed our task and are preparing to return. Xia Xian raised an eyebrow. We are just about to undertake a mission at the cold storage. Would you be interested in joining us? Jiang Yingying hesitated for a moment, turning to Zhou Qiren. Zhou Qiren's expression was nonchalant. Where is it? Xia Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just a short distance ahead. You can follow us. She added. We can offer you a 30% share of the rewards. Jiang Yingying expressed her confusion. But sister, you are so capable. Do you truly need our assistance? Xia Xian sighed. The cold storage task is not as simple as it seems. There appears to be a level 4 mutated zombie that has taken residence inside. And our highest level abilities only reach level 3, making it quite challenging to confront that creature. Jiang Yingying was taken aback. A level 4 mutated zombie? How could it appear so soon? We do not desire your rewards. If we manage to defeat that zombie, the crystal core shall belong to us, Zhou Qiren stated coolly. He had been stuck at level 3 for quite some time and desperately required a level 4 zombie crystal core to break through his bottleneck. Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhou Qiren's intent was thus. I will need to discuss this with the others. Zhou Qiren nodded, refraining from further comments, and glanced at Jiang Yingying and Wang Yu. Let us go. The group climbed into the vehicle, trailing behind the large truck, and encountered numerous zombies along the way before gradually arriving at the cold storage facility. A number of individuals had already gathered outside, forming several small clusters that appeared to belong to different teams. After disembarking, Xia Xian explained, This mission is being undertaken by 3 teams collectively, with each team responsible for a portion of the frozen meat. Jiang Yingying gradually comprehended the reasoning behind the assembly of the 3 teams for this task. Firstly, the level 4 mutated zombies posed a formidable challenge. Secondly, there was concern that individual teams might conceal or hoard information. Why are you all here again? The voice belonged to the bald man she had encountered earlier in the mission hall. He cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yingying and her companions. Xiao Xian, what do you mean by summoning these people? Xiao Xian explained, for the time being, they are considered members of our squad. The bald man could not suppress a derisive laugh and then pointed at Jiang Yingying and Xiao Ting, guffawing, you can't be serious. Bringing these 2 children here? They look far too delicate to be of any use. Are you dissatisfied with the number of heads we're sending? Children? Jiang Yingying mentally repeated the term, ultimately realizing he was referring to her. She glanced at her pink princess dress and then at her bunny-eared children's backpack, falling silent. Upon reflection, she indeed appeared somewhat juvenile. Shani and Shou Qiren had already discarded their bags in the vehicle. Jiang Yingying looked at herself, then at Xiao Ting, blinking in surprise. However, did they truly warrant the label of children? I must inform you, if you wish to send heads to the zombies, I have no objections. However, should you dare to hinder our mission, do not blame us for being ungracious, the bald man retorted coldly. Xiao Xian frowned. What kind of talk is that? I invited them here in the hope that we could successfully complete the mission. I believe they possess the capability. A tall, gaunt man standing beside the bald man sneered. Xiao Xian, we are aware of your connections, but that does not grant you the right to bully others. We know that among those 5, only 1 possesses abilities. What assistance can such a group provide us? Do not assume that just because you are the adopted daughter of the base leader, we are all fools. What? Only 1 ability user? Xiao Xian's actions seemed rather unprincipled this time. She had brought the children along, but to discover that only 1 among 4 had abilities was absurd. Were they all being taken for fools? Among them was even a delicate woman. Surely she was only a hindrance? The gaunt man's words ignited a flurry of murmurs among the others. Xiao Xian opened her mouth, intending to respond, but suddenly the bald man began to make muffled sounds. His voice abruptly silenced. She was taken aback and turned to see a green vine coiling around the bald man's face, effectively sealing his mouth. 2 other vines extended from beneath his feet, winding up to bind his hands and feet. The bald man's eyes widened in panic as he struggled in vain. Shani raised an eyebrow, surveying the suddenly quiet crowd. Is there anything else anyone wishes to add? When silence reigned, a tall, burly man stepped forward, his face marked by rolls of fat and a robust physique. They may fear you, but I do not. No matter how formidable you are, you only have 1 ability user. What is there to be afraid of? Evidently, he believed that the psychic referred to was Shun Yi. The bound bald man struggled pitifully, and with each movement, the vines tightened around him, ultimately causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. His teammates, standing nearby, were struck with terror, rendered speechless. They recalled that the psychic was supposed to be the rather simple-looking man. Why then did this individual possess abilities as well, and what else more? As a level 2 psychic? The burly man let out a disdainful snort, exhaling a foul breath through his nose, his bulk swaying with each step. He looked down condescendingly at Shun Yi, who was significantly smaller in stature, his gaze filled with contempt. As a power-type psychic, he was always confident in his strength. He raised his hand, channeling his abilities, and in an instant, his arm swelled, becoming remarkably firm, poised to strike down. Unbeknownst to him, a circle of green vines had silently coiled around his ankle, loosely encircling him. Just as he was about to bring his blow down, the vines suddenly constricted, causing him to lose his balance and topple forward. Those standing nearby quickly sidestepped. With a resounding thud, the man crashed to the ground, face first. His massive frame made it difficult for him to rise. Now it was Shun Yi who looked down upon him, and in the burly man's eyes, Shun Yi's expression was one of mockery and disdain. His face contorted in rage, the fat on his visage nearly collapsing into itself as he bellowed, "Damn it. Someone has played dirty." Shun Yi sighed in resignation, turning to leave. "Come back. Let us settle this like men." The man shouted after him, ignoring the commotion. Shun Yi approached Zhou Qiren. "What do you plan to do?" Zhou Qiren glanced at him, unfazed. "What is there to do?" Shun Yi looked back, clearly. "These individuals harbor hostility towards us. Negotiating the ownership of the crystal cores will not be easy." Zhou Qiren's expression remained indifferent. "No need to concern ourselves." Shun Yi paused, taken aback. "No need to concern ourselves?" Zhou Qiren's eyes dimmed slightly. "What is mine cannot be taken by anyone." This statement was audacious yet characteristic of Zhou Qiren's demeanor. Shani chuckled in realization. He had misjudged the situation. They possessed the confidence to disregard others' opinions. A group of inept individuals. What was there to fear? Merely a level 2 psychic. Yet he flaunted his arrogance. It seemed he had not yet learned the harsh lessons of the apocalypse. The round-faced man with a buzz cut, seeing others silent, wore a look of disdain. Hadn't it been stated that there was only one psychic among them? With so many of them, and several level 2 psychics in their ranks, what was there to fear? And as for that woman, Xia Xian, are you sure you're not just using us? Clearly, you're a woman who relies on men. I wager you're merely here to shield us from zombies when the time is critical, the round-faced man sneered. I gaze upon this diminutive figure, and it is truly regrettable. Perhaps we should indulge ourselves first. As he spoke, the round-faced, crew-cut man smirked lewdly, his lascivious gaze roving over Jiang Yingying. Although her physique left much to be desired, her countenance was still somewhat agreeable. No sooner had he uttered these words than a crackling sound of electricity filled the air, causing the man to fall silent, paralyzed by fear. He stared in terror at the serpentine lightning before him, knowing that if it drew any closer, it would pierce his very eyes. Unbeknownst to him, however, the small figure standing beside Jiang Yingying, Xiao Ting, momentarily exhibited a fierce crimson glare. Well, although I am unaware of the misunderstandings that plague you, it should now be evident that they possess considerable strength. Xia Xian interjected to mediate. I genuinely wish to accomplish this task. Besides myself, there are 2 others. Wu Yu and I, who are 3rd-tier ability users. The rest of you are merely 1st or 2nd tier, relying solely on this. We cannot hope to defeat the 4th-tier zombies within. The greater our numbers, the more assurance we possess. Wouldn't you agree? As a woman of considerable influence within the base, Xia Xian had her own methods of engagement. She understood that ability users were the individuals she needed to cultivate alliances with, and she would tread carefully not to offend anyone lightly. Yet, amid the strong and the weak, she was adept at making strategic choices based on the circumstances. Chapter 26. The arrogance of power. Then have him retract that, would you? The round-faced, crew-cut man gulped, feigning composure. He trembled slightly under Zhou Qiren's frigid gaze, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. This man is a 3rd-tier ability user? Damn it, that group misled him, claiming there was only one ability user, yet 2 emerged. One of them a 3rd tier. Noticing Zhou Qiren's reluctance to retract his powers, Xia Xian called out, Qiren, we're all on the same side here. Jiang Yingying blinked, surprised by the familiarity that had developed so quickly. The round-faced man, encouraged by Xia Xian's defense, straightened his posture. Exactly, brother, we're all on the same side. It's not worth turning against each other over such a worthless person. Zhou Qiren cast a dispassionate glance at Xia Xian. Same side? Xia Xian nodded, expecting Zhou Qiren to relent and withdraw his powers. To her shock, a piercing scream erupted. The round-faced man's left eye erupted with foul, blackened pus, blood trickling down his cheek, while sizzling sparks danced menacingly upon his eye. His left eye was utterly ruined. The man clutched his face, howling in agony. Baring his teeth as his remaining eye glared venomously at Zhou Qiren, akin to a venomous snake. I will kill you. As he spoke, a layer of bronze-hued armor suddenly enveloped his hand. The overwhelming fury engulfed him, leaving no room to attend to his bleeding eyes as he charged forward. Before he could close the distance, a bolt of purple lightning unexpectedly ensnared his wrist, an intense wave of paralysis sweeping through his body. He convulsed several times, his vision fading to white, foam escaping the corners of his mouth. Xia Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently called out, Zhou Qiren, do you realize what you are doing? You absolutely cannot die at this moment, especially not under my watch. This mission was organized by her, and she could not afford to be tarnished by the failure of others. Otherwise, all her efforts would have been in vain. Noticing the fierce intent in Zhou Qiren's eyes, Jiang Yingying was taken aback. For reasons she could not quite fathom, she felt that Zhou Qiren's actions were somehow connected to her, and she instinctively murmured, brother? The lightning that had ensnared the round-faced man suddenly released its grip, causing him to collapse to the ground, his mind a chaotic haze as he gasped for air, remnants of foam still lingering at his lips. Zhou Qiren closed his eyes, his inner turmoil subsiding somewhat. He realized this was a moment of imprudence. Yet he felt greater regret for not having killed that man outright. The round-faced man, having just regained a semblance of composure, met Zhou Qiren's icy gaze and trembled at the recollection of what had just transpired. This man truly intended to kill him. Shani scanned between Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiren, an inexplicable sense of worry creeping over him. Brother was the kind of man who would never let go once he had made up his mind, if Jiang Yingying failed to respond appropriately. Even if the heavens were to crumble and the seas dry up, he would still be bound to her side. Standing aside, Jiang Yingying suddenly shivered. Sensing her hand had tightened around something, she glanced down and offered a reassuring smile to Xiaoting. Why did she just feel a chill run down her spine? Was it merely her imagination? Xia Xin's heart raced as she grappled with the realization that this man acted with reckless abandon. Such a man, she feared, was beyond her control. The thought struck her like lightning. This man was dangerous, like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He possessed the audacity to be untroubled by the chaos he could incite, confident in his ability to navigate any consequence. All right, we've been out for quite some time. If we don't get back into the cold storage soon, it will be dark. Xia Xin forced a smile, suppressing her inner turmoil. No one echoed her sentiments. The atmosphere immediately turned cold and stiff. Xia Xin nearly lost her composure, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Then let us hurry. I have no time to waste with you lot, remarked a handsome man with neatly cropped hair, arms crossed and impatience etched on his face. He had seen enough of these antics and had grown weary of them. After all, there were always fools eager to charge ahead, uncertain of the opponent's true strength. Yet relentlessly provoking, it is no wonder that one might lose their life. Ultimately, it is a case of retribution. Xia Xin felt a twinge of embarrassment, but given her acquaintance with Wu Yu, she understood he was not one to harbor a gentle disposition. She could only manage a strained smile and suggested, "If there are no objections, let us proceed inside." "Wait a moment," interjected the tall, slender man who had been standing beside the bald figure. However, his voice this time was noticeably softer than before. "Could you possibly free my brother from his restraints?" Xia Xin hesitated, glancing at Shani, who appeared to have just recalled the situation. "My apologies, I completely forgot," he said, a sincere smile gracing his handsome features. Yet an unsettling chill seemed to linger in the air. The vines binding the bald man gradually loosened and dissipated into the atmosphere, and similarly, the vines encircling the robust man's ankles vanished. Noticing a slight easing of the tension, Xia Xin remarked, "There are rumors that the level 4 mutated zombie possesses metal-based abilities and usually remains hidden deep within the cold storage, rarely emerging. Therefore, we should first deal with the surrounding zombies and transport the outer frozen meat. As for the crystal core within that level 4 mutated zombie's brain, I propose it should belong to the one who defeats it. What do you all think?" Wu Yu lazily raised his hand, posing a question. "What if we defeat the zombie together? How would that be accounted for?" Xia Xin paused, about to respond, when Shou Qiren coolly interjected, "That zombie can be left to us. We do not require the frozen meat. The crystal core belongs to us." Wu Yu showed little interest in the level 4 crystal core, raising an eyebrow and regarding Shou Qiren with curiosity. "Fine by me," he replied. As a fellow level 3 ability user, he was cautious about approaching the mutated level 4 zombie, yet Shou Qiren seemed undeterred. It was uncertain whether this was mere bravado or genuine capability. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Shou Qiren now tinged with scrutiny. The others exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken sentiment. If the other party was intent on courting danger, they would not intervene. After all, it was a level 4 zombie, no matter how formidable. It was unlikely to be easily subdued. Such audacity was misguided. They would refrain from wading into these treacherous waters. Although the allure of the level 4 zombie's crystal core was undeniable, one's life remained paramount. Chapter 27. Not human. Shani, you stay here with them, Shou Qiren commanded, his gaze penetrating into the shadowy depths of the cold storage. Shun Yi opened his mouth to protest, but Qiren, can you truly manage alone? He believed in Shou Qiren's strength, yet a level 4 mutated zombie was not to be trifled with. Shou Qiren cast a fleeting glance at the obedient Jiang Yingying standing nearby and replied, I can manage. Shani wished to voice further concerns, but the words lingered unspoken on his lips. Ran Gu is not one to act recklessly. His words indicate that he must possess some hidden cards. Nodding, Shani remarked, if you do not emerge within half an hour, I shall venture in to find you. Shou Qiren nodded in agreement and, along with the others, turned to enter the cold storage, saying, keep an eye on her for me. Shin Yi paused, suddenly realizing whom Shou Qiren referred to, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. As the group entered, Jiang Yingying and Wang Yu attempted to follow, but Shani stopped them, stating, Ran Gu has instructed that he alone should go inside. We must wait for him outside. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback before grasping the implication of Shin Yi's words. His excitement evident as he exclaimed, Ego, How can we allow Rangu to face that level 4 mutated zombie alone? It's utterly reckless. Shun Yi placed a calming hand on his shoulder, assuring him Rangu has his own plans. Moreover, our presence inside would be of no benefit. We would only complicate matters for him. Thus, our only course of action is to wait here. Wang Yu managed to regain some composure, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. It seems I am simply too weak. Shen Yi remained silent. Indeed, they were inadequate. Throughout their harrowing journey, Shou Qian had been their pillar of support, the one who sustained them through this apocalyptic nightmare. Jiang Yingying observed the two, her heart inexplicably racing, an ominous premonition gripping her. She bit her lip, casting her gaze toward the cold storage. Meanwhile, the round-faced man with a buzz cut, injured by Shou Qian, remained behind. He sat on the ground. His eyes narrowed and fixated on Jiang Yingying's retreating figure, his gaze deep and brooding. Suddenly sensing something, Xiao Ting turned his head, and the buzz-cut man found himself locking eyes with him unexpectedly. For reasons unknown, he felt as though a string in his mind had snapped. His previously menacing expression fading into a vacant stare, his face gradually losing all emotion. No one noticed this transformation. Xiao Ting turned back and obediently stood beside Jiang Yingying, tightening his grip on her hand. Jiang Yingying interpreted his gesture as an attempt to comfort her in light of her unease, and warmth spread through her heart. She smiled faintly and reciprocated the grip of his icy hand. She hoped that no calamity would befall them. Before long, a sudden roar erupted from the cold storage. A zombie's furious cry that sent tremors through the ground. Panic ensued as several individuals rushed out in haste. Damn it! Wasn't it supposed to be a level 4 mutated zombie? How is it now a level 5? Jiang Yingying's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her attention back to the cold storage. One by one, several people emerged, but Zhou Qian was conspicuously absent. Spotting Xia Xian, Shen Yi dashed forward to block her path, demanding, "Where's Rangu?" Xia Xian, her face smeared with dust and hair disheveled, stood frozen, her eyes reflecting shock. Unable to articulate a single word. "Speak," Shen Yi urged anxiously. He is still inside," Xia Xian stammered, her expression dazed. Her mind replaying the horrifying scene she had witnessed moments ago. The bronze-hued creature. Damn it! Shen Yi cursed angrily, losing all semblance of composure as he charged inside. Wang Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. Jiang Yingying stood frozen in place, a chill enveloping her as she desperately recalled the narrative from the original text. However, after sifting through every plot point in her mind, she found no relevant connection. Gritting her teeth, she crouched down to Little Ting and said, "Stay here. I'll go take a look." Just as she stood to leave, her skirt was suddenly tugged by a small hand. Little Ting gazed at her intently, as if unwilling to let her go. He instinctively sensed danger. Jiang Yingying's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly released his grip, looking at him resolutely. "Don't worry, I will be fine." She still had her spatial abilities. In the event of any peril, she could retreat into her space. However, she was uncertain if she could bring others with her. Jiang Yingying cast aside her concerns about revealing her abilities. Conscience dictated that. Although Shou Qian occasionally exuded murderous intent towards her, he had nonetheless protected her for quite some time. Moreover, Shen Yi and Wang Yu had always treated her with care. She could not abandon them. At the very least, she had a better chance of survival than they did. Little Ting clenched his empty palm, watching Jiang Yingying's silhouette in silence. The cold storage was dark and damp, even though power had been cut for some time after the apocalypse. The refrigerated meat remained unspoiled due to the cool weather. In the dim light, Jiang Yingying navigated her way inside, encountering several zombies attracted by the scent of living flesh, which she repelled with her clothing. She needed to locate Shou Qian and the others quickly. There was no time to waste here. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at her, startling her. In response, she kicked out, sending the creature sprawling to the ground with a thud. Blinking in surprise, she adopted the same approach as she continued walking, silently kicking any zombies that crossed her path. Even if she did not kill them, they would struggle on the ground for a considerable time before rising again. Remembering her white sneakers, Jiang Yingying sighed. It seemed she would have to change her footwear. "Food, you seek death," a voice suddenly echoed, causing Jiang Yingying to pause and turn toward the source. More fools were approaching. The closer she got to the sound, the clearer it became. Furrowing her brow, she pressed on. "How dare you harm me? I will surely devour you." A furious roar followed, causing the entire cold storage to tremble. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yingying as she pressed her hand against her racing heart and ventured deeper. At last, She spotted Zhou Qiran and the others in a back room. The door to the room was ajar, allowing her to glimpse the scene within. Surrounding them were towering metal racks, adorned with scattered, blood-red meat, some of which had fallen to the ground. A zombie, its body glistening with a bronze hue. Possessed arms of formidable muscle, its face marred by several grotesque bulges, and its eyes clouded white. In its grasp was a massive iron hammer, from which emanated a series of strange, guttural sounds that, to Jiang Yingying's ears, morphed into a menacing proclamation. "I shall devour you." Stunned, Jiang Yingying pondered whether this eerie utterance truly originated from the creature's maw. Had she not heard a similar bizarre sound from the same zombie previously? Could it be that she possessed the ability to comprehend the language of the undead? The mere thought left her momentarily paralyzed. Was it conceivable that she herself was not entirely human? Chapter 28. Demonstrating strength as this notion surfaced, even Jiang Yingying was taken aback. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the absurd thought, and redirected her gaze towards the inner chamber. Shun Yi and Wang Yu had already ventured inside. It was then that she noticed a dark crimson scratch marring Zhou Qiran's shoulder. A chill coursed through her body as she froze in place. Surely, the male protagonist could not have been clawed by a zombie. He was the hero destined to lead humanity through the apocalypse towards prosperity. How could he fall prey so easily? Jiang Yingying steadied herself. She had faced numerous adversities and needed to remain composed. Shun Yi and Wang Yu were already embroiled in a fierce battle, their bodies bearing multiple bruises from the brutal assaults of the zombie's massive hammer. Zhou Qiran pressed down on his shoulder wound, his expression grave as he regarded the colossal creature before him. In his previous life, he had not participated in this mission, having only heard whispers of it at the base. He recalled that the creature he had heard described was merely a level 4 zombie, yet here it stood, transformed into a level 5 mutated gold-type zombie, a development he had not anticipated. Had it been a level 4 zombie, he might have felt confident in facing it, but now, confronted with this formidable level 5 adversary, uncertainty gnawed at him. He was not one to act recklessly. His current abilities were insufficient to contend with such a foe. Even if he attempted to show bravado, it would only serve to deliver himself as a sacrifice to the undead. Furthermore, he could not allow his impulsiveness to endanger Shun Yi and Wang Yu. Surveying his surroundings in search of an escape route, Zhou Qiran suddenly froze. A girl in a pink princess dress stood outside, her delicate face radiant and innocent, observing the scene within with curiosity. Resembling an ethereal being mistakenly fallen into the mortal realm, pure and untainted. Zhou Qiran's gaze darkened. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingying, preoccupied with devising a plan to rescue Zhou Qiran and the others, remained oblivious to his watchful eyes. She immersed herself in thought, discarding one idea after another. None seemed feasible. The zombie, despite its massive form, exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly executing leaps and strikes. What if she entered only to be torn apart by the creature? Such an attempt to save others could very well lead to her own demise. Zhou Qiran's expression dimmed, cursing silently. An unexpected thought struck him. Could Jiang Yingying be intentionally coming to his rescue? After all, her love for him was profound. This thought intensified in his heart, and he became increasingly resolute. That foolish girl. Zhou Qiran felt a sudden jolt in his heart, unable to articulate the sensation. Perhaps this was his first experience of being loved. As the fluttering in his heart grew stronger, it eventually settled into a calm. He lowered his gaze and extended his hand, a dark aura emanating from his palm. He lifted his eyes to the level 5 zombie, unnoticed by anyone. A small black vortex suddenly appeared beneath its feet. The vortex gradually expanded. The zombie let out a furious roar, swinging its massive hammer, its immense body causing the ground to tremble with each step. Suddenly, its movements halted abruptly, one side of its body sinking down. At that moment, Wang Yu and Shun Yi noticed the black vortex beneath its feet, one of its legs becoming ensnared within, seemingly sinking deeper, and its body visibly tilting. Shun Yi glanced back at Zhou Qiran, who nodded at him, suppressing his astonishment, and turned to Wang Yu, exchanging a knowing look. Though Wang Yu was filled with questions, he restrained his curiosity and nodded in agreement. Seeing Shun Yi entangle the zombie's arm with vines, he swiftly summoned his powers. A massive brick plummeting from above to strike the zombie's head. The brick struck with a resounding clang, emitting a brilliant bronze glow upon impact, utterly inconsequential to the creature. Instead, this attack provoked its wrath. It swelled in size, tearing apart the vines that restrained it. Attempting to escape, it realized one foot was caught in the peculiar black vortex, which seemed to possess an immense gravitational pull, drawing it in deeper. Enraged, it yanked its foot out, only to become ensnared even further. Go, Zhou Qiran commanded, his expression stern, addressing Shun Yi and Wang Yu. Wang Yu hesitated momentarily. "You two leave first." "My powers won't last much longer," Zhou Qiran said, casting a glance at Jiang Yingying standing outside, intending to take her with him. Only then did Shun Yi and Wang Yu notice Jiang Yingying's presence. They exchanged glances, and Shun Yi clenched his teeth, urging Zhou Qiran, "You mustn't die." Jiang Yingying stood at a distance, unaware of the conversation among them. Hearing the zombie's furious roars and seeing the black vortex at its feet, she felt a surge of astonishment. When did the male protagonist acquire new powers? In the original narrative, he had always been solely a lightning elemental. "Jiang Yingying, why are you here? Hurry and leave," Shani and Wang Yu suddenly shouted as they rushed out. Jiang Yingying paused, turning to Zhou Qiran, who remained inside. "What about you, brother? You all leave first." Shani's face was etched with struggle. He closed his eyes as if making a decision, pushing Jiang Yingying out while he turned back towards the inner chamber. Jiang Yingying's expression momentarily reflected astonishment, yet she quickly grasped Shenyi's intent. Observing his retreating figure as he dashed back inside, she pressed her lips together, steeling herself to follow. "Brother Wang Yu, you go ahead. These fools truly believe that sacrificing themselves will ensure everyone's safety? Alas, it matters not. After all, the zombies cannot harm me." Jiang Yingying moved with extraordinary swiftness, swiftly becoming but a fleeting shadow. Wang Yu stood rooted, utterly bewildered. After considerable mental preparation, he had finally resolved to rush out, only to learn that they had suddenly decided against fleeing. Shani merely caught a glimpse of a pink figure darting past. When his vision cleared, he discovered that Jiang Yingying had already reached Zhou Qiran's side. He blinked, momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here?" "Leave." Zhou Qiran's lips bore a slight pallor. His brow furrowed, and his gaze turned cold. Jiang Yingying sighed. It seemed she must demonstrate her capabilities. Taking a deep breath, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, she sidestepped to the zombie's side, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she seized the enormous iron hammer from the creature's grasp. Not only the others, but even the zombie appeared taken aback, unable to react before Jiang Yingying delivered a powerful blow to its abdomen. The crowd stared in disbelief at the petite girl wielding a hammer several times her size with effortless grace. Her movements were swift and devoid of hesitation as she struck the zombie's belly. Chapter 29. The mark. Evidently, the zombie's own weapon could inflict harm upon it. The hammer struck its abdomen, creating a dent, and the bronze-hued skin deflated like a punctured balloon. "Hiss!" The zombie roared in fury, raising its massive hand to strike at Jiang Yingying. In a flash, she darted to the other side of its body, swinging the hammer down with tremendous force. The impact shook the zombie violently. Noticing its enraged howls, Jiang Yingying executed a nimble leap, positioning herself above its head. The onlookers beheld the girl with a slight smirk, an unusual smile playing on her lips. In the next moment, the hammer descended, shattering the zombie's skull, and yellow, viscous brain matter erupted forth as the creature collapsed with a resounding thud. Jiang Yingying, moving with remarkable speed, deftly avoided the splattering brain matter, landing gracefully on the ground. Glancing at the massive hammer in her hand, she was somewhat astonished, not expecting such explosive power and agility from this body. With a thought, the hammer transformed into a small insignia, adorning her palm. Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Shani and the others stood speechless in astonishment. "Incredible! The true powerhouse was right beside me all along. The delicate maiden we are meant to protect turns out to be a concealed powerhouse." The seemingly innocent little girl harbors a surprisingly fierce demeanor beneath her soft exterior. Wang Yu's mind conjured several titles. He had always believed Jiang Yingying to be the weakest among them. Even if she had learned some martial arts, she would surely pale in comparison to his own abilities as an ability user. To his astonishment, she might actually be the strongest in the entire team. Claiming she wanted to practice on zombies, he thought to himself, "Do you truly need practice?" Here she was, pretending to be a novice alongside him, while in reality, she was already a seasoned expert. In a moment of realization, Wang Yu discerned that he might be the weakest link in the team, even outclassed by their junior, Xiaoting. Noticing the multitude of gazes directed at her, Jiang Yingying clasped her hands and flashed a smile. "If I said this isn't my true self, would you believe me?" Seeing the skeptical expressions on Wang Yu and Shen Yi's faces, she bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had not anticipated that a mere trial would unveil such immense potential. It felt as if she had inadvertently activated a cheat code upon her arrival in this world. Clearing her throat, she bent down, retrieved a dagger, and, suppressing her nausea, sliced open a zombie skull. After a few moments of rummaging, she finally extracted a golden crystal core. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, the core glimmering with a lustrous sheen, casting delicate reflections on her exquisite features and creating an eerie shadow that enhanced her smile. Jiang Yingying held the crystal core in her hand and approached Shou Qiran with deliberate slowness. "Brother, here." She donned an innocent smile, pure as an angel, which sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine as he pondered what strange beings surrounded him. Shou Qiran paused momentarily before shaking his head. "No need. This crystal core is of little use to me, especially since it was earned through Jiang Yingying's own efforts." Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow, smiling as she took his hand and placed the core in his palm. Then, "Dear brother, would you kindly keep it safe for me?" After all, she was still that adorably fragile girl, and possessing such an item would surely attract envy. Moreover, lacking any abilities herself, the core would serve her no purpose. It was better off with Shou Qiran as a token of gratitude for his care, and to foster a bond that might prevent him from harboring thoughts of harm towards her. Shou Qiran accepted the crystal core without further protest, deciding to safeguard it for her. "Very well, I shall keep it for you." Jiang Yingying stretched leisurely, "Then let us depart. Zhouge must be quite weary after vanquishing that creature." This implied that the zombie had been defeated by Shou Qiran, and the crystal core was now in his possession, having nothing to do with her. Shou Qiran closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, before he opened them again. "Let us go." A few individuals exited the cold storage, only to find Xia Xin and her companions standing outside, their expressions a portrait of distress. Jiang Yingying immediately spotted the isolated Shao Ting standing apart from the group and hurried over. Xia Xin, witnessing their emergence, paused momentarily, her mouth agape, as she observed the injuries adorning Shou Qiran, Wang Yu, and Shen Yi, their wounds causing a palpable shift in the demeanor of the others. "Look at them. They're all injured. Could it be that they were attacked by a zombie?" "It is quite possible," someone replied. After all, that particular zombie was remarkably formidable. It would be surprising if they emerged unscathed. Are they going to turn into zombies? Perhaps we should bind them for now. I concur. It is said that the transformation of an ability user into a zombie is more troublesome than that of an ordinary person. In my opinion, we should restrain them immediately. The group, momentarily abandoning their concern for the fate of the zombie, was acutely aware that the individuals before them were likely at risk of zombification. Contemplating this possibility, they instinctively took several steps back, fearing an unexpected transformation might lead to harm. Jiang Yingying observed their reactions with a cold gaze, fully aware that the wounds on Shou Qiran and the others were not inflicted by a zombie. If they had indeed been attacked by a zombie, they would not have remained unchanged for so long. Xiao Xian glanced at the injured individuals and then at Jiang Yingying, who had also emerged from within. Hesitantly, she began. "You all heard what was said. Perhaps we should bind them for their own safety." Before she could finish, Jiang Yingying interjected, "Sister, your speed in abandoning your allies is rather astonishing. My brother and the others have merely escaped the clutches of a zombie, and yet you were so quick to suggest restraining them. How disheartening. Rest assured, they were not bitten by a zombie. We shall not return to the base for the time being and will ensure that none present here will come to harm." Jiang Yingying was both amused and exasperated. "I understand your concerns for your own safety, so I advise you to keep your distance from us, lest you risk a bite," she remarked with biting sarcasm. She had restrained herself previously to avoid trouble, but these individuals were astonishingly selfish. She had witnessed firsthand the perilous situation Shou Qiran and the others had faced. Had she not dealt with the zombie herself, those standing outside would likely not have escaped unscathed, and the entire central city base could have descended into chaos. A group of cowardly individuals, merely offering cold remarks. Xiao Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yingying, who usually appeared gentle and accommodating, would express such sentiments. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Wu Yu, standing nearby and having observed the entire exchange, suddenly burst into laughter. Some individuals, displeased, furrowed their brows and turned to him. "What are you laughing at?" Wu Yu could hardly contain himself, laughing heartily, tears streaming down his face. "Haha. Forgive me. I simply cannot help it, my friends. Your lack of intellect is truly unbearable." Upon hearing this, the man was incensed. "What do you mean? Are you mocking us? Wu Yu, do not presume that your status as a third-tier ability user renders you untouchable." Wu Yu ceased his laughter, straightened his posture, and cast a sharp gaze in their direction. If he had been caught by a zombie, he would have turned by now. They've been out for quite some time. Haven't they? Nothing has happened, has it? You lot, cowardly and brainless, am I mistaken? Xia Xian's expression altered. Wu Yu was right. She had been misled in that moment. Observing the indifferent expressions of Jiang Yingying and the others, she felt a surge of frustration at her impulsiveness for having squandered a favorable situation. The crowd displayed a myriad of expressions, some awkward. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow at Wu Yu, surprised to find a voice of reason among them. Yet, she had no desire to remain with this group any longer. Turning away, she adjusted the straps of her rabbit-shaped backpack and addressed Zhou Qiran. Brother, let us depart. Just as they were about to leave, a man's voice rang out. No, you cannot leave. Everyone turned to see a long-faced man with a buzz cut. He shifted aside to reveal a round-faced, crew-cut man seated on the ground behind him. Look at what they have done. The crowd gasped upon seeing the round-faced man. They had been too preoccupied with their own survival to notice his condition, which had deteriorated unexpectedly. His one remaining eye was devoid of vitality, his gaze vacant, occasionally curling into a silly grin, resembling a simpleton. We all went into the freezer, leaving only these few behind. They must have meddled with something, the long-faced man accused, pointing towards Jiang Yingying and her companions. These individuals surely harbor resentment and took advantage of our absence to harm my brother. He has already paid the price of one eye. Is this not enough? Must you treat him so cruelly? You must provide us with an explanation, the long-faced man declared. Fuming, Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, looking at the formerly arrogant round-faced man, who now wore a foolish smile, drool trickling from his lips. She struggled to comprehend the situation. He had seemed fine just moments ago. Do not take us for fools. We did not even lay a finger on that man. How could we be responsible for this? Wang Yu exclaimed, irritated. Did they truly think they could bully them? Do not attempt to twist the narrative. He was perfectly fine before we entered. How is it that shortly after our arrival, he has turned into this? If you claim this is all an accident, I do not believe it, the long-faced man scoffed. His companion stepped forward to echo his accusations. Indeed, it must be your doing. Jiang Yingying found herself growing increasingly weary, unaware that amidst the exchange, a tempest of emotions surged within Xiaoting's eyes. How despicable! Such malicious individuals must not be allowed to remain in our base. A voice rang out loudly. Indeed, the mere thought of coexisting with such people fills me with dread. They must be expelled. Soon, others joined in agreement. Yes. Cast them out. Cast them out. The clamor rose to a fever pitch, and Jiang Yingying and her companions suddenly found themselves the targets of ire. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Jiang Yingying felt a throbbing headache. What on earth was happening? Troubles were piling up one after another, seemingly never-ending. She was certain that none of them had approached the man even once today. They could not so easily pin a crime on her. Wait a moment. Do you have any evidence? A soft, sweet voice interjected, standing out amidst the raucous shouts. The crowd's uproar subsided, and the long-faced man frowned. You want evidence from me? Your group was with my brother when he became foolish. That is evidence enough. Jiang Yingying was almost amused by his anger. Brother, without any solid proof. You wish to lay the blame on us? That seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? A smile graced her porcelain-white face, yet it did not reach her eyes. With such urgency to drive us out of the base. It seems to me that you are the ones who have acted foolishly and are attempting to shift the blame onto us. The long-faced man's expression shifted sharply. What nonsense are you spouting, woman? Jiang Yingying let out a cold laugh, her delicate doll-like face now tinged with frost. What? Did I hit the nail on the head, and now you're flustered? Others began to notice the change in the long-faced man's demeanor, and apprehension spread among them, causing them to distance themselves from him and his companions. Infuriated, the long-faced man was at a loss. He had not lied. His brother had indeed become foolish during their time in the cold storage, but he was uncertain whether it was due to Jiang Yingying and her group. He had merely intended to turn the situation to his advantage and rid himself of these bothersome individuals. To his dismay, his moment of uncertainty had become evidence of his own deceit. I speak the truth. My brother truly became foolish while with them. Jiang Yingying crossed her arms defiantly. Then tell me, did you see us make a move? The long-faced man's expression wavered, and the crowd's gaze shifted, turning accusatory. How can you hastily assign blame without understanding the situation? This is utterly outrageous. Jiang Yingying observed the scene with a cold eye, noting how the once arrogant long-faced man had become the subject of condemnation. A chill crept into her heart. Such is human nature. Unrestrained by societal order, it reveals itself. Even before societal collapse, there are those who, steadfast in their beliefs, occupy the moral high ground while condemning others. Yet, when they find themselves in a position of weakness, they lament the injustices of society. The pinnacle of warmth in the human realm lies within the heart, while the profoundest darkness is also an aspect of human nature. Chapter 31. Heartbeat, let us go. Jiang Yingying stated with an air of indifference, turning away and disregarding the quarrel among the group. It was the first time Shou Qiran and the others had witnessed such an expression on Jiang Yingying's face, leaving them momentarily speechless as they followed her. As they boarded the vehicle, a cloud of dust was stirred up, leaving only the lingering silhouette of the car behind. Xia Xin furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Once inside the car, Wang Yu continued to vent his frustrations about the earlier encounter, while everyone listened in silence, choosing not to interject. They understood that such experiences would be numerous in the future. Upon returning to the base, they disembarked, each carrying 1 or 2 children's backpacks, which appeared somewhat amusing. Except for Jiang Yingying and Xiao Ting, who bore their packs with no hint of incongruity, the 3 grown men fell into an awkward silence. Let us go, Jiang Yingying remarked, unable to suppress a smile at their appearance. At that moment, Shani felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have sought out travel bags in the mall rather than resorting to these childish packs to tease Shou Qiran. The sight of 3 men clad in children's backpacks immediately drew the attention of those at the base. Shou Qiran maintained a composed demeanor, his expression neutral, as if he were merely carrying an ordinary bag. Shin Yi suddenly admired his poise, feigning a calm exterior himself. Wang Yu attempted to align himself with the others, his goofy expression fading into one of feigned seriousness, yet this pretense only elicited more laughter. The trio proceeded to register, unperturbed by the curious gazes directed their way, and entered with an air of nonchalance. They first delivered the designated medications at the task hall, and, upon glancing at the sky, realized dusk was approaching. The task had consumed considerable time, leaving them all a bit weary. Without further conversation, the group dispersed at the entrance of the hall. This time, Jiang Yingying refrained from any antics, simply bidding Shou Qiran a sweet farewell before briskly leading Shouting away. Shou Qiran observed her retreating figure, his gaze dimming slightly. Let us go, he murmured, lowering his eyes before turning to leave. Shani sighed resignedly and followed suit. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Yingying's first action was to examine the hammer mark on her palm. She rubbed at the mark, discovering it was impervious to removal, as if the black imprint had become an inherent part of her flesh. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts, and a colossal black hammer materialized in her hand instantaneously. With the hammer in her grasp, she swung it lightly a couple of times, generating gusts of wind. Sitting on her bed, with one hand propping up her chin and the other absently wielding the hefty hammer, she reflected on the day's events. Zombies lack pain perception and possess a physical structure unlike that of ordinary beings. Yet this formidable hammer could inflict pain upon them and cause considerable destruction, suggesting it had a significant origin. In essence, this hammer was a formidable weapon for vanquishing zombies. With a heart full of serenity, Jiang Yingying took a refreshing shower. Observing the darkening sky outside, feeling a bit fatigued, she climbed into bed early to rest. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, she found herself wandering down a dimly lit path, enveloped by swirling black mist. Suddenly, a piercing light caught her eye, blinding her momentarily. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was back in the familiar adobe house. Ah, another dream, Jiang Yingying thought numbly, lying still on her bed. She felt like a fish out of water, resigned to whatever fate awaited her. She was exhausted. This incessant cycle felt never-ending. After a while of silence, her curiosity piqued. She climbed out of bed and was taken aback by the sight before her. A man sat at the table, his back to her, revealing a long, gruesome scar across his muscular back. A fresh, long gash marred one of his arms, surrounded by dark bruises, evidence of the zombie attack from earlier that day. This dream came with real-time updates. She mused silently, recognizing the exact spot where he had been wounded. Gazing at the man's grotesque injury, she held her breath, uncertain whether to speak. As he tended to his wound, she hesitated momentarily before slowly descending from the bed. What brings you here this time? His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Jiang Yingying opened her mouth and finally uttered, I came to help you with your medication. Zhou Qiruan's eyes flickered slightly as he lowered his gaze. No need, he replied. Yet, she had already approached him, grasping his wrist, taking the towel from his hand, wetting it in warm water before gently cleaning his wound. Silence enveloped them as time flowed slowly, the light casting a warm glow, and an air of intimacy filled the space. Fortunately, she had procured a generous supply of medicine from the pharmacy that day. After cleansing the injury, applying ointment, and wrapping it with a bandage, she paused, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh dear, what had she just done? Standing barefoot on the floor, she bit her lip, feeling somewhat lost. What should she say? She frantically searched her mind for an excuse. Isn't it cold? The man suddenly turned to meet her gaze. His deep, shadowy eyes seemed to harbor hidden currents, inexplicably tinged with a hint of desire in that charged atmosphere. Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Before she could react, he stood up, his tall silhouette casting a shadow over her petite form. Instinctively, she stepped back, her clear eyes gazing up at him innocently. Concealing the darkness in his eyes, Zhou Qiran bent down and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Aye. Jiang Yingying's face flushed crimson, her tongue tangled. Rendering her speechless, Zhou Qiran walked to the bedside, gently placing her down and tucking her in with care. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed, saying softly, "You should rest." Jiang Yingying stared blankly at his retreating figure as he entered the washroom, a sudden flutter igniting within her heart. Burying her face into the blankets, she inwardly chastised herself for her lack of composure. Was it merely the result of prolonged singleness? Why did she react as if she had never encountered a man before? Goodness, she needed to compose herself. That was the male lead, after all. Calmness. I must remain calm, Jiang Yingying muttered to herself, and before she knew it, she gradually drifted into slumber. Following that encounter, Jiang Yingying spent the entire day indoors, utterly reluctant to face Zhou Qiran's visage, fearing that one careless moment might lead her to succumb once more. His face was simply too captivating. If Zhou Qiran had any weaknesses, if he were not the male lead, she would have leapt at him without hesitation. Alas, he was a man beyond her reach. For reasons unknown, she did not dream of Zhou Qiran for several consecutive days, allowing her mood to gradually settle. Finally, she would no longer endure social embarrassment, she thought to herself. On a sunlit day, she donned a pristine white dress, her hair adorned with a heart-shaped crystal clip. Resolute in her decision, she ventured outdoors for the first time in ages, intending to explore the market. As expected, upon opening the door, she found Xiaoting standing at the entrance. Jiang Yingying had grown accustomed to this sight. She bent down to ruffle his hair before taking his hand and leading him downstairs. Wang Yu had left early that morning. After sharing some biscuits with Xiaoting, they set off for the market. The girl carried a white plush rabbit backpack, her delicate white lace dress billowing around her. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, making her resemble a porcelain doll. Beside her, the little boy donned a gray casual outfit, though his expression was somewhat vacant. His features were finely chiseled. Together, they resembled a pair of siblings out for a leisurely stroll. This scene drew the attention of many passers-by. The striking duo was simply too captivating to overlook. Observant individuals began to form ideas, noting that such well-cared-for children, dressed so immaculately in a post-apocalyptic world, surely possessed a wealth of supplies. Soon, shouts erupted around them. "Miss, come and see what I have. These exquisite jewels from before the apocalypse are yours for just 2 packs of instant noodles. Miss, would you like a toy? They're quite affordable. You can buy several for just a pack of biscuits." Jiang Yingying surveyed the wares displayed at the stalls. Relics of a past world now reduced to items valued at mere biscuits or instant noodles. She felt little interest and continued on her way. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. "Damn it, do you know who governs this street? How dare you set up shop without paying protection fees? You must have a death wish." The sound of shattered ceramics followed, scattering across the ground. The cacophony of voices surrounding them abruptly ceased. The crowd, no longer preoccupied with attracting business, hastily rolled up their mats and departed, not daring to linger for even a moment. Jiang Yingying squinted, directing her gaze towards the source of the sound. A group of brawny men, their arms adorned with fierce tiger tattoos, encircled a woman who appeared haggard and distressed. Beside her, the porcelain that had once been displayed on a large cloth lay shattered across the ground. The woman looked at them helplessly, her lips trembling as she murmured, "I am sorry, I just arrived and I don't quite understand." "Don't understand?" The leader of the group, a bald man, kicked the porcelain shards aside. "Now you know. Let me make it clear. This street is under the protection of our brother Tiger. If you wish to set up a stall here, you must pay a monthly protection fee of 2 packs of instant noodles. If you can't manage that, then get lost." The woman's eyes reddened, her lips paling as she trembled slightly. "I don't have that much." Before she could finish, the bald man spat on the ground and glared at her with menace. "What did you say? Repeat that." Terrified, the woman quivered and fell silent. Those who had gathered around instinctively stepped back, fearful that the wrath might extend to them. Jiang Yingying recognized the woman and, glancing around, noted the absence of her daughter, which caused her brow to furrow in concern. "You'd best heed our rules if you want to survive here," the bald man threatened, his eyes glinting with aggression. The woman's hands fidgeted restlessly. She was at a loss for how to appease this group, and thoughts of her frail daughter lying at home filled her with despair, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Her lips were chapped and peeling, dark circles under her eyes accentuating her pallor. Her hair, evidently unwashed for quite some time, was a chaotic mess piled atop her head. The bald man frowned in distaste and barked impatiently. "Did you hear what I said?" Seeing the woman bow her head in silence, he grew increasingly irritable and raised his foot to kick her. Suddenly, he felt a grip on his wrist. The bald man turned in astonishment to find a charming young girl before him. Before he could comprehend, a sharp crack echoed, and he cried out in pain. Jiang Yingying regarded him with a cheerful smile, her eyes innocent and untroubled, as if she had not just broken the man's bone. "Uncle, may I ask for directions?" The girl's face radiated an angelic smile, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. The brawny man, clutching his injured arm, glared menacingly at Jiang Yingying. "What the hell are you waiting for? Beat her senseless," he barked at his stunned subordinates. As they snapped back to reality and prepared to advance, an explosive sound erupted, causing their pupils to constrict as they froze in place, suddenly paralyzed by fear. The girl possessed a petite figure and slender legs, yet her strength was unexpectedly fierce. A pure and radiant smile graced her face as she silently delivered a powerful kick, sending the bald, muscular man flying several meters before crashing to the ground. The tremendous impact caused him to experience a sharp pain in his chest, leading him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. In that instant, no one dared to move, each individual casting wary and fearful glances at the girl before them, whose appearance was akin to that of an angel. With a slight tilt of her head, the girl seemed perplexed. "Why is no one answering me? I merely wish to ask for directions." The burly men exchanged glances, their eyes silently urging one another to retreat. Jiang Yingying, with her innocent and untainted smile, gazed at them and slowly approached. "What about you? Can you tell me?" As the girl drew nearer, the men swallowed hard, their minds replaying the earlier scene. This was no angel. She was a veritable demon. Facing the girl's pure visage, they were suddenly engulfed by fear, turning on their heels and fleeing, not forgetting to hoist the bald man along with them. The onlookers watched Jiang Yingying in astonishment, scarcely able to believe that such a petite and charming girl could possess such immense strength. A woman in the crowd recognized Jiang Yingying as the girl who had once helped her. Jiang Yingying turned to her with a smile. "It has been a while. How is your daughter?" The woman's gaze dimmed as she lowered her head. One has passed the observation period and has awakened, but for some reason, her body remains frail, and she is unable to get out of bed. "To prevent us from starving, I thought to make something to trade for food." Jiang Yingying lowered her eyes, troubled by the news. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and asked, "Could you take me to see her?" The unwavering devotion of this mother to her child amidst such dire circumstances filled Jiang Yingying with admiration. She harbored a favorable impression of the mother and daughter. Feeling compelled to assist them, the woman was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of her display, she hastily wiped her tears with her sleeve and choked out, "All right." After she collected the remnants of her surroundings, Jiang Yingying followed her to a narrow path. Temporary shelters surrounded them, which, according to the woman, constituted the slum where the elderly, weak, and women resided. Chapter 33. Healing abilities. Since these individuals lacked offensive capabilities and sufficient self-defense, the base had designated this location for them. Jiang Yingying accompanied the woman to a small shelter, bending down to enter. Inside, a girl with large eyes lay on a grass mat, now even more emaciated than before, her complexion pale and her breath shallow. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow, leaning in closer to observe the redness around the girl's eyes, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. How could this be? By now, her abilities should have manifested. The older girl, half closing her eyes and breathing faintly, vaguely recognized Jiang Yingying as the sister who had once treated her with great kindness. As the term reached Xiaoting's ears, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, her eyes turning cold as she looked at the girl. Jiang Yingying approached the girl, crouching beside her, and gently inquired, "Do you feel anything unusual?" The girl blinked in confusion and replied honestly, "I feel utterly weak, as though something is pressing down on me, preventing me from moving." Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow in contemplation and was about to touch the girl's forehead when a chilling small hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Taken aback, she turned to Xiaoting, surprised by her reaction. Xiaoting lowered her eyes, suppressing her discontent, before looking back at the girl, her irises tinged with a faint redness. Witnessing this, Jiang Yingying's curiosity deepened, yet she remained still. Suddenly, a warm white light emanated from around the girl, causing the redness in Xiao Ting's eyes to vanish instantly as she stepped back, clearly resistant to the light. The white glow enveloped the girl momentarily before retreating entirely into her being. Xiao Ting subtly frowned, finding the scent rather unpleasant. Jiang Yingying blinked, a hypothesis forming in her mind. She drew forth a dagger and made a small incision in her palm, crimson droplets emerging. Under the astonished gazes of the woman and the girl, she extended her hand. "Would you try to heal it for me?" The girl hesitated. But upon meeting Jiang Yingying's hopeful gaze, she timidly extended her hands, closing her eyes as instructed to attune herself. Gradually, white luminescence spilled from her palms, caressing Jiang Yingying's wound. Before long, the injury healed, returning to its original state. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Yingying. She rose to her feet and addressed the woman. "Your daughter appears to have awakened a rare healing ability. Given her youth, she struggles to harness the energy within, which accounts for her current frailty." She recalled a similar phenomenon from the original text, remembering a formidable healer who held significant importance during the apocalypse, and notably, she was a child. Everything began to align. This girl was destined to become that powerful healer. "Thank you so very much. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Shui, and my daughter's nickname is Lulu. Without your help, I would have been at a loss." Overflowing with gratitude, Lu Shui nearly knelt down. But Jiang Yingying quickly supported her. "Sister Lu, there is no need for such formality. Since Lulu has awakened a rare healing ability, the base will likely value her. You can find a safer place to survive in this apocalypse." However, Lu Shui hesitated at her words, lowering her head and biting her lip. "Miss, may we accompany you?" Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, and Lu Shui quickly added, "You have saved us so many times. We truly have no way to repay you." Jiang Yingying glanced at the girl lying on the grass mat, noticing the expectation shimmering in her eyes, and hesitated. "Please, accept us." Lu Shui began to kneel, prompting Jiang Yingying to quickly support her again, finally conceding, "All right. Having gained a certain level of capability, I now feel inclined to bring along a couple of companions, ensuring that I am not alone in the harsh reality of a post-apocalyptic world." Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yu was taken aback to find 2 additional people present. "You two again," he remarked, recognizing the mother-daughter duo. Lu Shui smiled awkwardly at him. Jiang Yingying pulled Wang Yu aside, succinctly explaining the circumstances while also introducing Lulu's unique abilities. "Consider this. In a world fraught with peril, injuries are inevitable, right? With Lulu around, we need not worry about obtaining medical supplies," Jiang Yingying coaxed. Wang Yu reflected on her words and glanced at the 2 women seated on the sofa, yet he hesitated, stating, "No, this matter requires a discussion with Brother Yi and Brother Ran." With that, he hurriedly exited. Jiang Yingying stood with her hands on her hips, watching his retreating figure, letting out a sigh. After a considerable time, he returned, nodding. Brother Yi and Brother Ran have agreed. He had not anticipated that the lengthy discourse he had prepared would go unused. A mere mention sufficed, and both Shen Yi and Shou Qiran had nonchalantly nodded in agreement. In other words, they were not particularly concerned about adding 2 more individuals to their group. Thus, Lu Shui and her daughter were confirmed to join them. Although their original intention for visiting the marketplace was to procure supplies, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. Lying in bed, Jiang Yingying gazed at the silvery moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, suddenly lost in thought regarding the unfolding narrative. Abruptly, her expression froze as she recalled the dire matter, the impending zombie tide. It had been nearly half a month since their arrival at the base, which meant the onslaught was drawing near. A sharp pain seized her head, indicating the necessity to venture outside and gather provisions. Breathing in rhythm with the moonlight, she gradually drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, the unfamiliar surroundings nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest. The night had deepened, obscuring visibility, leaving only the faint glow of the moon to outline her environment. Barefoot on the gravel, she surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Had she wandered outside the base? Spotting the towering walls of the compound behind her, her brow furrowed in alarm. The icy, sharp sensation beneath her feet sent a shiver through her. Clad only in her pajamas and barefoot, the chilling air enveloped her, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself in an attempt to stave off the cold. The stark realism of her situation felt almost surreal, as if she were trapped in a vivid dream. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Noticing a beam of white light ahead, she hesitated briefly before slowly advancing, feeling a slight sting underfoot, causing her to pause and frown. This body possessed skin far too delicate. There seemed to be a sound emanating from ahead. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to press onward. The further she moved, the clearer her surroundings became. At this moment, her senses were particularly acute. She observed the zombies wandering aimlessly around her, emitting guttural sounds, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if her approach elicited no response whatsoever. In Chapter 34, The Realm of the Undead, a peculiar exchange unfolded. Hiss. Why are you pushing me? Hiss. You're the one who's encroaching on my space. I haven't touched you. Suddenly, two zombies, shoulder to shoulder, shuffled past Jiang Yingying, maintaining their grotesque closeness while awkwardly swaying inwards, jostling each other. Jiang couldn't help but glance back at them, the sounds around her becoming increasingly distinct. Hiss. Why are you following the same path as me? Hiss. You're overthinking. I'm merely heading home along this route. Jiang Yingying's lips twitched. Could it be that zombies were bickering now? As she pressed on, she spotted a muscular zombie with bulging biceps sharpening a blade on a gnarled tree branch. Saliva dripped incessantly from its mouth as it emitted a low growl. Meat. I crave meat. With a numbed expression, Jiang continued her walk, repeatedly convincing herself that this was all a dream and nothing could be deemed strange. As she advanced further, it felt as though a mist had suddenly dissipated, and under the luminous moonlight, she began to discern her surroundings clearly. A myriad of zombies engaged in bizarre antics surrounded her. A female zombie clad in pink ballet shoes stood on tiptoe, gracefully dancing upon the ground, while a male zombie in a suit cradled a violin. Performing a solo beneath the moonlight, they appeared to be a celestial couple, if one disregarded their countenance. Some zombies, donning hats, crouched on the ground, tapping their claws rhythmically before beginning to dig in the earth. Jiang Yingying pondered, am I losing my sanity, or have the zombies become anthropomorphized? Hiss. Sister, where did you come from? Suddenly, a long-haired female zombie wearing a little Red Riding Hood appeared before her, her complexion a ghastly hue, eyes wide and clouded, curiously scrutinizing Jiang Yingying. Jiang felt a lump in her throat as she forced a smile. Oh my, these zombies can actually see me. Hiss. You smell of food. The female zombie inched closer, sniffing her. Jiang froze, paralyzed with fear. Hiss. Did you just indulge in a feast? The female zombie leaned in closer, its decayed skin emanating a foul stench that nearly suffocated Jiang. She held her breath, blinking rapidly. Indeed, I just finished eating. The zombie tilted its head, inching even closer, its wide eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Jiang's heart raced wildly. Oh dear. Help? Hiss. Why aren't you speaking your native tongue? The female zombie seemed puzzled, hissing inquisitively. Jiang, feeling increasingly anxious, opened her mouth, nearly unable to resist the urge to punch the looming zombie away. Does mother tongue refer to the language of the undead? As a pure-blooded human, what could she possibly articulate? Haha, you don't even resemble us. The female zombie extended her wrinkled hand, attempting to touch Jiang Yingying's face. Startled, Jiang Yingying instinctively recoiled, inadvertently colliding with a dapper male zombie. In life, he must have been quite the handsome fellow. Despite his now creased skin, traces of his former charm lingered in his features. With his captivating peach blossom eyes, he cradled Jiang Yingying in his hands and, leaning down with a soulful gaze, asked, Haha, my lady, shall we rendezvous? Jiang Yingying retorted, Rendezvous? Not a chance. She averted her gaze, tears of bitterness streaming down her cheeks. What a peculiar situation this was. No, she must remain resolute. Here. There were no living souls to lend her a hand when she faltered. Quickly, Jiang Yingying straightened herself and distanced herself from the dapper male zombie. Haha, I see. The suit-clad zombie, somewhat disheartened, lowered his head and turned to leave. From his retreating silhouette, Jiang Yingying detected a hint of despondency. Ha 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 ha. Sister, why is your skin so different from ours? The female zombie in the red hood continued to chuckle behind her. Jiang Yingying replied, It's impressive that I can even understand you. Are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? Taking a deep breath, she turned around, saying, Because I take excellent care of myself. The red-hooded zombie blinked in confusion, tilting her head. Haha. Jiang Yingying smiled. I wash my face with saliva daily. It's both beautifying and nourishing. With persistence, you too can achieve skin as smooth as cream and beauty like a flower. The red-hooded zombie gazed at her with a mix of comprehension and bewilderment. Haha. What is saliva? For a moment, Jiang Yingying was at a loss for words, pointing to the silvery strands trickling from the corner of its mouth. It's this substance right here. The red-hooded zombie wiped its mouth, producing a string of silver threads, and curiously smeared it across its face. Jiang Yingying thought to herself, "What a foolish zombie." This generation of zombies seemed to possess a rather concerning level of intelligence. Glancing around, she noticed the moonlight cascading down, revealing an expanse of dense forest. Looking back the way she came, she realized she could no longer discern her direction. Jiang Yingying sighed. Could it be? She wouldn't have to remain in this cursed place all night, would she? After mentally preparing herself, she turned to the red-hooded zombie, who was still busily applying saliva to her face. "Sister, do you know where we are? I hail from the distant south and have lost my way." The red-hooded zombie paused her actions, lifting her head and gazing at Jiang Yingying with her large, doe-like eyes. "Ha ha, this is our home." Jiang Yingying was taken aback. Had she stumbled into the heart of the zombie stronghold? Suddenly, a loud ha-ha echoed from above the forest. Jiang Yingying understood it perfectly. It was calling out, "Brothers and sisters." Jiang Yingying blinked, observing as the other zombies halted their actions, mouths agape and heads tilted back, allowing saliva to dribble down. Is this some sort of peculiar ritual? She wondered. Noticing the little red hat zombie beside her also tilting its head back, Jiang Yingying struggled momentarily before following suit, opening her mouth. However, as no saliva came forth, she could only make do with that. Jiang Yingying pondered numbly. He echoed through the forest. A cacophony of sounds. Jiang Yingying strained to discern the meaning, gradually grasping the gist. Brothers and sisters, ahead lies a gathering of food. We can treat them as a granary, allowing them to fatten up for half a month before feasting, and let the younger ones test the waters first. Jiang Yingying blinked. Half a month later would coincide with the appearance of the zombie tide. The younger ones likely referred to the lower-tier, level 1 zombies. She could comprehend the conversation of level 2 and above zombies, indicating that those beyond level 1 possessed a certain level of consciousness, albeit perhaps rather foolish. To her surprise, a hierarchy of disdain had emerged even among the zombies. Chapter 35. Fragility lost in thought. The scene before her suddenly began to warp, gradually forming a vast vortex that drew her in. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in her own room, the day outside already bright. Jiang Yingying touched her forehead, momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Recalling the pair of captivating, large eyes from her dream sent shivers down her spine. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on it. She suddenly decided to head to the task hall alone to accept a mission. With determination, she rummaged through her backpack in search of something convenient to wear. Ultimately, she donned a blue sailor outfit, tying her hair into 2 playful ponytails before stepping outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Xiao Ting, bending down to ensure he stayed home, then descended the stairs. After greeting Lu Shui and Lulu and casually munching on some biscuits, she exited the villa. Wang Yu had left early, presumably already on a mission with Shen Yi and the others. So Jiang Yingying felt little concern about encountering them. Such a coincidence seemed unlikely. Arriving at the task hall, she recognized a few familiar faces from the frozen warehouse mission. Ignoring their peculiar gazes, Jiang Yingying approached the task board, contemplating the array of missions displayed. What tasks could a delicate girl like her possibly undertake? It was indeed vexing. The missions all had a minimum requirement of participants, with at least 3 per group. This meant she would inevitably have to recruit a few teammates. Jiang Yingying scanned her surroundings, searching for suitable candidates. "It's you," a voice suddenly called from behind her. Jiang Yingying turned her head and discovered it was Wu Yu, whom she had met a few days prior. Wu Yu smiled at her, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Do you remember me?" he asked. Jiang Yingying nodded. "Are you here to take on a mission? If you're worried about not finding a team, I'm also looking for teammates. We could join forces," Wu Yu offered. Jiang Yingying had no objections. She didn't find him particularly unpleasant, and having him around would suffice. Moreover, she had heard he was a level 3 ability user, which could prove advantageous for her covert endeavors. Her intent was merely to venture out and gather some seeds. She couldn't allow the fields in her space to remain barren. Additionally, she aimed to stockpile some supplies to avoid being caught off guard when the zombie horde inevitably arrived. Jiang Yingying nodded in agreement. Wu Yu observed the girl with the dual ponytails and smiled, sensing that she was not ordinary. During the frozen warehouse mission, her ability to emerge unscathed indicated she possessed a degree of skill. This arrangement would alleviate his own pressure, and he anticipated the task would be completed with ease. With their thoughts diverging, yet reaching a mutual understanding, they recruited another individual in the mission hall, forming a temporary trio. They accepted a mission to gather supplies from a supermarket. The person they recruited was Luo Han Song, a strength-type ability user, tall and robust, with bulging biceps that exuded a sense of security. Noticing Jiang Yingying registered as an ordinary person, Luo Hansong was taken aback. Yingying, you're not an ability user? He asked. Jiang Yingying nodded, her cheeks flushed, appearing soft and delicate, which reminded Luo Hansong of his younger sister. He flexed his muscles. No worries, I'll protect you. Jiang Yingying smiled sweetly and nodded. Thank you. Wu Yu inwardly scoffed, wary not to be deceived by her cuteness. Suspecting she was yet another ability user masquerading as an ordinary person, the trio exited the base, found a vehicle, and began their search for a nearby supermarket. Zombies, detecting the scent of the living, emitted guttural growls and surged toward them. Wu Yu displayed exceptional drifting skills while driving, swiftly evading the pursuing zombies. How terrifying! Jiang Yingying exclaimed, covering her head, her feet curled up on the seat, her eyes brimming with fear. Wu Yu glanced at her tear-streaked face in the rearview mirror, lost in contemplation. Surely, he couldn't have misjudged her. Yingying, don't be afraid. We're all here, Luo Hansong reassured. He typically dreaded seeing girls cry, and witnessing Jiang Yingying in distress left him somewhat at a loss. Jiang Yingying, amidst her sobs, nodded, her nose slightly congested as she muffled a response, Wu Yu thought to himself that he must not have misjudged. She was clearly feigning fragility. After a while, they spotted a supermarket and disembarked, each carrying a large travel bag for collecting supplies. Wu Yu gazed at Jiang Yingying, who timidly hid behind Luo Hansong, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, an unexpected figure, a cashier zombie, leaped out from within, startling Jiang Yingying, who instinctively threw a punch. With a resounding thud, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yingying, witnessing the fallen creature, felt tears welling up in her eyes and burst into sobs, exclaiming, Wu Wu, how terrifying. Wu Yu, having observed Jiang Yingying's ferocity, found himself filled with numerous questions. Luo Hansong stood before her, unclear about the unfolding events. Upon hearing her cries, he quickly turned around, only to find the girl with tear-streaked cheeks and a red nose, feeling somewhat helpless. Why, you needn't cry, he stammered. Jiang Yingying pointed at the lifeless zombie on the ground, her voice laced with indignation. It was frightening. Wu Yu remarked, had I not witnessed it myself, I might have actually believed you. With hands on her hips, Jiang Yingying retorted, today is yet another test of acting skills. Luo Hansong felt at a loss. He did not know how to comfort her to cease her tears. In a moment of panic, he kicked the struggling zombie on the ground several times, saying, stop crying. Look, it isn't moving anymore. The zombie, which was already on the verge of rising, was suddenly sent crashing back down, and with several more kicks, it lay motionless. Wu Yu sighed, pondering the caliber of his companions, each one more terrifying than the last. Jiang Yingying sniffed, wiping her tears, and turned to Luo Hansong, declaring, I'm not scared anymore. Luo Hansong exhaled in relief. This girl was as difficult to console as his sister. The trio continued on their path, with Jiang Yingying timidly positioned between them, hiding behind Luo Hansong, while Wu Yu took up the rear. Zombies relentlessly lunged at them, and with a stoic expression, Wu Yu hurled fireballs, incinerating the heads of the approaching zombies. As he numbly observed Jiang Yingying occasionally weeping softly, he began to doubt his own calculations. Should he have expected her to lighten his burdens? It seemed that rather than alleviating his tasks, she had instead imposed a heavy toll on his fragile psyche. Chapter 36. The spring zombie. This supermarket appeared to have been previously raided, leaving little in terms of supplies. Wu Yu sighed, let us move on to the next supermarket. Then, he heard a delicate exclamation, wow, there are seeds here. I want to take some back to plant flowers and corn. Brother Ha-song, could you please help me carry them? They're too heavy for me, Jiang Yingying said, somewhat dejectedly. Wu Yu turned around, astonished, as he beheld Jiang Yingying struggling to drag a large bag of seeds from some hidden corner, her face flushed with effort. Luo Hansong promptly stepped forward to assist her, lifting the bag effortlessly. Wow, how impressive. Jiang Yingying clapped her hands in delight. Was this a display of flattery? Jiang Yingying knelt down, set her backpack aside, and began stuffing the seeds into her bag. Wu Yu, taken aback, could not help but exclaim, Jiang Yingying, what are you doing? This is beyond our scope of duties. Jiang Yingying turned her head and flashed him an innocent and carefree smile, saying, just a moment, I'll be ready shortly. With that, she casually grabbed several handfuls of seeds and stuffed them into her bag. Rising to her feet, she absent-mindedly wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. All right, let's go. Wu Yu remained expressionless and turned to leave. Luo Hansong paused momentarily before following suit. After they had departed, Jiang Yingying glanced back and then hurried after them. Meanwhile, the bag of seeds that had been on the ground had vanished, safely tucked away in Jiang Yingying's space. Wu Yu was fuming, wondering what kind of ancestor he had summoned. Hadn't he just accidentally smashed that zombie into the ground? He shouldn't have deluded himself into thinking the girl was formidable. She was merely a whimpering crybaby. What a waste of his emotions. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Wait, the girl's soft voice called out. Wu Yu ignored her, quickening his pace. Suddenly, with a loud thud, his face collided with the supermarket's automatic glass door. Jiang Yingying blinked and dashed forward. Standing next to Luo Hansong, stretching her neck and pouting, "I just warned you." "Damn it," Wu Yu exclaimed, intending to distance himself from the glass door. Just then, a zombie, drawn by the scent, approached, hissing as it pressed its face against the glass, its nose squished and drooling, perfectly aligning with Wu Yu's face. Its hands incessantly pounded against the door. Fury surged within Wu Yu. Was he being mocked even by a zombie in this day and age? He stepped back, distancing himself from the door, not bothering to look back as he strode outside. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but send a fiery ball gift towards the zombie, remembering how it had just emulated him. Jiang Yingying blinked her large, glistening eyes, looking utterly innocent. What's wrong with him? Luo Hansong, somewhat dense, scratched his head, perplexed. I don't know. Maybe he's upset because there are no supplies in this supermarket. The two nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. Wu Yu sat in the car, his fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel as he watched the two emerge leisurely from the supermarket. His expression darkened, all good humor forgotten. Hurry up and get in. Encountering such teammates truly felt like a curse. Hearing his near shout, the two quickened their pace and hurried into the vehicle. Noticing Wu Yu's sour demeanor, they tacitly remained silent. Wu Yu's face was ashen as he started the engine, continuing towards the next supermarket. He hoped to complete this tedious task swiftly, otherwise, he feared he might just explode from frustration. Throughout the journey, Wu Yu maintained a grim countenance, while Jiang Yingying behaved herself this time, sitting quietly in her seat. Even when encountering terrifying zombies, she merely shuddered instinctively, not shedding a single tear. Luo Hansong gazed at Jiang Yingying with a touch of compassion. She truly was a resilient girl. Though fear gripped her, she bravely stifled her tears, which could be deemed a form of progress. Wu Yu, glancing through the rearview mirror, nearly choked with frustration. The sight of this timid girl, trembling at the mere mention of zombies, filled him with exasperation. Indeed, as others had remarked, she was akin to a parasitic flower, surviving only by clinging to others. Not only was she feeble enough to be easily swept aside with a single punch, but she also had a penchant for whimpering. Never before had he doubted his judgment as he did in that moment. Ultimately, he had misplaced his trust. After a considerable search, they stumbled upon a supermarket. Wu Yu exited the vehicle, slammed the door shut, and declared, "Stay put. I will go alone." Damn it. He hoped they wouldn't follow, as they would only hinder him. Jiang Yingying blinked in surprise, remaining still, witnessing Wu Yu's furious departure. Luo Hansong complied and also refrained from moving. Another fruitless venture. As Wu Yu emerged from the supermarket, his anger simmered within him, growing ever more intense. This was not his usual demeanor. It was all due to this whimpering nuisance that had soured his temper. His gaze towards Jiang Yingying turned increasingly frigid. Startled, she instinctively recoiled and shifted closer to Luo Hansong. Noticing the hostility in Wu Yu's eyes, Luo Hansong furrowed his brow in discontent. "Wu Yu, what are you doing? Can't you see Yingying is frightened?" With gritted teeth, Wu Yu turned away, entered the vehicle, and slammed the door behind him before speeding off in a reckless drift. His agitation was palpable. Jiang Yingying, blinking in astonishment, longed to admonish him. "Young man, do not act impulsively. Careless driving leads to tears for loved ones." Such fiery tempers were all too common these days. It was rather rash. Navigating through a street, they turned into a side road, but after a prolonged search, the supermarket remained elusive. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from above, causing the ground to tremble. The vehicle skidded, tracing a graceful arc across the pavement. Jiang Yingying clutched the seat tightly, preventing herself from being thrown out. Damn it. How can there be a Tier 3 zombie here? Once the car stabilized, Luo Hansong glanced outside at the zombie and couldn't help but curse. Wu Yu's expression shifted as he looked over, spotting a lanky, monkey-like zombie springing on a trampoline. With each bounce, it could leap several meters into the air. Jiang Yingying was taken aback, realizing this was quite an unfair advantage. What is going on? In this day and age, can't zombies flaunt their prowess without some weaponry? Each one brandishing hammers and bouncing on springs, as if they become sentient. Crap. Let us run. Wu Yu knew instantly that this zombie's strength surpassed his own. If he couldn't, he handle it. Luo Hansong was no match, and Jiang Yingying, being so frail, was even less capable. It was best for them to flee, splitting up in their escape. Wu Yu flung open the car door, hardly bothering to close it behind him as he dashed away. It seems that the apocalypse has granted him remarkable agility. Jiang Yingying couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 37. Item Collection. The emaciated, monkey-like zombie leaped high into the air, having initially been a considerable distance away. Yet it swiftly closed the gap in mere moments. Luo Hansong's expression changed drastically. Yingying, run. Jiang Yingying timidly nodded. And as Luo Hansong opened the door and jumped out of the vehicle, she was still struggling to climb down. Watching her tremble with fear while trying to descend, he suddenly felt a pang of headache. Yingying, the zombie is coming. Hurry, stop crawling. Luo Hansong urged anxiously. Jiang Yingying nodded. All right. She hastily extracted her last leg from the car. Run. Luo Hansong shouted, initially thinking that Jiang Yingying, with her short legs, would not be able to run fast, and he intended to pull her along. However, in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from sight. Stunned, he spotted her silhouette in the distance. Momentarily lost in thought. When did she get there? Brother Hasong, what are you waiting for? Run. The girl's voice called from ahead. Luo Hasong snapped out of his daze and ran forward. The spring-like zombie moved swiftly, and before he could cover much ground, it had already leaped in front of him. Sensing the fresh scent of living flesh, the zombie sprang forward, sniffing the air with a couple of hisses, baring its sharp teeth and drooling. Luo Hasong swallowed hard, his muscles tensing as he prepared to throw a punch the moment it lunged at him. As Jiang Yingying ran, she suddenly realized Luo Hasong was no longer in sight. Frowning, she dashed back. Sure enough, she saw the zombie had reached him. The two stood in a tense standoff, eyes locked in mutual scrutiny, neither daring to make a move. Jiang Yingying blinked twice, and a large black hammer materialized in her hands. The zombie drooled hungrily, and with a powerful stomp, it sprang into the air, preparing to pounce. Suddenly, it was struck hard on the head by the hammer, crashing to the ground. Luo Hansong's eyes and mouth widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. The girl, clad in a blue sailor outfit with twin ponytails adorned with a sparkling heart-shaped crystal clip, appeared as delicate as a little rabbit. Yet, in her hands, she wielded a hammer far larger than herself. In a flash, she leaped to a height surpassing that of the spring zombie, positioning herself behind it, and without hesitation, brought the massive hammer down onto the zombie's head. Caught off guard, the zombie fell to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a crater upon impact. Jiang Yingying landed gracefully, resting the hammer on her shoulder, wiping imaginary sweat from her forehead, and exhaling. That was exhausting. As Luo Hasong turned in shock, Jiang Yingying let out an awkward chuckle and hastily retracted the iron hammer, covering her face with her hands as she began to sob. Whoa, how terrifying. Having witnessed the entire scene, Luo Hasong observed as Jiang Yingying suddenly noticed a mark on her palm, and her tears ceased instantly. She scrutinized the imprint on her hand and then glanced at the large hole she had created, her lips twitching involuntarily. With deliberate slowness, she approached and crouched down, ignoring the gory remnants that required censorship, and indeed discovered that the spring beneath the creature was absent. Could it be that this was a world where she needed to slay monsters and collect items? Yet, what use was this spring to her? In her mind, she envisioned herself bouncing on the spring, hammer in hand, playfully chasing after zombies, and a shiver ran down her spine. The imagery was too delightful to contemplate further. Yingying, came Luo Hansong's tentative voice from behind. Jiang Yingying stood up, turned around, and feigned a delicate demeanor. Brother Hasong, what is it? Luo Hansong's lips quivered as he attempted to speak. Just now, you. Jiang Yingying rolled her eyes, feigning confusion. What happened just now? I don't recall at all. No matter what, even if her facade was shattered, she must maintain her image as a fragile flower. How could such a charming girl engage in something so ferocious? Luo Hansong hesitated, observing her innocent expression, and swallowed his words. Perhaps this was the understated demeanor of a true expert. In his perception, Jiang Yingying had always been timid and delicate, a young girl in need of protection. He was taken aback to discover that she was even more ferocious than himself when confronting zombies, leaving him with a profound sense of disillusionment. Jiang Yingying glanced around and suggested, Brother Hasong, let us find Brother Wu Yue. He ran off so quickly, it has been long, and he has already vanished. If only my legs were a bit longer, I could run as fast as he does. Luo Hansong replied, trust me, you run even faster than he does. Once they boarded the vehicle, Luo Hansong took the wheel this time, while Jiang Yingying occupied the back seat, leaning against the window and observing the surroundings. Luo Hansong occasionally glanced into the rearview mirror, his heart still turbulent with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a seemingly delicate and angelic girl possessed such formidable strength. "There he is," Jiang Yingying exclaimed, pointing to a figure outside the window. "Brother Hasong, he is over there." Luo Hasong was momentarily stunned, but his wandering thoughts quickly returned to focus as he drove toward the figure. Wu Yue had been running for quite a while, panting heavily as he finally stopped, uncertain of where to go next and oblivious to the fate of Luo Hansong and the others. Remembering Jiang Yingying's tearful visage, he scoffed quietly, thinking she must have been crying while running and subsequently met her demise. Fortunately, he had been quick on his feet. "Brother Wu Yue." Suddenly, a familiar, delicate voice called out from not far away. Wu Yue felt a sudden jolt, his body rigid as he turned around, only to behold a familiar vehicle approaching. The girl seated in the back seat waved cheerfully at him. Strangely, his immediate instinct was not one of joy, but rather an overwhelming urge to flee. However, it was too late to run. The car screeched to a halt before him. Taking a deep breath, he circumvented the vehicle to occupy the front passenger seat. There was no way he would sit in the back with Jiang Yingying. The somewhat disregarded Jiang Yingying shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Perhaps this young man was quite vexed by her presence. Inside the car, Wu Yu glanced at the rearview mirror to see Jiang Yingying resting her chin on her hand, gazing out at the scenery. He tentatively inquired of Luo Hansong, "What exactly transpired just now?" Luo Hansong appeared uncertain, hesitating as he glanced at Jiang Yingying in the back seat. Ultimately, he could only muster a dry response, "I don't know." No matter how Wu Yu probed, Luo Hansong remained tight-lipped, resolutely refusing to divulge the details of their escape. Frustrated, he finally retorted, "Because we ran fast." Wu Yu regarded him with skepticism, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yingying in the rearview mirror, struggling to believe his words. Given the zombie's remarkable agility, he found it implausible that Jiang Yingying's short legs could have outpaced it, while Luo Hansong's survival was within the realm of possibility. Jiang Yingying's was utterly unfathomable. It wasn't that he harbored dark thoughts. Rather, it was simply illogical. Noticing Wu Yu's furtive glances, Jiang Yingying propped her chin up and flashed him an innocent smile, appearing both naive and charming. Wu Yu averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Meanwhile, the car twisted and turned past the intersection they had previously encountered, and as Wu Yu inadvertently glanced back, he froze. In the center of the intersection, the once smooth road had been rent asunder, revealing a massive gaping hole. From this angle, he could vaguely discern the pale, withered foot of a zombie protruding. The road was splattered with a viscous, yellowish liquid. Wu Yu's body stiffened, and he swallowed hard, glancing back at the girl, who seemed blissfully absorbed in the outside world. He closed his eyes, suddenly finding his thoughts rather amusing. Surely, someone must have come to their aid. It was inconceivable that Jiang Yingying, this vine-like girl, could have accomplished such a feat yet. Recalling Luo Hansong's cryptic demeanor, Wu Yu's suspicions took root in his mind, blossoming like a seedling. After a few more twists and turns, they finally discovered a large supermarket. This time, Wu Yu said nothing and simply exited the vehicle. Jiang Yingying, with her little legs in a hurry trot, followed suit. The supermarket was expansive, likely because others had not had the chance to take everything. Fortunately, ample supplies remained. Jiang Yingying scampered about, filling her bag with items from the shelves, all under Wu Yu's fierce gaze. "Ah!" The girl's scream caught Wu Yu's attention, causing him to furrow his brow in annoyance. He turned to see the girl sitting helplessly on the ground, gazing at the zombie whose head was wedged between the iron bars of a shelf. The zombie, its hands propped on either side of the shelf, drooled hungrily, seemingly fixated on Jiang Yingying. Wu Yu, however, failed to notice that Luo Hansong, who typically sprang into action at the slightest trouble, stood idly by without moving, frowning slightly. Feeling a headache coming on, he drew a dagger from his boot and plunged it into the zombie's head. "Stop whining. It's infuriating. Stay away from me," he remarked impatiently, casting an irritated glance at Jiang Yingying. Tears still glistened on her small face as she nodded, looking pitiful. Luo Hansong observed this, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions. Jiang Yingying, feeling wronged, took small steps to the far side of the shelf, where Wu Yu could no longer see her, and her mood began to lift slightly. In the corner, Jiang Yingying's pout vanished, and her tears ceased as she beheld a shelf of snacks. With a wave of her hand, she collected them into her space. After completing this, she intended to remain in the corner to wallow in her sorrow, but was unexpectedly confronted by a zombie squatting there, its wide eyes fixed upon her. Saliva dripped incessantly from its mouth, yet its body trembled in fear. Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes, studying it in confusion. The lack of aggression only deepened her curiosity. She approached cautiously, and as she drew near, the zombie curled up tighter, yet drooled more fervently. Just as she stood before it, the creature suddenly widened its eyes, bared its sharp teeth, and lunged at her. It seemed that its earlier demeanor had been a mere fade. Jiang Yingying was taken aback. It had only been a short time since the apocalypse began, and already the zombies appeared to display some intelligence. Without waiting for the zombie to bite her, she delivered a swift kick, resulting in a resounding crash as the zombie was propelled against the wall, creating a gaping hole. Dust and debris filled the air. Hearing the commotion, Wu Yu and Luo Hansong hurried over. The zombie was now half embedded in the wall, gasping and struggling to free itself, yet found no way to escape. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingying sat on the ground, tearfully wiping her eyes. Wu, so scary, so frightening, she lamented. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Luo Hansong, beginning to grasp the situation, slightly parted his lips before closing them again. Wu Yu glanced between the sobbing Jiang Yingying, who was struggling to catch her breath, and the immobilized zombie embedded in the wall, lost in thought. No matter how he tried, he could not reconcile the two scenarios. Stop crying, he said, feeling a throbbing pain in his forehead. If you keep crying, I'll leave you behind. Jiang Yingying's sobs abruptly ceased. She let out a long, hiccuping sob. Gazing at him timidly, her expression tinged with grievance. Wu Yu turned away, resolutely unwilling to contemplate the recent events, despite already harboring suspicions in his heart. This was utterly absurd. With such strength capable of shattering walls, he refused to believe that it was the weeping Jiang Yingying who had done it. Jiang Yingying wiped her tears and, standing up, smiled at Luo Hansong, saying, Brother Hansong, you need not worry about me. I am fine. Luo Hansong replied, I am not worried about you. As Jiang Yingying navigated through the aisles, she symbolically stuffed her bag with supplies. With every few steps she took, items from the shelves mysteriously vanished, as if she had traversed the entire supermarket. Satisfied, she nodded at the pile of goods accumulating in her spatial storage. Her travel bag was now bulging with the spoils. Thanks to the excessive preservatives, many of the snacks remained intact, which were their primary targets for collection. Naturally, they also discreetly saved a portion of the supplies for themselves, unwilling to surrender everything to the base. Completing tasks was a means to accumulate points, which could be exchanged for ranks. For instance, 10,000 points could grant one the title of squad leader, 20,000 for a platoon leader, and 30,000 for a company commander. The difficulty of each task varied, as did the point rewards, typically shared among the team members. The task they had received this time was rather simple, yielding only 30 points, meaning each person would earn 10 points. Wu Yu observed Jiang Yingying's timid demeanor, fearful of being bitten by zombies, and felt a pang of displeasure. Such a weakling, coasting along and effortlessly claiming 10 points. But he had invited her. And even with tears in his heart, he would see it through to the end. A wave of bitterness washed over Wu Yu. Upon their return, he would find a way to rid himself of this bothersome companion. He would never team up with her again. Chapter 39. Aggrieved having gathered the supplies, the group prepared to head back. Perhaps it was their imagination, but upon exiting the supermarket, the temperature around them had noticeably dropped. Jiang Yingying extended her hand, catching a snowflake that melted upon contact with her warmth. She looked up, watching the snow cascade gently from the sky, blanketing the ground. And soon a thin layer of ice formed on the pavement. Jiang Yingying felt a jolt of surprise. Was the weather transforming so abruptly? How could it change so swiftly? Luo Hansong rubbed his exposed arms, feeling the chill. Why has the weather suddenly turned so cold? It was sunny just a moment ago. How peculiar. Wu Yu pointed to the wandering zombies nearby, saying, Look, their movements have slowed. Jiang Yingying glanced over and noted the zombies' stiff motions, indeed moving far more sluggishly than before. Could it be that the apocalypse was coming to an end? A glimmer of joy appeared in Luo Hansong's eyes. Wu Yu rested his chin on his hand, pondering the possibility. Jiang Yingying was acutely aware that this was not a portent of the apocalypse, but rather a baptism that would catalyze the evolution of zombies. Following this climatic aberration, the zombies would exhibit greater agility and heightened sensitivity than ever before. For humanity, this heralded a calamity of formidable proportions. The roads were frozen solid. How would they return to the base? Luo Hansong abruptly realized this grim truth. The three exchanged glances, and before long, the vehicle was blanketed by the heavy snowfall. A delicate layer of snow covering the ground beneath them. They needed to hasten their return. Wu Yu climbed into the car, attempting to start the engine, only to discover it was immobile, completely encased in ice. The sky outside grew increasingly dim, and Jiang Yingying trembled in the biting wind, feeling unbearably cold. This time, she was not fainting. She was genuinely freezing. The group shivered as they trudged down the street, each step accompanied by a tremor, their silhouettes appearing particularly desolate amidst the downpour of snow. Wu Yu, could you conjure a fireball for us? Jiang Yingying pleaded, her ears reddened, and her nose and cheeks flushed. She rubbed her hands together, striving to generate warmth. Wu Yu glanced at her, his lips quivering, yet he uttered not a word. With a shaky hand, he summoned his powers, and a small fireball flickered into existence in his palm. The faces of the group brightened momentarily, but the next instant, as snowflakes descended, the fireball extinguished in an instant. The light in their eyes dimmed. After trudging for a while longer, Wu Yu frequently glanced back at the lagging Jiang Yingying, impatiently urging her, Jiang Yingying, hurry up. You're just slowing us down. Jiang Yingying looked down at her delicate, fair legs, nearly swallowed by the deep snow, feeling a swell of frustration. She wished to move faster, but her short stature left her legs nearly buried. She felt as though she might freeze solid. If only she could fly back instantly. A sudden thought struck her. She recalled the spring device she had acquired that day. Extending her palm, she willed it into existence, and springs materialized beneath her feet. Wu Yu and Luo Hansong, on the brink of freezing, their minds clouded with cold, were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Jiang Yingying soaring upward, seemingly elevated by the springs, suspecting their eyes were deceiving them. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What on earth? How is this possible? Let me rub my eyes again. Good heavens, where did those springs come from? Wu Yu exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he chastised her. Here they were, struggling through the increasingly deep snow, finding it arduous to extract their legs, with a considerable distance still to the base. Meanwhile, she appeared to have the luxury of playing with toys. Wu Yu was about to voice another complaint when his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yingying suddenly sprang up from the ground with a forceful push, her spring compressing and extending, propelling her several meters into the air before she gracefully descended to the ground. Wu Yu observed the distance between them, approximately 10 meters apart. Is this something a human can accomplish? Truly, is this the explosive power of a spring? This seems rather unfair. Jiang Yingying covered her face, on the verge of tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, the spring proved to be somewhat useful. With this, she need not bury her legs in the snow and endure the cold. At this pace, she should soon reach the entrance of the base. Turning her head, she called out to Wu Yu with an urging tone, hurry up, I'm going ahead. Wu Yu and Luo Hansong watched as she bounced away, quickly disappearing from their sight, their astonishment lingering long after. How can one, being human, possess such a cheating tool? They gazed at the vast expanse of snow, lost in contemplation. Due to the nature of the spring, Jiang Yingying struggled to make sharp turns. Should she inadvertently encounter an oblivious zombie obstructing her path, she would not hesitate to wield a heavy hammer to clear her way. No one could impede her return. Not even the undead. Jiang Yingying was now freezing. She felt as though the blood in her veins had ceased to flow. The snowfall had gradually ceased. Yet the cold remained relentless. Trembling, she hopped along the path to the base entrance, her hands and feet icy from the frigid air. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she concealed the spring in a discreet corner. Without its elevation, she found herself sinking into the deep snow, half her leg ensnared. I can't pull it out, she exclaimed, twisting her brow in frustration. I'll try again. Tears welled in her eyes. Mama, my leg is stuck. Gazing at the base merely a few meters away, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Was she destined to remain buried in the snow all day? Jiang Yingying, what are you doing here? Hearing a familiar voice, her eyes lit up. She turned to find Shun Yi and Zhou Qiran emerging from the base, evidently having changed into warm, thick clothing, unlike her own attire, which felt inadequate. Jiang Yingying glanced down at her sailor suit and began to cry softly. Her nose reddened as she sobbed. Brother Zhou Qiran, tall and unimpeded by the snow, noticed the girl with most of her legs trapped. His brow furrowed in concern. Ha. Shani couldn't contain his laughter upon witnessing Jiang Yingying's predicament, pointing at her and teasing. What happened, Jiang Yingying? Are your legs too short to escape? Ha. I can't breathe. I'm going to die laughing. With tears in her eyes resembling those of a rabbit, Jiang Yingying pouted in indignation, pointing at the incessantly laughing Shun Yi as she lamented to Zhou Qiran. Brother, he is mocking me. Chapter 40. Fever. Zhou Qiran cast a cold glance, causing Shani to immediately retract his smile and fall silent. Turning his gaze towards Jiang Yingying, who was ensnared in the snow, he gradually approached her. His long legs took large strides, as if the snow posed no hindrance to him. Jiang Yingying felt a surge of emotion. It was truly touching that the male lead was willing to come to her rescue. She extended her hand, hoping he would pull her out, but unexpectedly. Zhou Qiran suddenly bent down and lifted her effortlessly, the snow clinging to his legs cascading to the ground. Instinctively, Jiang Yingying wrapped her arms around Zhou Qiran's neck. Momentarily dazed, just as she contemplated struggling to free herself, she heard his cool voice command, "Do not move." Instantly, she became rigid, paralyzed by his presence. The crispness of his breath enveloped her. She instinctively lowered her head, leaning slightly against his chest, and could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Shani stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Zhou Qiran, expressionless, passed by him while carrying Jiang Yingying, leaving behind a remark. "What are you standing there for?" Shani was momentarily stunned, observing him walk towards the base, and hurriedly followed, feeling a bit dazed. Each step Zhou Qiran took was somewhat slow due to the snow's obstruction. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Jiang Yingying felt as though time was crawling. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, so distinct that she could not discern if the sound originated from Zhou Qiran or herself. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Jiang Yingying shut her eyes, too timid to look, burying her head down. Zhou Qiran glanced at the girl, who resembled a frightened quail, and could not help but chuckle inwardly. She still knew fear. Where had her bravery gone, the courage to venture out alone on missions? After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the villa. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Jiang Yingying struggled to be let down. Zhou Qiran, not inclined to insist, gently released her. With a flushed face, she dashed into the villa like a whirlwind. "Miss, you're back. Oh, why is your face so red? It seems your other parts are also frozen. In this frigid weather, you must have suffered greatly," Lu Shui exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Yingying burst in, her heart tinged with concern. Jiang Yingying offered an awkward smile. She was not merely cold. She felt as if she might turn into a popsicle. However, she was now ablaze with warmth and needed to take a shower to cool down. Just as she opened her mouth to say something, Zhou Qiran entered from outside, prompting her to hastily change her words. "I'll head upstairs first." Before hurriedly ascending the stairs, Zhou Qiran regarded her retreating figure with a neutral expression. The little one was surprisingly quick. Jiang Yingying took a lengthy shower, lasting a full half-hour. The water was frigid, as hot water was limited, and given the sudden change in weather, even the water was cold. Jiang Yingying, enveloped in a cold shower, took a considerable time to regain her composure. The moment she stepped out of the bathroom, she let out a mighty sneeze. Touching her reddened nose, she sensed a slight warmth on her forehead. As she lay on the bed, gazing up at the light above, her hand instinctively shielded her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into slumber. When Jiang Yingying awoke once more, a faint dizziness enveloped her, and her vision blurred as she stared at the overhead light, feeling an intense warmth coursing through her body. A chilling hand pressed against her forehead, prompting a soft sigh of contentment. She relished the coolness of the moment. Extending her hand to grasp it and nuzzle it against her face, the owner of the hand seemed somewhat stiff, allowing her to indulge in this comforting action. However, as she continued to nuzzle, an unsettling sensation crept in. Turning her head, her eyes narrowed, and a handsome man's face materialized in her hazy vision. A silly grin crept across her face as she exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, where did you come from? I'm quite skilled, I assure you." She drew in a breath. Her throat constricted. In response, the frigid hand withdrew, leaving Jiang Yingying in a daze. With dreamy eyes, she clumsily pressed the hand back, imploring, "Don't go." She was referring to the hand. Zhou Qiran regarded her with a perplexed expression, mistakenly believing she meant him, lowering his gaze to conceal the shadows in his eyes. He did not retract his hand, but instead used his other hand to tuck the blanket around her, his deep, resonant voice brushing through the air. "I am here." Jiang Yingying nestled the man's hand against her face, rubbing against it like a contented cat. The man's gaze deepened, becoming inscrutable. Throughout this time, Jiang Yingying would occasionally awaken, crying out until she pressed Zhou Qiran's hand against her chest, which would lull her back to sleep. After several days, Jiang Yingying finally regained full consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by bright light. As she turned her head, a large hand approached, prompting her instinctively to push it away. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed, and when she discerned the identity of the hand's owner, her entire being froze. She quickly shrank back beneath the covers, trembling. Goodness! How is it Zhou Qiran? She thought in panic. What if he retaliates for my earlier actions? Observing the quivering figure curled up in the blankets, Zhou Qiran could not suppress a hint of amusement. Awake? His clear voice resonated, causing Jiang Yingying to tense, cautiously peeking out from her cocoon of blankets. Her eyes darting nervously. You won't hit me, will you? I didn't mean to earlier. It was purely instinctive self-defense. Zhou Qiren stood, looking down at her with a calm demeanor. What on earth are you contemplating each day? Are you wondering when you might eliminate me? Jiang Yingying chuckled awkwardly, too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. She swiftly changed the subject. Why are you in my room? Zhou Qiren, hands in his pockets, replied with a nonchalant expression. You have been feverish for the past few days, lost in slumber for 3 days. You have been talking in your sleep and even becoming physical with me. Jiang Yingying's expression froze. Her eyes blinked as she tightened her grip on the quilt. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Qiren. What did you say? Zhou Qiren fixed his eyes upon her and enunciated each word distinctly. I said, you were all over me. Instantly, the quilt was pulled back up, forming a mound on the bed once more. Jiang Yingying nestled within, her face reflecting a sense of existential despair. What unspeakable misdeeds had she committed during her feverish state? Zhou Qiren could not help but chuckle, choosing not to tease her further. Someone has come by these past few days, claiming the points have already been attributed to you. Jiang Yingying paused, emerging from her cocoon of blankets, a vague understanding dawning upon her. It must be Wu Yu and Luo Hasong. With a slight burp, she nodded, feeling somewhat lackluster. What is the situation outside now? The snow has melted, and the zombies have evolved, Zhou Qiren replied, his tone subdued. Jiang Yingying sighed, as expected. As expected? What? Chapter 41. Routine inspection. Jiang Yingying was taken aback, suddenly realizing she had let something slip. Hastily, she averted her gaze and laughed awkwardly. Indeed. I thought this heavy snowfall was unusual. Zhou Qiren scrutinized her for a lengthy moment without uttering a word. Beneath the covers, Jiang Yingying clenched her hand, a wave of nervousness washing over her. After a prolonged silence, she heard the man's voice, laden with a hint of resignation. You shouldn't go out for a while. Jiang Yingying blinked in surprise, turning to look at him as she instinctively asked, why? A large hand descended, covering her entire face. Darkness enveloped her vision. Her eyelashes fluttered, brushing against his palm, a light tickling sensation coursing through her. Be obedient. The man's deep voice sounded almost coaxing, accompanied by a soft sigh. Jiang Yingying was momentarily stunned, and when her vision cleared, the man had already turned and exited the room. In the spacious room, only Jiang Yingying remained, sitting dazedly on the bed, her mind replaying the man's words that seemed to seep into her very bones. What did he mean by that? Jiang Yingying slipped out of bed, running barefoot to the balcony, where she saw Zhou Qiren and Shun Yi exiting the villa. After a moment's contemplation, she returned to her room to don a dress. The weather had turned warm, as if the previous anomalies had merely been a figment of her imagination. Clad in her outfit and shoes, she dashed to the door and opened it. She paused, wondering if Xiaoting had been waiting at the door throughout her days of unconsciousness. Kneeling down, she looked into Xiaoting's cold, hollow eyes, ultimately saying nothing, letting out a sigh as she gently patted his head. Descending the stairs, she spotted Wang Yu. Recalling Zhou Qiren's words, Jiang Yingying cautiously inquired, has anything happened recently? Wang Yu was startled. He hadn't expected the seemingly lifeless person who had been bedridden to be standing vibrantly before him now. You're finally awake. I was worried sick seeing you so ill. Jiang Yingying smiled lightly. I'm fine now. Has something occurred at the base lately? Wang Yu sighed upon hearing her mention this. It seems that the base laboratory has recently misplaced something and is currently conducting a thorough search. The laboratory lost something? Coupled with the previous heavy snowfall, the zombies outside have become quite cunning, adept at using living humans to lure others. We evade them, but they move with the agility of monkeys. In recent missions, we encountered several advanced zombies. Not only do they possess extraordinary abilities, but their weapons are formidable as well. The atmosphere in the base is fraught with anxiety, both inside and out. Brother Liang and his team have garnered the attention of the base leaders, who have offered them terms to serve as bodyguards. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Did he agree to it? Although the plot has diverged somewhat, will it ultimately converge at a single narrative point? Does this mean that Zhou Qiren still cannot escape the fate of betrayal and being taken to the laboratory, even without the traitor Yang Fei? The thought of her predetermined fate sent a chill down Jiang Yingying's spine. She never anticipated that merely a few days of slumber could lead to such a series of events. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside. Wang Yu and Jiang Yingying exchanged glances. Wang Yu nodded and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Yuan Fa leading the group. Open the door. Routine inspection. If you don't open it soon, don't blame us for breaking it down. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and opened the door. Yuan Fa swaggered in. His father had scolded him extensively over a previous incident and confined him for over half a month. Had it not been for the current situation, he might still have been locked away. Now tasked with overseeing the search in the abilities zone, he thought nothing of coming here first. A few other abilities users followed Yuan Fa inside. Jiang Yingying spotted Yang Fei among them. He had lost an arm, his gaze was sinister, and an aura of coldness emanated from him. Upon seeing Jiang Yingying, Yuan Fa's eyes lit up. The delicate, fair skin, the fragile neck. The glistening large eyes, his heart raced with desire. He had learned that this girl was Zhou Qiren's sister. Since he could not approach directly, perhaps a softer tactic would suffice. After all, his father seemed to hold Zhou Qiren in high regard. If he could win over his sister, wouldn't that further endear him to his father? Yuan Fa's gaze made Jiang Yingying feel uneasy. His intense stare only intensified the fluttering in his heart. The girl timidly took a step back behind Wang Yu, her white dress accentuating her as a fragile flower swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of pity. Yuan Fa couldn't help but smile amiably. Yingying, don't be afraid. We're merely here for a routine check, and nothing will happen. Jiang Yingying remained silent, lowering her head slightly. Her exquisite profile glowed with an ethereal light, appearing even more pitiable and graceful. Yuan Fa turned to the individuals behind him, his expression darkening. Why are you standing there? Hurry and search. Don't frighten her. Yang Fei, amidst a throng of supernatural beings, cast a cold glance at Jiang Yingying. It was this wretched woman who had brought him to this lamentable state. Just wait. Once Yuan Fa has her in his grasp and has savored his pleasure, he would discard her like a rag, and then she would truly experience the depths of hell. Jiang Yingying looked at Yang Fei with trepidation, her eyes brimming with tears, her delicate nose twitching as if about to burst into sobs. Yuan Fa, ever attentive to the fragile flower, was taken aback upon seeing her on the verge of tears. He hurried over, his heart aching, and reached out to wipe her tears. Yingying, why are you crying? Jiang Yingying recoiled towards Wang Yu, bursting into tears. He is being mean to me. Her words came out in hiccups, as if she struggled to catch her breath between sobs, her nose reddened, making her appear all the more pitiful. So scary, Wah, she cried, retreating further to avoid Yuan Fa's comforting yet unwelcome hand. Yang Fei, what kind of look is that? Get lost. Yuan Fa's anger flared as he turned to berate Yang Fei, and after finishing, he turned back to Jiang Yingying with a soothing tone. Don't cry. I've sent him away. Jiang Yingying's eyes, red and resembling those of a frightened rabbit, pouted as she sniffled and ceased her lamentations. She gazed shyly at Yuan Fa, saying nothing, yet her silence stirred within him an insatiable yearning. Damn it. She was truly a rare beauty. Wang Yu, witnessing Jiang Yingying's fearful antics, glanced at Yuan Fa with an inexplicable twinge of sympathy. Brother, tread carefully. The allure of women can be perilous. One day, you will realize that this innocent flower harbors a toxic essence, capable of bringing ruin. Chapter 42. A Reunion, Bonus Update. Yuan Fa remained oblivious to Wang Yu's gaze, his own eyes glued to Jiang Yingying. Tracing her delicate features from her face to her neck, and down to her slender waist and graceful legs, his eyes devouring her form. His gaze was filled with lust, akin to a famished wolf, glimmering with a predatory hunger. Jiang Yingying trembled even more, opting to hide behind Wang Yu, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. It was too overwhelming. Yuan Fa watched her, resembling a timid rabbit, shivering in fear, and a surge of primal desire surged within him, an impulse to dominate and ravage her. Tremble, the more you cry, the more exhilarated I shall become. A manic smile involuntarily crept onto Yuan Fa's face. Wang Yu, witnessing this deranged smile, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this man truly sane? After a considerable while, the supernatural beings descended from the upper floors, addressing Yuan Fa. Captain, all is normal. Yuan Fa dismissively waved his hand. You all may proceed to the next location. I shall remain here for a while longer. They remained still. But Captain, the base commander has given orders, Yuan Fa said impatiently, casting a fierce glance at them, clearly annoyed. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Yingying, who was hiding behind Wang Yu, seemingly concerned about frightening her, and softened his voice. Yingying, once I finish my business, I shall come find you. Jiang Yingying's lips twitched. There was truly no need for that, and she hoped he would not return. A group of them marched off. Miss, are you all right? Lu Shui, holding Lulu, stood in the corridor above, her expression tinged with worry. She had just been tidying up the room when several fierce-looking individuals barged in, startling them. Thankfully, They merely conducted a cursory inspection before departing. As soon as they left, she hurried out, relieved to see Jiang Yingying looking healthy and vibrant. I'm fine. Jiang Yingying shook her head. Given the recent turmoil, it would be wise for her to stay indoors. The intertwining of internal and external matters hinted at an impending storm of bloodshed and chaos. That evening, Wang Yu rushed in, panting. To announce a shocking piece of news, Yuan Fa had lost his position. The group was taken aback. With the loss of his son, the base commander would undoubtedly be furious, intensifying the search efforts. He had issued a dire warning. He would flay the one responsible for his son's downfall. Wang Yu's expression was grave. One incident followed another. Jiang Yingying was astonished. She had not anticipated Yuan Fa's fall from grace. It was rather pitiable. He had already been mentally unstable, and now he had lost his means of influence. Lu Shui, upon hearing this, felt a sense of vindication. That's well-deserved. The heavens have eyes. Wang Yu continued, Yuan Fa is now bedridden, and Ran Gu has taken over his position as the third-in-command. The base is in disarray. And Yi Gu has advised us to remain indoors for the time being. Jiang Yingying nodded absently, realizing that Shou Qiran had indeed ascended to the role of the base's third-in-command. The plot was quietly unfolding. Did this mean her demise was not far off? Yet. Recalling her hidden advantages, Jiang Yingying felt a surge of determination. There were still many differences, were there not? She could not allow herself to be ensnared by the original storyline, nor could she be led by the nose. That night, Jiang Yingying dreamed of the forest once more. This time, she remained composed, walking steadily along the path. The zombies around her appeared even more agile than when she first encountered them. And she spotted the duo of zombie brothers, shoulder to shoulder, waddling with an inward turn of their feet. Their heads were close together, yet this time, they did not quarrel. Heh. Good brothers walking together. Heh. To the ends of the earth, north and south. The two zombies rhythmically hummed in their undead language. In perfect synchrony as they ambled along. Jiang Yingying mused, after a few days' absence, the zombies have even learned idioms and tunes. Heh. Sister, it's been a while since I've seen you. Suddenly, a familiar pair of large, captivating eyes appeared before Jiang Yingying, causing her to take a step back in fright. The little red-hooded zombie caressed her dry, pale face, presenting it to Jiang Yingying. Hee. Sister, do you see? Has my skin improved? She chuckled mischievously. I diligently apply saliva to my face every day. Suddenly recollecting something, she extended her withered arm towards Jiang Yingying. Instinctively, Jiang Yingying recoiled. But the little red-hooded zombie remained unfazed, beckoning her. Hee. Come here. Confused, Jiang Yingying pondered the situation before following her. As they ventured through the woods, they stumbled upon a cave. The little red-hooded zombie approached the entrance and bellowed. Heh. Immediately, the anguished cries of a human echoed from within. Let me go. I beg you. Eat me. Just stop tormenting me. The little red-hooded zombie seemed pleased, twisting her neck with agility, and communicated with a series of chuckles to Jiang Yingying. Jiang understood. She mentioned having found a toy recently, one that could both cry and shout, and even spit. Jiang Yingying felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could it be? Noticing Jiang Yingying's lack of response, the little red-hooded zombie tilted her head, assuming the cries from within lacked the necessary fervor to excite her. After all, it was a rare occasion for her sister to visit, and she was determined to ensure her sister's enjoyment. Slowly, the little red-hooded zombie sauntered into the cave, prompting a man's desperate cries. Don't grab me. I'll walk on my own. I'd rather be eaten than become a zombie. Moments later, a man tumbled out of the cave, crawling and scrambling. His white shirt was soiled, his hair a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest, caked in mud, and his face gaunt with dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Yingying observed that his complexion was not unlike that of a zombie. His face was filled with terror, and a comical mix of snot and tears streamed down, creating a somewhat absurd sight. Upon looking up and catching sight of Jiang Yingying, he froze. The girl, clad in a delicate pink bunny onesie, possessed exquisite features and pure, clear eyes, her fair feet bare, resembling a fairy misplaced in the mortal realm. In a daze, he seemed to perceive a divine light radiating from her. The man abruptly knelt, extending his hand in prayer. Kind angel, are you here to rescue me? Jiang Yingying was taken aback. Had he been driven mad by torment to the point of hallucination? Glancing behind her, she noted she had no wings. Hee. Sister, look at my toy. The little red-hooded zombie suddenly bounced out of the cave once more. The illusion before the man shattered instantly, and the pure, holy glow surrounding Jiang Yingying vanished. He stiffly turned his head, realizing the little red hooded zombie was now watching him with hungry eyes. Suddenly, an epiphany struck, and he turned back to gaze at the exquisite girl before him. Then, with a startled cry, he collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. Chapter 43. Crawl for me. The man was roused from his stupor by a slap from the little red hooded zombie. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the pallid gaze of a zombie, its eyes resembling those of a doll. The sight of the little Red Riding Hood zombie, with its captivatingly large eyes, stirred something within him, snapping his foggy mind to attention. In a sudden rush, he sat up and began to crawl away. Oh my! The man, with tears and snot streaming down his face, desperately clawed at the ground, only to be seized by a powerful hand that gripped one of his legs. His fear intensified, prompting him to crawl even more frantically. With a sharp rip, his pant leg was torn, trailing long, delicate threads behind him. He paid no heed to his ruined trousers. Terror was about to engulf him entirely. He scrambled faster, only to be halted by a firm grip on his rear. The sharp sensation of claws sent him into a tremor, as he feared that any sudden movement from the zombie might spell his doom. His voice, hoarse from panic, pleaded, "Please, spare me. Just give me a quick end." Jiang Yingying looked at him with a hint of compassion as he trembled on the ground. The poor child. Hee. This toy isn't behaving today. The little Red Riding Hood zombie held the toy in place while casting a glance at Jiang Yingying. Hee. How about we have it for a meal today? Hee. There are plenty of toys out there. We can find more. Jiang Yingying gazed into the zombie's sincere, doll-like eyes, falling into contemplation. After a moment, she spoke. Perhaps we should keep it and nurture it a bit longer? The little Red Riding Hood zombie appeared reluctant. This toy was simply too unruly. It hadn't even spat at her lately. How could it maintain its beauty if it didn't take care of itself like a sister? Seeing the zombie's silence, Jiang Yingying added, "Nurturing will make it more tender." The little Red Riding Hood zombie, accustomed to tearing into flesh, had never heard such reasoning before. It pondered deeply but ultimately decided to cease its ruminations. Since its sister suggested it, it must be wise. It glanced down at the crawling toy before conceding with a couple of raspy breaths. "Very well. I want to eat it for now." It released its grip on the man's hand and instead grasped the back of his collar. The little Red Riding Hood zombie understood that such toys were fragile, easily shattered with the slightest touch. Thus it refrained from using its claws. Scanning its surroundings, drawn by the tantalizing scent of fresh human flesh, it still yearned to feast. A silver strand dripped from the corner of the little Red Riding Hood zombie's mouth. Jiang Yingying remarked, "You still desire to eat, don't you?" Glancing at her sister beside her, the little Red Riding Hood zombie ultimately chose to release the toy. As soon as the man hit the ground, he burst into tears, abandoning any thoughts of crawling further. He realized that such struggles were futile. The zombies he had encountered during a previous escape were far more fearsome than this one before him. With mouths agape, they had come to bite him, causing him to flee back into the cave in sheer terror. Jiang Yingying was the most human-like zombie he had ever encountered, and astonishingly, she could speak Mandarin. Overwhelmed with emotion, he cast another glance at Jiang Yingying. How could such a charming young woman have transformed into a cold-blooded, heartless zombie? It seemed so unjust. In that moment, he harbored no other desires but to succumb to death. With a resolute determination, he beseeched Jiang Yingying, "Little zombie girl, I implore you to devour me." Startled, Jiang Yingying had not anticipated his fervent wish for death, and cautiously inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to live a little longer?" "I do not wish to live. I have no desire to go on." The moment she asked, the man's pent-up sorrows poured forth like a floodgate. "You cannot fathom the inhumane treatment I have endured during this time." He wept bitterly, disregarding whether Jiang Yingying, a zombie, could comprehend his plight. "That one." He pointed vehemently at the little Red Riding Hood zombie. "In the days since it captured me, it has relentlessly forced me to spit. The more I spit, the more exhilarated it becomes, and it has neither fed nor quenched my thirst. Once my saliva runs dry, how shall I replenish my body? Even if I am not devoured, I shall perish from hunger. Rather than endure such torment, I would prefer to embrace death now." Jiang Yingying suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It seemed this method was of her own suggestion. The little Red Riding Hood zombie, bemused by the man's incessant chatter, grew irritable, feeling neglected as he ranted. As he immersed himself in recounting his harrowing experiences, a sudden roar pierced the air, reverberating through his eardrums. "Huh!" Instinctively, he dropped to the ground and began to crawl. The little Red Riding Hood zombie grasped his waistband. He continued to struggle in his crawling position. Jiang Yingying envisioned the little Red Riding Hood zombie wielding a small whip, poised to strike, while nonchalantly stepping on the man's body. Her expression one of indifference as she commanded him to crawl. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie tilted her head, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. She turned to Jiang Yingying with an excited growl. How delightful. Jiang Yingying remarked, it seems you have discovered the joy of toying with your plaything. Hee hee hee. Sister, you must join in the fun. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie eagerly invited her, observing the man futilely struggling. Jiang Yingying felt a twinge of sympathy and nodded in agreement. She approached, took hold of him, and opted to grasp the back of his collar. Finding it distasteful to grab his trousers, the Little Red Riding Hood zombie retreated, and upon seeing the man's body go still once more, grew frustrated. She yearned for her companion to share in the amusement. Why should she be the only one to revel in this experience? With a determined gait, she dashed back to the man and emitted another zombie growl. Huh. Crawl for me. Startled by the command, the man jolted and resumed crawling, tears streaming down his face. After firmly grasping the man by the collar, striving to prevent his escape, Jiang Yingying sighed and turned to her zombie companion, saying, he is rather dull. I wish to engage in other amusements. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie tilted her head, having only captured this one toy recently, finding little else of interest. Jiang Yingying proposed, as I am new here and not well acquainted with this place, would you kindly lead me inside to play? Without hesitation. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie nodded in agreement. Jiang Yingying exhaled in relief, setting the man, who was awkwardly crawling on all fours, down, and cheerfully remarked, let us proceed. This man she could not take with her. She could only hope for his survival in the clutches of her zombie sister, seemingly having found new amusement. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie disregarded the man on the ground and merrily swayed forward, exclaiming, hee hee. Sister, keep up. The man breathed a sigh of relief. His face smeared with snot and tears, and as he contemplated the bleak path ahead, he could not help but shed more bitter tears. Chapter 44. Rescuing a Life. Jiang Yingying had long been intrigued to explore deeper during her last visit, as the sounds emanating from the depths of the forest had piqued her interest. Barefoot on the gravel, she felt sharp pains as the stones pierced her skin, blood seeping from her soles. Suddenly, the Little Red Riding Hood zombie halted and sniffed the air. Curiously, Jiang Yingying inquired, Sister, what are you doing? Hee hee. There is the scent of food, the zombie replied. Jiang Yingying was taken aback, glancing down at her bloodied feet and then back at the gravel stained with her blood. Her heart raced. Hastily, she blocked the approaching head of the Little Red Riding Hood zombie, insisting, I don't smell any food. You must be imagining things out of hunger. Let us hurry along. The Little Red Riding Hood zombie, unperturbed, nodded and continued to sway forward. Jiang Yingying sighed in relief and followed her zombie companion deeper into the shadows. The further they ventured, the more profound and chilling the darkness became. A cool breeze swept through, causing Jiang Yingying to shiver, and observing the Little Red Riding Hood zombie unaffected by the cold. She could not help but marvel at the resilience of today's zombies. Unfazed by temperature or pain, with only their oddity and clumsiness to contend with, they possessed numerous advantages. The leaves rustled ominously in the wind, casting shadows on the ground that resembled lurking beasts, ready to pounce at any moment. Jiang Yingying rubbed her goosebumps arms and asked, Is there anything entertaining ahead? The Little Red Riding Hood zombie halted, stiffly turning around. Her pallid complexion and the sudden eerie green glow emanating from her eyes startled Jiang Yingying, who instinctively shut her eyes against the blinding light. When she reopened them, she found herself back in her room, the outside world bathed in bright sunlight beneath a clear sky. Jiang Yingying rested her forehead against her palm, her mind replaying the scene she had witnessed before awakening. Hastily, she lifted the covers and glanced at her small feet, which bore tiny, unhealed wounds. Was this not a dream? Jiang Yingying found herself momentarily lost in thought. In other words, she had spent the entire night awake, gallivanting in that eerie place to rendezvous with zombies? Everything was undeniably real. A series of firm knocks echoed through the air. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yingying inquired, Who is it? A voice from outside, belonging to Lu Shui, replied, Miss, there is a tall and robust man here to see you. He requests your assistance. Looking for her? What could a frail girl like her possibly offer? Jiang Yingying felt a flicker of confusion, yet she responded, I will come down shortly. She descended from her bed, donned a shimmering dress adorned with a large bow at the chest, and tied her hair into a ponytail before slipping on her shoes and stepping out the door. Xiaoting stood at the entrance, gazing up at her. As was her custom, Jiang Yingying affectionately ruffled his hair, then leaned against the corridor railing to peer down, only to be taken aback. It was Luo Hansong. After putting on her shoes, she hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, Brother Hansong, what brings you here? Luo Hansong appeared slightly leaner than the last time they met. His lips adorned with dark stubble, giving him a weathered look. Ying, I need you to do me a favor, he said, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Jiang Ying blinked, urging him to continue. My sister. She was taken by zombies not long ago, he choked out, his voice trembling. Jiang Ying could clearly see the glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes. A strong man shedding tears, it was evident how much he cherished his sister. Fearing that Jiang Ying might refuse, Luo Hansong added, Ying, I know you possess remarkable abilities. I have exhausted all avenues and sought help from every high-level ability user. Yet no one has come to my aid. I understand that this request is somewhat shameful, but could you possibly consider helping me, given our past teamwork? At this juncture, Luo Hansong found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that pleading with a girl in such a manner was not ideal, yet he was utterly desperate. With both of their parents transformed into zombies, only the two siblings remained. He could not bear to lose his sister as well. He was aware that Jiang Ying was not as fragile as she appeared and knew of her capabilities, which is why he had mustered the courage to approach her. Before he could voice another thought, the girl's sudden exclamation took him by surprise. All right, when shall we depart? Her smile radiated warmth, devoid of any hint of reluctance. Observing his stunned expression, she continued, How about right now? Luo Hansong's goodwill towards her was unmistakable, although their time as teammates had been brief. She could sense the kindness he had extended to her. She was willing to reciprocate this warmth. Moreover, his eyes spoke the truth. He was genuinely fearful, afraid of losing his loved ones and feeling powerless to protect those he cherished. Luo Hansong was momentarily lost in thought as he observed the girl discussing her temporary departure with Lu Shui, the turmoil in his heart settling with great difficulty. There was no question of why, only a simple affirmation. Good. This word resonated deeply within him. Wang Yu had left early in the morning, and Jiang Ying scarcely had the chance to bid him farewell, merely instructing Lu Shui to inform him when the time came before departing with Luo Hansong. Along the way, Jiang Ying gleaned some details regarding recent events. Luo Hansong's sister, Luo Hani, possessed water-based abilities and had accompanied her team on a mission a few days prior. Due to the heavy snowfall, the land's water sources had become thoroughly contaminated, and anyone who consumed that water had inevitably turned into a zombie. Consequently, no one dared to approach those waters again. Once regarded with disdain, the water-based ability users had now become key figures deserving of protection. Luo Hansong had assumed that his sister's abilities would shield her from significant danger. To his dismay, only one of her teammates returned that day, while his sister and the others had been captured by zombies. It was said that the zombie in question was a level 3 entity, armed with a weapon. Luo Hansong recalled the information relayed to him by the survivor. What kind of weapon? Jiang Ying inquired. A submachine gun, the survivor had responded. Jiang Ying blinked in surprise. The variety of weapons wielded by zombies was indeed astonishing. However, considering the gun, she pondered with her chin in hand, realizing it could be quite troublesome. After all, the speed of the bullets posed a significant risk of being caught off guard. She extended her hand, examining the two dark markings on her palm. Currently, she possessed only two tools, a heavy hammer and a spring. A sigh escaped her lips. Given that their adversary was a formidable level 3 zombie, no one was willing to join them. Luo Hansong watched her cautiously, and Jiang Ying understood that it implied only the two of them would undertake the rescue, which was acceptable. A larger group might hinder her performance. She glanced down at her sparkling little dress, realizing it would likely become soiled. Chapter 45. The One-Eyed Zombie. Upon arriving at the base entrance, Jiang Ying noticed the heightened security surrounding the area. Entry and exit required registration. The personnel responsible for registration regarded Jiang Ying several times, continuing to watch her retreating figure even after she had left. In such a perilous outside world, this girl appeared delicate and fragile, likely to be torn apart by zombies upon stepping out. With a resigned shake of his head, he returned to his duties. He could not prevent others from seeking their own demise. They found a vehicle by the roadside and set off towards the location of the zombie. Luo Hansong had already inquired and discovered that the zombie preferred to remain inside a particular office building, rarely venturing outside. The mission site for Luo Hani and her team happened to be in that very location, unnoticed by everyone until a zombie wielding a submachine gun emerged, revealing the presence of a high-level undead creature. Jiang Ying had not ventured out for several days, and the zombies exhibited an unusual fervor, charging forth with alarming enthusiasm, their gaping maws wide open. Luo Hansong skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, narrowly escaping the zealous onslaught of his undead brethren. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, they finally halted beneath the office building. As they exited the vehicle, zombies were quick to converge upon them, drawn by their living essence. With a firm grip on her hammer, Jiang Yingying swung it forcefully at the head of the nearest zombie. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent flying to the ground. Luo Hasong remarked on her ferocity. His muscles taut as he delivered a powerful punch that crushed the skull of another approaching zombie. The two exchanged a glance before entering the building. Inside, the office worker zombies were initially wandering about in a daze, but upon sensing the presence of the living, they sprang into action. Their previously stiff joints suddenly imbued with agility. With astonishing leaping ability, they lunged towards the pair from a distance. This generation of zombies was remarkably spry, each exhibiting the potential of an athlete. Jiang Yingying couldn't help but marvel, her hammer whirling with vigor as she sent the undead flying with each swing. However, one zombie managed to grasp the hem of Jiang Yingying's clothing, causing Luo Hansong's pupils to constrict in alarm. Be careful. In the next moment, the zombie's sharp claws fell away. Jiang Yingying turned, her hammer crashing down to send the creature sprawling. "What's wrong?" she asked, her expression puzzled. Luo Hasong swallowed hard, shaking his head. "It's nothing." The duo ascended the staircase with relentless determination, dispatching the scattered zombies that wandered the hallways. On the rooftop, a one-eyed zombie, armed with a submachine gun, staggered around, seemingly satisfied as it observed its captured toys trembling in fear. With a thunderous roar, it howled, eliciting a shriek from one of the captives. "Ah!" The one-eyed zombie appeared even more elated, its footfalls growing increasingly jubilant. The captured individuals huddled together, their eyes warily tracking the circling undead, fearful that it might pounce at any moment. Luo Hani crouched among them, biting her lip in distress. Thoughts of her brother flooded her mind, and she felt tears welling up. As a mere level 1 water ability user, she possessed little offensive capability and had only joined this mission because the task seemed relatively simple, since the status of water ability users had risen. She had always been a focal point of protection within the team. Little did she anticipate encountering such a formidable level 3 zombie, especially one wielding a firearm. Strangely, it did not devour them immediately. Instead, it herded them onto the rooftop, occasionally intimidating them with its presence. It was as if their trembling fear delighted the creature. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. If it comes down to it, I'll face death head on." A man, in a moment of despair, shouted loudly. He abruptly rose from the crowd, channeling his powers as a wall of earth abruptly surged from the ground. The one-eyed zombie was caught off guard and stumbled to the ground. With a furious leap, the zombie retaliated, firing its submachine gun with relentless fury. Bang! The man fell, his body riddled with bullets. The crowd turned pale, falling silent. The zombies felt no pain. Their brains were their only vulnerability. They had attempted to ambush it during moments of its inattention, but it had nimbly evaded them, as if possessed by some otherworldly prowess. Were they truly destined to perish here? A profound sense of bleak despair enveloped their hearts. Suddenly, music erupted into the air. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances as a colorful toy car rolled in with an ostentatious flair. The one-eyed zombie tilted its head, drool cascading from its mouth as it lunged towards the sound. With a crash, the zombie narrowly missed colliding with the toy car, which continued to meander forward while the zombie lay on the ground, salivating uncontrollably. Jiang Yingying and Luo Hansong concealed themselves behind a door, quietly observing the situation on the rooftop. The toy car was one they had spotted in an office area, likely intended as a gift for a child by some employee before the apocalypse. Seeing its potential, Jiang Yingying had taken it to distract the zombies, as they were particularly sensitive to sound. Though their vision had improved after evolution, their hearing remained their most acute sense. Upon noticing Luo Hani trembling among a few others, Luo Hansong felt an impulse to rush out, but was restrained by Jiang Yingying. Wait a moment. The toy car continued to emit its cheerful sounds as it rolled forward. The one-eyed zombie, now upright, aimed its submachine gun at the source of the noise. The gunfire rang out, shattering the toy car's taillight. Yet it persistently rolled on. Little bugle beep, beep, beep. The one-eyed zombie, becoming increasingly agitated, stomped its feet and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The toy car suddenly went silent, tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, screams erupted from the captured individuals. Bullet casings left traces of gunpowder at their feet as they huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. They had narrowly escaped being struck by the bullets. Annoyed by the distraction, the one-eyed zombie howled in frustration and staggered toward them. The crowd shook even more violently, instinctively activating their powers, prepared to fight in a desperate last stand. as they had resolutely decided to rise against their adversaries. The next scene left them utterly astonished. Not far away stood a young girl, her hair styled in a high ponytail, her features exquisitely charming. Dressed in a shimmering little dress adorned with a bow and perched upon high springs, she wielded a massive iron hammer with ease. With a sudden leap, she sprang into the air, landing deftly behind the one-eyed zombie. In a swift motion, she swung the hammer down towards its skull. Chapter 46. High-altitude play is dangerous. As if sensing her approach, the zombie tilted its head and narrowly evaded the blow. Jiang Yingying, having missed her target, landed gracefully on the ground. Looking up, she was taken aback by the sight of the zombie's crimson eyes glaring back at her, revealing a menacing grin of yellowed teeth on its ghastly visage. Instinctively, she tucked the hammer behind her and waved, exposing her own little canine tooth, greeting it with a cheerful hi. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the zombie, causing her eardrums to throb. It brandished its submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets in her direction. Jiang Yingying, springing off her springs, leapt into the air, agilely dodging the onslaught of gunfire. "You seek death," roared the one-eyed zombie, its fury intensifying as it adjusted its weapon and unleashed a sweeping barrage. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. The girl, effortlessly bouncing atop a spring, moved with remarkable agility, making the seemingly cumbersome hammer appear weightless in her grasp. "Quickly, let us go." Luo Hansong seized the moment amidst the chaos, crouching as he approached. Luo Huai recognized her brother, tears welling up in her eyes from the emotional reunion. "Don't cry yet, hurry." Luo Hansong hastily wiped her tears and urged her onward. Nodding, the group stealthily began to retreat. Suddenly aware of their intentions, the one-eyed zombie whirled around, enraged to see its prey attempting to flee. It had been so benevolent, sparing them from its hunger, and yet they dared to abandon it. This was unforgivable. In an instant, the submachine gun shifted its aim towards them. The shocked group ducked instinctively, pressing themselves to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yingying leapt from her hiding place, aiming to strike the zombie's head. Enveloped in a rage, the zombie continued firing its weapon relentlessly. Just as Jiang Yingying's hammer was about to descend, it shifted its stance, maintaining its barrage. Taken aback, her hammer struck the zombie's shoulder instead. Instantly, one of its shoulders crumpled, its weakened arm hanging limply at its side. The creature's head stiffly turned, its eyes blazing with fury as it aimed its weapon at her. Despite its injured shoulder, it exuded confidence and strength. With its unscathed left hand, it brandished the submachine gun, redirecting its fire towards Jiang Yingying. "Damn it!" Jiang Yingying exclaimed. The others were moved, recognizing her bravery. This girl, whom they had met only once, was willing to risk herself as bait to save them. This act of valor would not be forgotten, and they vowed to repay her kindness in kind. The submachine gun unleashed a barrage of fire towards Jiang Yingying, who fell to the ground. Springs beneath her feet suddenly extended, propelling her into the air, beyond the reach of the gunfire. The enraged zombie roared, "I shall devour you." It aimed its firearm skyward, firing relentlessly, shell casings raining down like confetti. Seeing that most people had fled, Jiang Yingying abruptly dove downwards. The massive iron hammer in her grip deflected the incoming bullets, sending casings scattering. The one-eyed zombie maintained its stance, firing wildly, when unexpectedly, the heavy hammer came crashing down upon its face. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed. As the springs beneath her vanished, she landed gracefully and approached the fallen zombie, its submachine gun now absent from its grasp. Glancing at her palm, she noted the unmistakable black imprint of the weapon. Jiang Yingying clenched her hand. This endeavor had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Luo Hasong and the others had reached the ground floor of the office building. "Brother, do you think that girl will be all right?" Luo Hani tugged anxiously at Luo Hansong's sleeve. Luo Hansong replied with unwavering confidence, "She will be fine. Let us be honest, that girl is probably gone." Everyone saw how ferocious that zombie was. It's nearly impossible for anyone to survive its grasp, a bearded man sighed. "I agree. Rather than waiting here in hopeless anticipation, we should return and mourn for her," someone echoed. Luo Hansong clenched his fists, veins protruding with fury. "She came to save you, and this is how you respond?" The bearded man, intimidated by Luo Hansong's imposing stature and formidable fists, took a few steps back, swallowing hard. "I'm not wrong, am I? We were indeed touched by her courage, but the reality of that zombie's ferocity cannot be denied. If so many of us couldn't defeat it, how could she possibly prevail with her strange tools?" "She will emerge," Luo Hansong declared, suppressing his anger, enunciating each word with conviction. The bearded man, sensing Luo's ire, fell silent, fearing that further words might provoke a violent reaction. After a tense wait, the crowd fixated on the office building, yet no one appeared. Their hope began to fade, and sighs of despair began to circulate. Suddenly, with a loud crash, something plummeted from above. They gasped, turning to see the mangled body of the one-eyed zombie. Panic gripped the onlookers. Before long, a white figure emerged from the building. A girl donned in a white dress adorned with a bow, her shoulder bearing the weight of a large iron hammer, approached step by step. The bearded man found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yingying drew nearer, her bright, expressive eyes fluttering as she said, "Let us go." The zombie with the bushy beard trembled as he pointed at the object requiring pixelation, stammering incoherently. Fear had begun to grip him. Jiang Yingying blinked her eyes and remarked, "It accidentally fell from the height. I told you, playing at such altitudes is prone to mishaps." The crowd, though skeptical, could not deny the truth of her words. Gazing upon the girl's pure, kind, and beautiful smile, they silently contemplated. This must be an accident. How could such an adorable girl commit such a brutal act? How could such a delicate girl overpower that ferocious zombie? If it was indeed a misstep leading to a fall, then everything makes sense. They had successfully brainwashed themselves. Luo Hansong, fully aware of the situation, thought, the big shot still knows how to put on a show. On the way back, Luo Hani curiously eyed the large hammer resting on Jiang Yingying's shoulder, tempted to touch it, yet apprehensive. She cautiously inquired, "Sister Yingying, is the hammer heavy?" Jiang Yingying paused for a moment, lifted it to weigh it in her hands, and replied, "Not heavy at all." The original hammer had been too massive. She realized she could adjust its size at will, reducing it significantly. It should not be too burdensome, she mused. Luo Hani gazed longingly at the hammer in Jiang Yingying's hands. "Can I try it?" Jiang Yingying nodded, and the moment she relinquished the hammer, Luo Hani felt the unbearable weight of existence. "You must be jesting. Why, I shall never wield it again." Chapter 47. The Aura of Suppression on their return journey. Luo Hani frequently stole glances at Jiang Yingying, her expression one of awe, as if she were some extraordinary creature. Jiang Yingying rested her chin on her hand, admiring the scenery outside, relishing the thrill of the car's drift. The occasional cries of approaching zombies brought her a strange sense of familiarity. Jiang Yingying's smile gradually took on an unsettling quality, and Luo Hani, observing her bizarre grin, felt a chill run down her spine. Due to the crowd, they had opted for 2 cars to travel in shifts. As they drove further, the zombies became increasingly sparse. The group found this peculiar. There were significantly fewer than when they arrived a few days prior. Jiang Yingying, noticing the anomaly, suddenly felt a surge of speculation. The zombie horde must be approaching. Could it be that the zombies are gathering elsewhere? The vehicles safely arrived at the base's entrance. The once abundant tents outside had diminished considerably. Following the heavy snowfall a few days prior, many had perished from the cold. The remaining survivors numbered only these few. Upon registering at the base, Jiang Yingying abruptly halted, her body stiffening. The man's deep, inscrutable gaze fell upon her, as chilling as Arctic snow, sending shivers through her. Jiang Yingying shuddered involuntarily, feeling a wave of intimidation. Is this what they call the aura of suppression? Luo Hansong gazed in astonishment at the 2 individuals before him, for it was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Yingying in such a timid state. The man, clad in a blue uniform indicative of his base, maintained an expressionless demeanor, with his shirt buttons meticulously fastened to the top. He possessed a tall and slender physique and simply regarded her in silence. Jiang Yingying felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over her. Hesitatingly, she approached, lowering her head and softly calling out. Brother Zhou Qiran pressed his hand against her head, his voice icy. "What did I say?" This was the male protagonist, whose advantages surpassed even his own. She endured the moment. Jiang Yingying allowed him to keep her head under his control, adopting a contrite attitude. "I was wrong." The softness of her voice slightly softened the man's demeanor. He withdrew his hand and turned away. "Come back with me." Jiang Yingying paused momentarily, then took small, tentative steps to follow him. "Brother, I heard from Brother Wang Yu that you've become the 3rd in command at the base. That's truly impressive." She hurried to catch up with him, showering him with a flurry of compliments. "So, do you wish to be impressive as well?" The man's pace remained unbroken, casting a sideways glance at her. His penetrating gaze felt suffocating. Jiang Yingying's breath caught in her throat as she struggled to keep pace with him. All she could do was offer a silly grin to evade any suspicion of pretentiousness. How could that be? "I merely wanted to broaden my horizons." "Broaden your horizons for an entire morning?" Zhou Qiran continued with his impassive expression. Jiang Yingying pondered what to say next, feeling utterly at a loss for words. With nothing to express, she resorted to awkward laughter. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as her head collided with the man's hand. Dazed, Jiang Yingying looked up to find him staring at her with an icy gaze. I'm not stopping you. Do you wish to crash into a utility pole? It was then that she noticed a tall utility pole standing behind him. Realizing she had almost collided with it due to her inattention. Rubbing her nose, she muttered, I'm sorry. I should pay attention while walking. Zhou Qiran retracted his hand and continued on his way. Jiang Yingying hurried to catch up with him. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the villa, where Jiang Yingying let out a sigh of relief. Here, she felt it was her domain. No fear, no fear. After all, Zhou Qiran would likely leave shortly. However, she soon received the dreadful news that Zhou Qiran intended to stay here. Jiang Yingying's expression turned despondent as she looked at the man seated on the sofa, feeling a twinge of resentment. She stealthily inched closer, resting her head against him, and asked softly, Brother, could you reconsider? The man cast a sidelong glance at her. Reconsider what? Jiang Yingying blinked her large, glistening eyes, gazing at him with sincerity. You're so busy. Wouldn't it be more convenient to sleep at your workplace? The villa is quite far away, and I can't bear the thought of you making that long trek every day. Internally, she congratulated herself for her cleverness. Zhou Qiran remained unmoved. It's all the same. Jiang Yingying was determined not to concede easily. She did not wish to lower her head before Zhou Qiran, for that would spell her own subjugation. She edged closer, her voice laced with seduction. Are you truly not considering it? Suddenly, the man turned his head, their lips inadvertently brushing against one another. The air became charged with tension. Jiang Yingying's face flushed crimson, and she hastily retreated, stammering, I'll go help Sister Lu with dinner. She almost fled in panic. Zhou Qiran observed her hurried departure, his fingertip lightly caressing his lips, his gaze deepening with contemplation. No rush, he thought, taking his time. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Yingying found Lu Shui preparing a meal. Noticing her flushed complexion, Lu Shui expressed concern. Miss, are you all right? Your face is so red. Jiang Yingying quickly shook her head and waved her hands dismissively, laughing nervously. I'm fine, really. What could possibly be wrong? Ah ha ha ha. Let us enjoy cooking together. Perhaps it would be best if that man were to meet his demise. With the current scarcity of water resources, they were economizing on bottled water for cooking. Jiang Yingying was not particularly worried about the lack of water. The challenge lay in explaining its source. However, with the apocalypse still a distant reality, she could not keep hiding it forever. Therefore, at the dining table, Jiang Yingying announced the revelation of her spatial abilities. Everyone, I have something to say. All eyes turned towards her. With a serious demeanor, she continued, Actually, I awakened a spatial ability during my fever. The group listened intently as her expression grew earnest. It contains soil, water, and can even sustain fish, she added. At this time, spatial ability users were quite rare, and many were unaware of what such spaces held. Thus, she boldly spun a web of lies with confidence. Zhou Qiran rubbed his fingers together, observing her in silence, amused by her newfound talent for deception. After dinner, he was summoned away for a matter of importance. Jiang Yingying, in a buoyant mood, ascended the stairs to lie down. That night, under the luminous moonlight, the air was crisp and cool. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she suddenly heard a sound from outside her door. Pressing her keen ear against the door, she discerned muffled voices outside, indistinguishable and unclear. Cautiously, she opened the door a crack, finding no one there. The sound originated from downstairs. Quietly, she tiptoed to the railing of the corridor and crouched down, peering over the edge. Xia Xian stood confrontationally before Zhou Qiran. Dressed in a wine-red gown that split daringly at the thigh, her cascading waves of long hair framed her figure, accentuating her alluring cleave and fiery red lips, exuding a seductive charm. Xia Xian appeared agitated, and Jiang Yingying strained to catch her words as she pressed her ear closer. You truly want to have me? Xia Xian's lips quivered in anger. Am I really that inadequate? Zhou Qiran frowned slightly. I've already stated, we are not suited for one another. Xia Xian shook her head in disbelief, inching closer, attempting to lean against his lithe waist. Chapter 48. The light is bright and vast. Zhou Qiran furrowed his brows, turning slightly to evade her advances. Xia Xian fell to the ground, her fragile form resembling that of a wilted flower, her eyes slightly reddened with humiliation. Do you truly despise me so? She pondered. Since the advent of the apocalypse, she had encountered all manner of men, regardless of their coldness or arrogance. Ultimately, They all succumbed to her charm. She possessed status, beauty, and resources. What was it about her that made him so eager to avoid her? Jiang Yingying swallowed hard, her heart racing as she witnessed the scene below. Oh my, what a dramatic moment. Zhou Qiruan's face remained impassive. I have told you countless times. I do not like you. Xia Xian sniffed, rising to her feet and fixing her gaze upon him. Is that truly the only reason? The man regarded her, his eyes as frosty as ice. I have someone I care for. Jiang Yingying nearly toppled over upon hearing this revelation. Goodness, what a shocking scoop. Is this something I can overhear without paying? Can I witness this without showing my face? In her excitement, she collided with the iron railing, producing a loud clang. Both pairs of eyes below turned towards her, and Jiang Yingying felt an overwhelming urge to dig a pit and bury herself. After a moment of breathless silence, she managed to force a stiff yet endearing smile, waving at them. Hi, are you both here to see the lights? They are particularly grand and bright tonight. The two below stared at the girl crouched by the railing, clearly eavesdropping, and an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Yingying sensed the air had thickened, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, Xia Xian, feeling the weight of the moment, brushed her hair back and awkwardly said, It's quite late. I shall take my leave. She turned to depart, leaving Zhou Qiruan and Jiang Yingying staring at each other in astonishment. Dear, don't go, Jiang Yingying pleaded. But her cries fell on deaf ears as Xia Xian walked away unrelentingly. Jiang Yingying swallowed again, meeting the man's sardonic gaze. Watching the lights? She stammered, forcing a sheepish grin. I was eavesdropping on purpose. You were making too much noise, and I couldn't sleep, so I came out to see. She nervously touched her nose, feeling guilty. The man remained silent, and Jiang Yingying's heart raced. I'll just head back to my room to sleep. In her flustered state, she stood up too quickly, her forehead colliding with the railing with a resounding thud. Cradling her aching head, she felt a wave of despair wash over her as she hurriedly retreated into her room. The risks of being a bystander were high, and excitement required caution. Zhou Qiruan peered down the empty corridor, his expression darkening. Once inside her room, Jiang Yingying burrowed beneath the covers, lamenting yet another day of social embarrassment. She nearly shed tears of exhilaration from the intensity of the moment. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight gently cascaded down like feathers, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling window and softly illuminating the room. The bedclothes lay in disarray, empty and devoid of any presence. As Jiang Yingying opened her eyes, she found herself once again in the forest. This time, there was no sight of zombies. The path was deserted, eerily quiet. After a moment of hesitation, she took a step forward. She walked for quite some time without encountering any trace of the undead. Just as her confusion peaked, she suddenly heard a familiar hissing sound. Following the noise, she ventured into a thicket of trees. Through the gaps in the branches, she observed a gathering of zombies in a clearing ahead, their heads tilted back, mouths agape, as if they were absorbing the essence of the moonlight. They were so engrossed in their reverie that they failed to notice the presence of Jiang Yingying. A living soul. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Brothers, called out a tall, slender zombie with gold-rimmed glasses. Jiang Yingying held her breath in rapt attention. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the full moon rises tomorrow, we shall act. Hiss, hiss. The food is fattened. It is time to feast. The zombies erupted in a synchronized chorus of hissing, their excitement palpable. Feast? A full moon? Jiang Yingying recalled that the zombie tide typically occurred at night, so they must be referring to the round moon. Suddenly, a mutated crow began to circle above the treetops, cawing twice into the air. In no time, countless crows erupted from their nests, swirling above the forest. One crow flew low, gliding past Jiang Yingying. Instinctively, she stepped back, and her gaze met the eerie red eyes of the bespectacled zombie. It stood still, fixated on her, its crimson glare flickering ominously. A chill ran down her spine as the zombie began to advance. In an instant, the scene shifted, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in her room. For reasons unknown, that four-eyed zombie instilled in her a profound sense of dread, a suffocating feeling as if it could pierce through her very soul. Unlike the other mindless zombies, it was a formidable threat. Startled, Jiang Yingying leapt out of bed. She needed to find a way to inform the male lead about the impending zombie tide. After dressing hurriedly, she stepped outside, surprised to see two figures standing at her door. Zhou Qiruan and Xiaoting stood opposite each other, and for some reason, Jiang Yingying felt an urge to laugh. Xiaoting barely reached the man's thigh, needing to tilt her head back to meet his gaze, while he had to bend slightly to look down at her. Both were silent, Zhou Qiruan's expression cold and indifferent, while Xiaoting appeared somewhat dazed. They communicated through their silence as Jiang Yingying tilted her head and asked, "Brother, what are you two doing?" Zhou Qiran withdrew his gaze and replied, "Nothing." Xiao Ting also turned her attention away from him, her eyes now directed at Jiang Yingying. A glimmer of longing evident in her expression. Taken aback, Jiang Yingying instinctively bent down to pat Xiao Ting's head, as she always did. It seemed as if she were truly savoring the moment as Xiao Ting closed her eyes. After a moment, Jiang Yingying rose, saying, "There's nothing to worry about. Let's head downstairs. Why linger here?" She turned and descended the stairs, oblivious to the silent exchange of glances between the two men. Xiao Ting cast a rare, challenging look at Zhou Qiran, who maintained a calm demeanor as he approached, ruffling her hair before turning to follow Jiang Yingying downstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Ting felt her eyes well up with tears. Seated at the dining table, Jiang Yingying pondered how to convey the impending zombie tide to them. How could she relay this information subtly yet effectively? Her brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing her distress, Lu Shui cautiously inquired, "Miss, is my cooking not to your liking?" Jiang Yingying quickly waved her hands. No, it's delicious. I was merely reflecting on the recent peculiarities regarding the zombies. Could there be some unusual developments?" She broached the topic as if casually. Zhou Qiran regarded her with deep, inscrutable eyes, such as, perhaps a zombie tide, akin to what is depicted in novels. Jiang Yingying earnestly analyzed, unaware of the intensity in Zhou Qiran's gaze. Lu Shui appeared startled. That is indeed a possibility. Life has already been arduous enough. If we were to face a zombie tide, what would become of us? Thus, we should prepare in advance. Jiang Yingying nodded in agreement, her eyes darting towards Zhou Qiran. His expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Concerned that he might disregard her words, she called out, "Brother, you must be exceedingly cautious." Zhou Qiran glanced at her, methodically wiping his mouth clean. Understood. Little liar. After finishing their meal, Zhou Qiran departed once more. Jiang Yingying gazed at the dimming sky, lost in thought. Should the zombie tide arrive, it would spell doom, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses. Although the central city base in the original narrative endured, it suffered immense casualties, losing over half its populace, a devastating blow to the community. She did not consider herself a savior, yet she could not bear to witness so many lives lost. It seemed that tonight would inevitably herald a fierce battle. As the sun set beyond the horizon and dusk enveloped the land, a full moon crept silently into view. A cacophony of crows took flight, swirling overhead, their dark silhouettes emerging from the forest. The guards stationed at the base, momentarily dazed, believed they spotted the figures of zombies in the distance. Rubbing his eyes, he did not discern their true form until they drew nearer. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, as he trembled and slapped his companion's arm. "What are you doing?" His partner replied, somewhat impatiently. "Look. Quickly, look," he stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably. With reluctance, the partner lifted his gaze, and upon realizing the situation, his eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to stumble. Before them lay a dense mass of darkness. The cawing of crows echoed like a dirge of death, swirling ominously above the base. A horde of zombies, each grotesque in their own right, converged upon the stronghold with an overwhelming force. "Quick! Inform the higher-ups, the zombie tide is upon us," shouted a guard, his voice tinged with urgency. The crowd gasped in shock. Those within the large tent outside, alerted by the commotion, turned pale as they rushed to the base's entrance, crying and pleading to be allowed inside. They cared for nothing else, be it beatings or starvation. The arrival of the undead spelled certain doom for them. "Please, let me in. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Let me in." A voice cried out passionately, and chaos ensued outside the base. "Let them in." Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Yuan Su emerged from the base, his demeanor composed. The man, handsome and clad in the base's uniform, exuded an air of authority. The crowd rejoiced upon hearing his words, deeming him a benevolent figure. The guards, following his orders, ceased to obstruct the throng, and they surged forward like a tidal wave into the sanctuary. However, one guard voiced his concern, "Captain, with so many entering, is it truly safe?" Yuan Su gazed towards the approaching horde, his eyes chillingly cold. Whether they live after entering remains uncertain. Instantly, the guard fell silent, deterred from further discourse. Yuan Su squinted at the advancing zombie tide, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his gaze. That Zhou Qiran possesses some skill. As anticipated, the zombie onslaught arrived right on schedule. "Shut the gates," Yuan Su commanded as he retreated into the base. The reinforced iron doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving the crowd trembling as they beheld the scene outside. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. Nearly 85 of Central City had succumbed to the infection, and the inhabitants of the base could not hope to match their numbers. The wails of the undead resonated above the base, striking terror into the hearts of all present. The grotesque visages of the zombies, their pallid, withered skin and sharp fangs, were enough to instill dread in the average person. It felt as though death itself had seized their hearts, leaving them breathless in despair. Upon hearing the cries from outside the villa, Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback before hastily descending the stairs. Indeed, the onslaught had arrived. In a bid to combat the impending zombie tide, the upper command had summoned all the supernatural beings within the base, hoping they would confront the enemy. Even those who feared for their lives and were reluctant to fight had no choice but to grit their teeth and rush to the battlefield. If the base fell, none would escape. Wang Yu, as a supernatural entity, was naturally among those called to arms. With Xiaoting present, she felt assured of Lu Shui and Lulu's safety. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yingying knelt beside Xiaoting, imparting a few instructions, hoping he would safeguard Lu Shui and Lulu. Though Xiaoting said nothing, merely gazing at her intently, she knew in her heart that the boy had silently vowed to protect them. Jiang Yingying ultimately chose to accompany Wang Yu. Yingying, are you truly going? Wang Yu inquired once more on their way to the gathering site. Jiang Yingying nodded affirmatively. Wang Yu opened his mouth, intending to persuade her. But the image of the girl striking down a zombie suddenly flashed through his mind, prompting him to swallow his words and silently close his mouth. It was all too easy to be deceived by Jiang Yingying's appearance. He instinctively categorized her as a delicate little girl in need of protection, completely overlooking the fact that she was, in reality, a hidden powerhouse wielding extraordinary abilities. Instead of worrying about himself, he found himself concerned for Jiang Yingying. He was the one who truly needed safeguarding. Upon arriving at the gathering site, they found a number of supernatural beings already assembled, all dressed in practical attire for mobility. As Wang Yu and Jiang Yingying approached, all eyes converged upon them. Setting aside the man, was the girl beside him here to cheer them on? Dressed in a dazzling, fluffy skirt that nearly blinded them, her high ponytail perked up radiantly, and her features were exquisitely doll-like, with large, expressive eyes shimmering with innocence. Who was this child that had seemingly snuck out to play? Someone should take her back. Seeing that Jiang Yingying and her companion did not appear to be jesting, they slowly stepped into their ranks. The crowd was astonished. Is this for real? This girl? Is she truly going to fight zombies? Surely, this must be a joke. She's so small and delicate. A single punch from a zombie could send her flying. They needed to remain composed and think rationally. Since this girl dared to come, it suggested she possessed abilities and likely wasn't as fragile as she appeared. With this thought, the scrutiny directed at Jiang Yingying lessened significantly. Jiang Yingying was completely unfazed by the gazes of others. Today, she donned a long-sleeved, fluffy dress paired with long stockings, effectively encasing herself to ensure that the zombies would find it difficult to bite her. Among all present, who could boast such formidable gear as hers? A burly man, towering at least 2 meters, stood before Jiang Yingying, a stark contrast to her petite figure. Jiang Yingying looked up, straining to see the giant's face. Noticing her slight frame and her earnest attempt to gaze up at him, his protective instinct surged. Clearing his throat, he said, "Little girl, you should really go back. With your small stature, even zombies would find you hard to chew." Jiang Yingying shook her head, her delicate face adorned with determination. "No. I want to fight alongside you and vow to defend the base with my life." The soft yet resolute tone of her voice sent a tremor through the hearts of those around her. Such a delicate and gentle girl. Even she understands the necessity to fight in defense of the base. What right do those stronger than her have to retreat? The base is our responsibility to protect. Little sister, you should return home. A tall woman with short hair stepped forward, scrutinizing Jiang Yingying's shimmering, frilly dress and her rosy, youthful face. Struggling to believe that she intended to confront zombies, those monstrous beings that devour humans. This was not merely child's play. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, little sister. You should go back. We will handle the zombies. Rest assured, we shall successfully defend the base. Jiang Yingying remained unmoved, as the crowd observed her silence. Her stubborn demeanor elicited a collective sigh. Just then, a group of individuals appeared in the clearing before them. A handsome man stepped onto a slightly elevated stone platform, facing them with an expression of calm detachment. Jiang Yingying paused. She recognized him as the man she had seen during her first mission. Yuan Su surveyed the gathering of supernatural beings, his gaze momentarily lingering on Jiang Yingying. His brow furrowed slightly, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. However, he ultimately said nothing. Retracting his gaze to address everyone, I believe you all understand the purpose of your summons to this place. My directive is succinct. Hold the line. Is that clear? A wave of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the crowd. Let's do this. It's just a few zombies. Watch me crush their skulls with one punch. What more is there to discuss? We will certainly prevail. With so many of us possessing abilities, it is illogical to think we cannot handle those mindless creatures. Observing the fervor among the crowd, a look of satisfaction crossed Yuan Su's face. With a command, the group surged excitedly toward the base entrance. Jiang Yingying, with her short legs, ran among the throng, her stature quite unremarkable. Yet, her sparkling dress drew considerable attention, garnering her many curious glances. She exerted herself to maintain pace with the others, appearing somewhat strained. Noticing her struggle, a kind-hearted individual remarked, "Little girl, it might be best not to overexert yourself. Look at your speed, you won't outrun us." Jiang Yingying shook her head and flashed a pure, innocent smile. "No, I want to run." The man was about to respond when another interjected, "This little girl is quite stubborn. It's best not to persuade her. She won't be swayed." Ignoring the voices around her, Jiang Yingying clenched her fists and earnestly pressed forward. She was truly putting forth her utmost effort. To keep up with the group, she had to consciously restrain her pace. Suddenly, a slender young man dashed past her, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, obscuring his face, leaving only his pointed chin visible. He greeted Jiang Yingying, "Hey, what kind of supernatural ability do you possess? You are quite brave." Jiang Yingying, her gaze unwavering, continued to run forward, replying, "I possess no special abilities. This is the truth." The young man widened his eyes, nearly stumbling as he exclaimed, "What are you thinking? Let me tell you, the zombies outside are ferociously powerful. A mere ordinary person like you would be torn to shreds the moment you step outside." He quickened his pace, adopting a tone laced with intimidation as he continued. "And in such a cumbersome dress, you are at a disadvantage. With that small frame, I could easily send you flying with a single punch." He scrutinized Jiang Yingying's exquisite attire, silently critiquing her choices. Unfazed, she declared, "But I must defend the base." The young man felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding, "Little sister, you truly should reconsider. You are essentially offering yourself as a meal to the zombies." Jiang Yingying shot him a sidelong glance, choosing silence as she quickened her pace. It appeared that not only was this girl vulnerable, but she also lacked common sense. The young man shook his head, lowered the brim of his cap, and gradually distanced himself from her. Meanwhile, the zombies were particularly animated, relentlessly assaulting the massive iron gate of the base, baring their teeth with immense strength. The guards stationed at the gate trembled in fear, their dread magnified by the echoing roars of the zombies and the violent shudder of the gate. The recently admitted refugees, hands clasped over their ears, were expressions of despair, murmuring incessantly, "I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." Suddenly, sensing a shift, the crowd tensed. Before they could react, a thunderous crash reverberated as the iron gate collapsed inward. Panic ensued as everyone fled, the gate crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Skeletal, pallid feet trampled onto the iron gate, the heavy footsteps resonating ominously in the hearts of the onlookers. They then beheld a dark mass of zombies swaggering in. "Ah!" Someone screamed in sudden terror, prompting widespread chaos as people scattered in a frantic dash. Those who lagged behind were swiftly overtaken by the zombies, who bit into their flesh mercilessly. The scene devolved into utter chaos, resembling a descent into hell, as the zombies lunged at any human in sight, claiming lives before anyone could comprehend their fate. The refugees, already weakened from prolonged deprivation, found their bodies unable to sustain the desperate flight. Those who were slow to escape were inevitably caught and devoured by the ravenous undead. By the time the supernatural beings arrived, the entrance to the base lay in utter disarray. The zombies savagely tore at the bodies of the fallen, gnawing like madmen. The cacophony of chewing and the wails of the undead amalgamated into a nightmarish symphony of carnage. Even those accustomed to scenes of bloodshed felt their stomachs churn violently. The ground was littered with innards, eagerly contested by the zombies. The anguished screams of the people echoed hauntingly in the air. Some gazed upon them, and suddenly a spark of hope ignited in their eyes as they rushed towards them with fervor. In the next instant, his body was torn apart, overwhelmed by a multitude of howling zombies. His desperate gaze was engulfed by a frenzy of the undead. "Damn it, I'll fight them." In witnessing this scene, someone could no longer restrain themselves and unleashed their powers to charge forward. Chapter 51, Hypocrisy. "Damn it, get him." Soon after, more individuals surged forth. Among them was the seemingly fragile Jiang Yingying. Some noticed her figure and paused, realizing she was racing towards her demise. Yet, in such dire circumstances, no one had the leisure to concern themselves with her. How could they stop a foolishly weakling eager to feed the zombies? Luo Hasong had long spotted Jiang Yingying. He observed the skeptical glances cast her way and pursed his lips, choosing silence. Just wait and see. She is undoubtedly stronger than most of you. Perhaps she is even the mightiest among us. In an instant, sparks flew, wind blades danced, and various powers were unleashed, slightly tilting the tide of battle. Zombies fell with explosive headshots, only to be swiftly replaced by an even greater influx from outside. Damn, that's an overwhelming number. Who can handle this? Upon seeing countless zombies howling to break in from behind, the power's users could not help but curse. They anticipated many zombies, but this was far beyond their expectations. Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Following the direction of their finger, everyone was momentarily stunned. There stood the seemingly frail girl, who appeared as if she could be easily tossed aside. And she had somehow produced a massive iron hammer, towering above her. Stunned, they watched as she leaped and swung the enormous hammer, sending several zombies flying. This was astonishingly fierce. Jiang Yingying stood resolutely amidst the encircling zombies, her expression unyielding, her porcelain-like face seemingly illuminated by an ethereal glow, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, a submachine gun materialized in her hands. Everyone gasped. Where did that come from? Jiang Yingying sprang into action. Crouching down as she wielded the submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The rapid succession of shots struck true, each bullet finding its mark in a zombie's head, resulting in explosive kills. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted. With her singular strength, Jiang Yingying turned the chaos around, dispatching a significant portion of the surrounding zombies. As the crowd regained their focus, their spirits surged. Charge! Let us fight! If such a seemingly delicate girl could unleash such tremendous energy, they had no reason to hold back. Wu Yu looked on with a complex expression at Jiang Yingying, who stood with the submachine gun slung over her shoulder, sweeping through the horde of zombies with her own might. He had never imagined that the once timid flower seeking protection would harbor such hidden strength. Damn it. What a great deceiver. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over me. It turned out he was the true jest. In the conference room of the high-ranking officials of the base, Yuan Yi occupied the foremost seat, observing the silent assembly with a cold snort. What's the matter? Have you all lost your voices? Do you truly wish to witness the destruction of the base we painstakingly established? One individual, resigned, spoke up. Base leader. It's simply that we have no viable options left. You are well aware of the sheer number of zombies. Such a horde is beyond our capacity to withstand. I believe, as the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not fear for firewood. We could certainly venture forth and start anew. The others remained silent, likely harboring similar thoughts. After all, pride cannot satiate hunger. Survival must come first. Yuan Yi had considered this notion, yet he glanced at the others standing nearby. To escape would tarnish his reputation with the stigma of cowardice. Yuan Yi, a prominent figure before the apocalypse, had single-handedly established the central city base in this dire world. The last thing he desired was to bear the label of a coward, scorned by others. He surveyed the faces of Zhou Qiran and the others beside him. Moreover, he needed to win over these high-level abilities. They were his leverage for survival post-escape. He could not afford to appear cold-hearted and unfeeling. Base leader. We do not consider ourselves cowards, but we have families to care for. If we perish, how will they survive in this apocalypse? A senior official rose to voice his concern. Yuan Yi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ah, families. Do they think he is unaware? These individuals were adept at feigning concern. Who were the ones who previously indulged in revelry, easily casting aside their families? Now they conveniently use this as an excuse. Having savored their privileged positions for so long, none wished to face death so readily. As the ability users stood at the base's entrance, fending off zombies, these officials saw an opportunity to escape quietly. Survival would grant them the chance to rise again. As this thought circulated, one after another, more senior officials stood, expressing their intent to return and care for their families. Seeing the cowardice displayed by the assembly, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Yet, he was also calculating how to orchestrate a reasonable escape. His facade twisted with anger. You have truly disappointed me. I never expected you all to be such frightened little souls. The high-ranking officials paid little heed to his words. At this moment, saving face could be set aside. Survival was paramount. Base leader, perhaps you should not overthink it. It's best to escape as soon as possible. Preserving your life is more important than anything else, one remarked as they departed. Yuan trembled with rage, gazing at the vacant seats, and turned to Zhou Qiran and the other abilities, exclaiming, Look, look, this is our base's management. This is our leadership. What a disgrace. The advanced supernatural beings lowered their heads in silence, choosing to flee despite the disgraceful nature of their escape. Death was something they could not face. One of the supernatural beings hesitantly spoke up, Base leader, perhaps we should retreat. Their reasoning was sound, for it seemed the base could no longer be defended. Yuan furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma, but there are still many people at the base. At this moment, with their own survival at stake. How could they concern themselves with others? Another supernatural being voiced, Base leader, make a decision. None of us wish to perish. Yuan Yi's face was a tapestry of conflict. And finally, as if he had reached a significant resolution, he gritted his teeth and nodded. I must leave a spark for the base. Zhou Qiran observed his hypocritical demeanor, feeling an icy disdain grow within him. It had been the same in his past life, fearing for their lives while clinging to their pride. He had painstakingly protected him and the base, only to ultimately lose his abilities and suffer greatly. In countless days and nights, faced with darkness and the chilling confines of the laboratory, despair and sorrow had continuously seeped into his heart. Fortunately, he had been reborn after enduring relentless torment. In this life, he would repay those who had pushed him into the abyss, Yuan Yi, Yuan Su, and all those who had betrayed him. None would escape his reckoning. He would send them to hell in his own way. Chapter 52. A dual approach. Additional update. The zombies increased in number, and the supernatural beings began to struggle. Damn it, where do all these zombies come from? They'll wear us out. Someone cursed as they fought. Jiang Yingying sensed something amiss. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that only low-level zombies had appeared thus far. The growls of zombies echoed ominously in her ears. She frowned, realizing that a group of advanced zombies lay hidden nearby, poised to strike. Hey, don't push me. You're blocking my way. I want flesh. Hey, don't snatch it. If the boss finds out we've sneaked in, we're doomed. Following the sounds, Jiang Yingying spotted two zombies nearby, jostling each other as they vied for the remains on the ground. It's your fault. All the meat has been taken. Complaining, a stout zombie glared at a tall, lean one. The lean zombie retorted defiantly, How can you blame me? You were just too slow. I don't care. Pay me back for my meat. Stop being unreasonable. Fatty. Jiang Yingying blinked as she watched the comical squabble between the two zombies. Having finally slipped out, I must satisfy my hunger. Be careful. Don't let the boss see us. If it discovers we've come to steal food, we'll be torn apart. The gaunt, lanky zombie earnestly implored its companion. The rotund zombie, saliva trickling from the corners of its mouth, gazed fixedly at Jiang Yingying, whose slender limbs and delicate flesh captivated its attention. How enticing. Did you hear what I said? The lean zombie interjected, positioning itself before its gluttonous counterpart. Yet the plump zombie, fixated solely on the moving feast, paid no heed to its words. With a claw, it swiped at the lean zombie's face, staggering forward, drooling, as it approached Jiang Yingying. Flesh. It craved flesh. The lean zombie, momentarily taken aback by the forceful shove, felt its temper flare as it glared at the rotund zombie. Suddenly, it froze, noticing the glazed eyes and drooling mouth of its companion. Inching closer to Jiang Yingying, it cursed inwardly, calling it a fool. Did this simpleton not realize that the delectable morsel had just dispatched numerous of their brethren with gunfire? It was the most ferocious prey it had ever encountered. It would suffice to feast upon the lesser creatures. That morsel appeared rather meager, consuming it might even be a chore. Had the glutton truly lost its senses? As the plump zombie lunged toward her, Jiang Yingying blinked, pivoting her submachine gun to face it, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at its head. The lean zombie shut its eyes, resigned to the inevitable. It was over. The rotund one was doomed. Yet, the anticipated gunshot never rang out. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Jiang Yingying calmly inquiring, Where are your other companions? The lean zombie was momentarily taken aback. Was this morsel slightly unhinged? It dared to converse with them. The undead. The plump zombie, momentarily distracted, found its ravenous desire for flesh waning, emitting a few dazed huffs. Jiang Yingying understood. They are still outside, sleeping, she replied. Ha. You fool, what are you talking to food for? Run back. The lean zombie bellowed. Simultaneously, under its command, the surrounding lesser zombies redirected their course, charging towards Jiang Yingying. Raising an eyebrow, she realized she was dealing with a mentally inclined zombie. She hefted her submachine gun, swiftly dispatching the approaching horde. Only then did the plump zombie grasp the situation, turning to flee. Jiang Yingying aimed at it, and a bullet pierced its skull. Ha ha! The lean zombie roared in fury. It then turned and fled. Jiang Yingying stood there, bewildered. Was it supposed to be enraged and seek revenge? The lean zombie, gnashing its sharp teeth, bolted towards the outskirts of the base. A wise creature knows when to retreat. It would not be reckless. Once it found its leader, that morsel would face retribution. The desperate lesser zombies clamored to enter, questioning, "Why are you fleeing? Is there more meat outside?" As the slightly conscious zombie turned its head, it began to shift direction and fled towards the base, resulting in a significant reduction of the horde at the entrance. Jiang Yingying pondered. Is this zombie attempting to alleviate our burden by drawing some of the fire away? Thus, it is a traitor? Initially, upon seeing the diminished number of zombies at the entrance, the ability users assumed that the creatures were simply frightened. Who would have thought that zombies could feel fear? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon the group, invigorating them to fight with renewed vigor. Victory seemed to be within their grasp. They needed to hold on. A scene unfolded on the battlefield. The zombies, with their grotesque faces and gaping mouths, lunged forward, while the ability users responded with even greater ferocity, howling with exuberance as they smashed the zombies' heads to bits. As long as I am more ferocious than the zombies, they will fear me, Jiang Yingying mused. Welcome to my realm of ferocity that surpasses that of zombies. Nevertheless, she recognized that while their fighting spirit was commendable, it was a slow method of dealing with the undead. There were still a number of advanced zombies lurking outside, waiting to strike. She needed to eliminate these threats swiftly. With this resolve, a spring measuring a meter in height appeared beneath her feet. Onlookers were filled with bewilderment. They then witnessed Jiang Yingying, one hand gripping a submachine gun and the other wielding a hefty iron hammer, standing atop the spring, encircled by the ravenous zombies. Can it really be played this way? They thought. The submachine gun, capable of firing at her will, inspired her ingenious strategy. Even with the iron hammer in her right hand and the submachine gun in her left, she maintained an air of ease and confidence. As she pressed down on the spring in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, she swung the iron hammer to sweep aside a row of approaching zombies while simultaneously unleashing a frenzied barrage from the submachine gun aimed at the zombies behind. Witnesses gasped. This defies logic. How is she accomplishing this? Does the gun fire on its own? Jiang Yingying disregarded the potential exposure of her true abilities. In the end, she would likely be unable to conceal her identity. Better to minimize complications now. The spring beneath her feet propelled her gracefully through the air, while the iron hammer and submachine gun worked in tandem to swiftly eliminate the surrounding zombies. As they surveyed the carnage around her, the crowd fell silent, awestruck by her ferocity. Regaining their composure, they were further motivated to exterminate the zombies, though they may have voiced their complaints. She had indeed cleared a significant number of obstacles for them. Unbeknownst to them, the flame of hope within their hearts blazed ever brighter. They firmly believed that if they maintained this momentum, victory was assured. Just as their enthusiasm peaked, a tremendous roar echoed from above. Who? Chapter 53. Retreat. As I lifted my gaze, an enormous, muscular zombie loomed at the entrance of the base, its visage grotesque and its skin in eerie pallor. Its sunken, milky eyes seemed on the verge of falling from their sockets, hanging precariously beneath the brow. It bared its teeth, drool cascading from the corners of its mouth. Long strands of silver hair hung down, pooling on the ground like puddles of water. Towering far above the entrance, its bulging muscles gripped a massive iron rod. Jiang Yingying glanced at the hefty hammer in her hand, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Are you the elder brother of the hammer zombie, the rod zombie? What manner of creature is this? A startled voice broke the silence. We are doomed. The base is finished. With heads bowed and despair etched upon their faces, others murmured incessantly. This zombie was beyond their capability to confront. They might not even inflict a scratch upon it. The creature felt no pain, and only a blow to the head could deliver a fatal wound. Yet, given the sheer size of this zombie, they stood no chance of approaching it. The flickering hope they had barely ignited was extinguished once more. The idyllic visions they had conjured shattered in that moment. A cloud of despair loomed over each individual, and they gradually felt the futility of resistance. The sight of this singular zombie might merely hint at the presence of 10, 20, or even 100 more. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Let us flee, a collective voice echoed within their hearts. To remain would mean death. To flee might offer a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the ability users abandoned their assault on the zombie and turned to dash toward the base. Clearly, escape outside was no longer an option. They sought refuge within the base, planning to wait for an opportune moment to escape. With a thunderous roar, The rod zombie swung its massive iron implement toward the base. The ground trembled as a colossal hole was left in its wake. Those who hesitated to flee now beheld the gaping chasm created by the zombie's strike, and an overwhelming sense of terror surged within them. They erupted in frantic cries, scattering in all directions. Jiang Yingying tilted her head, fixated on the gargantuan rod zombie, her expression grave. Jiang Yingying, are you not running? Seeing her rooted in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear, Wang Yu rushed over, his voice laced with urgency. Jiang Yingying remained still, turning to him to say, "You go first." Wang Yu was beside himself with worry. "What are you doing, trying to be brave at a time like this? This creature is on an entirely different level from those we've faced before." Jiang Yingying shook her head resolutely. "You go." Wang Yu, exasperated, was about to retort when he witnessed Jiang Yingying charging forward. Was she out of her mind? Some onlookers, seeing her reckless advance rather than retreat, silently cursed her folly. Truly, she was courting death. Jiang Yingying removed the spring beneath her feet, and the assault rifle that had rested on her shoulder vanished. The hammer in her hand gradually began to expand. With each stride she took, the hammer grew larger, ultimately reaching the height of half a zombie's body. Wang Yu gazed at the colossal hammer, enveloped in silence. Was this for real? A fleeing individual suddenly halted, their breath held as they beheld the scene unfolding. The iron stick zombie bellowed fiercely, swinging the iron rod downwards. Jiang Yingying, leveraging her agility, deftly dodged, instead choosing to step onto the zombie's body and ascend. The zombie let out an enraged growl, thrashing its body in an attempt to dislodge her. Jiang Yingying leapt into the air, gripping the hammer tightly as she brought it crashing down upon the creature. The zombie shrieked in pain, its fury escalating as it wildly flailed the iron rod, attempting to knock her down. With a spring beneath her feet, Jiang Yingying propelled herself skyward, landing behind the iron stick zombie. The creature, now frenzied and roaring, turned its massive frame towards her. Due to its size, its movements were particularly sluggish and clumsy. Just as it managed to swing its arm in an attempt to seize Jiang Yingying, a tremendous hammer descended upon it. With a resounding crash, the zombie's enormous body collapsed, its head splitting open and oozing thick, yellow brain matter. All present were left in stunned silence. The girl, clad in a shimmering, voluminous skirt, bearing the immense hammer, gracefully descended from the air, standing beside the fallen zombie. To those witnessing, it was as if a galaxy had fallen, a mountain had risen. Her petite figure became etched in the hearts of the onlookers, an indelible image. Almost instantaneously, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. "We have triumphed. The monster has been vanquished. Our base has hope." In that moment, the gazes directed towards Jiang Yingying were devoid of disdain, scorn, or contempt. Instead, they were filled with admiration, respect, and reverence. The strong were worthy of their admiration. In this world, where the weak are preyed upon, the strong reign supreme. All those who had attempted to flee returned, invigorated, as they joined in the slaughter of the zombies. With Jiang Yingying present, they were certain they could drive the zombies away. Ignoring the exclamations behind her, Jiang Yingying dashed towards the outskirts of the base. She felt she had heard a voice emanating from outside. Her figure was swift, resembling a gust of wind, soon leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Wang Yu, wishing to approach her with words of wisdom, found himself blinking, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in her wake. Wang Yu, with a fluttering heart, lamented, "I am exhausted," tears. Jiang Yingying charged towards the base's perimeter, setting the hammer before her, toppling zombies with each step. She surged forward like an unstoppable force, traversing the path from which the zombies had come. The zombies in her path fell in droves as she swept through them. Where to now? Jiang Yingying was certain that it must be nearby. She came to a halt, standing still as she scanned her surroundings. In the towering edifice, a grayish blue-eyed zombie gazed out, observing the individuals outside with a flicker of crimson light in its eyes. It cast a glance back at the subordinate trailing behind. Ha! The subordinate acknowledged the command, unsteadily descending the stairs and stepping outside. Just as Jiang Yingying was diligently searching, she suddenly heard a long, drawn-out groan from the zombie, and in an instant, the surrounding horde of zombies retreated like a receding tide. Their vacant eyes reflected a dazed confusion as they retraced their steps along the path they had come. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Had the zombie tide truly receded? This all unfolded so abruptly that it left them in disbelief. Had they actually triumphed? After a prolonged silence, someone finally regained their senses and erupted into cheers. "We won. Remarkable. We have driven back the horde of zombies. The base is held." Joy radiated from every face. a sense of relief washing over them as they emerged from the brink of despair. It felt as if the darkness had dissipated, replaced by a gentle spring breeze that blossomed vibrant flowers in their hearts. They cheered and rejoiced. Yet, joy and sorrow are often strangers to one another. Jiang Yingying watched the retreating figures of the zombies, and inexplicably, her unease intensified. It was as though something awaited her. Chapter 54. A bloodbath at the base. The high-ranking officials hastily retreated to their quarters, absconding with funds in hand. They had long prepared for such an eventuality, having excavated an escape route in advance for emergencies. Now, this tunnel proved its worth. Yuan Yi was also aware of this escape passage, yet he had no intention of using it. As the supreme authority, he had ensured to keep a few options available for himself, possessing a secret route of his own. Leading the psychics, he instructed his two sons to bring up the rear while he entered the passage first. The psychics followed Yuan Yi into the tunnel, where the damp earth and dim light surrounded them, requiring them to navigate carefully. A fire-type psychic unleashed their abilities, generating flames that barely illuminated the path ahead. Yuan Yi led the way, with Shou Qiren following behind with an indifferent expression. Unbeknownst to them, a slender, black thread had silently slipped into Yuan Yi's garments. As they progressed, the psychics suddenly sensed something amiss. Yuan Yi stood frozen in place, motionless. "Base leader?" Someone softly called out. When he received no response, they cautiously approached and gently tapped his back. In an instant, Yuan Yi collapsed with a thud. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. One bold individual swallowed hard, carefully stepped forward, bent down, and reached a finger towards Yuan Yi's nose, only to recoil in shock. He was dead. A wave of astonishment washed over every face. And Zhou Qiren's expression, too, turned grave. Shani gently prodded Shou Qiren, whispering, "How peculiar it is. One moment of inattention and a life has vanished." Zhou Qiren nodded in agreement. Gazing upon the lifeless body on the ground, a tumult of obscure emotions surged within his eyes, only to eventually settle into a state of tranquility. It was still too lenient for him. Yuan Yi was dead, and they were unaware of the path leading to the outside world, thus they could only retrace their steps. After much deliberation, the abilities users resolved to carry Yuan Yi back. A group of them retraced their path. Upon exiting the passage, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers of those celebrating the retreat of the zombie horde. The group exchanged glances, yet their faces bore no joy at the retreat of the undead. Casting a glance at the deceased Yuan Yi, their expressions grew grave. It seemed that matters could not be easily resolved. Meanwhile, the higher-ups who had escaped through the evacuation passage had also surmounted numerous obstacles to flee the base. They abandoned wives and children, resolutely refusing to carry any burdens. Finally, they beheld the light. Their lives were preserved. Yet, before the joy of their newfound freedom could fully manifest, they beheld the sight of zombies surrounding them, drooling and eyeing them hungrily. The shrill cries of "ah" echoed in the air, scattering the mutated crows perched upon the branches. Within the base, Yuan Si clenched his fists, veins protruding. His eyes reddened as he gazed upon his father's remains, his body trembling slightly. It was you who killed him, wasn't it?" He shouted at the abilities users with fiery eyes. The abilities users adamantly refused to bear this blame. "Yuan Su, do not jump to wild conclusions. We did nothing. It has been said that he died of his own accord. Why should the blame be cast upon us?" One voiced in agreement. Observing the growing impatience on the faces of the abilities users, Yuan Su gradually calmed himself. He composed himself, closing his reddened eyes momentarily. "I apologize. I was too agitated." Lowering his head, he wiped his eyes. Seeing that he seemed still engulfed in the sorrow of his father's death, the abilities users softened their expressions. They were responsible for protecting Yuan Yi, yet such an event had transpired right before their eyes. It was truly a failure on their part to safeguard him. "Young Master Yuan, do not grieve excessively. We shall certainly assist you in uncovering the truth," an abilities user pledged with camaraderie. "Indeed, we share in the fault. Please let us know what you require, and we shall do our utmost to assist." Observing the abilities users expressed their willingness to help, a fleeting glimmer of resolve flickered in Yuan Su's eyes. With a slightly dejected nod, he replied, "Then I shall trouble you." With Yuan Yi's demise and the higher-ups having fled, the base could not remain leaderless. Thus, after deliberation, a restructuring took place within the base. With the support of the senior abilities users, Yuan Su ascended to become the head of the central city base. Under Yuan Su's recommendation, the list of the base's higher-ups was also established. Shou Qiren remained the third-in-command, yet the second-in-command position had shifted to Yuan Fa. Since the absence of masculine influence, Yuan Fa's temperament has become increasingly capricious. Gradually, his actions have grown more ruthless and cunning, and he has learned to assess the situation with astuteness. Yuan Su is quite pleased with this transformation. Such a volatile and easily manipulated disposition can serve as a sharp blade in managing the base. With his position newly established and all factors still unstable, he requires someone to clear the obstacles in his path. As his brother, Yuan Fa is the most suitable candidate. The previous regulations of the base were chaotic, and Yuan Su had long harbored dissatisfaction. His ambition is to lead the base toward prosperity in the apocalypse. Without rules, there can be no order. Thus, following a significant reshuffle of the base's upper echelons, a series of regulations were promptly introduced. Previously, the zombie crystal cores merely functioned as currency within the base, with few recognizing their true potential to win over the high-level ability users. Yuan Yi had only disclosed their function to them. Now, Yuan Su has decided to make it widely known. After all, a base's strength cannot rely solely on these elite ability users. Through his advocacy, people have come to understand that the zombie crystal cores can be utilized to enhance their powers, significantly elevating the status of the cores. Simultaneously, the populace has developed a fondness for their generous new base leader. Jiang Yingying sat on the sofa, lost in thought, unable to comprehend Wang Yu's words. Everything has changed. The trajectory has completely diverged. Yuan Yi is dead. Does this mean she can fully extricate herself from the narrative? Her fate has also transformed. Regardless, this has become the best outcome. Jiang Yingying, do you hear me? Seeing her in a daze, Wang Yu waved his hand in front of her. Jiang Yingying snapped back to reality and smiled at him. I heard you. If so, why should she remain shackled by the storyline? Her path has always been hers to traverse. Since the battle against the zombie tide, Jiang Yingying has gained notoriety. Dressed in a sparkling, frilly skirt with twin ponytails, her image as the Hammer Girl has become deeply embedded in the public consciousness. Myths about her began circulating within the base. Rumor has it that this seemingly adorable Hammer Girl is, in fact, a woman over 60, maintaining a youthful appearance while presenting herself in a lowly guise. Others claim she is a reclusive sage, biding her time within the base, awaiting the moment of humanity's peril to emerge and save them. With each retelling, the versions proliferate. Jiang Yingying's image has gradually morphed into one of a demonized figure. She is depicted as a muscular man masquerading as a lowly, allegedly using some form of transformation magic to present her current form. Upon hearing these rumors, Jiang Yingying simply smiled. Chapter 55, Monsters. Due to the significant reshuffle within the base and the recent ordeal of the zombie tide, Shou Qiran, as one of the high-ranking members, has been working late hours. Every time Jiang Yingying rises and descends the stairs, her timing has coincided with his departures, and she has not seen him for several days. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yingying gradually forgot that there was still someone residing in the villa, having not experienced those peculiar dreams for quite some time. She had recently embraced a life of leisure. She had no desire to venture outside. The last time she attempted to seek solace in the outdoors, she was swiftly surrounded by a throng, treated like a spectacle, with inquiries about which recent version of events was the truth. Faced with their bewilderment, Jiang Yingying offered a faint smile, enigmatic and inscrutable. As she parted her lips, the onlookers leaned in with anticipation, yearning for an answer. After a prolonged silence, she slowly uttered a single word, scram. From that moment on, she had no inclination to step outside again. That day, as usual, she rose and descended the stairs, only to collide with a firm chest. With an exclamation of surprise, she rubbed her head and looked up, momentarily taken aback. She forced a smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother, it's been a few days. The man before her seemed to have grown increasingly profound in her absence. His crisp aura enveloped her senses. His countenance was serene, his gaze deep and slightly lowered. When their eyes met, Jiang Yingying was the first to avert her gaze. Her cheeks flushed. Shou Qiran regarded the girl he had not seen for several days, his expression inscrutable. I've heard you've become quite famous lately. Jiang Yingying stiffened momentarily before bursting into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. That's just their wild speculation. Shou Qiran fixed his gaze upon her, silent. In his previous life, he had protected the base, yet was met with widespread disdain. He had seen through their true natures, selfish and cold-blooded. In this new life, he sought only vengeance. Indifferent to anyone else. To his surprise, this little person before him had, much like his former self, safeguarded the base. Extremes often lead to reversals. Excessive attention is not always a blessing. The higher-ups at the base had already taken notice of her. Movements in the laboratory could soon follow. Recalling the treatment he endured in his past life, Zhou Qiren's gaze grew colder. Jiang Yingying instinctively shrank back. Did he not believe her? Zhou Qiren snapped back to the present, noticing her bright, innocent eyes, and his expression softened slightly as he pressed down on her head. Very well. As he held her crown, Jiang Yingying pondered. Was the male lead finally going to take action against her? Zhou Qiren merely tousled her hair before retracting his hand. If someone comes looking for you in the near future, do not go outside, he said with a nonchalant tone. Jiang Yingying looked puzzled. Why? Zhou Qiren's expression grew cryptic again as he patted her head once more before turning to leave the villa. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Yingying found herself even more perplexed. Why had he suddenly brought this up? That afternoon, a guest arrived at the villa. At that moment, Jiang Yingying was sprawled on the sofa, enjoying some chips she had gathered with Xiaoting and Lulu. When the doorbell rang, Lulu set down her chips and dashed to the door. She paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of a one-armed uncle standing before her. She still remembered him, the person from the car. His gaze was markedly more menacing than before, his brows shadowed by an air of malevolence. Lulu felt a tinge of fear and glanced back at the sofa. Lulu, who is that? Just then, Jiang Yingying also turned her head. Upon seeing Yang Fei, she rose swiftly and stepped forward, pulling Lulu behind her, and addressed him. What do you want? Yang Fei slightly tempered the chill in his eyes and replied. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Yingying stood her ground. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Yang Fei showed no reluctance as he looked at her. I am here to apologize. Jiang Yingying was taken aback for a moment. After a pause, she responded indifferently. Is there anything else? If not, I will close the door. She positioned herself at the door, clearly indicating her intent to dismiss him. The base would like to request your assistance in training the team. Yang Fei hastily interjected upon noticing her disinterest. You are looking for her? Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Declining. No, thank you. I have no interest. Are you truly not considering it? The base chief has promised that if you agree to join, you will be immediately promoted to team leader. Jiang Yingying lifted her gaze, gesturing to herself. Thank you for the compliment. But please recognize that I am merely a delicate girl, utterly lacking in any combative prowess. Do not come seeking me again. With that, she attempted to close the door. Yang Fei quickly grasped her arm. Just think about it. You know you are only rejecting me because you are angry. Jiang Yingying, growing impatient, brushed him aside. Feeling exasperated at his persistence, she merely wished to live a simple, comfortable life, avoiding any troublesome matters. I said no. Please leave. Jiang Yingying exerted considerable strength, and Yang Fei could not withstand her force, finding himself abruptly shut outside the door. Damnable woman, he seethed, casting a dark glare at the door, his anger boiling within him. You won't respond to gentleness, will you? Jiang Yingying closed the door, furrowing her brow. She did not believe that Yang Fei had come solely to apologize and request her assistance in training the base S team. He surely harbored ulterior motives. Yang Fei, brimming with frustration, returned to the laboratory. Within the antiseptic-scented confines, a man in a lab coat held a syringe, scrutinizing the purple liquid within. Beside him lay an array of instruments. At the center stood an iron bed, upon which lay a man with a pale visage, his lips tinged with purple. His lower body a gruesome sight, as both legs were gone. His hands were shackled tightly above his head. The man in the lab coat lifted his gaze, catching sight of Yang Fei standing outside through the glass. He remained silent, turning slowly to the bedside, inserting the syringe into the man's flesh. In the next moment, the man convulsed violently, his flesh swelling, as purple veins began to surface, enveloping his entire body. Yang Fei swallowed hard, quietly observing the scene outside. Soon, the lower half of the man gradually sprouted flesh. Yang Fei's eyes widened as the man's bloodied lower body slowly grew a tail. It was an exceedingly grotesque tail, marbled with purple veins. The man let out a tortured howl, his entire body thrashing in agony. 2 arcs of purple electricity entwined around the handcuffs, causing the man's paralyzed body to convulse before he ultimately lost consciousness. A wave of dread washed over Yang Fei as he glanced at his own arm, now reduced to a mere stump, and a sense of retreat began to creep into his heart. Would he truly become such a monstrous being? The sensor door of the glass room opened slowly, and a man in a white coat emerged from within. How is it? His complexion was pallid, his frame gaunt and tall, with a chilling glint in his eyes. Chapter 56, Abduction. Additional update. Yang Fei trembled involuntarily, a reflex of fear surging within him. He took a deep breath and respectfully lowered his head, stating, "She refuses to come out." The man in white regarded him with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Oh, that seemingly innocuous word sent chills down Yang Fei's spine. What a pity, the man mused after a prolonged silence, his tone laced with regret. That girl should serve as excellent research material. A regular person without abilities possessing such potential I have never encountered before. The man lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and calculating. Then please bring her to me. Yang Fei's heart skipped a beat as he nodded. Yes. I am currently researching a muscle growth enhancer. Should it succeed, I could provide you with a vial. The man's gaze flicked indifferently to Yang Fei's severed arm. A flicker of joy ignited within Yang Fei. His relentless efforts for the laboratory were all aimed at healing his hand. With hope finally within reach, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Yang Fei departed, satisfaction swelling in his chest. The man in the white coat remained rooted in place, his cold eyes fixed on Yang Fei's retreating figure. Coincidentally, he still required someone to test his drug. Lu Shui arrived at the market with Lulu, who was delightfully overwhelmed by the array of goods. This was her first outing for fun, and she had been cooped up for far too long. Hey, Wan, don't wander off. Lulu, brimming with energy, dashed ahead, while Lu Shui followed slowly behind, calling out, I know. Lulu turned back with a grin before diving into the wares displayed by the vendors. Lu Shui shook her head in exasperation but couldn't help but smile. That child, truly. As Lulu bounced along, she suddenly heard a sound and turned to look. A filthy figure lay in the alley, bloodied and battered. Lulu gasped in surprise. The person seemed to whisper something softly, sparking her curiosity as she approached cautiously. As she inched closer, she heard him utter, Save me. His clothes were tattered, his body marred with blood. Lulu felt a twinge of fear, yet also a pang of sympathy for him. How tragic this uncle appeared. She glanced at her small hands, hesitating momentarily. Sister Ying had once advised her against using her powers indiscriminately in public. However, this uncle seemed on the brink of death. If she did not intervene, would she not be considered a good child? Biting her lip, she crouched down and softly called out, Uncle, are you all right? The man, summoning every ounce of strength, lifted his head, his vision blurred, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a child's face. Lulu took a deep breath and extended her small hand towards him, a gentle glow emanating from her palm. The man felt a warm sensation enveloping him, soothing his wounds, even dulling the intensity of his pain. Soon, Lulu began to sweat from her forehead. She was still too young, her control over this extraordinary ability insufficient, and she gradually felt her energy waning. Lu Shui, having momentarily lost sight of Lulu, immediately rushed forward, searching frantically. Suddenly, she spotted a filthy man stealthily emerging from an alley, a child slung over his shoulder. Lu Shui's pupils constricted, and she sprinted forward with all her might, shouting, Lulu. The man, hearing the call from behind, quickened his pace, soon disappearing around the corner. Breathless, Lu Shui collapsed into tears. Nan, my child. Miss, yes, I must return to find the miss. Lu Shui suddenly recalled something. As if a drowning person had grasped a final piece of driftwood, and she dashed back to the villa in a frenzy. Today, Shun Yi had made a rare visit to the villa. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. Shun Yi? It has been a while. Shun Yi sighed. Don't mention it. Ran Good is always squeezing me for work. Today, he was summoned to a meeting by the base leader. Who knows when he will return? He sank into the sofa. Feeling a headache coming on, those upper management folks act as if they have lost their minds, perpetually convening meetings, day after day. It feels like my head might explode. Jiang Ying and Wang Yu exchanged sympathetic glances. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. As they chatted idly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly resonated from outside. They exchanged bewildered glances as Lu Shui burst through the door. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes swollen, and streaks of tears still glistened on her cheeks. Upon seeing Jiang Ying, she immediately knelt, crawling on her knees before her, tears streaming profusely. Miss, please, save Lulu. Jiang Ying was taken aback. Quickly bending down to assist her, what happened? Speak calmly. Lu Shui, supported to her feet, choked on her words, sobbing as she recounted the events. Could it be human trafficking? Wang Yu immediately considered this possibility. No, that didn't seem right. Jiang Ying lowered her head, reflecting on the events of the day, ultimately directing her focus toward Yang Fei. That scoundrel. She had always suspected he harbored ill intentions. Was he now resorting to threats after failing to deceive her? A fire of indignation blazed within her. This was the first time she had been driven to such fury. She closed her eyes and murmured, Sister Lu, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for her, Lulu would not have faced this calamity. How dare he use a child as a pawn? What is truly happening here? Wang Yu, somewhat bewildered, pondered the situation. It's Yang Fei. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Jiang Yingying's face grew eerily calm. He came to find me this morning, presumably intending to lure me out, but I refused. So, when deceit failed, he resorted to threats. Wang Yu could not contain his outrage, shouting, "That pig! That beast! Shani, you know where Yang Fei is, don't you?" Jiang Yingying's gaze was remarkably serene as she fixed her eyes on Shani. Shani hesitated for a moment before responding, "I believe he is currently under Yuan Fei's command. Take me there." Jiang Yingying's expression remained composed. Yet those present understood that an immense fury was brewing within her, seeking an outlet. Shen Yi frowned. Yang Fei's target was Jiang Yingying. If she went, it would only fulfill his intentions. "I will go in your stead. His target is you." Shen Yi rose, his face serious. Jiang Yingying shook her head. "This matter arose because of me, and it should be resolved by me. Besides, I wish to see what scheme he has devised." Her eyes glinted with a cold light, heralding an impending storm. Realizing he could not dissuade Jiang Yingying, Shen Yi sighed. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Wang Yu, stay with Sister Lu and Xiao Ting at the villa. If Rangu returns, let me know," Shen Yi instructed as he turned. Wang Yu nodded gravely, "Understood. Be careful." Lu Shui suddenly crumpled to the ground, gazing pleadingly at the retreating figures of Jiang Yingying and Shen Yi, tears streaming down her face. "I beg of you, heaven, bring my daughter back." Chapter 57. A violent confrontation. Shen Yi walked ahead, with Jiang Yingying following closely behind. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an eerie chill suddenly crept up Shen Yi's spine. He glanced back, pressed his lips together, and quickly turned away. Did he not just see a hammer? Jiang Yingying gripped a large iron hammer in her hand, her anger accumulating to a boiling point. She felt an urgent need for an outlet. Shen Yi quickened his pace, acutely aware of Jiang Yingying's anxiety and fury. During their journey, someone recognized Jiang Yingying and was about to approach her for a few words. But upon catching her icy glare and seeing her tightly grasped hammer, they fell silent, deterred by the fear of having that hammer descend upon them. The base had established a specialized training ground where entry required identification. Shen Yi presented his identification to the gatekeeper. Just as they were about to enter, the gatekeeper glanced at Jiang Yingying, who stood behind Shen Yi, and opened his mouth to speak. Before he could utter a word regarding her credentials, Jiang Yingying shot him a chilling glance. It was at that moment he noticed the large iron hammer she had been holding by her side. Swallowing hard, he shut his eyes, choosing to feign ignorance. Shen Yi and Jiang Yingying successfully entered the training ground. Yang Fei observed the two combatants in the arena, feeling quite pleased. Initially, his intention was merely to capture the child to use as leverage against Jiang Yingying. Unexpectedly, he had unearthed a gem. The child was a rare healer with extraordinary abilities. When he sent the child to the laboratory, he was even met with unexpected favor from Lin Yushu. This was a moment of vindication for him. The thought of the ability enhancement serum he would receive brought a smile to his lips. Once Jiang Yingying was also sent away, his hand would be fully restored. He had grown weary of his current state of inadequacy, enduring the ridicule and peculiar glances from others. All of this stemmed from Jiang Yingying. Had it not been for her, Shou Qian would not have ruined his hand. Were it not for her, he would not have fallen to such depths. A malicious grin began to spread across Yang Fei's face. Suddenly, he was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground, pain searing through his abdomen. Clutching the aching spot, he looked up in terror. Jiang Yingying approached, wielding the large iron hammer, leaving a trail of shimmering starlight in her wake. Yang Fei gulped nervously and scrambled backward. What do you intend to do? This is a training ground. Don't act recklessly." In a panic, Yang Fei activated his abilities, a whirlwind swirling around his fingers. He would unleash an attack the moment Jiang Yingying drew near. With a frigid gaze, Jiang Yingying continued her advance, her footsteps unwavering. Shen Yi stood behind her, observing silently. He understood that Jiang Yingying was in dire need of an outlet for her pent-up emotions, and Yang Fei was deserving of this reckoning. "I told you not to come any closer." As Jiang Yingying approached, Yang Fei squeezed his eyes shut, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Jiang Yingying swung the iron hammer, deflecting the wind blades, which embedded themselves into the ground. She continued to close the distance. As his fear deepened, Yang Fei began to scream in desperation, sending forth more wind blades. Jiang Yingying brought down the hammer, sending all the wind blades ricocheting back. With a series of dull thuds, the wind blades struck either side of Yang Fei's body before dissipating into smoke. Stunned into silence, he trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, "I warn you, don't act recklessly. The child is still in my possession." Jiang Yingying's gaze sharpened, her expression growing colder. She planted her foot on Yang Fei's abdomen and seized his collar. Where is he? Yang Fei's eyes darted nervously. He needed to concoct a story to deceive this madwoman. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, and half of Yang Fei's face became swollen. Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes and raised his collar, her voice laced with icy disdain. I shall ask you once more. Where is she? Yang Fei opened his mouth, about to respond. With another sharp crack, the other side of his face also swelled up. The searing pain radiated from both sides of his face, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Noticing Jiang Yingying raising her hand again, he hastily interjected, Wait a moment. Let me explain. Jiang Yingying paused, allowing him to speak. She is currently in the laboratory, Yang Fei mumbled incoherently. Jiang Yingying's gaze hardened, a frigid demeanor enveloping her delicate features. What did you say? Her healing ability has caught the attention of the people in the laboratory. This time, before Yang Fei could finish, Jiang Yingying seized his hair and slammed his head against the ground. The onlookers, including Shen Yi, were hesitant to approach. Paralyzed by fear. How ruthless. Yang Fei's head was struck several times, blood oozing out, creating a gruesome scene. Jiang Yingying forcefully tossed him to the ground and coldly stated, This is what you brought upon yourself. Finally, she delivered a harsh kick to his abdomen and turned to leave. Yang Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face now grotesquely swollen, blood streaming down his forehead in a horrifying fashion. The spectators were momentarily stunned, none daring to step forward. Damn it! Who would dare approach? That woman is wielding a massive hammer. They knew that if they ventured closer, they would surely be struck down. Their lives were paramount. Witnessing the spectacle was merely secondary. Jiang Yingying, suppressing her fury, approached Shen Yi. Where is the laboratory? Shen Yi hesitated, his expression turning grave. I previously accompanied Ran Good to scout the laboratory. It is heavily fortified, not a place for us to infiltrate easily. Especially after they stole the serum, the defenses have become even more stringent. I understand your urgency, but the laboratory is not so easily accessible, and we could both end up in dire straits. Instead, let us seek out Ran Good. He is far more familiar with the security measures there than I am. Jiang Yingying took a deep breath. Indeed, haste was not the solution. Her earlier outburst had clouded her judgment. It had been quite some time. The meeting should have concluded by now. Shen Yi glanced at the sky, muttering to himself. After much effort in persuading Jiang Yingying, he finally brought her to the office hall, only to discover that their meeting was still ongoing. What kind of meeting lasts this long? He cursed under his breath. Inside the conference room, Yuan Su sat at the head, idly engaging in small talk. He cast a glance at the stoic Zhou Qiran, retracting his gaze to continue conversing with the others. Lin Yushu's directive was for him to keep Zhou Qiran occupied for as long as possible. Yuan Su's patience began to wear thin. Had it not been for the necessity of Lin Yushu's assistance, Zhou Qiran would not have exerted himself so diligently. With an expression of indifference, he observed them as they began to engage in trivial chatter, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, he rose and announced, I shall make a brief visit to the restroom. Yuan Su sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Wait a moment. Chapter 58, Deliberate Intent, is there something amiss? The man's voice was calm. He turned, his icy gaze sweeping over them. Yuan Su felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he had contemplated ending Zhou Qiran's life. No worries. I shall take my leave, Zhou Qiran replied, his demeanor unperturbed. Hands shoved into his pockets as he began to walk away. Yuan Su attempted to concoct a reason to detain him, yet, for reasons unknown, the memory of that haunting gaze rendered him voiceless. This man undoubtedly posed a threat to him. Zhou Qiran descended the stairs and exited the conference hall, only to come upon Jiang Yingying and another individual preparing to depart. He paused momentarily. Shen Yi? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Yi turned, his excitement palpable. Brother Ran. You finally emerged. Noting that Jiang Yingying did not approach him as she usually did to call him brother, Zhou Qiran's brow furrowed slightly. Observing Zhou Qiran's gaze upon Jiang Yingying, Shen Yi hastily recounted the recent events. Zhou Qiran narrowed his eyes. It appeared he had been too lenient, failing to eradicate the root of the issue. Do you wish to go? He inquired, directing his attention to Jiang Yingying. She hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then let us proceed. Zhou Qiran's expression darkened, devoid of any hesitation. After a brief silence, he furrowed his brow and added, I will accompany you. Shen Yi remarked. The more I see, the more they resemble a pair of amorous fools. During his absence from the villa, what tumultuous events had transpired between these two? The day was nearing dusk. The laboratory would likely have received word of impending action and would be on high alert. Ultimately, they decided to wait until nightfall to execute their plan. After lying in wait outside the laboratory for an extended period, the night deepened. The air was cool and crisp, with the silvery moonlight gently illuminating the darkness. Several individuals stood guard outside the laboratory, armed and clad in uniforms, pacing back and forth. After a prolonged wait, no apparent opportunity to infiltrate presented itself. Jiang Yingying remained composed, her gaze fixed intently on the laboratory's exit. At last, two figures donned in white coats emerged, heads held high, oblivious to the sentinels nearby as they turned right. With a shared glance, the group discreetly trailed the two individuals. The latest data has been released. How is it looking? I estimate it will be soon. The two men walked side by side, engaged in discussion about the experiment, unaware of the presence behind them. Suddenly, one collapsed. The other, taken aback, bent down and called out, "What happened to you?" In the next instant, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, his mind spinning, before he too fell. Stripping the two men of their outer garments, Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran donned the white coats. Shen Yi skillfully wielded the vine, binding the two individuals tightly and covering their mouths as well. Jiang Yingying felt compelled to inquire, "Brother, what have you experienced in this apocalypse to be so adept at binding?" Once his task was complete, Shen Yi gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork. He turned to find Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran already donned in white lab coats. Shen Yi pointed to himself, asking, "And what of me?" Jiang Yingying blinked innocently. "You will stand watch outside for us." Shen Yi, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "No way. Jiang Yingying, you're quite short, and this coat is rather long. Surely the gatekeeper will be suspicious if you go in like this. Let me handle it." Jiang Yingying cast him a sidelong glance, assessing her attire. It wasn't as exaggerated as he claimed. After careful consideration, she ultimately removed her lab coat and handed it to Shen Yi. Indeed, she was a person of considerable foresight. At that moment, the group altered their plans. One gatekeeper, feeling rather bored, engaged in idle chatter with a fellow guard. "Brother, have you adjusted to being here after all this time?" The other guard, with a blank expression, nodded slightly. The gatekeeper strolled from one side to the other, while his companion mirrored his movements. They moved in perfect synchrony. "Honestly, those who wish to enter the laboratory must be mad. I've been here for a while and have never set foot inside," the gatekeeper grumbled. The other guard, still expressionless, nodded in agreement, clearly echoing his sentiments. The two guards stationed at the entrance observed the two aimlessly wandering figures outside, exchanging silent eye rolls. Suddenly, they spotted two individuals in lab coats approaching, accompanied by a girl with a doll-like face, her hands bound and mouth covered by vines. The trio arrived at the laboratory entrance. The two men in white coats bore cold expressions, exuding an air of arrogance, prompting the gatekeepers to exchange knowing glances. With so many individuals in the laboratory, they had never recognized all of them. Fortunately, they shared a common trait: arrogance. The gatekeepers, seasoned by nearly 10 days of vigilance, had learned to discern such characteristics. As the three confidently strode inside without uttering a word, Jiang Yingying wondered, shouldn't there be some sympathetic tears or questions upon seeing a delicate girl treated this way? Is this truly the renowned security? Shen Yi, touching his nose, was equally surprised by their ease of entry. The last time they had come, the gatekeeper had been quite astute. This time, it seemed a less perceptive batch was on duty. Nevertheless, they had successfully infiltrated. Upon entering the laboratory, they found themselves in a long corridor. After walking for what felt like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Their surroundings brightened abruptly. Individuals clad in white coats navigated through a series of square glass doors, an array of instruments clearly visible through the glass. "What is your purpose here?" someone inquired as they approached. Shen Yi glanced at the two individuals and replied, "We are here to deliver someone." At his words, the person took notice of Jiang Yingying. "Bound with vine. Is this the girl the doctor requested?" he asked, frowning slightly. "Yes," Shen Yi confirmed with a nod. "Proceed inside and place her in laboratory 159. The man gestured with his hand, prompting Jiang Yingying to realize that each glass door was marked with a number. As they ventured deeper, the contents within the glass enclosures shifted dramatically. Enormous glass instruments contained various monstrous limbs, while a steel bed in the center held a creature that was both human and not. The figures in white coats extracted syringes, injecting them into living bodies. Almost instantly, the bodies began to swell, purple veins emerging as monstrous appendages gradually formed. Zhou Qiran's expression turned icy, dark energy oozing uncontrollably from his grasp. clenching his fist. He closed his eyes momentarily. Be cautious. He has already detected our presence, Shochiran warned, casting a glance at the infrared camera positioned above. Shen-Yi was taken aback. Observing the multitude of cameras overhead, realizing that comprehensive surveillance had been implemented. This suggested that the individual had deliberately allowed them entry. In the dimly lit control room, a pallid, gaunt man fixated on the surveillance monitors, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 little insects. Crawl along and let us see how far you can go. Chapter 59. Brutality. Shochiran discreetly assessed the camera, aware of Lin Yushu's thoughts. He merely sought to drag one down to the depths of despair at the peak of their triumph. He reveled in destruction, akin to a hidden predator relishing the agony and struggle of its prey. However, the true identity of the prey remained uncertain. A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing Jiang Yingying to furrow her brow. Despite their progress, she had yet to catch a glimpse of Lulu, and her unease deepened. This way, a man's voice rang coldly. Jiang Yingying was taken aback by Zhou Qiren's familiarity with the place, as if he had traversed these halls numerous times before. Following him, they turned a corner and arrived at a sparsely populated laboratory. What are you doing here? Do you not realize this area is off limits? A figure in a white coat emerged from the glass chamber, scrutinizing them with a frown. Jiang Yingying's gaze drifted to a person lying on the steel bed, hands shackled and body flushed with crimson. She stepped back slightly and subtly gestured to Shen-Yi. Taken aback, he swiftly untied the vines binding Jiang Yingying, causing them to fall away in an instant. Before the man could react, a heavy hammer struck him with a resounding thud. He collapsed to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his chest, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the massive hammer wielded by Jiang Yingying. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a vine crept up beside him, ensnaring his neck. A suffocating sensation gripped him, his mind blank, his voice barely a whisper, fragmented and intermittent. Jiang Yingying approached, lifting his collar. Did you capture a little girl today? Her voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that it might have been inaudible had she not spoken directly into his ear. The man shut his eyes, refusing to look at her. Jiang Yingying narrowed her gaze, pressing a dagger against his abdomen. Will you not speak? The man remained silent. The blade gradually pierced deeper, carving a wound into his flesh. He seemed to display a remarkable resilience, clenching his teeth tightly, despite the tightening grip around his neck that rendered him breathless. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. The man appeared resolute in his determination to remain silent, no matter the cost. Zhou Qiren observed indifferently, until he suddenly stepped forward, bending down to retrieve a syringe that had fallen to the floor. Do you know what this is? Zhou Qiren's tone was calm. The man opened his eyes, intending to dismiss him, but upon realizing what was in his hand, his eyes widened in alarm. You must be quite familiar with it, Zhou Qiren remarked, crouching down as the syringe drew closer. Suddenly, the man began to struggle violently. The vine around his neck loosened slightly, and he gasped for air. She is in Laboratory 206. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Oh, thank you. In an instant, she unleashed a fist that struck him squarely on the nose, rendering him unconscious. Brother, what exactly are these substances? Jiang Yingying asked, curiosity piqued. Zhou Qiren's expression turned cold. Muscle growth agents. Noticing his grim demeanor, she fell silent. Casting a glance at the number on the glass door, they had arrived at Laboratory 189. This meant that 206 was just ahead. Jiang Yingying looked up at the surveillance camera, pondering its purpose. Having already discovered their presence, why did he allow them to move freely? Or perhaps he was confident in their inability to escape. Narrowing her eyes, Jiang Yingying offered a slight smile to the camera. I hear you wish to study me? In the monitoring room, Lin Yushu observed the surveillance footage. The girl faced the camera, slowly curling her lips into a smirk, her expression icy, her voice steady. For reasons unknown, he began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a shiver that struck at his very soul, filling him with an exhilarating thrill. Pressing down on his trembling hands, Lin Yushu's smile grew increasingly manic. What a delightful prey this was. Now, this was truly exciting. He felt warmth enveloping him. Come forth. Welcome to the hell I have devised. Here, you shall undoubtedly experience unparalleled joy, a sensation that elevates the soul. At the same time, allow me to discern how much value you possess that warrants my personal examination. Jiang Yingying did not retract the hammer in her grasp as the trio strode confidently forward. Since they had already been discovered and infiltrated, further concealment was unnecessary. Strangely, the deeper they ventured, the more desolate the surroundings became. Only glass chambers filled with various organs submerged in liquid remained. Almost every room housed a grotesque creature, some adorned with tentacles sprouting from their arms, others possessing fish-like tails. In fact, some had even transformed their heads into monstrous forms. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. Was Lulu truly within? She quickened her pace. At last, she spotted Lulu in room 206. The girl was confined within a square iron cage, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes swollen and tear-streaked, resembling walnuts. Opposite her was a creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a human, its eyes glowing red with a gluttonous hunger as it fixated on the little girl inside the cage. It howled incessantly, lunging forward, the chains binding it showing signs of imminent rupture. Lulu, terrified, cowered in a corner, whimpering softly. The iron cage stood merely a step away from the creature. Should it break free, it could easily tear the cage apart. Jiang Yingying's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward. Zhou Qiruan turned to Shen Yi, cautioning him, "Be careful." Shen Yi hesitated, confused. "What do you mean?" In the next moment, he witnessed Jiang Yingying swing the hammer, shattering the glass. The sharp sound of breaking glass was followed by a piercing alarm, illuminating the entire corridor with a flickering red glow. "Damn, this thing has an alarm," Shen Yi exclaimed, turning to Zhou Qiruan in shock. "You knew all along. Why didn't you stop her?" Zhou Qiruan glanced at him. It was impossible to restrain her. Shen Yi retorted, "You just indulge her." These two were indeed a perfect match, recklessly disregarding the consequences. At the instant Jiang Yingying leaped into the laboratory, the chains binding the creature shattered. With a deafening roar, the creature lunged forward, its claws raised menacingly. Jiang Yingying's hammer expanded even further, her expression stoic as she observed the creature's approach. In that fleeting moment, as the monster charged, her immense hammer descended. A resounding crash echoed as the creature's head was obliterated. Jiang Yingying demolished the iron cage and pulled Lulu out. "Lulu," she cried, as the girl collapsed into Jiang Yingying's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Yingying gently stroked her soft hair, her gaze falling upon the creature still writhing on the ground, emitting feeble cries. Tenderly, she covered Lulu's eyes with her hand. "Lulu, be good," she whispered. Lulu nodded obediently. Jiang Yingying's gaze shifted back to the monster as she expressionlessly raised the iron hammer and struck down once more. Again and again, the creature's head became a gruesome mass, brain matter splattering onto the ground. Shen Yi, on high alert, witnessed this scene and realized he had underestimated her ferocity. With such strength, there was no need for concealment. Chapter 60. The gift of return. Strangely, the alarm had been blaring for quite some time, yet no one had arrived. Shen Yi looked around in confusion, murmuring, "How peculiar." Suddenly, with a series of cracking sounds, the surrounding glass shattered in an instant. All the dormant monsters awakened, their eyes blood-red and teeth sharp as they struggled desperately to rush forward upon seeing the living. Shen Yi was startled, patting his chest in relief that they were still chained. The next moment, all the chains of the monsters shattered collectively. A wave of creatures was about to surge forth. "Damn it! No wonder no one wants to come here. They were waiting for this." Shen Yi shouted, "Run." With a loud bang, an iron door fell from above, blocking their path. Crap! Shen Yi couldn't help but curse. The monsters poured out of the room, their eyes crimson and mouths agape, glaring menacingly at them. Jiang Yingying shielded Lulu in her arms, her expression grave. Zhou Qiruan remained composed, unleashing purple electricity that enveloped him. In the monitoring room, Lin Yushu gazed at the surveillance footage for a long time before suddenly tilting his head back and laughing maniacally. "Enjoy the welcome gift I have prepared for you." Roar. The monsters charged from all directions. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as the purple lightning spread wide, weaving into a net that ensnared the oncoming monsters. The surging current wrapped around them, causing the trapped creatures to convulse violently, frothing at the mouth. Jiang Yingying drew her submachine gun, resting it on her shoulder, and began firing furiously at the approaching monsters. Shell casings scattered across the ground as she aimed for their foreheads, delivering precise headshots. Amidst the tension, Shen Yi glanced around in confusion. What about him? Who was he supposed to target? He realized he had been completely enveloped in Zhou Qiruan's electric net, safe and sound, with no need to worry about monsters lunging at him. Shen Yi thought, though I am winning without effort, there's an unsettling feeling in my heart. Jiang Yingying, cradling Lulu, leaped out of the room and continued her onslaught with the submachine gun. In just a few minutes, the surrounding monsters had fallen by more than half. Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiruan worked together with exceptional synergy. Zhou Qiruan incapacitated the monsters while Jiang Yingying provided the finishing shots. Shen Yi wore a dazed expression, feeling utterly useless. "Brother Shen, please help take care of Lulu," Jiang Yingying said as she approached him, handing Lulu over. Shani suddenly realized that his mission was to guide the children. The vitality of these creatures was remarkably tenacious. However, no matter how resilient they were, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yingying's eyes as she hefted her submachine gun, gripping it firmly and unleashing a barrage at the creatures' foreheads. Zhou Qiren's electrical range was relatively extensive, allowing him to control the monsters within several meters. Lin Yushu observed the surveillance footage, narrowing her eyes slightly as a fervent light erupted within them. This was indeed the perfect specimen, whether it was she or he. Both were the coveted research material he had longed for. He needed them, he had to obtain them. Suddenly, Jiang Yingying glanced at the camera. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the lens. The screen plunged into darkness with a crackle. How annoying. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. Being watched always made her feel uncomfortable. Casting a glance at the grotesque creatures surrounding her, she shifted the submachine gun on her shoulder and retrieved a hefty iron hammer. Shani blinked in astonishment. Could she truly operate with both hands? The next moment, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The hammer in Jiang Yingying's grasp shrank slightly. While the submachine gun continued its relentless fire, she leaped into action, flinging the hammer with force. The hammer whistled through the air, spinning around before striking the creature squarely on its forehead. Bang bang! After several collisions, the hammer returned to Jiang Yingying's hand. Shun Yi was utterly bewildered. A returning spinning hammer? The surrounding monsters, swept away by their assault, collapsed in heaps. Shun Yi swallowed hard. It turned out he had come here merely to witness their display of prowess. Shou Qiren stood firm, not moving an inch, as powerful currents swirled around him. Any creature that approached would be scorched to cinders. Jiang Yingying glanced at Shou Qiren. Having not seen him for a while, he had already advanced to a level 4 ability user. Focus. The man's voice rang clear and crisp in her ears. Jiang Yingying felt a twinge of guilt, as if caught in a misdeed, and quickly turned her face away, hoisting her gun and tossing the returning hammer. After some time, the ground was strewn with the bodies of the monsters. Once Jiang Yingying had dispatched the last creature, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. These things were truly exhausting to fight, more troublesome than zombies. Shani remarked, I didn't notice you two were struggling. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. What should we do now? Eyeing the iron gate ahead, he proposed, blow up the laboratory. A playful smile danced on Jiang Yingying's lips. Shin Yi blinked in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? If we blow up the laboratory, the people at the base will tear us apart. Jiang Yingying feigned innocence. Isn't it the laboratory's own experiment that caused the explosion? That has nothing to do with us. Right? Shin Yi paused. What do you mean? Jiang Yingying smiled mysteriously. Of course, we must prepare some interesting gifts in return. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to their good intentions. To use someone as a subject for experimentation, how could they even consider such a thing? Since they have graciously invited us as guests, it is only fitting that we engage in activities befitting our status. Her eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chill that sent shivers down Shin Yi's spine. However, the question remained, how would they create an explosion? Jiang Yingying rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. With those, Zhou Qiren indicated the chemical agents on the laboratory table. Jiang Yingying's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Let's do it. Observing the two who appeared on the brink of madness, Shin Yi turned his face away. Fine, let them be. Jiang Yingying excitedly dashed into the room, collecting the volatile chemical agents into her space. After gathering all the reagents from every room, she stood with hands on her hips, nodding in satisfaction. But how do you plan to detonate them? Surely, you can't just blow up the entire laboratory in one go. Shin Yi pondered, still finding it rather implausible. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. We'll run while we explode. Shin Yi, what kind of bizarre operation is this? I can't quite follow. Before long, Jiang Yingying demonstrated her plan. She produced several chemical agents from her space, gesturing for the others to step back. Then lifted her submachine gun and aimed it at the glass bottles, firing several rounds. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose as the iron door was blasted open with a gaping hole. Jiang Yingying tilted her chin towards Shin Yi. See, Shin Yi was left astounded. As long as the ideas were reckless, they were unafraid of failing in their mischief. The moment they stepped through the iron door, Jiang Yingying tossed several more bottles of chemical agents into the interior, employing the same familiar stance and shooting technique. Boom. 2 explosions followed, and a massive flame surged behind them, instantly igniting the monster's remains, turning the laboratory into a sea of fire. Chapter 61. Running and exploding in the surveillance footage. Jiang Yingying and her companions reappeared. Lin Yushu had expected to see them fleeing in disarray, crying out in panic, but instead, he was confronted with a raging inferno in their wake. Lin Yushu's temples throbbed. Suddenly, Jiang Yingying glanced over. Lin Yushu's heart skipped a beat as a dark gun barrel appeared on the screen. Bang! With a gunshot, the footage once more went black. Jiang Yingying blew away the smoke rising from her weapon. Most of the surrounding cameras had been destroyed by her. "Let us go," Jiang Yingying announced, her steps unusually lighthearted. Shinny noted that as they proceeded, the crowd would gradually increase. Thus, Jiang Yingying resolved to detonate the corners first. The man they had just knocked out and discarded in the corner had awakened, his eyes wide with fear, hands and feet bound, his mouth gagged with vines. Making muffled whimpers, Jiang Yingying dragged him out. Seeing that he continued to whimper incessantly, she delivered a punch, and immediately, he fell silent. Shinny's lips twitched as he gazed at the man who had been knocked unconscious, his face swollen and bruised. He couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Yingying's remarkable strength. With a single punch, she could render someone senseless. Such power was indeed formidable. Given the presence of reagents in the laboratory, a mere collision would inevitably unleash even greater force. Thus, Jiang Yingying had merely tossed a few bottles aside. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by a burst of flames. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed loudly. They exchanged glances. Jiang Yingying holstered her weapon and adjusted her white lab coat. The others straightened their attire as she picked up Lulu, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence. Lulu nodded in understanding. Jiang Yingying's coat was oversized, and her petite frame made it feasible to conceal Lulu within its folds, creating a surprisingly harmonious appearance. "Hurry, this way," a voice called urgently from ahead. Soon, a throng of individuals clad in white coats arrived. The glass room at the corner had been shattered into countless shards, with only one man bound in the corner, his face grotesquely swollen and unconscious. "What? It's gone!" Lin Yushu exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation as he listened to his subordinate's report. His cold gaze shifted towards a screen engulfed in darkness, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shinny looked around in astonishment at his surroundings. For small fields, a brook, and a corner stacked with various supplies had formed a peculiar little world. "Jiang Yingying, this is..." Jiang Yingying released Lulu from her coat and replied nonchalantly. "Didn't I mention? I possess space." "Truly miraculous," Shen Yi remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Zhou Qiran lowered her gaze, concealing a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Ultimately, she chose to place her trust in them. It was this trust that allowed her to reveal such a secret. Jiang Yingying was merely conducting an experiment, never anticipating she could indeed bring a living person inside. After all, the truth would surface eventually, wouldn't it? Jiang Yingying glanced at Shen Yi and Zhou Qiran, embodying a blend of trust and confidence in her own abilities. "How long shall we remain here?" Shen Yi inquired. Jiang Yingying closed her eyes, attuning herself to the external situation. "Let us wait a bit longer," she replied. The group lingered in the space for some time until Jiang Yingying suddenly spoke. "Stay here." In the blink of an eye, she vanished from their midst. Chaos reigned in the laboratory as personnel frantically attempted to extinguish the flames. Shadows flitted about, busy and preoccupied. With her head lowered, Jiang Yingying swiftly blended into the firefighting team. While others rushed inward, she made her way outward. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and help with the fire," someone shouted as they hurried past. "Coming right away," Jiang Yingying called back, quickening her pace. "Hey, it's not that way." A person extended a hand, calling out. Jiang Yingying turned with a radiant smile. "You'll see soon." Suddenly, a few bottles of chemical reagents appeared out of thin air as she drew her gun. Bang! The laboratories on both sides erupted in an instant. Thus, it began. Jiang Yingying retracted her firearm and continued her swift advance. Suddenly, her figure reappeared on the surveillance footage, while the other two individuals, including the child, vanished without a trace. Lin Yushu fixated on the screen, a chilling intensity growing in his gaze. Truly an uncooperative prey. Abruptly, Jiang Yingying glanced upward, a faint smile gracing her lips as she raised her weapon. The image abruptly flickered into darkness. Subsequently, other surveillance feeds plunged into blackness one after another. Jiang Yingying dashed forward with remarkable speed, almost like a fleeting shadow. With each location she passed, reagents soared into the air, accompanied by the explosive sound of gunfire as glass chambers shattered instantly. Before anyone could comprehend the scene, she swept past like a gust of wind. As she raced through the corridor, her steps halted before a massive iron door blocking the exit. She stowed her submachine gun and replaced it with a hammer, stretching her fingers slightly. The hammer gradually expanded in size. At that moment, Her pursuers caught up, shouting, "Don't run." Various supernatural attacks followed. Jiang Yingying glanced back, assumed a poised stance, and struck forward with a fierce blow. The deafening crash resonated as the iron door buckled inward. She relentlessly swung the hammer down, again and again, just as the supernatural onslaught was about to reach her back. Finally, a massive breach was created in the door. "Goodbye." Jiang Yingying leapt through the opening and sprinted onward. Before the guards could react, she had already dashed out the main entrance. Halt. Once the guards regained their senses, they raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Yet, she had already vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. As she ran, Jiang Yingying discarded her white lab coat by the roadside. It was not until she reached the villa that she paused, weariness settling in after such a prolonged escape. Bending down to catch her breath, she lifted her head. Lu Shui gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. With a gentle smile, Jiang Yingying released her from the spatial confinement. Upon seeing Lulu, Lu Shui's tears cascaded down as she rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace. Shini stood in bewilderment, surveying the familiar decor of the villa. They had escaped so easily? It seemed almost too simple. He cast a silent glance at Jiang Yingying, whose delicate appearance evoked a profound instinct to protect her. Thankfully, they were not adversaries. Given the chaos they had stirred in the laboratory, it was likely that someone would come seeking retribution tomorrow. A sudden wave of concern washed over Shen Yi. "Didn't they say? The laboratory's explosion has nothing to do with us," Zhou Qiran remarked coolly, glancing at him. "Moreover, we will not linger here for long." His purpose was solely for vengeance. With this thought, they indeed realized they had tarried too long. It was time to present their gift. Zhou Qiran narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold determination flickering within. Shen Yi, sensing the chill emanating from him, silently closed his mouth. This indicated that Brother Ran must have his own calculations at heart. Chapter 62, The Wobbly Little White Flower, revised, the following day. The law enforcement officers from the base indeed arrived at the villa. However, to their surprise, it was an old acquaintance who appeared. The woman, clad in a sharp base uniform with crimson lips and curled hair, was accompanied by several individuals. "Yingying, Qiran. The base chief wishes to speak with you in the conference room," Xia Xian announced with a composed smile, her demeanor unruffled, as if the events of that night had never transpired. Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they followed her inside. In the conference room, Xia Xian pushed open the door and entered. "Base chief, they have arrived." Yuan Se greeted them with a smile that was far from the fury one might have expected. Jiang Yingying entered with a composed demeanor. Present was a gaunt man in a white lab coat, whose pallid complexion and icy gaze roamed over Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran like a lurking serpent, hissing ominously. Jiang Yingying frowned slightly, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. This sensation was truly repugnant. Zhou Qiran's eyes turned cold as he regarded the emaciated man, dark tendrils of energy bubbling forth from his clenched fist. He took a deep breath, regaining his composure. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Su, currently the chief of the base," he said, regarding Jiang Yingying with a friendly expression. He then gestured towards the man in the lab coat. "This is Dr. Lin Yushu." Jiang Yingying cast a glance at the sinister figure, biting her lip as her clear, large eyes reflected her terror. She instinctively stepped back, tugging at Zhou Qiran's sleeve in fear. Yuan's eyes flickered. She seemed somewhat different from the rumors. "Did you summon me for a specific reason?" After a moment of gathering her courage, Jiang Yingying inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Yuan Se frowned, straining to hear her response. "What did you say?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yingying raised her voice slightly. "I asked if you called me for a reason." Yuan Se paused momentarily, surprised by the softness of her tone, which starkly contrasted with the legendary muscle-bound warriors capable of taking on 10 foes at once. "Ahem, we have come to seek your assistance." Yuan Se regained his focus, explaining. Jiang Yingying blinked. "What assistance can I offer you? Aren't you here to settle the score?" "We have recently received reports of a sudden surge of zombies appearing on the western mountains. It is highly likely that the Zombie King is among them. We wish to gather some of the base's elite to accompany us. If we can eliminate the Zombie King, it would be a tremendous boon for our survival in this apocalyptic world. Thus, I sincerely implore you to lend us your strength." As for Qiran, his prowess is evident and beyond question. As Yuan Se shifted his gaze towards Jiang Yingying, he opened his mouth, poised to speak. However, Jiang Yingying quickly shook her head and waved her hands, exclaiming, "I can't do it. Just look at my slender arms and legs. If I venture out, I'll surely be devoured by zombies." Yuan Se blinked in hesitation, replying, but I heard that you contributed significantly to the base during the battle against the zombie tide. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yingying cautiously leaned forward and asked, "Do you really believe I could accomplish such feats?" Yuansa glanced at her delicate limbs and pristine white dress, her porcelain-like face resembling a fragile flower swaying in a tempest. He found it difficult to believe. They had all misjudged the situation. The zombie tide had receded on its own, unrelated to her efforts. Jiang Yingying appeared innocent, adding, "Besides, I'm just an ordinary person without any special abilities." Yuansa lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He then looked up again at the taciturn Lin Yushu, and upon receiving a subtle nod, turned back to Jiang Yingying, stating, "Regardless, I sincerely hope you will accompany us. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." What a predicament. They still refused to relent. She wouldn't believe that there were no ulterior motives. Jiang Yingying glanced back at Shou Qiruan, who nodded slightly, and with a sigh of relief, she smiled and replied, "All right, but I want to follow my brother." The absence of inquiries regarding the laboratory suggested that there were indeed other conspiracies at play. "Very well, let them come. We shall meet force with force." Yuansa nodded, acquiescing to her request. Whether or not she possessed true strength, once they had extracted all value from her, he would fulfill his promise to deliver the two of them to the laboratory. It was evident that a plan had been meticulously laid out. By noon, after lunch, Jiang Yingying and her companion were informed to proceed to Xishan. On the way to the assembly point, Jiang Yingying cast a sidelong glance at Shou Qiruan, asking, "Brother, what do you think they truly intend to achieve?" Shou Qiruan's expression remained cold as he replied, "They aim to exhaust us during this expedition, then seize the opportunity to strike." Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow, contemplating, are they still unwilling to give up? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the base, where several off-road vehicles awaited, and a group of over a dozen individuals had already gathered. Jiang Yingying and Shou Qiruan boarded the same vehicle. Cramped in the seat, Jiang Yingying gazed around with her innocent, wide eyes. When she met the driver's complex gaze, she offered him a shy smile. The girl's features were exquisite, and her smile radiated an uncommon purity, especially in a world so bleak. Instinctively, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Casting a glance at the stern-faced man beside her, he sighed internally. Yet another woman reduced to a man's accessory, a sight all too familiar in this apocalyptic era. Women had become as lowly as ants, often reliant on those with abilities, who would carry them along for protection, ready to thrust them into danger when the need arose. Such a shame for a girl so strikingly beautiful. Jiang Yingying gazed at the driver, perplexed by the pity reflected in his eyes, and touched her nose. It seemed that her innocent persona had been so successfully crafted that even the elderly driver felt compassion for her. Inside the vehicle sat 3 robust men, each with a physique that suggested they could easily overpower her. Jiang Yingying discreetly glanced at the muscular man beside her, pressing her lips together in an unusually reserved manner as she edged closer to Shou Qiruan. The burly man lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at the seemingly frail Jiang Yingying before shifting his gaze to the delicate Shou Qiruan. He closed his eyes, evidently disapproving of their presence. As they traversed a road strewn with corpses, the bumpy ride of the off-road vehicle was inevitable. Jiang Yingying covered her ears, intermittently closing her eyes and peering outside. Suddenly, upon witnessing the grotesque and distorted faces of the zombies, she couldn't help but scream. Instantly, all eyes in the vehicle turned towards her. The girl's expression was filled with terror, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, leaving her utterly helpless. The notion of her being a fragile flower blossomed in the minds of the others, prompting them to turn away and cease their scrutiny. Chapter 63, Weak, Helpless. And an inconvenience, previously edited. Occasionally, scattered zombies lunged at them, only to be sent sprawling by the vehicle. The elderly driver, despite his age, exhibited remarkable skill in maneuvering the car, deftly drifting away from the ravenous undead. Jiang Yingying marveled at the evident prowess of the base's inhabitants. Having traveled a considerable distance from Central City to the foot of the western mountain, they disembarked. Someone retrieved heavy weaponry from the rear of the vehicle, seemingly preparing for a significant confrontation. Jiang Yingying noticed an individual approaching Lin Yushu, carrying a medical box, and exchanging a few words. Lin Yushu nodded, gesturing for him to open the box. As the box was revealed, Jiang Yingying squinted, faintly perceiving what appeared to be various vials inside. What could he possibly intend to do? "Hey, you obnoxious woman, move aside," a burly man grunted, shouldering a cannon with evident impatience. Jiang Yingying turned to face him, noting that he towered over her by at least 3 heads. She bowed her head in silence, obediently stepping aside. That guy doesn't understand how to treat a lady. Incredibly rude. Don't take it to heart. A short, balding man chuckled lewdly as he approached. Jiang Yingying discreetly dodged his outstretched hand, asserting, I need to find my brother. As she hurriedly distanced herself, the balding man chuckled deeply. Brother. Jiang Yingying called sweetly as she nestled beside Zhou Qiran. Don't wander off carelessly, Zhou Qiran warned. Firmly pressing her head down while casting a deep, penetrating gaze at Lin Yushu, a palpable aura of menace beginning to envelop him. Jiang Yingying suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced up at Zhou Qiran, following his line of sight to discover that he was fixated on Lin Yushu. Zhou Qiran must be feeling quite angry as well. That person is exceedingly malicious. The scenes witnessed in the laboratory seem to replay vividly in her mind. Jiang Yingying recalls the gaze that made her profoundly uncomfortable and frowns in distaste. After organizing their gear, the group prepares to set off. Due to the rugged mountain path, vehicles are impractical, compelling them to proceed on foot. A procession of individuals ascends the mountain. The Mediterranean man, trailing behind, gazes at the slender waist of the girl ahead. Her pale, delicate calves causing him to wipe away the tears streaming from his nose. Such a captivating beauty. Jiang Yingying, linking arms with Zhou Qiran, observes that her stamina is particularly lacking. After merely 2 or 3 steps, she is already gasping for breath. Several individuals glance at her repeatedly, puzzled by her presence here. Clearly, she carries nothing, and merely walking seems to exhaust her. Accompanying them appears to be merely a means of offering her head to the zombies. The summoned elite abilities have only heard of Jiang Yingying's reputation, but have yet to see her visage. In their minds, the rumored Jiang Yingying is depicted as a muscular giant loli, entirely at odds with the delicate flower before them. Zhou Qiran casts a glance at Jiang Yingying, who struggles with each step, slightly bending down to whisper in her ear, Is it fun? Jiang Yingying stiffens, forcing a sweet smile. Yes. Then let us continue. The man straightens up, seizing the collar of her garment and gently lifting her a bit. Jiang Yingying allows him to adjust her posture, commencing her laborious ascent, gasping after every few steps. Brother, I'm so tired, she complains in a feigned, delicate manner. A man beside her looks on in disbelief. Had they not just begun their ascent? They hadn't even reached halfway up the mountain. Is there something wrong with this girl? Jiang Yingying persists in maintaining her feeble, delicate persona, taking longer breaks as they progress. With each step, she rests for 5 breaths. Yuanzi glances back, equally incredulous. Is this woman truly the expert described by the base and the doctor? He feels she might faint at any moment. Brother, I'm dizzy. Jiang Yingying weakly leans against Zhou Qiran. Be good, take your medicine. Suddenly, a sweet candy is placed in her mouth, reminiscent of the flavor she experienced after being shot. Feeling better? The man's deep, magnetic voice inquires as his dark eyes fixate on her. Jiang Yingying's cheeks flush suddenly, and she dazedly responds, I feel a bit better. Very well, then walk steadily. Jiang Yingying straightens up, no longer daring to lean so closely. A flicker of amusement briefly glimmers in Zhou Qiran's eyes before swiftly vanishing. As they continue their journey, they encounter no zombies, and the group gradually relaxes their vigilance. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air. Unexpectedly, a wave of zombies surged down from the canopy above. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, teeth sharp as daggers, drool dripping from their gaping mouths. Each visage pale and ghostly, with veins starkly visible beneath their skin. Alas, the onslaught came too swiftly. Some were caught off guard, and a hapless soul fell victim to a ravenous bite. Regaining their wits, the group swiftly harnessed their powers, striking at the zombies' skulls with fervor. Jiang Yingying clutched the hem of Zhou Qiran's shirt, her voice trembling. Brother, I'm scared. Zhou Qiran turned, meeting her wide-eyed gaze, her expression of terror fresh and unguarded. Her doe-like eyes shimmered with fright, tears threatening to spill. Do not fear, he murmured, his large hand resting gently upon her head in a soothing gesture. Jiang Yingying replied, You play your part quite well. Once the zombies were vanquished, a collective sigh of relief wafted through the air. Yuanzi's gaze shifted to the unfortunate soul who had been bitten, and the group instinctively focused their attention on him. A sudden gunshot echoed, bang. The man crumpled to the ground, eyes wide in shock, a bullet hole marring his forehead, blood gushing forth. The sight of the lifeless body plunged the group into a heavy silence. A bite from a zombie meant certain death. Yuan Fa holstered his firearm and urged the group onward. Learning from their previous encounter, they proceeded with utmost caution, wary of another unexpected encounter with the undead. As they ascended, Jiang Yingying's ears were pierced by the rasping growls of the approaching corpses. Brothers, food has come to us. One shouted. What are we waiting for? Charge. Soon, a horde of zombies arrived, their eyes gleaming with hunger, as if they hadn't feasted in days, their ferocity palpable. Although the group had prepared, they were still taken aback by the sudden onslaught. The zombies lunged wildly, shrieking in their insatiable hunger. I'm starving. Meat. I want to eat flesh. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow, realizing these zombies seemed formidable. Are you afraid? A voice rang clear. Jiang Yingying paused, looking up at Shou Qiran, catching the glint of mischief in his eyes, and she managed a sheepish smile. Amidst the chaos, the shrill cries of women pierced the air. Ah, how terrifying. Brother, save me. Oh no, they're hideous. The determined survivors fought for their lives, their expression stoic. Damn it, where did this whimpering creature come from? Chapter 64. Seizing the gun. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound. The more she screamed, the more excited they became, drawing an increasing number of them toward her. The others turned their heads away. She deserves this. A crackling sound filled the air as the nearest zombie was instantaneously reduced to charred remains. Shou Qiran looked helplessly at the girl who had buried herself in his embrace, shrieking incessantly as he unleashed arcs of purple lightning from his hands. After finally dispatching the zombies, the group's taut nerves began to ease. A furrowed brow and an expression of impatience directed towards Jiang Yingying, someone remarked. Could you refrain from incessantly shouting? What exactly is your purpose here? With reddened eyes, Jiang Yingying looked up at him. A hint of grievance in her demeanor. It's not as though I came here of my own volition. The gaze of the crowd collectively shifted to Shou Qiran. Was this man coercing her? Jiang Yingying lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. The base leader insisted that I come. I had no choice. As a frail girl, I naturally feel frightened in the presence of these zombies. Yuan Su, taken aback, coughed lightly. Let us proceed. The absence of denial from Yuan Su led to exchanged glances among the crowd. It appeared that indeed, the base leader had summoned her. Could it be that this girl possessed some ulterior purpose? Suppressing their underlying doubts, they continued their ascent. With each step upward, the frequency of zombies increased, appearing in relentless waves. Gradually, fatigue began to take its toll, and their abilities were rapidly depleting. After a hard-fought battle against a horde, a temporary lull ensued, prompting the group to rest momentarily. Jiang Yingying and Shou Qiran leaned against a tree. The girl's once pristine white dress was now soiled with dirt. Trembling, she leaned against Shou Qiran, her voice quivering. Brother, I wish to go back. The man spoke softly to console her. Do not fear. Let us wait a little longer. The group, already weary, observed that this pair of siblings showed no signs of fatigue, which stirred a simmering anger within. Upon overhearing their exchange, Yuan suppressed his temples in exasperation. Doctor, is she truly the woman you mentioned, the one who wielded a submachine gun to obliterate the laboratory? Lin Yushu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, it is her. We shall see how long she can maintain this facade. His gaze towards Jiang Yingying turned icy. Suddenly, Jiang Yingying felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to frown. When she glanced in Lin Yushu's direction, he had already averted his gaze. Lowering her head, her eyelashes trembled slightly. How utterly vexing. Wu Yu, nestled among the crowd, discreetly observed Jiang Yingying. This again, she had become adept at feigning innocence. Scanning the faces of those around her, noticing their expressions of indignation, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recognizing a reflection of her former self. A sudden noise broke her reverie, and Jiang Yingying raised her head, scanning her surroundings, but saw no trace of zombies. Confused, she lowered her gaze, when suddenly, voices echoed in her ears once more. He, the leader has said, these creatures are exceedingly cunning. We must learn to ambush them. He. How delicious that meat smells. He, it has been far too long since I've tasted meat. He, indeed. It is the sin of meat that entices. Haha, when shall we commence our actions? Haha, wait, they seem to have let their guard down. Haha, are they truly relaxed now? Haha, I cannot tell. Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze and gently tugged at Shou Qiran's sleeve, resting her forehead on her hand. Suddenly, she raised her voice. Brother, my head feels quite dizzy. The group, previously resting with eyes closed, immediately opened them, glancing over with palpable impatience. This woman is causing trouble again. You are far too delicate, grumbled a burly man. Indeed, this has happened countless times on our journey. You only bring us misfortune. Others echoed his sentiments, their pent-up grievances reaching a boiling point. Haha, what are they doing? Haha, it seems they are arguing. Hee, shall we proceed? Haha, this must be a moment of lowered vigilance. Haha, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Haha, let us charge. Jiang Yingying, feeling a twinge of fear, looked at the others. Her voice barely above a whisper, I did not mean to. Just as the group was about to unleash a tirade, a horde of zombies suddenly erupted from the surrounding woods. Damn it, zombies. As realization dawned, everyone activated their abilities. These zombies were remarkably agile, effortlessly navigating the trees and evading attacks with the grace of monkeys. Good grief, have they become sentient? Someone cursed. Their abilities had already drained their strength. And now facing this nimble foe, they felt despondent. Are we truly to meet our end here? Someone muttered amidst the chaos. Guns. We still have guns. Someone suddenly recalled. The group turned their gaze to the firearms on the ground. The limited ammunition had been reserved for the zombie king, but now, with their lives at stake, priority shifted. In unison, they lunged toward the weapons. Suddenly, they halted. A troop of monkey-like zombies was quicker, seizing control of the firearms. The crowd was left in shock. What the hell? How do we use these? One zombie curiously prodded a gun, even taking a bite at it. Fool, do not bite. Another zombie swatted its head with a claw. Jiang Yingying was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated these zombies to be so agile, even capable of grasping firearms. The zombies fiddled with the guns, occasionally pointing them toward the group as they twisted and turned. Tension surged as they had to fend off the approaching zombies while also being wary of those potentially aiming at them. The physical and mental exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierced the air, heightening the tension to an unbearable level. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the zombie wielding a long gun, firing into the sky. Ha-ha-ha, it seems I have grasped it. Ha-ha-ha, how does one shoot? Ha-ha-ha-ha. First, do this, then that. The zombies gathered together, their heads bowed as they observed the sharpshooting zombie's explanation. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Ha-ha-ha-ha, why did you shoot me? One unfortunate zombie, having leaned too close to the muzzle, lost an eye to the bullet. Ha-ha-ha, you brought this upon yourself. It's not my fault. Ha-ha-ha, were you doing it on purpose? Ha-ha-ha, I did not. You are merely fabricating stories. Chapter 65, Do Not Fear. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha. I do not believe you unless you allow me to take a shot as well. Ha-ha. Very well. Then everyone witnessed the sharpshooter zombie transferring the gun to the injured zombie. The wounded zombie excitedly fumbled with the weapon, peering left and right. Bang! A shot fired near someone's feet. Startled, they dropped to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their face a mask of terror. It was a close call. Just a hair's breadth away from disaster. Ha-ha-ha. I can shoot too. The one-eyed zombie exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Seeing this, the other zombies rushed forward in a frenzy to seize the gun. Ha-ha-ha. Let me play with it. Ha-ha-ha. I want to play too. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances as the zombies descended into chaos and slowly began to retreat. Ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. Do not fight over it. The food is fleeing. Instantly, the zombies shifted their attention back. The onlookers, unable to escape in time, thought, must we not play a little longer? Heh. As the angry roars of the zombies erupted, everyone scattered in panic. Jiang Yingying paused for a moment, then suddenly screamed, yanking Shou Qiren's sleeve as they fled. The crowd. Those two are surprisingly quick on their feet. Where was this vigor when we were climbing the mountain? Heh. The zombies lunged toward them with gaping mouths. In that instant, everyone disregarded everything else, unleashing their abilities and drawing weapons to fend off the zombies. Having run a fair distance, Jiang Yingying turned back to glance at Shou Qiren and halted. Brother, let us sneak over there and take a look. Jiang Yingying pointed to another path. Shou Qiren raised an eyebrow. You wish to observe? Indeed, Jiang Yingying nodded. She did not believe that Yuan Su would ascend the mountain without some hidden strategy. The prolonged silence could be a tactic to test their strengths, exhausting them in the process. The two found a suitable vantage point to lie low, allowing them to witness the struggle between the crowd and the zombies below. Haha. Meat? Jiang Yingying frowned, turning around to see a zombie that had collapsed, now reduced to charred remains. She cast a glance at Shou Qiren, who was observing the situation below with an impassive expression. Wasn't he supposed to be watching? Jiang Yingying regained her composure and calmed her mind. Yuan Su had not anticipated that Jiang Yingying and Shou Qiren would run so swiftly. It was indeed a surprise. Sighing in resignation, he glanced at Lin Yushu and said, Doctor, capture a couple. Lin Yushu's cold gaze fixed on the lively zombies. Yuan gestured to the scarred man beside him, who immediately opened a medicine box and withdrew 2 vials of serum. Injecting the solution into syringes, the man extended his left hand, which had been concealed within his sleeve. Instead of an arm, it was 2 robust vines that could stretch freely. The vines ensnared the 2 syringes and swiftly plunged them into the napes of 2 zombies, who fell lifelessly to the ground. No one noticed the man's peculiarity, assuming it was merely his wood-based supernatural ability. The man's vine could directly twist off a zombie's head. With the addition of the vine-wielding man, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Jiang Yingying regarded the man with a grave expression. Could he also be one of the experimental subjects? As the zombies were dispatched, the group retrieved the firearms scattered on the ground. Someone mumbled, "Where did that pair of weaklings run off to? They were dawdling, and now they're sprinting like mad with the zombies coming. Forget about them. It's better they stay away, lest they impede our speed," a man waved dismissively. The others concurred. The absence of 2 burdens lightened their load, primarily because they no longer had to endure the woman's incessant chatter. Just as everyone was preparing to set off again, the missing individuals reappeared. Jiang Yingying, clutching Zhou Qiren's arm, approached with her white dress soiled and a timid expression. "Have all the zombies been dealt with?" The group turned to look at her with blank faces. "Great, the nuisance has returned." No one replied. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Yuan Si cleared his throat. "All right. Let us continue once we're ready." He discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Yingying, his dissatisfaction deepening. He had hoped they would prove useful, yet they had only added to his troubles. Were it not for Lin Yushu's need for the 2 of them, he would not have tolerated them to this extent. The group swallowed their frustrations and pressed on. This time, everyone was wary and kept their firearms close, fearing the sudden appearance of zombies. As they ascended, no zombies were in sight, leading to a mix of relief and confusion among the group. Jiang Yingying looked up. The scarcity of zombies here could only indicate that they were concentrated further up. "Be careful," Zhou Qiren said, casting a calm glance at the mountain summit. Jiang Yingying nodded. The group continued their ascent. The forest was dense, and the slope steep, making their climb somewhat arduous. Jiang Yingying struggled to ascend with her short legs, pausing intermittently to catch her breath. Zhou Qiren lingered by her side, patiently awaiting her recovery. In a brief moment, the 2 had already fallen to the rear of the group. Someone glanced back at the lagging pair, rolled their eyes, and turned away, observing the silhouettes of the others. Jiang Yingying's eyes flickered. "Brother, I have an ominous premonition." Zhou Qiren regarded her quietly, anticipating her continuation. Above, an unsettling sensation loomed. Jiang Yingying pressed her hand to her chest, feeling inexplicably anxious. A warm hand clasped hers, and as she looked up, she met the depths of the man's gaze. "Do not fear." She paused momentarily, a smile tugging at her lips. I see food." A lanky zombie, sensing with its mental prowess, exclaimed to its companion. Suddenly, it appeared to discover something, its eyes widening. The focus rested on the girl in the white dress at the back of the line. "What the hell? How is that food even here?" Brothers, take care." The lanky zombie turned to caution its fellow undead. The others, somewhat puzzled, responded with a few incoherent grunts. The lanky zombie, dismissing their confusion, continued to observe Jiang Yingying. It felt no fear. It was no longer the being it once was. Now a level 4 psychic zombie, it was nearly unmatched among its kind. That food, with its slender limbs, could be easily devoured in mere moments. This time, it would also serve as retribution for its fallen comrade. As Jiang Yingying persevered up the mountain, she suddenly sneezed, rubbing her slightly reddened nose. She glanced upward, slowing her pace further. Before long, they lagged behind the others at a tortoise-like speed, creating a considerable distance between themselves and the group ahead. Chapter 66, Mutual Vigilance. Additional update. The group clearly wished to disregard the duo trailing behind, not even casting a glance back, instead quickening their pace. This only further separated Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiren from them. Unfazed, Jiang Yingying preferred to lag behind. Suddenly, terrified cries echoed from above. Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiren exchanged a glance and quickly made their way upward through the adjacent woods. The group, hastening their journey, was taken by surprise as a horde of zombies suddenly descended upon them. The zombies encircled them, each pair of eyes gleaming with ferocity. The lanky zombie, hidden in the shadows, observed the scene unfold. It lay on the ground, expanding its mental reach, scrutinizing the group. "Huh? Where's that food?" The lanky zombie pondered, searching the area again but failing to spot her. Scratching its head, it casually glanced back and noticed 2 figures rapidly approaching. Its eyes widened in alarm. The leader's words ring true. Indeed, food can be rather cunning. She must have known she would be lying in wait here, scheming to ensnare herself. How terrifying. Thus, those provisions are merely bait to divert attention. Truly, it is no simple matter. Must my legendary existence as a corpse come to an end before it even begins? This is the first time it has commanded so many underlings, and it suddenly feels a pang of nostalgia for its brief undead life. Unexpectedly, two figures halted a mere 10 paces away, then crouched down, gazing at the throng encircled by zombies. The tall, slender zombie thought, are they not here to confront me? Or is this merely a ploy to lower my guard? Instantly alert, the slender zombie directed its mental energy towards Jiang Yingying and her companion. Ever vigilant and prepared to flee at the first hint of danger, Jiang Yingying observed the fierce clash between the crowd and the zombies, her brow slightly furrowing. These zombies appeared to possess a greater intelligence than those encountered below, as if this were a meticulously orchestrated operation. The slender zombie, fixated on Jiang Yingying, noted every subtle expression on her face. Panic. This is bad. Is she planning to eliminate me? An internal struggle ensued. Should it run or stay? Suddenly, it noticed Jiang Yingying slightly shifting her feet. Reflexively, the slender zombie nearly sprang into action. However, it turned out she was merely adjusting to a more comfortable position. With no further movements, the slender zombie exhaled in relief. She was not here to capture it. This time, the vine-wielding man had acted swiftly, and after a fierce battle, both the crowd and the zombies found themselves in a stalemate. The zombie roared, its mouth wide open, ever mindful of the elder brother's admonition to maintain a fierce demeanor. For only then would these food be intimidated. Commander, what shall we do now? Someone asked, stepping back several paces, warily eyeing the predatory zombies. Yuan's expression turned grave. They had only reached the halfway point. If they could not surpass this location, their hopes of defeating the zombie king would be mere folly. Zhou Qiran, a level 4 ability wielder with formidable lightning powers, should have alleviated their pressure, if only he were here. Yuanzi glanced around, only to realize Zhou Qiran was absent. He isn't still with Jiang Yingying, is he? Damn it. I should have never brought that woman along. She only brings trouble. After enduring several rounds of zombie onslaught, the group was clearly fatigued. If they delayed any longer, it would jeopardize their escape. A swift resolution was imperative. With eyes closed, Yuanzi made his decision. These individuals are among the elite Esper practitioners, and he cannot believe that they are incapable of dispatching these zombies. Indeed, they are all unwilling to concede defeat. The various accolades they have received in this apocalyptic world have inflated their egos to a considerable extent. In their eyes, retreating easily would undoubtedly be a matter of disgrace, as it would negate their abilities. After all, they are all above level 3 Espers, and once their fighting spirit ignited, the situation shifted dramatically. The tall, lean zombie had been observing Jiang Yingying, neglecting the command of its zombie subordinates. When it finally turned around, it was shocked to find many of its minions sprawled in the mud, each meeting a grim fate. Its subordinates. The anguish surged within the tall, lean zombie, and in a moment of fervor, it sprang up from the ground, unexpectedly locking eyes with Jiang Yingying. The tall, lean zombie, a deathly gaze. Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes. This zombie seemed familiar. It resembled the thin child from the group of zombies. What was happening now? Had it lain in ambush here to avenge its companion, waiting for her to lower her guard before launching a surprise attack? This generation of zombies was exceedingly cunning. Noticing the malevolent glint in Jiang Yingying's eyes, the tall, lean zombie suddenly felt a pang of fear. It cast aside its previous declaration of victory and turned to flee. As it ran, it did not forget to send a wave of panic to its surviving minions. The situation has changed. Run. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, watching as the zombies dispersed, standing in a daze, unsure of how to react. The fervor that had recently ignited within them abruptly cooled. The zombies had come swiftly and departed just as hurriedly, leaving them little time to respond. Jiang Yingying blinked, observing the panicked retreat of the tall, lean zombie. Was it her imagination? She had actually seen fear in the eyes of a zombie. Am I truly that terrifying? She glanced at her slender arms and legs, then at Zhou Qiran beside her. She realized the truth. The male protagonist was indeed worthy of his title. His formidable and imposing aura could intimidate even the merciless zombies from a distance. She felt a deep admiration. Zhou Qiran, noticing Jiang Yingying's astonished expression, looked somewhat bewildered. He had also taken note of that zombie, initially intending to seize the opportunity to strike, but was surprised by its swift escape. With the zombies gone, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and everyone settled down, preparing to rest. Jiang Yingying estimated that it was about time, and alongside Zhou Qiran, she made her way up from below. Have you all grown weary? She asked, gently grasping Zhou Qiran's arm as they ascended slowly. Brother, let us find a place to sit for a while. After climbing for so long, I am quite exhausted. Having said that, the siblings found a nearby large tree and sat down beneath its shade. The crowd exclaimed, "Are you joking with me? We have just dealt with a horde of zombies. Of course we are exhausted. You, who can barely take a step without gasping for breath, still complain about fatigue? I feel as though I can barely hold on to my 40-meter blade." Chapter 67. Pon's brother. Why are there so many zombies on the ground? Jiang Yingying suddenly realized, covering her mouth in terror. Someone, startled by her sudden outburst, couldn't endure it any longer and coldly retorted, "Are you out of your mind? We encountered a wave of zombies long before you climbed up." Jiang Yingying widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry, I didn't know." "Huh. Don't bother with that woman. She's clearly someone who has never faced hardship in this apocalypse, as fragile as tofu, ready to crumble at a mere touch. I bet she is just a woman who relies on men for survival," someone scoffed. "That man claims to be her brother, but I don't believe a word of it. He is probably just her love interest." This was followed by a chorus of laughter. "Hey, sister, why not come with me? Your love interest doesn't even dare to speak up while you're being insulted, which shows he is just a cowardly pretty boy. Instead of following him, you'd be better off with me. I assure you'll be well fed and pampered." A short, Mediterranean man approached with a lecherous grin, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Qiran before looking at Jiang Yingying with pride. "You see, even if I were to kick him, he wouldn't dare to utter a sound." The Mediterranean man's foot lifted, but before he could strike, he immediately felt a severe numbness. He looked at Zhou Qiran in disbelief. Zhou Qiran remained expressionless, not even glancing in his direction. Thud! The Mediterranean man lost his balance and fell to the ground. A distinct charred mark visible on his right leg. Some witnessed that at the moment he attempted to kick, a purple current had suddenly wrapped around his leg. "Are you looking for my sister? What is the matter?" Zhou Qiran's dark eye surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor indifferent, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. The crowd instinctively retreated, swallowing hard and falling silent. "Ah, my leg!" The Mediterranean man cried out in agony. The onlookers hesitated, unwilling to approach. Lin Yushu narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. The vine-covered man beside him nodded, walked over, opened the medical kit, and retrieved a potion. He injected the solution into the Mediterranean man's injured leg with force. Jiang Yingying observed intently, her eyes unblinking. As the last drop of the potion entered the man's body, a transformation occurred. The charred ring on his leg suddenly scabbed and fell away, revealing new flesh that gradually restored the leg to its original state. The Mediterranean man gazed at his transformation in astonishment, scarcely able to believe it. Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze and discreetly glanced at Zhou Qiran, noting his impassive expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Suppressing her lingering doubts, she inched closer to Zhou Qiran, appearing quite fearful. The young girl, with her soft form, leaned closer, exuding a faintly sweet fragrance. Zhou Qiran's eyes dimmed slightly as he gently pressed her head down in a gesture of reassurance. "Thank you, doctor. You truly are a wonderful person," exclaimed the Mediterranean man, whose legs had recovered, as he joyfully scrambled to Lin Yushu to express his gratitude. Lin Yushu offered a faint smile, though it appeared somewhat eerie against his pallid complexion. "It's nothing," he replied. The Mediterranean man, immersed in his joy, failed to notice the peculiarity of Lin Yushu's expression, repeatedly expressing his thanks. The others, witnessing the miraculous effects of the potion, revealed avaricious expressions. This must be the reward they would receive upon completing their mission. The mere thought of possessing such an extraordinary elixir ignited their spirits. If they could just accomplish this task, it would be theirs. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was akin to a life-saving treasure. For a moment, their fervent desires clouded their minds, completely overshadowing the earlier conflict between Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran. Observing the frenzied reactions of the crowd, Lin Yushu could not help but lower his gaze, chuckling softly to himself. These individuals would become his subjects for experimentation. What a privilege it was to contribute to his research. Such opportunities were sought after by many, but seldom granted. After a brief respite, the crowd, invigorated and resolute, pressed onward. Their spirits soared, and with dreams of the coveted potion so near, they could barely contain their smiles. As they traversed a stretch of land, a sudden tremor beneath their feet caught their attention. They exchanged glances and looked up. A colossal zombie was driving a tractor towards them, trailed by a cohort of zombie minions wielding bricks. Jiang Yingying gasped in shock. She had anticipated encountering various types of equipment, but never imagined a tractor. The thought of maneuvering the vehicle with flair to evade a zombie onslaught sent a shiver down her spine. She felt that perhaps this particular zombie was better left unprovoked. Without hesitation, she dashed behind Zhou Qiran, trembling in fear. Zhou Qiran, forced to stand as a shield, remained unperturbed. He had grown accustomed to the little one's dramatic reactions. What in the world is that? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Has this zombie become sentient? It can drive a tractor. The group exchanged anxious murmurs, hesitating to take action. The giant zombie thumped its flat chest and bellowed at them. Jiang Yingying, even from a distance, could smell the putrid stench emanating from its mouth, and instinctively covered her nose. Goodness, that's a level 5 zombie. What are we supposed to do? If we don't flee now, when will we? Sensing the imminent danger, someone turned to run, only to be ensnared by a green vine that suddenly shot out and wrapped around his neck. As the crisp sound of dislocated bones echoed through the air, those who had intended to flee involuntarily halted their steps, swallowing hard. The individual who had attempted to escape now lay lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open in a final, haunting gaze. The crowd's pupils constricted, rendered speechless by fear. Lin Yushu's complexion was ashen, and the smile on his face appeared particularly sinister. None of you can leave. The onlookers exchanged glances, a wave of terror rising within them. They turned to Yuan Su for help, only to find him averting his gaze, refusing to meet their eyes. Their fears swiftly transformed into despair. Yuan Su closed his eyes briefly, pressing his back against a sturdy green vine. Any movement would result in the vine piercing his body. He cast a discreet glance at Lin Yushu, inwardly cursing him. It seemed he had been blinded by ambition, never anticipating that he would become a target himself. It dawned on him that he was merely a pawn in this perilous game. The atmosphere plunged into a state of utter panic. The group was on edge, wary of both the man with the vine and the approaching zombies. Their nerves were taut, as if they might snap at the slightest disturbance. Chapter 68, The Interception of a Vehicle. The tractor drew ever closer. The crowd exchanged anxious glances, their fear amplifying, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. What are you waiting for? Lin Yushu arched an eyebrow, his gaze icy. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, they steeled themselves and surged forward, unleashing their abilities. A blinding white light erupted from the tractor, deflecting their attacks with ease. The group stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the tractor's unexpected defense. How were they to combat this? Lin Yushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity for experimentation. At the command of the colossal zombie, a throng of its smaller undead minions, armed with bricks, charged forward. The group quickly redirected their efforts toward the lesser zombies. Lin Yushu gestured to the man with the vine, who nodded and opened a medical kit, retrieving a syringe. His vine coiled around the syringe and lunged toward the giant zombie. However, before it could make contact, the giant zombie let out a roar. Deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to execute a stylish drift, evading the attack, Lin Yushu frowned. This maneuver enraged the giant zombie, which charged forward in the tractor, roaring fiercely. No matter how the group fired their weapons or unleashed their abilities, the tractor seemed impervious, repelling every assault. Jiang Yingying blinked in astonishment. With such prowess, it appeared nearly invincible. A pang of shameful desire stirred within her, holding back the eager Jiang Yingying beside her. Zhou Qiran glanced at Lin Yushu and the others with a calm demeanor. Stay put. Jiang Yingying pressed her lips together, settling down. There was no need to rush. Zhou Qiran's eyes narrowed slightly. The tractor roared as it sped forward, accompanied by a gust of wind, exuding an air of undeniable flair. Under Lin Yushu's direction, the vine-wielding man hoisted the cannon. With the ammunition loaded, a resounding bang echoed as it fired, creating a billowing mushroom cloud that obscured vision. Just as the onlookers presumed the zombies had perished in the barrage, an old, battered tractor burst forth from the smoke. The colossal zombie appeared particularly incensed. With a growl, it deftly maneuvered the tractor, drifting towards the vine-wielding man. A rare flicker of panic crossed the wooden visage of the vine man as he hastily pushed Lin Yushu aside. With a thunderous crash, the tractor collided with him, sending him hurtling through the air. Coughing violently, the vine man spat out a copious amount of blood. Casting one last glance at Lin Yushu before his eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Yushu, still reeling from shock, had not anticipated the formidable strength of the zombie, which rendered their previous artillery ineffective. The original plan lay in tatters. Seizing the moment, Yuan Su, no longer threatened by the vines, bolted for safety. In such dire circumstances, the instinct to flee was undeniable. Suddenly, he halted, retreating a few steps as a throng of zombies armed with bricks blocked his path, their eyes glinting crimson as they advanced with gaping maws. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Su summoned his fire-based ability, conjuring flames that coalesced into a fireball, which he hurled at the zombies' heads. Initially, he managed to fend them off with relative ease. However, the overwhelming numbers began to take their toll on his stamina. Lin Yushu took several steps back, the massive zombie in the tractor glaring menacingly at him as it slowly approached. Spotting a medicine box on the ground, he lunged forward, pried it open, and extracted a vial. Glancing at the encroaching tractor, he gritted his teeth and plunged the syringe into his arm. A sharp cry escaped his lips as his face contorted grotesquely, the syringe clattering to the ground. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, his emaciated form rapidly expanded, veins of purple snaking across his pallid skin. His face swelled in grotesque patches, arms elongating into thick vines, while even his legs morphed into tentacle-like appendages. Monster! Someone gasped. Lin Yushu's eyes bulged to an alarming size, exuding a chilling aura. With an eerie gaze, he surveyed the crowd before the vines shot out, sweeping them aside with ferocity. There was no need to spare the worthless. Jiang Yingying was taken aback by his extreme choice to transform into a creature. With a roar of discontent, the giant zombie reacted to the sudden appearance of this new, similarly sized entity. Lin Yushu responded in kind with a furious bellow. The impending clash between the two monstrosities was imminent. Lin Yushu's vines lashed out, ensnaring the tractor and flinging it away. It seemed that as long as he did not directly assault it, the tractor would remain unresponsive. The colossal zombie, having been thrown down, became even more agitated. Ha ha ha, how dare you toss me? Lin Yushu, with wide, bulbous eyes, extended a vine that ensnared the gigantic creature. Ha ha, let me go? The massive zombie thrashed about relentlessly. Unyielding, Lin Yushu held the colossal zombie firmly, then flipped it around, slamming its head into the ground with great force. Jiang Yingying's eyes widened in shock. No, let me do this. Shou Qiren, caught off guard, watched as Jiang Yingying dashed forward with fervor. He momentarily froze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a gigantic iron hammer materialized in Jiang Yingying's hands. The young girl leaped powerfully from the ground, raising the immense hammer high above her head. Lin Yushu, unprepared, was struck down, and the vine binding the colossal zombie loosened. The gigantic zombie roared with excitement. Ha ha, I am finally free. But before it could revel in its newfound liberty, another hammer struck it head-on. Bang! The colossal zombie collapsed, its head smashed to pieces. Jiang Yingying landed gracefully, exhaling a sigh of relief. The tractor on the ground vanished along with the colossal zombie's leash. She glanced at her palm, where a black imprint of a tractor had indeed appeared. Fortunately, she had managed to seize the moment, though the vehicle might be rather unsightly. It was indeed functional. It would serve its purpose adequately. Lin Yushu, having been knocked down by the hammer, roared in frustration, rising once more. Jiang Yingying looked up, suddenly realizing the impulsive action she had just taken. She offered an awkward smile, her expression innocent and naive. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I will kill you. Lin Yushu, in a fit of rage, unleashed his vines menacingly. Jiang Yingying nimbly leaped up, effortlessly dodging his attacking tendrils, all the while remarking, I told you, it wasn't intentional. Lin Yushu grew increasingly agitated, and his lower appendages joined the fray. Realizing that reason had failed, Jiang Yingying sighed. I've said it wasn't on purpose, so why hold a grudge? With that, she enlarged the hammer in her grasp and struck down upon his tendrils. Ah! Lin Yushu cried out in pain. The tendril was left mangled and limp. Jiang Yingying's eyes glinted with cold determination. She had long harbored disdain for him. She adeptly evaded Lin Yushu's attacks, repeatedly bringing her hammer down upon his tendrils. The stunned onlookers were left in disbelief. Is this really the same frail girl who could barely lift a finger and only whined about exhaustion? Chapter 69. The fool was me all along. The crowd, having just been flung aside by Lin Yushu's tendrils, bore some injuries as they struggled to rise, now facing the encroaching horde of zombie bricks. Suddenly, they felt the weight of life's hardships. As they observed Jiang Yingying effortlessly evading danger, moving without a hint of fatigue, they were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Wasn't it said that one should take a step and catch their breath? It turned out the fool was none other than themselves. Exhausted and tearful, Jiang Yingying moved with astonishing speed, her iron hammer swinging relentlessly amidst the grasping vines. Lin Yushu occasionally let out pain cries. After a brief skirmish, most of his tendrils lay shattered, leaving him with scarce few. Vile creature! Lin Yushu shouted in fury. Jiang Yingying leaped into the air, landing directly above him. Memories of the monstrous beings she had encountered in the laboratory flooded her mind, coupled with the thought of Lulu's fright, and her anger surged uncontrollably. Bang! Lin Yushu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his crushed chest, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Yingying stood beside him, her delicate features remarkably serene, clutching the iron hammer. The midday sun filtered through the branches, casting light upon her petite figure, and for some reason, Zhou Qiran felt the darkness within him dissipate in that fleeting moment. He had intended to exact his own vengeance, yet unexpectedly, she had resolved it indirectly. Jiang Yingying turned her head, meeting the astonished and weary gazes of her companions, suddenly realizing she might have revealed too much. She blinked innocently, concealing the large hammer behind her, proclaiming, "I didn't do anything." The crowd, unimpressed, retorted, "Stop hiding it. The hammer is too large for your small frame to conceal. Quit pretending and come help us." Wu Yu, feeling overwhelmed, shouted after blocking a brick hurled by a zombie. Jiang Yingying hesitated for a moment, then focused her gaze. "Oh, it's a familiar face. Very well, the cat was out of the bag." She put away the large hammer. Someone gasped, "Don't just stand there. We were wrong to speak ill of you before. Can't we apologize?" Before he could finish, silence fell upon him. In an astonishing display, Jiang Yingying produced a submachine gun from thin air, hoisting it confidently, striking a pose before unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. "Get down." Her voice, sweet yet commanding, made everyone flinch and hastily cover their heads, crouching on the ground. The sound of gunfire rang clearly in their ears as she calmly embraced the weapon, sweeping it across the zombies' heads, leaving no survivors in her wake. The onlookers swallowed hard, taken aback by her ferocity. "Is that it?" Jiang Yingying coolly blew a puff of smoke from the gun's muzzle before tucking it under her arm. The group stared in disbelief at the lifeless zombies scattered around them. "Commander, should we continue advancing?" Jiang Yingying inquired, glancing at Yuan Su. "No, we're not proceeding any further," Yuan Su replied, utterly drained. This operation had been initiated by Lin Yushu, who had not anticipated being so thoroughly outwitted, nearly losing his life in the process. In this place, they were already in such a dire predicament, let alone the thought of ascending the mountain to seek out the zombie king. It was nothing but a fool's errand. He had no intention of proceeding further. After all, he had only just secured his position, and one must possess the means to enjoy life. It was evident that the others also intended to turn back. Jiang Yingying, however, merely shrugged with indifference. Since that so-called doctor had perished, there should be no significant threat remaining. She glanced up at the mountain peak, feeling an unsettling presence emanating from above. "Brother, shall we return?" Jiang Yingying beckoned to Zhou Qiran. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something and halted her gesture. Observing the imprint of bricks on her palm, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Could it be? Looking down, she noticed that the bricks held by the zombie minions had vanished. Were these bricks meant for constructing their own dwelling? Seeing the girl in a daze, Zhou Qiran approached her. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yingying retracted her hand and smiled. "It's nothing. Let us go." Their group had arrived with great fanfare but was now retreating in disarray. Meanwhile, a lanky zombie was animatedly recounting the ferocity of the food to its leader. Suddenly, a zombie minion rushed in, exclaiming, Hoo. The food has escaped." The lanky zombie responded with excitement. "What? Wonderful." The minion asked, "Why the joy?" "They haven't eaten meat in days. Due to their injuries, their pace had slowed. They observed a man and a woman ahead, moving swiftly and without a hint of fatigue, prompting a silent curse from the rest of the group. "I can't go on," muttered the diminutive Mediterranean man, halting and clutching himself, his complexion turning pale. Concerned, someone approached him. "Are you all right?" In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of terror as he stumbled back several paces. "Monster!" The Mediterranean man's right leg suddenly snapped in two, revealing a long, writhing black serpent protruding from the flesh. Witnessing this, some turned away in disgust. Jiang Yingying heard a commotion behind her and was about to turn when a large hand covered her eyes. "Brother?" she asked, feeling confused. "Do not look," Zhou Qiran said coldly, regarding the Mediterranean man's leg. "This is a side effect of muscle growth serum." Yuan Su turned his gaze away in disgust, drawing his gun and shooting the Mediterranean man's head without hesitation. He was well aware of the serum's adverse effects, yet he had tolerated it for the sake of leveraging Lin Yushu to develop an ability enhancement agent. He had always turned a blind eye to such matters. However, when he personally came to witness these strange occurrences, he felt a tumultuous wave rise in his stomach. The crowd stood frozen in place, their minds replaying the shocking scene they had just witnessed. This image was far too harrowing. They feared it would haunt them for a lifetime. His leg. In unison, they recalled the injury inflicted by Zhou Qiran, after which it had been treated with muscle growth enhancers. Suddenly realizing the implications, Their collective gaze turned toward Yuan Su, eyes wide with disbelief. Yuan Su, have you deceived us? Are you attempting to endanger our lives? Faced with their accusations, Yuan Su instinctively took a step back. Raising his hands in a gesture of explanation, I had no idea it would turn out like this. Lin Yushu did not inform me beforehand. I cannot believe you. As the base leader, how can you claim ignorance of the experiments conducted in your laboratory? You must be trying to lead us to our doom. If we had not discovered this in time, we might have also transformed into those grotesque beings. Chapter 70. Mining. Additional update. Jiang Yingying, intrigued by the commotion outside, gently nudged Zhou Qiren's arm. Brother, let me see. The man withdrew his hand, and her vision suddenly cleared. However, upon seeing what had grown on the Mediterranean man's leg, her stomach churned uncomfortably. She averted her gaze and inwardly cursed Lin Yushu. Truly despicable. I genuinely had no knowledge of this, Yuan Su insisted earnestly to the crowd. If I had known, I would never have allowed it. The crowd regarded him with skepticism, as if questioning, do you expect us to believe you? I understand that you have all suffered greatly due to my decisions, and once we return, I shall ensure proper compensation for each of you. How does that sound? Yuan Su bit his lip, attempting to placate them. The crowd pondered briefly. The truth of the situation remained unclear, and openly confronting Yuan Su did not seem prudent. Given his position as base leader, they might as well seize this opportunity for themselves. With this thought, they lifted their heads and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yuan Su felt a lump form in his throat. This was indeed a significant loss. After a brief respite, the group continued their trek. They boarded the off-road vehicle just as the sun began to set. The elderly driver occasionally glanced at Jiang Yingying through the rearview mirror, while the other three burly men covertly stole glances at her, as if she were an unparalleled treasure. Jiang Yingying leaned slightly closer to Zhou Qiren and closed her eyes, drifting into a light slumber. By the time they arrived at the base, night had fallen. Jiang Yingying slept soundly, and Zhou Qiren did not rouse her, instead carrying her in his arms back to the base under the watchful eyes of the others. When Jiang Yingying awoke, it was already the following morning. Rubbing her swollen forehead, she blinked her eyes open and surveyed her surroundings. She recalled that she had fallen asleep the previous day. Had Zhou Qiren brought her back? After getting out of bed, she dressed herself and opened the door, preparing to head downstairs. Xiaoting stood silently at the doorway, gazing at her with eyes reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. Jiang Yingying paused for a moment, crouched down, and affectionately patted his head. Just as she was about to rise and leave, the hem of her skirt was unexpectedly grasped by his small hand. Jiang Yingying turned around and found Xiaoting staring at her with vacant eyes. Lowering her gaze, she took his cold little hand and they descended the stairs together. Perhaps his sulkiness stemmed from her recent outings without him, she mused. Upon reaching the lower level, Jiang Yingying noticed the peculiar glances directed at her by everyone present. With a perplexed expression, she sat down at the dining table and began to nibble on some bread. What's going on? She inquired. Shani, seated beside her with an inquisitive look, replied, Oh, it was Rangu who carried you back last night. Jiang Yingying nodded. That must be it. I accidentally fell asleep. Are you sure nothing else happened? Shani raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yingying, slightly exasperated, shoved a piece of bread into his mouth, saying, What are you thinking? There's no way anything could have happened between me and my brother. She had already resolved to part ways as soon as they reached the Xiangqing base. Shani scratched his nose, choosing not to pursue the topic further. A woman's words are but phantoms, he thought, finding her claims hard to believe. Jiang Yingying had anticipated a leisurely day, perhaps lounging in the villa, but unexpectedly, Wang Yu returned to inform her about the coal mining. Jiang Yingying pointed at herself, incredulous. You want me to mine coal? Wang Yu appeared equally baffled. It's the latest regulation from the base. Ordinary people cannot enjoy the protection without contributing by helping to mine resources from the nearby coal mountain. He added, of course, they mentioned that for a day's work, one meal would be provided, which includes receiving a bun. This was indeed a boon for those ordinary individuals who were reluctant to venture out in search of food. Jiang Yingying's lips twitched. She glanced at Lu Shui, Lulu, and Xiaoting, sighing. Do the children have to go too? Both Lulu and Xiaoting were registered as ordinary citizens. Wang Yu nodded hesitantly. Yes, they said no exceptions. Even the elderly and children must participate. Jiang Yingying was taken aback. What kind of draconian regulation is this? They spare neither the old nor the young. I cannot comprehend this, yet I am profoundly shocked. Lu Shui pursed her lips and said, Miss, we can manage. Jiang Yingying sighed once more. After finishing breakfast, they embarked on their coal mining expedition. A large truck specifically designated for transporting laborers awaited them at the base entrance. Equipped with shovels distributed by the base, Jiang Yingying surveyed her surroundings. The crowd consisted entirely of the elderly, weak, women, and children. Her sparkling little dress stood out starkly among the grimy assembly. An elderly woman regarded her several times, hesitating before approaching to speak. Little girl, after much deliberation, the elderly woman finally initiated a conversation with her. Jiang Yingying looked at her with a face full of curiosity. The old woman pointed to her glimmering little skirt and remarked, "Your attire is rather dazzling." Jiang Yingying replied, "My eyesight isn't quite good. The brightness pains my eyes." The elderly lady gestured toward her own presbyopic vision. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yingying covered her eyes from a distance and suggested, "Please look that way. Do not gaze upon me." A large truck rumbled to a halt near the coal mountain, signaling that everyone must disembark and proceed on foot. The elderly cautiously extended their legs and timidly stepped down from the vehicle. Observing their unsteady gait, Jiang Yingying felt a pang of concern. Is this truly safe? Lu Shui held Lulu's hand, while Jiang Yingying took hold of Xiaoting's, forming a harmonious ensemble of women and children. Each individual wielded a shovel as they listened attentively to the team leader of the coal excavation squad deliver instructions. Your task today is to excavate the coal over there. The team leader lifted his chin, assessing the crowd through his nostrils. He directed the more robust young men to one area, while assigning Jiang Yingying and the frail group of women and children to another. Jiang Yingying silently surveyed her designated section, lost in thought. Is this person unwell? The workload here is at least several times greater than that of the strong men. Has he made an error in his assignments? Get to work, he said dismissively after his speech, waving his hand impatiently. Jiang Yingying followed the elderly women and children to their designated area to begin digging. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, you, the woman." Jiang Yingying paid it no mind and continued forward. "I'm talking to you, the one in the skirt." Realizing they were referring to her, Jiang Yingying glanced around, noting she was the only one in such attire. Turning back, she looked at the team leader who had summoned her. He bore a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf and beckoned her closer. Releasing Xiaoting's hand, Jiang Yingying obediently approached. As she gazed into the girl's innocent and clear eyes, the team leader felt a stir of intrigue. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "Would you like to take a break?" Jiang Yingying shook her head, replying, "I don't need a break. Just let them rest." Chapter 71. The shovel. The team leader's throat tightened, and his carefully crafted response instantly faltered. He cleared his throat and asked, "Would you like them to have a break?" Jiang Yingying looked at him with a puzzled expression. "If you make me happy, I will allow them to rest." The leader scrutinized Jiang Yingying from head to toe multiple times. Mimicking his gaze, she examined him in return. The corners of the team leader's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Yingying shook her head and turned to leave. "Damn it, don't refuse my kindness and provoke my wrath," he thought, casting a fierce glare at her retreating figure. Once a mere scoundrel before the apocalypse, he had unexpectedly awakened Earth-based abilities in this new world. Establishing his foothold in this era, he, with his extraordinary abilities, had secured the position of team leader for the coal mining squad, and his heart swelled with pride. However, upon being rebuffed by Jiang Yingying, he felt his authority affronted, and his temper simmered. Amidst a crowd of the elderly, weak, and women, Jiang Yingying, with her slender arms, grasped a shovel and began to mine coal. Her once sparkling little dress quickly became shrouded in dust, losing its luster. She glanced at the others working alongside her. An elderly man, trembling, extended his shovel and, with great difficulty, attempted to plunge it into the coal seam. He pulled and pulled, but to no avail. Changing his stance, he persisted, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground, landing alongside his shovel. Grasping his frail bones, he let out a groan. "Hey, old man. Stop slacking and get up." The overseer, receiving a signal from the team leader, approached with an air of arrogance, wielding a small whip. The old man struggled to rise, but failed. The overseer lashed the whip towards the coal seam and barked, "Get up." In his eyes, these old folks should have long since departed from this world, consuming resources and causing trouble. Jiang Yingying rushed over to assist the old man in standing. Upon realizing she was a delicate young girl in a little dress, the overseer leered at her, his gaze appraising. As Jiang Yingying supported the elderly man away, the shovel nestled under her arm inadvertently swung around and delivered a resounding slap to the overseer's face. Taken by surprise, he tumbled to the ground. "You filthy woman!" He spat, scrambling to his feet, one side of his face now bruised and a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Children nearby stifled their laughter upon witnessing the scene. What are you laughing at? The man, swaying as he stood, shot an ominous glare, causing everyone to avert their eyes. Vile woman. His gaze, filled with malice, tracked Jiang Yingying as she turned her back. Just as she had seated the old man comfortably, the overseer approached once more. Jiang Yingying looked up, her expression innocent. The overseer, with a menacing glare, remarked, "So eager to help, are you? Then this coal belongs to you to mine. No breaks until you've finished." He commanded the others to halt. All the coal here is for her to dig. With a crack of his whip on the ground, its sharp sound silenced the crowd. The workers paused and turned to observe, casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Yingying, who remained undeterred. They collectively moved to one side, crouching down. Lu Shui, feeling indignant, opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing Jiang Yingying shake her head, she hesitated and ultimately refrained. Lowering her gaze, she took Lulu and shouting aside. "Keep digging," the overseer ordered, raising his chin and crossing his arms as he watched Jiang Yingying. She met his gaze and lifted her slender arm, responding, "All right." She leisurely grasped the shovel in her hands and ambled to a designated spot. Then, with a gentle thrust, she drove the shovel into the ground. Jiang Yingying stood with her feet planted on either side of the shovel, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to extract it. Yet, the shovel remained firmly embedded in the earth, unyielding. The elderly man sitting nearby was utterly astonished. Though he had struggled to pull it out earlier, he had eventually succeeded. But for her, it seemed the shovel would not budge, not even a quiver. This young girl, despite her tender age, appeared rather frail. The overseer, a man nearby, looked on with a growing irritation, suspecting that she was deliberately feigning incompetence. "Damn it, don't play tricks on me. Dig, now." Jiang Yingying, with a glimmer of tears in her eyes, looked up at him, her voice trembling. "I'm not playing tricks. I truly cannot pull it out. If you help me, I can keep digging afterward." The man fell silent for a moment, flicking his small whip, and then unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it. Don't play tricks on me." Jiang Yingying lowered her head, her nose twitching as she fought back tears, feeling utterly wronged. "Damn it, how annoying." The man, growing impatient, stepped closer. "Get out of the way." Jiang Yingying shuffled aside, taking small steps. The man cast a disdainful glance at her before positioning himself to grasp the shovel. With a grunt, he attempted to pull it out, but failed. Surely, it was a matter of insufficient strength. He tried again. "Damn it, why won't it come out?" Glancing at the tear-streaked face of Jiang Yingying, a surge of defiance welled up within him. "Damn it, how could I not pull out this shovel?" The onlookers observed his grimacing face, teeth bared, as he exerted himself, clearly struggling. Then, the soft, sweet voice of the girl broke through. "If you can't pull it out, just be quiet." The man turned and shouted at her in anger. There was no way he could be bested. It must be a matter of technique. He adjusted his stance and resumed his efforts. Damn it, still not budging. Breathing heavily, he paused. How deep is this shovel buried? It was completely lodged within. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yingying approached him with concern. "I'm fine," he shouted, not even glancing her way. He moved aside. "You pull out your own shovel. Why should I help you?" He was incredulous. His hands were red, and yet the shovel remained immovable. Jiang Yingying blinked, watching as he picked up the whip and moved to the side, continuing to harshly urge her, "Hurry up and pull it out." Feeling somewhat wronged, she lowered her head and took small, hesitant steps towards the shovel. She extended her delicate hands to grasp it. The man scoffed. He could not believe that if he could not lift it, she would succeed. With a sharp crack, the sound of a slap echoed in the air. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. The girl merely tugged lightly, and the shovel, without a hint of hesitation, effortlessly emerged from the mine. Perhaps it was due to the shovel being embedded too deeply, as a considerable amount of coal tumbled down when it was pulled out. Goodness, how could this woman, who moments ago appeared frail and incapable, achieve such a feat? He had attempted to dislodge it himself, and even as a strong man, he had exerted all his strength to no avail. It was utterly improbable for her slender arms and legs to accomplish it. Chapter 72. Dealt with. The man inadvertently encountered the old man's expression, which was laden with unspoken words, seemingly conveying, "Young man, you are not up to this." He felt a surge of irritation, snapping his whip. "What are you staring at?" His gaze shifted to Jiang Yingying, striding directly towards her. "Are you toying with me?" Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "Not at all." "You." He swung the whip, intending to strike, only to have his wrist seized by a delicate, pale hand. The man stared in astonishment at Jiang Yingying. That seemingly frail hand possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength, rendering his efforts to break free futile. Suddenly, A cry pierced the air. Zombies. The zombies are coming. Panic gripped the crowd, and a cacophony of terrified screams ensued. Jiang Yingying turned to see a horde of zombies surging from behind the coal mound. Furrowing her brow, she had no time to ponder. As the man beside her began to shout, "Let go of me." Releasing her grip, he bolted away. "What should we do, miss?" Lu Shui approached, her expression laced with concern. Jiang Yingying retrieved her submachine gun. "There is no other choice. We must engage." Most of those present were ordinary individuals, with only a scant few possessing special abilities. Having surveyed the area, it was evident that the coal mining teams had mostly fled. In crucial moments, their legs had proven remarkably agile. The younger, more vigorous ordinary people managed to run, while the elderly struggled, trembling as they moved at a painfully slow pace. It seemed that action was inevitable. "Stay here," Jiang Yingying instructed, pulling out a tractor. Lu Shui stared, momentarily stunned. "Miss, are you planning to?" Jiang Yingying nodded. "Take good care of Lulu and Xiao Ting. I shall return shortly." With a confident turn, the girl stepped into the tractor. As Jiang Yingying focused her thoughts, the tractor roared to life, slowly advancing forward. The elderly couple, still preoccupied with their escape, turned to gaze in astonishment as a tractor, exuding an air of bravado, charged into the horde of zombies. With a series of reckless collisions, countless zombies were sent flying. The tractor, seemingly worn, executed smooth drifts, spinning several times in quick succession. Jiang Yingying brandished her submachine gun, driving the small tractor as she unleashed a relentless barrage upon the zombies' heads. The zombies, their eyes gleaming with crimson rage, lunged forward, only to be crushed by falling bricks from above. While the elderly couple was preoccupied with their escape, they wiped their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that their vision was failing? Were they truly witnessing bricks tumbling from the sky? And not just a single one. Jiang Yingying's tractor charged forth with unstoppable momentum. Before long, the number of zombies had diminished by half. Jiang Yingying glanced up and unexpectedly locked eyes with a familiar zombie among the horde. This particular gaunt, tall zombie seemed oddly recognizable. Jiang Yingying squinted. Why was it here? Had it already noticed her? Tears welled up. After all her efforts to flee, she had still encountered it. Just as she had finally received the leader's permission to bring her companions for a feast, she stumbled upon this obstacle. The gaunt zombie hastily sent out a distress signal. Upon receiving it, the other zombies became increasingly agitated, surging wildly towards Jiang Yingying's tractor. The gaunt zombie, in contrast to its comrades, sprinted in the opposite direction. "Hold on. Brothers, I'll call you back home once I'm safe." Before Jiang Yingying could fully discern the zombie, she was engulfed by the throng of undead. Was this current crop of zombies excessively enthusiastic? Her tractor became ensnared as the zombies surrounded it, clawing and reaching into the vehicle. A flash of white light appeared, and in an instant, their sharp claws fell away. The zombies were bewildered. Where have my long, alluring nails gone? Disregarding it, they resorted to gnashing with their teeth. Crack! Almost simultaneously, their teeth shattered. The zombies pondered, "Where are my teeth?" Acting on instinct, they chomped at the vehicle with their toothless mouths. Jiang Yingying sighed and aimed her submachine gun at their foreheads. A series of gunshots erupted, and the first wave of zombies collapsed. As one group fell, another surged forward. Jiang Yingying remained in her tractor, calmly observing as their proud teeth shattered and their nails broke, then generously delivering the final shot to each. Division of labor made the task less burdensome. Just when Jiang Yingying thought she could continue this way indefinitely, the zombies suddenly turned and scattered. "Hey, don't go," Jiang Yingying called out, but the zombies paid no heed, hastily retreating to their previous direction. As the threat diminished, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yingying maneuvered her tractor back around. The young girl stepped down with her petite legs, shouldering her submachine gun, exuding an air of confidence. The elderly gentleman approached slowly, squinting as he examined Jiang Yingying for a long while before inquiring, "Young lady, may I borrow your tractor for a moment?" "Jiang Yingying?" The elderly gentleman settled onto the tractor, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him as he squinted his eyes and adeptly maneuvered the controls. Yet the tractor remained utterly still. "My dear girl, it seems your tractor has run out of fuel," he remarked. Jiang Yingying offered an awkward smile. She couldn't possibly claim this was her exclusive driving seat, could she? The surroundings were now filled solely with the elderly, the weak, and children, while the others had long since departed. With a sigh, Jiang Yingying suggested, "Let us return." Thus, the motley crew of the elderly and young began their journey back. Fortunately, at the entrance of the coal mountain, a solitary truck remained. Jiang Yingying found herself in a quandary. She did not possess the skill to drive a truck. Hesitantly, She turned and addressed the group of elderly gentlemen and ladies, along with the little ones. Who among you can drive? Ultimately, Lu Shui volunteered and became the truck driver. As they rode in the truck, it swayed gently along the road, while occasional zombies, shrieking in despair, rushed toward them, only to be dispatched by Jiang Yingying's precise gunfire. After their tumultuous journey, they finally arrived at the base's entrance. Upon disembarking, they were met by a squad of guards who aimed their weapons at them. Who are you? One demanded. Coal miners, Jiang Yingying replied. A guard scrutinized their coal-stained garments before bellowing. Take them to the observation room. Once inside the dimly lit observation room, the men and women were separated, each examined by personnel for any injuries. No need to check them, just kill them all. I refuse to believe that amidst such a horde of zombies, they emerged unscathed, a voice declared. During the inspection, Jiang Yingying faintly caught snippets of conversation from outside. Yes. Almost immediately, someone entered, declaring, the captain has said no need for checks, take them out and dispose of them. Yuan Fa stood outside the observation room, his expression dark as he listened to his subordinate's report. Suddenly, he glanced up, his eyes narrowing. Wait. Chapter 73, Monsters. His gaze fixated on the filthy young girl before him, and he squinted, commanding, bring her to me. His subordinate hesitated momentarily before responding, yes. Jiang Yingying was bewilderedly escorted out alone. Upon seeing Yuan Fa's familiar visage, she momentarily froze. It had been some time since they last met. And his brows and eyes appeared increasingly menacing, his gaze imbued with an unsettling intensity. Yingying, it has been a long while, Yuan Fa greeted her with a smile. Jiang Yingying timidly returned his gaze. Her once fair complexion now appeared ashen, yet her eyes shone with an undeniable clarity. Yuan Fa had heard tales of Jiang Yingying's exploits within the base, yet he had paid little mind, assuming it was merely a case of sharing a name. After all, the girl before him seemed frail and pitiable, much like a delicate flower swaying in a storm, in need of protection. It was unfathomable that she could be the muscular figure described in the rumors. I heard you recently encountered zombies. You weren't injured, were you? Yuan Fa inquired with feigned concern, his eyes glinting with a chilling undertone. Jiang Yingying shook her head. I was unscathed. For some reason, the zombies retreated. That's good to hear, Yuan Fa replied, seemingly relieved, then softly added, you must be tired, then. In this moment, I have a lounge here. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Jiang Yingying shook her head, lowering her gaze softly. No need. I am not tired. I wish to wait for them to emerge. Yuan Fa's expression stiffened, and in a manner concealed from Jiang Yingying, his gaze turned ominous. Captain Yuan, I have heard that those ordinary people have returned to the base. A man hurriedly approached, catching sight of the young girl whose head was bowed, her dirt-streaked appearance failing to obscure her delicate beauty. He widened his eyes in astonishment. You? Jiang Yingying glanced up briefly, then lowered her head again, timidly refraining from speaking. Yuan Fa narrowed his eyes. Do you know her? The captain of the coal mining team suddenly realized that his previous reaction had been overly intense. Clearly, this woman had some connection to the captain. He chuckled lightly. I saw her before when she was mining at Coal Mountain, so I have a faint impression of her. Initially, he had believed that none of these ordinary individuals would escape, destined to become fodder for the undead. Yet he was taken aback to learn that they all returned safely. Truly, it was bizarre. Captain, shall we still deal with them? His subordinate hesitated, making a gesture as if to throttle someone. Jiang Yingying, with wide eyes, gazed at him, puzzled. Deal with what? Yuan Fa shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. It's nothing, he replied with a smile. Since those individuals bore no injuries, they could be released. His subordinate, astonished, lifted his eyelids to glance at Yuan Fa. But upon meeting his sinister gaze, he dared not look again. Understood. Yingying, regarding today's events, I still need to gather some information from you. Why don't you accompany me to the lounge to discuss? Yuan Fa looked at Jiang Yingying with a benevolent expression. Jiang Yingying blinked her innocent, naive eyes and nodded. All right. Before departing, Yuan Fa gave his subordinate a meaningful glance, which was instantly understood. This was a signal for him to deal with those ordinary individuals. With a sense of reluctance, he sighed and re-entered the observation room. Jiang Yingying followed Yuan Fa into his lounge. Yingying, first, have some water. Yuan Fa handed her a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Yingying accepted it, twisted off the cap, and tilted her head back to drink. The slender, fragile neck of the girl became exposed, causing Yuan Fa to swallow hard. Though he had lost that particular item, who decreed that one must employ such means with women? A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he quietly awaited the effects of the drug to take hold. From the moment the water began to flow, Jiang Yingying had already transferred it into her space. She gazed at the man before her, whose intentions were far from innocent, with an expression of bewilderment. "What do you wish to ask me?" Yuan Fa paused momentarily, wondering if the drug had yet to take effect. He cleared his throat. "What exactly happened at Coal Mountain?" "Did I not mention it before?" Jiang Yingying blinked her large, innocent eyes, reiterating her previous account. Yuan Fa nodded with a smile, his fingers nervously tapping on the coffee table. "You seem a bit thirsty. Why not drink some water?" The sweet, soft voice of a girl resonated in his ears as a bottle of water was handed to him. Yuan instinctively accepted it, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he blinked vigorously, only to see multiple figures before him. With a thud, he lost consciousness. Jiang Yingying observed him collapse onto the sofa, then rose and approached him. A crisp sound echoed in the room, a series of claps resounding one after another. Outside, the onlookers exchanged glances, shaking their heads, noting that Captain Yuan was once again entangled with a woman. Minutes later, a young girl emerged from the lounge. The guards stared in astonishment at her retreating figure. Hastily entering the lounge to assess the situation, Yuan sat dazed on the sofa, his cheeks swollen and discolored. "Quick! Capture that woman!" A voice bellowed from the lounge. Jiang Yingying hastened towards the observation room, only to hear someone shout, "A murder has occurred." She furrowed her brow and ran in that direction. Outside the observation room, Xiaoting's eyes were bloodshot, gazing warily at the guards before him. Upon Jiang Yingying's arrival, she discovered a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. She looked at Xiaoting in disbelief. "Monster!" the guards exclaimed, brandishing their weapons, their faces etched with fear. Lu Shui held Lulu protectively, equally startled. All eyes were filled with trepidation as they regarded Xiaoting. Jiang Yingying rushed over, enveloping Xiaoting in her embrace. His once red eyes instantly reverted to their normal hue. He stared vacantly at the girl holding him, bewildered. He had merely wished to assist his sister in safeguarding those she cared for. He did not wish to witness her sorrow. Yet, why did they all regard him in such a manner? What did they mean by monster? Was he truly a monster? Extending his hands, Xiaoting stared blankly at them. He bore a striking resemblance to his sister and the others. Why then were they calling him a monster? He was perplexed. "Do not be afraid." The girl gently patted his back. "Little girl, keep your distance from him. We all witnessed it, with just a glance. He killed a man." An elderly woman trembled, her hands shaking. "A guard was about to drag me away when this child suddenly rushed over, his eyes glowing with a strange red light. In the blink of an eye, that guard was dead, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, a gruesome sight indeed." Jiang Yingying raised her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the woman. The coldness in the girl's demeanor silenced the elderly woman, who dared not speak further. Jiang Yingying knew that Xiaoting would never kill indiscriminately. She believed in him. Chapter 74. Returning home, additional update. "Lu Jia, what on earth just happened?" Jiang Yingying turned to Lu Shui. Lu Shui, still in disbelief, opened her mouth and recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze, remaining silent. A frigid little hand gently rested upon her wrist, causing Jiang Yingying to momentarily freeze, her gaze dropping to little Ting, who was staring intently at her. Jiang Yingying reached out to tousle his hair, offering him a faint smile. "It's all right," she reassured him. "Step aside, we must vanquish this monster." The guards, weapons in hand, trembled as they gazed at Jiang Yingying. Lowering her eyes, her lashes cast a shadow across her face. After a prolonged silence, she rose to her feet, positioning little Ting behind her. Suddenly, a massive iron hammer materialized in her grasp. A monster? The corners of the girl's lips curled into a slight smirk, her voice sweet yet soft, her gaze chilling as if imbued with frost. Would this be considered a monster? With a mighty swing, she brought the hammer crashing down onto the ground, producing an explosive sound as a large crater formed beneath her. Dragging the hammer with her, she advanced step by step towards them. The guards, faces etched with terror, instinctively recoiled. "Do you truly perceive this as a monster?" Jiang Yingying's eyebrows arched in sudden realization. She glanced back at the others behind her. "Do you also see him as a monster?" They all lowered their heads, too frightened to utter a word. Jiang Yingying closed her eyes, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "I believe you are the real monsters." Her voice was icy, and with it came another resounding crash. Beside her, an even larger pit appeared. The crowd fell silent, their voices stilled in fear. Jiang Yingying regarded the mute assembly, pondering the reality of their perceptions. Indeed, In their eyes, regardless of Little Ting's genuine intent to save them, he had long been branded a monster. Did such a being even warrant salvation? A question suddenly emerged in Jiang Yingying's mind. Little Ting quietly observed the silhouette of the girl before him. That petite yet resolute figure shone brilliantly under the sun, pulling him from the depths of despair. She was his light, the singular beacon in his life. She filled his world with blossoms, granting him hope. In an instant, all confusion dissipated, and his vision was solely fixated on her, the light that belonged to him. Hurry! She must be coming here. A voice suddenly echoed from outside. When the guards outside the Yuan FA lounge arrived, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. They glanced at their trembling colleague, then at the enormous hammer in Jiang Yingying's hand and the two gaping craters on the ground. In unison, they swallowed hard, relinquishing their weapons and raising their hands above their heads in a gesture of surrender. The air seemed to solidify, plunging the scene into a tense stalemate. Until a voice abruptly shattered the silence. Jiang Yingying, are you all right? Jiang Yingying snapped back to reality, turning her head to see Shani and Shou Qiren approaching. She merely hesitated for a moment, and they had already closed the distance. I have heard about your affairs today. It is truly absurd, utterly outrageous. One cannot fathom the ill-conceived notions that those at the top have devised, compelling you to venture to the coal mountain to excavate coal. I, along with Brother Shen, had been at the training grounds and had yet to receive any news. Had it not been for an overheard mention and a return to the villa, we would still be oblivious to your presence here. Shani murmured to himself. Come, let us return home. A broad hand extended from the man. And Jiang Yingying looked up, momentarily stunned by Zhou Qiren's gaze. His eyes were profoundly deep, filled with an inscrutable intensity, yet she discerned a hint of gentleness within. Jiang Yingying parted her lips, contemplating words that never emerged, ultimately opting for silence as she extended her hand. The petite girl leaned against the man. And if one overlooked the massive iron hammer she held, they would appear as an inseparable couple. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow and sighed, moving beside Xiaoting. Let us go, brother will take you home. Although he was unaware of the recent events, Jiang Yingying's demeanor suggested something exceedingly vexing had transpired. Xiaoting regarded him, then glanced towards Jiang Yingying, hesitating to reach out. Shun Yi sighed again. Be obedient. Do not cause trouble. Your sister Yingying will play with you once we return. After a moment of indecision, Xiaoting finally extended her hand. Lu Dejie, let us head back, Shani instructed, taking Xiaoting's hand and leading the way. Lu Shui paused momentarily, clutching Lulu tightly before hastening to catch up. Hey, you all. A guard regained his composure and called out to them. Zhou Qiren turned. His expression icy. Is there something you need? The guard, intimidated by his gaze, promptly fell silent, unable to utter a word. The onlookers watched as the group exited the isolated courtyard. Jiang Yingying, held by the man's large hand, followed his stride in a daze. The warmth radiating from his palm brought her back to reality as she glanced up, seeing his tall figure before her. Even upon returning to the villa, Jiang Yingying remained in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, her forehead was gently flicked. She looked up to find Zhou Qiren's handsome face looming close. Are you dazed? Jiang Yingying snapped back to her senses, her cheeks flushing crimson. She averted her gaze, pouting in annoyance. I am not dazed. Then smile for me, he urged. His deep voice resonating in her ear, the warmth of his presence enveloping her neck. Jiang Yingying's face reddened further. I smiled, she stammered, managing a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. He pinched her cherubic face, teasing, unattractive. Jiang Yingying instinctively swatted his hand away, and upon realizing her actions, she panicked and grasped his hand, apologizing. I didn't mean to. I apologize to your hand. The man chuckled softly, and Jiang Yingying stared at him, bewildered, blinking in astonishment. The man's hand once again pressed against her head. His voice, tinged with a deep sigh, whispered near her ear, from now on, do not display such expressions, those that betray a feeling of being forsaken by the entire world. The apocalypse serves as a magnifying glass, amplifying the darker aspects of human nature. He had initially wished for her to experience those shadows firsthand. Yet, he now realized he could not bear to witness it. She was meant to bask in the warmth of sunlight. If the world was destined for darkness, then he alone would shoulder that burden. Jiang Yingying was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in a daze. Clearing her throat, she averted her gaze and said, I will go upstairs first. With her head down, she dashed toward the upper floor. Shen Yi, intending not to disturb them, glanced at the furious little Ting beside him and could not help but speak. Hey, he is still young. Why must he endure such things? Chapter 75. Invasion of Mutated Plants. Jiang Yingying coughed again, turning her face away. Shen Yi patted Little Ting's head and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Look, your sister Ying has run away." Little Ting looked up at him with large, indifferent eyes, silent. Shen Yi felt the weight of a deathly gaze upon him. Coughing into his fist, he said, "I suddenly remembered we have matters to attend to. Ran Gu, let us go." Zhou Qiran shot him a fleeting glance and replied, "What matters?" Shen Yi hesitated. "Well, we should take the initiative to handle today's affairs, shouldn't we? Otherwise, trouble will come knocking at our door again." Zhou Qiran nodded in understanding. "Very well, you go ahead." Shen Yi was taken aback. "Ran Gu, aren't you coming with me?" Zhou Qiran ascended the stairs without a backward glance. "You can go alone." "Hey." Shen Yi extended his hand, wanting to say something further. But the door to Zhou Qiran's room slammed shut. He lowered his head, only to meet Little Ting's vacant stare. Those large, hollow eyes were devoid of emotion. Sighing, he decided it was best to leave. The sun blazed brightly, and the wind carried a sweltering heat as a verdant vine slowly crept out from the corner of the base, silently entwining itself around the large tree against the wall. The spots where the vine had traversed were left marked in green. Before arriving, Shen Yi had heard from Lu Shui about the unfolding events. He had thought only Little Ting's matter needed addressing, but upon seeing Yuan's face swollen like a pig's head, he fell silent. "Shen Yi, I must say, my brother's face has been battered by that woman, and he remains unconscious. As his brother, how can I turn a blind eye?" Yuan Su spoke with indignation. This not only tarnished Yuan's reputation but also stripped him of his dignity in front of others. Shen Yi rubbed his nose, suddenly at a loss for words. He truly had not anticipated this turn of events. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Base leader." Shortly after, someone hurriedly entered and whispered something in Yuan's ear. Yuan's face gradually turned a shade of dark liver. A loud crash echoed through the air. With a sudden, resounding crash, countless vines erupted from the ground. A cacophony of screams ensued. Jiang Yingying, upon hearing the commotion, rushed to the balcony and beheld an array of vines, each the size of an adult's arm, piercing through the earth. The buds upon the vines gradually unfurled under the sun's warm embrace, swelling until they transformed into monstrous blooms with gaping, blood-red mouths. Additional slender tendrils emerged from the ground, stretching and spiraling, entwining the structure of the building. In no time, the entire villa was ensnared by a dense web of vines. The enormous carnivorous flower bent its form, seizing those who could not escape in a single, voracious bite, swallowing them whole. The entire base rapidly devolved into a paradise for these man-eating flora, amidst a chorus of panic and terror. Some attempted to combat the threat with their supernatural abilities, but to little effect. Their attacks left no mark upon the vines. The monstrous flower, impervious to pain, opened its vast maw and bit down, devouring a hapless victim from the waist down. Jiang Yingying stood frozen, captivated by the unfolding horror, before turning to descend the stairs. Everyone had congregated below, bewildered by the situation. "What is happening?" Lu Shui inquired, clutching Lulu in fear. Wang Yu, his expression grave, replied, "We are facing an invasion of mutated plants. This is far more ferocious than the zombie tide. I just tested it. Those vines cannot be severed with a blade, nor can they be affected by supernatural attacks." Jiang Yingying pursed her lips and declared, "I will investigate." "I shall accompany you," came the clear voice of Zhou Qiran. Jiang Yingying nodded, and the two exited the villa, greeted by a thrashing, robust vine at the entrance. The carnivorous flowers slightly bent down, ready to strike, and the pair swiftly leaped aside. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yingying produced a heavy iron hammer and charged forward, bringing it down upon the creature. Its bark was thick. Despite her full strength, she left only a shallow dent. Zhou Qiran, equally troubled, found his electrical powers ineffective against it as well. The flower's body was lengthy and capable of agile movements. After evading for a while, Jiang Yingying drew a dagger from her spatial storage, leaped onto the vine, and plunged it deep. Green sap oozed forth, and the flower writhed violently, attempting to throw her off. Grasping its leaves, she steadied herself against the tumult. Despite her considerable effort, she merely grazed its skin, a testament to the flower's formidable resilience. With a sudden spring, she landed on the ground and grasped Zhou Qiran's hand. "Brother, we must return to the villa." They re-entered the villa, shutting the door firmly against the encroaching tendrils. Wang Yu, anxious, queried, "What have you discovered?" Jiang Yingying shook her head. "This carnivorous flower poses a significant challenge. Neither your powers nor my attacks are proving effective. It seems we must identify its weaknesses to strike. Being a plant, could it be vulnerable to fire?" Wang Yu speculated. Jiang Yingying nodded. "It is highly probable, yet among us, there are no fire element abilities to validate this at present." Suddenly, A thought crossed her mind. I will venture out to test it. Wang Yu paused momentarily, about to speak, but noticed she had already approached the door. Jiang Yingying observed the carnivorous plant writhing energetically in front of her, swiftly evading its attacks. Abruptly, she hurled 2 vials of potions into the air, her submachine gun glimmering in her grasp. With a resounding explosion, the blast drew the attention of those within the nearby villas. They rushed to their balconies, only to be greeted by a mushroom cloud of smoke rising, with flames flickering dimly within. As the smoke began to dissipate, clarity emerged. The tendrils of the carnivorous plant ignited, gradually enveloped in a charred layer. Fire. Fire is effective against it. Someone shouted excitedly. The fire element abilities. Previously hesitant to emerge from their villas, found newfound courage, channeling their powers to unleash flames. Indeed, they left distinct charred marks upon the branches along the villa walls. More and more fire element users surged out of the villas. The surrounding mutated flora suffered damage, and the morale of the crowd soared. However, against the robust tendrils of the carnivorous plant, their abilities were insufficient to inflict considerable harm. Enraged, the plant opened its gaping maw and violently twisted its body. Some abilities users, caught off guard, were bitten and lost half of their bodies, blood spilling profusely. A witness to the horrific scene screamed in terror, scattering back to their villas. After consuming a person, the carnivorous plant became even more formidable, smashing through the villa's door with a powerful thrust, its head lunging inside to devour another. Following this, it unleashed a sweeping assault, demolishing all the villas in its path. It had undeniably become the sovereign among the carnivorous plants. Chapter 76. Regeneration. Don't come over. Panic-stricken cries echoed from various villas, only to be abruptly silenced. The carnivorous plant, injured by Jiang Yingying's potion, swayed amidst the flames, its charred form quivering before its tendrils gradually severed in the middle with a sharp crack. Collapsing to the ground. Even after losing its head, the remaining tendrils connected to the base continued to thrash wildly. From the charred stump, vibrant green branches began to sprout anew. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. It can regenerate? Before she could ponder further, slender tendrils coiled around her feet. As the tendrils extended, upon brushing against her skirt, a flash of white light erupted, causing them to retract swiftly. Jiang Yingying squinted. Could it be that they fear my clothing? A simple test would reveal the truth. She gradually approached the center of the villa cluster, where countless carnivorous plants writhed and surged towards her. As others presumed her fate was sealed, a sudden flash of white light illuminated her standing place. The man-eating flowers froze as if the pause button had been pressed, and then gradually retracted. Jiang Yingying stood boldly in the center of the path, and the carnivorous plants instinctively circumvented her, seeking other prey. Witnesses gaped in astonishment, rushing frantically towards the heart of the villa cluster. Others, catching the wave of panic, followed suit, madly sprinting in the direction of Jiang Yingying. With food presented before them, the man-eating flowers were elated, voraciously devouring their offerings. As they chewed, morsels of flesh fell to the ground, promptly caught by branches that diligently delivered them to the leader of the flowers, ensuring not a single morsel went to waste. Eventually, only a handful reached Jiang Yingying's side. She gazed at them in bewilderment. Were they truly running to their doom? They paused, realizing that there must be some protective array at play. Otherwise, how could the man-eating flowers refrain from attacking her? Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback by the extent of their imagination. With so many living beings in plain sight, it was illogical for the flowers to abstain from their nature. The flowers twisted their waists with ferocity, surging from all directions, jostling each other in a race to feast. Jiang Yingying sighed at the foolishness of the others. Surely, they could not genuinely believe there was a protective array here. Retracting her submachine gun, she pulled out a hefty iron hammer, much to their astonishment. Let us give it a try. Jiang Yingying flexed her wrist. The man-eating flowers clustered together, baring their bloody teeth and rushing towards her. Suddenly, 2 springs appeared beneath her feet. With a gentle press, she leaped to the same height as the large, circular flowers. The plants seemed to recognize her, attempting to steer clear. Jiang Yingying swung the hammer down forcefully onto the face of the outermost flower, causing its elongated body to lose balance and topple. The adjacent flowers, like a line of dominoes, followed suit, collapsing in a heap. The flower on top struggled to wriggle free, yet found itself immobilized. Jiang Yingying's hammer pressed down firmly on the top flower, denying it any chance of movement. Below, its brethren thrashed desperately but could not rise. Are there any fire element abilities among you? Jiang Yingying turned to the group. 2 individuals nodded in dazed agreement. I am. Go burn their roots, she commanded, raising her chin to indicate the struggling flower beneath her hammer. The two men glanced at the frantic flower, swallowing hard, fearful it might spring up and bite them at any moment. "Hurry," Jiang Yingying urged, her voice growing cold. The two individuals exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and one took position to ambush a carnivorous plant's command center. They began to channel their extraordinary abilities, conjuring flames to scorch the roots of the monstrous flora beneath the earth. Fortunately, the roots of these carnivorous plants were not deeply embedded. Their vines were merely robust, requiring a considerable amount of time and power to sever. Jiang Yingying observed quietly as the carnivorous plant lay crushed beneath a hammer, its grotesque, round visage captivating her attention. She crouched down, noting that the plant possessed no eyes, only a gaping maw instinctively snapping open and shut, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow, contemplating the similarities between mutated plants and zombies. Both seemed to have a peculiar aversion to their own attire. She wondered if the plant's teeth would shatter. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly removed a small star-shaped hairpin from her head and tossed it into the plant's mouth. The creature, driven by instinct, continued to open its mouth, and the hairpin slipped inside. With a crunch, the plant's sharp teeth shattered. Instinctively, it chewed on the pin, transforming into a toothless elder plant in no time. Jiang Yingying mused, what a transgression. Yet, even knowing her accessories possessed some efficacy, she could not afford such losses. At that moment, the two individuals nearby finally completed their task of burning the roots. The once vibrant green of the carnivorous plant gradually faded to a dull gray, the entire vine and flower wilting, eventually resembling a withered twig. For the two, the effort to incinerate a single plant had depleted most of their extraordinary abilities, leaving them drenched in sweat. This pace was far too sluggish. Jiang Yingying frowned. Upon receiving news, Yuan Su abandoned all else, urging Shani to accompany him out of the conference hall. Outside, the carnivorous plants writhed in chaos, attacking anyone in sight. Yuan Su instinctively unleashed flames to fend off the assault. Shani summoned his powers, extending vines from his fingertips to ensnare the plant's thick midsection. The vines he conjured, born of his wood-based abilities, seemed like a mere child compared to the monstrous plant. With a simple twist, the carnivorous plant severed Shen Yi's vines effortlessly. Yet, instead of targeting Shen Yi, the plant turned its aggression towards Yuan Su. "What are you looking at?" Yuan Su exclaimed. "Attack him instead." After dodging, he hurled a fireball at the plant. The flames engulfed the vine for a brief moment, leaving behind charred marks. Observing the plant momentarily pause, Yuan Su smirked and turned to flee. However, the plant merely halted for a few seconds before regaining its senses and lunging at him with its gaping maw. As Yuan Su ran, fear gripped him, and glancing back, he saw the plant snapping towards him, intensifying his dread. Spotting Shen Yi not far ahead, Yuan Su gritted his teeth and sprinted towards him. Shen Yi was taken aback. "Hey brother, why are you running towards me instead of fleeing?" The carnivorous flower twisted its waist and pursued Yuan Su. With a sudden burst of speed, Yuan Su grasped Shen Yi's clothing and, using every ounce of his strength, propelled him towards the carnivorous flower. Chapter 77. Exemplars of our generation. Shen Yi was thrust forward so forcefully that he barely had time to react, his entire body leaning precariously forward. Just as he seemed poised to fall into the gaping maw of the carnivorous flower, it suddenly twisted its body and bypassed him, charging directly at Yuan Su, as if it sought only him. Shen Yi exclaimed, "What the?" Yuan Su, stunned, thought to himself, "Damn it. I almost delivered him right into your jaws. And yet, you choose not to feast. Are you out of your mind? Just blindly chasing me, with gritted teeth." Yuan Su turned and sprinted forward with fervor, abandoning all semblance of his usual composure. As he dashed ahead, the tantalizing aroma he exuded brought tears to the eyes of the carnivorous flowers lining the path. Soon, an increasing number of these plants trailed closely behind him. Some even uprooted themselves, their long tendrils grazing the ground as they raced after him. Thus, a magnificent spectacle unfolded within the base. Yuan Su, embodying the spirit of a champion sprinter, surged forward like a gust of wind, while a throng of carnivorous flower admirers followed closely behind, their tendrils trailing on the ground. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, more and more carnivorous flowers joined the pursuit of Yuan Su, who had unwittingly attracted the attention of a significant portion of their kind. The fortunate survivors, watching the scene unfold, were moved. Truly, he is the leader of a world-class base, an exemplar of our generation. To take such personal risks to divert the carnivorous flowers away from us is an act of selfless devotion that leaves us in awe. As Yuan Su ran, he muttered curses under his breath. He could not fathom why these carnivorous flowers were so fixated on him, ignoring the multitude around them to pursue him alone. Was his flesh particularly delectable? Suddenly, something fell from his pocket. A loud crash shattered the silence as glass scattered across the ground, releasing a green liquid that emitted a potent aroma. The carnivorous flowers halted abruptly, bending down in unison to eagerly lap up the liquid on the ground. The vial contained a potion he had discovered while rummaging through Lin Yu's room. Curious about its nature, he had brought it along today. Yuanzi seemed to grasp something profound in that moment, yet he had no time to ponder further. He simply continued to run for his life. Fortunately, the carnivorous flowers had ceased their pursuit. Survival came first. Unbeknownst to him, every carnivorous flower that tasted the potion began to blossom more vigorously. Jiang Yingying, wielding a hefty hammer, firmly restrained the carnivorous flower, her mind racing to devise a solution. Behind her, something broke through the earth, green tendrils slowly stretching upwards. Quietly reaching her neck, a sharp crack echoed, and the tendrils turned pitch black, drooping lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Yingying heard the familiar sound of electricity and turned around, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother?" The man, tall and imposing, cast a shadow over Jiang Yingying. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you need assistance?" Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Recently, her brother seemed particularly warm-hearted, which left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. Hadn't she vowed to become the sweet little sister of the male lead? Why did it feel as though the roles had reversed? Bah! Jiang Yingying shook off the peculiar thoughts. She looked up and said, "Brother, could you do me a favor?" Strike at its head. She pointed at the struggling man-eating flowers on the ground. Zhou Qiran nodded without hesitation, raising his hand as sparks of electricity flickered. With a gentle flick of his finger, a purplish lightning bolt crackled and surged into the gaping, toothless maw of the elder flower. The man-eating flower began to convulse violently. The purple electricity coursed through its brain, crackling and sparking. Soon, its writhing body began to move in slow motion, ultimately falling still. Jiang Yingying squinted, observing intently. It appeared that not only the roots but also the brain was their weakness. They could regenerate their tendrils but could not restore a damaged brain. Their minds, like those of zombies, were mere puppets controlled by a virus. Once the brain was compromised, the virus could no longer issue commands. "Thank you, brother," Jiang Yingying said, carefully watching the movements of the man-eating flowers. Zhou Qiran said nothing, but his electrical currents surged stronger than before. He skillfully directed the lightning into the gaping mouths of the man-eating flowers. Before long, the flowers began to convulse violently, their large, round faces turning charred black, as thick black smoke billowed from their mouths. In no time, their writhing bodies fell silent. With the man-eating flowers incapacitated, the tendrils on the ground ceased their movements abruptly. For a moment, the world seemed to return to tranquility. The surviving abilities users stared, bewildered, at the scene before them. Had those troublesome man-eating flowers truly been dispatched so easily? Jiang Yingying stood up, frowning at the motionless flowers. "Brother, do you think this could be a coincidence?" Zhou Qiran's gaze remained cold as he looked down, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It's hard to say." In the corner, a man with a buzz cut hid behind the villa, his eyes glinting with malice as he watched Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran. "Damn it, I still couldn't eliminate them." His right hand lifted slightly, and from the previously severed arm, a long, thick, deep green vine extended, branching out into numerous tendrils that writhed violently on the ground. In his unblemished left hand, he clutched a vial of emerald liquid. Had Yuanzi been present, he would have immediately recognized it as a reagent from Lin Yu's study. Yang Fei lowered his gaze, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes as he tightened his grip on the potion before gradually disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran made their way back to the villa, while Wang Yu led Lu Shui and the others into a room within. Upon entering, Jiang Yingying closed the door behind her. Wang Yu appeared somewhat taken aback by their swiftness. Jiang Yingying nodded and suggested to Wang Yu and the others, "Given the uncertainty outside, perhaps you should find a safe place to wait?" Wang Yu hesitated. "Is there truly a secure spot in the base?" Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. "There is." With a thought, she transported Wang Yu and the others into a different space. Noticing that Xiaoting remained in the room, Jiang Yingying paused. Y&T Xiaoting entered the space. Xiaoting quietly gazed at her, and after a long moment, he approached and gently tugged at her sleeve. Jiang Yingying sighed. It was futile to probe further into Xiaoting's unique constitution. She patted his head and turned, only to lock eyes with Zhou Qiran. "Brother, shall we take a ride?" Jiang Yingying beamed with a sweet smile. A few minutes later, the three of them climbed onto a small tractor. The man's long legs seemed particularly ill-suited for the cramped seat, forcing him to bend his knees slightly. Shouting squeezed between Jiang Yingying and Zhou Qiran. The seat, originally meant for two, felt rather cramped with three. All right, hold on tight. We're off, Jiang Yingying announced as she pressed the accelerator, and the tractor roared to life. The remaining ability users stood in the clearing, dumbfounded, watching as Jiang Yingying and her companion's tractor slowly pulled away, their mouths agape for what felt like an eternity. The design was indeed peculiar. The tractor rumbled along at a leisurely pace. They encountered numerous man-eating flowers along the way, and without needing Jiang Yingying's assistance, Zhou Qiran effortlessly dealt with them. Jiang Yingying stood by, showering him with praise. Brother, you're amazing. So powerful. So handsome. Xiaoting, caught between the two, glanced silently at Zhou Qiran, a flicker of discontent in his eyes. Zhou Qiran remained expressionless, attacking the roadside flowers while using his other hand to gently pat Xiaoting's head. Xiaoting muttered, so upset. Those ensnared by the man-eating flowers caught sight of the tractor rumbling toward them, momentarily stunned. Inside sat a man whose demeanor was entirely mismatched with the tractor. As he raised his hand, electric sparks crackled, precisely striking the head of a man-eating flower, swiftly eliminating it. The individual seemed to have gained insight. The weakness of the man-eating flower lay in its head. He began to frantically assault the flower's head, and after relentless effort, he finally succeeded in bringing down the man-eating flower that had been entangling him. A faint smile played on his lips, sweat pouring down his body. Utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, a tractor rumbled past him. Occasionally, he could hear the encouraging shouts of a girl from the vehicle. Go, brother. You're the best. I'm cheering for you. As the tractor moved along, Jiang Yingying gradually sensed something amiss. The man-eating flowers she had previously encountered, though agile, had their roots firmly embedded in the ground. These flowers appeared unusually lively, their roots seemingly sprouting legs, merrily scampering across the ground. They nimbly chased after the living, playing a game of cat and mouse. Upon catching up, they would open their gaping mouths and swallow their prey whole. Screams echoed incessantly as the crowd scattered in panic. Unexpectedly, a slow-moving tractor came into view. Inside were a charming girl in a fluffy skirt, a young boy in a suit, and a handsome man with an icy demeanor. The man-eating flowers, with their mouths agape, attempted to reach into the tractor for flesh. However, they were either struck by the man's lightning, which cleaved their heads, or shattered by the blinding light emanating from the tractor. The crowd was left in disbelief, questioning their own eyes. Had they truly witnessed something so peculiar? The legged man-eating flowers, drawn by the scent of meat, scampered over, only to be met with lightning that briefly crackled before dissipating, seemingly a mere annoyance to them. Ignoring the electrical assaults, they continued to pursue the tractor, attempting to bite at its rear, only to have their teeth crush against the flash of white light. Undeterred, they persisted, following the tractor with their toothless mouths agape. Jiang Yingying glanced back at these distinctly unusual man-eating flowers. Suddenly, she noticed that their heads were significantly larger than those of the previous ones she had encountered, and they appeared to be more agile. Could it be that mutated plants possessed different tiers? Furrowing her brow, she felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, the tractor was equipped with a protective barrier that prevented the flowers from getting too close, relegating them to trailing behind, making their incessant sounds. They only paused when they spotted living beings, twisting their bodies and opening their mouths wide to devour them. It seemed these man-eating flowers were far more formidable. An attack on their heads was no longer effective. Brother, Zhou Qiran nodded, retracting his hand. Since their assaults were temporarily futile, there was no need to squander his abilities. The man-eating flowers, having followed the tractor for some distance and finding no flesh to consume, finally turned away with disdain, leaving without a backward glance. Just a minute ago, those who had breathed a sigh of relief at the departure of the flowers exclaimed in disbelief. Why have you returned once more? Instinctively, they fled, igniting a frantic chase with the carnivorous flowers. Jiang Yingying could only sigh at the screams echoing behind her. There was little she could do. Without the protective barrier of the tractor, she would surely struggle against these man-eating plants. She could only wish them luck. Yet, what exactly were these carnivorous flowers? And how fortuitously did they emerge directly from the base? Jiang Yingying lowered her eyelids, lost in contemplation. Zhou Qiran observed the exuberant fleeing flowers, narrowing his eyes slightly. Jiang Yingying drew her submachine gun. Since the circumstances were unclear, it seemed prudent to conduct experiments one by one. Leaning out, with the gun resting on her shoulder, she unleashed a barrage upon the flower by the roadside. The bullets pierced through its tendrils and head, yet it remained undeterred in its movements. As if enraged, the flower charged towards her, only to be flung back by a blinding light from the tractor. The flower crashed to the ground with a thud. Unfazed, it twisted its body and leapt up, opening its wide maw to advance once more. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yingying fired several rounds into its mouth. Bullets repeatedly penetrated its head, yet the flower continued to writhe with agility. Furrowing her brow, she pondered how it seemed impervious to defeat. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a reagent from her space and tossed it, aiming her submachine gun. With a loud bang, it exploded upon the flower's head. Just then, the tractor passed by. And as Jiang Yingying glanced back, flames erupted from the flower's head, yet it persisted in its nimble movements. Jiang Yingying frowned. It was still ineffective. As she turned to speak to Shou Qiren, her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar figure. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she focused on the man with a flat top in the corner. Upon meeting Jiang Yingying's gaze, Yang Fei's heart sank, and he trembled involuntarily. This was bad. He had been discovered. However, the gaze quickly shifted away, and the girl began to chat sweetly with Shou Qiren. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had not been noticed. With a sweet smile, Jiang Yingying's voice remained eerily calm. Brother, I spotted Yang Fei. He is observing us from the corner. Could this be related to him? Shou Qiren's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his head, casually glancing toward Yang Fei's corner. It likely has something to do with him. The tractor rumbled forward, gradually advancing. As it drove away, Yang Fei stepped out, his gaze fixed venomously on the rear of the vehicle. Yang Fei, what are you doing here? Chapter 79. Suffocation. Yang Fei jolted, stiffly turning his head, only to find himself staring down the dark barrel of a gun. Holding a submachine gun aloft, Jiang Yingying aimed it squarely at his brow, her delicate doll-like face etched with an icy demeanor. What are you doing here? She demanded. Yang Fei, terrified that a stray bullet might find its way to his forehead, swallowed hard. I was evading the man-eating flower. Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes, pressing the gun firmly against his temple. Oh? Her gaze flicked to Yang Fei's right hand, her expression sharpening. Sensing her disapproving look, Yang Fei cursed his fortune and, with a determined bite, crushed the vial he held in his left hand. The glass shattered, slicing into his skin, and crimson droplets began to trickle down. The verdant liquid spilled onto the ground, releasing an unusual aroma. Simultaneously, the carnivorous flowers, which had been merrily pursuing the living, abruptly halted, their vines thrashing with newfound fervor. In unison, they turned and raced in the same direction, leaving their erstwhile prey stunned, watching in bewilderment as the army of man-eating flora retreated. What is happening? Yang Fei laughed uproariously. You can only act so brazenly at this moment. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. Did you cause the mutated plants to appear in the base? Yang Fei smirked coldly. And if I did, what of it? A hint of confusion crossed Jiang Yingying's face as she inquired. Why? Yang Fei raised his right hand, the vine swaying in response to his motion, a malevolent grin spreading across his features. Do you comprehend the depths of my suffering? To grow arms and become a normal person, I toiled relentlessly, begging like a dog, only to end up in this wretched state. If Lin Yushu had not already perished, I would have torn him limb from limb. Were it not for the muscle-enhancing serum he provided, I would not have transformed into this grotesque visage. Overwhelmed by emotion, he had secretly entered Lin Yushu's quarters, rummaging through his belongings until he stumbled upon this remarkable potion. It could induce mutations in plants, turning them into man-eating flowers, which would become frenzied in response to the serum. His original intent had been to use the flowers to eliminate Jiang Yingying and Shou Qiren. Yet, he had not anticipated that this woman would prove to be a relentless force, seemingly invulnerable. And all of this is because of you. Yang Fei's emotions surged uncontrollably. His face twisted with rage as he glared at Jiang Yingying. It's all your fault, you wretched harlot. Why didn't you die sooner? If not for you, Shou Qiren would never have turned against me, and I would not have been reduced to this abominable state. None of this would have transpired. In his fervor, the vines at his right hand lashed out abruptly, spiraling to ensnare Jiang Yingying's neck. With a sharp snap, the tendril was severed, the charred end falling to the ground. Yang Fei glared venomously at the man who had materialized behind Jiang Yingying, his teeth clenched in fury. Shou Qiren. Shou Qiren regarded him with a frigid gaze. Their camaraderie little more than a superficial bond of classmates. In his previous life, he placed unwavering trust in his comrades, believing he could safely entrust his back to Yang Fei. However, Yang Fei betrayed him without hesitation, motivated by the hollow promise of status from Yuan Yi. As a result, both Wang Yu and Shun Yi perished due to his naivety. He himself was confined to a laboratory, enduring relentless torment in darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Fei thrived within the base, rising to become the third power holder. Reflecting on it now, the irony is palpable. I pondered whether I had ever wronged you. Yet you chose to sever ties with me and shatter my arm for the sake of a mere woman. Yang Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed frantically at Zhou Qiran. Why? She is merely a woman I have only just met. While we share several years of camaraderie from university, is it solely because of her beauty? Yang Fei pointed at Jiang Yingying, his expression twisted with rage. Zhou Qiran's gaze was frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his face as he raised his hand, expressionless. I only regret not having killed you from the very beginning. The crackling sound of electricity erupted. Yang Fei's pupils constricted, and as he turned to flee, he was struck by a bolt of lightning. His body convulsed amid the crackling current, and ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Jiang Yingying stood frozen, staring at Yang Fei's lifeless body, while Zhou Qiran's earlier words echoed in her mind. From the very beginning? Why did he say that? With a sudden stiffness, she turned to face Zhou Qiran. A fleeting realization struck her mind. All her previous doubts seemed to find resolution. Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze, instinctively hesitant to delve deeper. If that were true, then the man standing before her must be the ruthless, bloodthirsty protagonist from the novel. As she recalled everything she had done in Zhou Qiran's presence, tears welled up in her eyes. Could it be? Was the current protagonist merely feigning tenderness, waiting to fatten her up for slaughter? How? The man's deep voice resonated. Jiang Yingying instinctively shook her head vigorously. No, nothing. Just then, she spotted the ravenous army of carnivorous flowers charging towards them, her excitement bubbling over as she pointed. Brother. Look. Zhou Qiran regarded her with a mix of confusion. Realizing her own emotions were running too high, Jiang Yingying retracted her hand, awkwardly making her way towards the tractor that had come to a halt ahead. Let us retreat to the car for a moment. Zhou Qiran observed her awkward gait, a flicker of perplexity in his eyes. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Yingying clenched her hands, swallowing hard. What should I do? The mere thought of being confined in the same space as the resurrected protagonist left her feeling suffocated. Xiao Ting had already been displeased at being left alone in the car, and upon seeing Jiang Yingying's silence after she joined him, he pursed his lips, growing even more irritable. To ease her tension, Jiang Yingying leaned out, forcing herself to calm down as she watched the movements of the carnivorous flowers. At that moment, the army of carnivorous flowers had arrived, greedily vying for the verdant potion on the ground, nearly inciting a brawl. They licked the potion clean, and, after their feast, did not forget to partake in the remains of the deceased Yang Fei. That potion seemed to hold an irresistible allure for them. Jiang Yingying squinted her eyes, and for reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to Lin Yushu's laboratory. Suddenly, she turned her head abruptly, her emotions surging, and exclaimed, Brother, do you know where Lin Yushu resides? Regaining her composure, Jiang Yingying realized she had instinctively grasped the man's sleeve in her excitement. She blinked and awkwardly released her grip. With a stiff smile, she said, I apologize. I got a bit too excited. I hope I haven't wrinkled your sleeve. With an ingratiating expression, she reached out to smooth it down. Zhou Qiran regarded her with a half-smile, replying, I noticed. Chapter 80. The warm-hearted brother. The tractor rumbled forward, and Jiang Yingying, her nerves taut, gazed ahead while her hands fidgeted restlessly, occasionally darting glances at Zhou Qiran. When she sensed his gaze upon her, she would swiftly avert her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she pouted and directed her attention elsewhere. She had envisioned the series of actions the male protagonist would undertake next. First, he would feign warmth and concern, attempting to lower her guard. Then, at the opportune moment, in the most suitable location of demise, he would strike when she was unsuspecting. Ultimately, he would dismember her, scattering her remains in the wilderness for the zombies to feast upon, thereby replicating the tragic fate of her past life. Jiang Yingying was startled by her own vivid imagination. While her defensive capabilities were at their peak, Zhou Qiran bore the mantle of the male protagonist, a formidable presence. She, on the other hand, was merely a cruel female supporting character, marked by the aura of cannon fodder. Contemplating this, she swallowed hard and edged closer to the side of the tractor. Zhou Qiran discreetly glanced at the quivering Jiang Yingying, narrowing his eyes slightly. Stealing a furtive glance at Zhou Qiran, she noticed he had closed his eyes, resting serenely. She breathed a sigh of relief. Following Zhou Qiran's instructions, Jiang Yingying maneuvered the tractor to a building's base. She swiftly leaped from the vehicle. When she saw the man disembark as well, she instinctively raised her hand to stop him. Wait. Zhou Qiran looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yingying faltered for a moment, then an idea struck her as she pointed to Xiaoting. Brother, why don't you stay here with Xiaoting? He might be scared alone. Zhou Qiran raised an eyebrow and glanced down at the child in the vehicle, who clearly exhibited displeasure. Zhou Qiran then looked back up, stating, "He wants to come too." A few minutes later, Jiang Yingying glanced back at the duo following her closely, suppressing a pang of frustration. Brother, why don't you lead the way? I will stay back with Xiaoting. She maneuvered around Zhou Qiran, taking hold of Xiaoting's hand. Oh my. She certainly did not wish for the male protagonist to stand behind her. What if he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while her guard was down? It was imperative to remain vigilant. Zhou Qiran exchanged glances with Xiaoting, who wore a slightly provocative expression as she tightened her grip on Jiang Yingying's hand. Zhou Qiran, with a stoic demeanor, advanced to the forefront. Upon locating Lin Yushu's door, he unleashed a swift strike, causing the iron door to splinter into several fragments. Jiang Yingying swallowed hard, astounded by his ferocity. The imagery of lightning striking her sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to regulate her breathing and exercise utmost caution. The trio entered Lin Yushu's chamber, where the walls were adorned with specimens and the table cluttered with numerous bottles and jars, enveloping the space in an ominously melancholic aura. As they pushed the door open and ventured deeper, they noticed a shelf against the wall, now barren, suggesting prior visits. Jiang Yingying's attention was drawn to a notebook resting on the desk. She rushed over, opened it, and began to peruse its contents, which chronicled various experimental records. Suddenly, she froze. The reagent detailed within was derived from a virus extracted from the corpses of zombies, possessing properties that stimulated excitement and catalyzed aggression. Jiang Yingying remarked, "It appears that Yang Fei inadvertently contaminated those plants after acquiring this reagent from Lin Yushu. No wonder the man-eating flowers had unexpectedly appeared at the base." She murmured to herself. However, the dilemma of how to eradicate those carnivorous blooms remained unresolved. She flipped through the entire notebook, failing to find any pertinent solutions. With a sigh, she began to bite her lip in contemplation. It seemed that these potions could enhance the flowers, rendering them increasingly frenzied and volatile. The situation would undoubtedly become more complicated as time progressed. Destroying their brains seemed futile. Would incinerating them be the only option? Jiang Yingying rested her chin on her hand, deep in earnest thought. I recall that the base has collected a batch of gas canisters, Zhou Qiran interjected suddenly. Jiang Yingying's eyes lit up with excitement as she grasped Zhou Qiran's hand, exclaiming, "Where?" Zhou Qiran glanced down at her, prompting her to sheepishly retract her hand behind her back. "My apologies, I got carried away," she said. A flicker of amusement danced in Zhou Qiran's eyes as he replied, "In the base's warehouse." Xiaoting observed Jiang Yingying, who had shrunk into a ball of embarrassment, then looked at Zhou Qiran, her eyes slightly reddening. The trio then boarded a small tractor. Along the way, the man-eating flowers lunged at them, only to be deterred by the tractor's protective aura. Those undeterred who attempted to bite down were met with the sound of splintering teeth. The man-eating flowers lamented silently as they passed by the astonished gazes of onlookers. They finally arrived at their destination. The warehouse door was secured with a heavy iron lock, a relic of an earlier era. Jiang Yingying leaped down from the vehicle with spirited grace. Just as Zhou Qiran raised his hand, she interjected, "No, allow me to handle this." It is advisable to limit the male protagonist's use of his supernatural abilities, for one can never be certain whether he might unleash them upon oneself. In this desolate area, caution is paramount. Observing Jiang Yingying's furtive demeanor, Zhou Qiran raised an eyebrow, lowered his hands, and stood idly by, watching her performance. Jiang Yingying stowed away her submachine gun and retrieved a hefty iron hammer, leaping forward with vigor to strike down. Her intention was merely to break the lock. Yet her excessive force resulted in the entire iron gate crashing down. Rubbing her nose, Jiang Yingying reconsidered. This display could indeed showcase her remarkable prowess before the male lead. Clenching her fist and clearing her throat, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I hardly exerted myself. Yet how did the door fall?" Sensing trepidation, she added, "Now you wouldn't dare to harm me, would you?" As she spoke, she keenly observed Zhou Qiran's expression. His face remained impassive, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Turning to her, he simply stated, "Let us go." Taken aback by the thwarted plan, Jiang Yingying nodded in agreement. By the time she regained her composure, the man had already entered the warehouse. Biting her lip, she followed him inside. In the rear, Xiaoting observed, the warehouse contained numerous gas canisters and gasoline, among other resources. Jiang Yingying grimaced at the sight, waving her hand to collect them all into her spatial storage. Such scarce resources would be a waste to abandon. The group then resumed their seats on the tractor. With the source of fire secured, the challenge lay in gathering the man-eating flowers. Frustrated, Jiang Yingying tapped her forehead, lamenting her oversight in searching Yang Fei's corpse for the necessary potions, which had instead been consumed by the carnivorous flora. As she sighed, her keen eyes spotted Shini struggling against the man-eating flowers. His powers produced vines that could only temporarily restrain the creatures. Soon enough, they would break free, allowing the flowers to twist and writhe once more. Shini was desperately evading their grasp. "Shini," Jiang Yingying called out, waving her hand. Chapter 81. The Reagent. Additional update. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Yi's eyes brightened instantly. Turning around, he caught sight of the halted tractor, its sleek form exuding an antique charm, looking exceedingly impressive. Blinking in disbelief, the corners of his mouth twitched. What is this? Yet, at that moment, he had no time for further contemplation. Glancing back at the pursuing man-eating flowers, he sprinted toward Jiang Yingying with all his might. However, upon reaching the tractor, he discovered there was no room to spare within. Shuni lamented, "I see now, my presence is rather superfluous." Jiang Yingying recognized the predicament as well and coughed lightly. "How about you take refuge inside the spatial storage?" Shuni numbly nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the familiar confines of the spatial realm. Wang Yu, upon spotting Shen Yi, was overwhelmed with excitement. "Shen Yi, are you all right?" Shen Yi shook his head. "I'm fine. Yingying just happened to rescue me." The two brothers began to converse. After finding a relatively safe spot, Jiang Yingying released Shen Yi from the confines of her space. "Did you discover anything outside?" she inquired. Shen Yi shook his head. He had been too preoccupied with escaping to notice anything else. "Don't mention it. I was originally with Yuan Su. But who would have thought that the scoundrel would attempt to push me into the jaws of a man-eating flower to save himself?" Shen Yi's anger flared at the recollection. If that flower hadn't fixated on me and pursued me relentlessly, who knows what might have happened? "Relentlessly pursued you?" Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes, catching those specific words. "Are you suggesting that the man-eating flower seems quite interested in Yuan Su?" "Indeed," Shen Yi replied, nodding. "At first, I thought it was an issue with my own constitution. But I later realized that the flower had a peculiar obsession with Yuan Su." Jiang Yingying lowered her gaze, and after a moment, suddenly looked up. "We must find Yuan Su. Shouldn't you return to your space first?" Jiang Yingying glanced at the crowded seating area, tentatively regarding Shen Yi. "All right." She drew Shen Yi back into her space, and the tractor resumed its rumbling journey. Jiang Yingying began her blind search for Yuan Su. After circling the base, the tractor failed to reveal Yuan Su's presence. Jiang Yingying frowned. Could he be hiding? Su. Suddenly, Jiang Yingying heard a woman's voice. She turned to see a man and woman beneath a building. The girl, with a pale complexion and an air of fragility, was fearfully nestled in the man's embrace. Jiang Yingying squinted. The tractor slowly approached the pair. Yuan Su glanced at the person in his arms, slightly furrowing his brow. "Did I not instruct you to stay indoors?" The girl timidly replied, "I was afraid something would happen to you." Yuan Su's brow furrowed as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances of a man-eating flower. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A tractor was rumbling towards them, and the vehicle looked somewhat familiar. He recognized the occupants inside. Jiang Yingying leaped from the vehicle, a hefty iron hammer resting on her shoulder, striding towards him. Yuan Su thought to himself, "Why does it feel as though she intends to hammer me?" "Base leader, I wish to inquire about something," Jiang Yingying said, her face breaking into a smile. Yuan Su regarded her warily. In such tense circumstances, what could she possibly want? Jiang Yingying asked, "I wonder if you've seen a green potion in Lin Yu's study." Yuan Su paused, his vigilance intensifying. "Why do you ask about that?" Seeing his guarded demeanor, Jiang Yingying understood. It seemed the potion was indeed in his possession. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to share part of her findings with him. After listening intently, Yuan Su contemplated for a moment. "So, you mean for me to hand over the potion to you?" Jiang Yingying nodded. "Yes, that is precisely my intention. Why should I trust you?" Yuan Su narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow and patted the large iron hammer on her shoulder. "Whether you trust me or not is of little consequence, is it?" Yuan Su glanced at the hefty hammer resting on her shoulder and swallowed hard. He had witnessed Jiang Yingying's formidable prowess. Closing his eyes briefly, he said, "Follow me." Jiang Yingying cast a glance back at the tractor, signaling to the occupants inside not to follow, and then ascended the stairs behind Yuan Su. Without the male protagonist by her side, Jiang Yingying finally felt a sense of relief. That constant feeling of impending danger was quite unsettling. She sighed. Upon hearing a sound behind him, Yuan's body stiffened involuntarily, prompting him to quicken his pace. Just a moment of inattention, and a heavy blow could come crashing down from behind. The girl he had pulled close to him blinked her eyes. Who is this girl? Jiang Yingying followed Yuan Su into his residence. Stay here and do not move, Yuan Su instructed, cautiously glancing at Jiang Yingying while holding onto the girl. Jiang Yingying nodded, indicating she would remain in place. Once he led the girl into the bedroom, he released her and hurried to the bedside table, rummaging through its contents. The girl watched Yuan Su's actions with a hint of timidity, remaining silent. Yuan Su searched diligently until he unearthed a vial of green solution. This substance was nothing but a bane. It was better to hand it all over to Jiang Yingying. He had experienced the terror of being pursued by man-eating flowers and was eager to rid himself of these hazards. As he rushed to the door, he told the girl, "Stay here and don't move." He stepped outside and handed the items to Jiang Yingying. "I hope you will keep your promise," he remarked as he transferred the goods. Having someone to resolve the troubles at the base would be ideal. Once everything was settled, he would still be the leader of the base. Jiang Yingying accepted the potion, nodded, and exited. She descended the stairs and took her seat in the tractor. "I got it," she declared, raising the vial for Zhou Qiran to see. Zhou Qiran nodded, discreetly glancing at the building where Yuan Su was located. Jiang Yingying started the tractor, setting off to locate the man-eating flowers. As she uncorked the stopper on the potion, a peculiar aroma began to waft into the air. The tractor chugged along. A group of man-eating flowers, previously excitedly chasing after living prey, suddenly halted and eagerly turned their attention to the slowly moving tractor. The tractor's pace was leisurely, and before long, a long line of man-eating flowers trailed behind it. As the tractor continued forward, more and more of these creatures were drawn in by the enticing scent emanating from the vehicle, eager to pounce and take a taste. However, each time they drew near, the white light emitted from the tractor repelled them. The man-eating flowers did not relent, persistently trailing behind the tractor, continuously attempting to pounce. They were both exhilarated and frenzied, their tendrils thrashing wildly, their gaping maws opening and closing, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. Chapter 82. The Brother Complex. The tractor meandered out of the base, followed closely by the army of man-eating flowers. Once they had distanced themselves slightly from the base, Jiang Yingying turned back to glance at the frantically spirited man-eating brethren behind them. Suddenly, the tractor accelerated sharply, catching the flowers off guard and creating a gap between them. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yingying hurled a gas canister from her space toward the flower army, while her submachine gun gleamed in her hands. She aimed at the canister and fired several shots. Boom! The sound of explosions erupted in succession, resonating like thunder. Enormous flames surged skyward, unleashing a scorching wave that spread outwards, debris dancing through the air amidst a shower of sparks. A mushroom cloud of smoke billowed forth, obscuring vision. The tractor continued to rumble forward, the white light on its body gradually fading. Observing the inferno behind her, Jiang Yingying let out a sigh of relief. After traveling a short distance, the tractor came to a halt. Jiang Yingying gazed back, patiently awaiting the dissipating smoke. In an inadvertent glance, she met Zhou Qiran's enigmatic gaze. "Nice gun," the man remarked, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, managing a sheepish smile. "The quality is quite satisfactory. Are you inquiring about a link for the same model?" Jiang Yingying swallowed the words that almost escaped her lips and turned away. My goodness, it felt somewhat suffocating. She resolved that today she would leave the base, to fly solo, to distance herself from the male protagonist and cherish her life. Turning back, she noticed the smoke had cleared significantly. The fire was still flickering, and the man-eating flowers on the ground had been reduced to charred remains. Occasionally, a blackened tendril would twitch, but gradually all fell silent. The flames continued to flicker, and the tendrils were slowly consumed by ashes. It seemed that they had been dealt with, hadn't they? The tractor circled back, returning to the base. "I miss my brother," Jiang Yingying said wistfully, resting her chin in her hands as they journeyed back. Sensing the man's gaze upon her, she pressed on. In this perilous apocalypse, he must be struggling to eat, to dress, to sleep. Without me by his side, he must be enduring considerable torment. Jiang Yingying steeled her emotions, her eyes slightly reddening as she lowered her head. Taking a breath, with tears welling in her eyes, she turned to Zhou Qiran, as if having made a momentous decision, and closed her eyes. "I want to find him sooner. Thank you for your companionship along the way. I have caused you much trouble. I am aware that you will remain at the base for a while longer. To alleviate any inconvenience for you, I have resolved to venture to the Xiangqing base alone. Before Jiang Yingying could complete her statement, a crisp voice from the man interrupted her. Perfect. I have been thinking of him as well. Jiang Yingying's smile faltered, and she silently lamented her predicament. The man's profound gaze fixed upon her as he stated firmly, "We shall depart today." Unyielding, Jiang Yingying replied, "But I fear I might hinder your progress. Perhaps it would be best if I refrained from accompanying you. Your prowess is evident. I am rather delicate. I only drink mineral water, and at present, that is the only option available. I am also quite capricious, prone to tears at a moment's notice, which can be quite bothersome. That is of no consequence. I am accustomed to it." Suddenly, Jiang Yingying found herself at a loss for words. The man's voice was deep, with a slight rise in pitch, imbued with an intoxicating allure. She gritted her teeth and resolutely stated, "I fear I might lose control." Zhou Qiran raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Lose control over what?" Jiang Yingying closed her eyes tightly, bashfully turning away, and feigned shyness. "I am afraid I might become too bold with you. You know how it is with young girls in their prime, full of fervor. I am capable of audacious acts, and who knows what even more reckless deeds I might undertake. You are a good friend of my brother's, and I do not wish to tarnish your reputation. Thus, it would be prudent for me to keep my distance. Are you frightened now? With a lovesick girl like me by your side, one who might at any moment cross boundaries, do you not worry for your virtue?" A flicker of amusement crossed Zhou Qiran's eyes before swiftly disappearing. "It is of no concern." Jiang Yingying was taken aback, her expression one of shock as she turned to face him. The man's gaze was deep and inscrutable. "You cannot compel me." Is this a hint that he believes he can withstand her? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yingying was momentarily stunned, biting her lip as she turned away. Darn it, her plan for independence had faltered. Little Ting glanced between Zhou Qiran and Jiang Yingying, confusion evident in her eyes. The group remained enraptured by the exhilaration of the carnivorous flower's departure when, to their surprise, they saw the departing tractor return, causing a stir of apprehension. What had happened to the carnivorous flowers that followed behind? Jiang Yingying leapt down from the vehicle, wielding a submachine gun. Those carnivorous flowers have been dealt with. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Just like that, it was resolved. They had indeed heard the sound of explosions outside moments ago. "Ah, I recognize her. She is the renowned Jiang Yingying," someone murmured to those nearby. "What? She is the one who transforms into a magical muscle man." Those around him expressed excitement. He then leaned closer to whisper, "Spread the word. This woman is the one who possesses magical abilities like a muscular uncle." Those nearby suddenly enlightened, exchanged glances, and continued, "Spread the word. She is the so-called youthful-looking 60-year-old lady. Pass it on. She is the hermit with a compassionate heart, here to save the world." As the tales circulated, 1 became 10, and 10 became 100. As people gradually gathered, the expressions directed towards Jiang Yingying were perplexing and inscrutable. "What have I done?" Jiang Yingying questioned, bewildered by their gazes. "Shouldn't you all be expressing gratitude and cheering?" The strange looks continued. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and turned to sit back on the tractor, which began to rumble back to life. The crowd, regaining their composure, watched as the old, antiquated tractor ambled past them. What was the story behind this dilapidated vehicle? The tractor returned to the villa, and Jiang Yingying disembarked, releasing everyone from the confines of the space. Upon learning that the threat of the mutated plants had been resolved, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. "Let us tidy up. We'll leave the base today," Zhou Qiran stated with a calm demeanor. Shani blinked in surprise. "So soon? I miss my brother." Zhou Qiran gestured towards Jiang Yingying. Shani scrutinized Jiang Yingying from head to toe, unable to discern her apparent infatuation with her brother. Realization dawned upon him as he glanced back at Zhou Qiran. "No wonder. Why should I care?" Jiang Yingying demanded, her curiosity piqued. Shani, with a mysterious smile, seemed to understand. No wonder Jiang Yingying is always trailing after Ran Good, calling him brother every day. It turns out this hidden attribute is the reason behind it. Chapter 83. Freedom what? You plan to leave the base? Yuan Su exclaimed, standing up in agitation. The recent invasion of mutated plants had significantly impacted the base, drastically diminishing the already scarce number of awakened individuals. While he perceived Zhou Qiran as a potential threat to his position, the current circumstances necessitated Zhou Qiruan's assistance. Zhou Qiran, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "The child longs for home. We must accompany her to find her brother. I've already taken care of the base's affairs. We will depart shortly." Yuan Su sighed. "Are you truly not considering it further? Life elsewhere may not be as comfortable as here. Zhou Qiren flatly rejected the notion, seeing that persuasion was futile. Yuanzi contemplated the situation, recognizing Zhou Qiren as profound depth in the challenges in controlling him. After weighing his options, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Qiren exited the conference hall, his eyes slightly narrowing. Enjoy the gifts I've left behind, he thought. Upon stepping out of the building, Zhou Qiren paused as he spotted Xia Xian standing below, clad in the base uniform, her figure graceful and her expression serene. I heard you were leaving, she stated. Her gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Qiren. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Could you not stay a little longer? Xia Xian implored, her eyes filled with earnestness. She had worked alongside him for quite some time. At first, she was captivated by his strength and handsomeness. However, she soon discovered that this man possessed far more enchanting qualities. Gradually, she succumbed to the depths of her feelings, falling in love with every aspect of him. Even when he treated her with indifference and coldness, adopting a stance of rejection, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Despite his claims of having affections for another, she could not restrain the surging love within her. She had believed she would have ample time to win his heart, to make him love her, only to be met with the news of his departure. Zhou Qiren furrowed his brow and said, No. You know my feelings. If you wish, I can accompany you. Xia Xian, filled with nervous anticipation, replied with hope in her eyes. Zhou Qiren glanced at her coolly, stating, There is no need. I believe I have made myself clear. As she met his indifferent gaze, Xia Xian instinctively took a step back, the light in her eyes extinguished in an instant. She lowered her head in disappointment, fighting back tears, and after a moment, she smiled softly and said, Very well, then I wish you safe travels. Deep down, she possessed her own pride. She had already humbled herself significantly for this man. Since her efforts yielded no response, she realized there was no need to relinquish her dignity any further. She understood clearly that this man held no place for her in his heart, not even a flicker of wavering. With a sardonic smile, Xia Xian suddenly felt a sense of relief. In this apocalyptic world, she had her own strength. After all, he was merely a man, and there was no reason to chase after him. With her capabilities, she could undoubtedly thrive in this new reality. Zhou Qiren merely nodded and walked away without looking back. As she watched his tall figure retreat, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of girl could make such a cold-hearted person bend. Upon reaching the base, Zhou Qiren met up with others at the entrance. Zhou, where have you been for so long? Shani casually inquired. Zhou Qiren responded with an indifferent expression. Just had a brief delay. Jiang Yingying stole a glance at Zhou Qiren, sighing inwardly. Once they arrived at the Xiangqing base, she resolved to distance herself from the male protagonist. Wang Yu had found a van outside, and the group climbed in, embarking on their journey. Meanwhile, inside the base, Yuanzi was overwhelmed with chaos when a group burst in, their faces flushed with anger. They shouted, Yuanzi, you beast! Yuanzi stood there, bewildered, still trying to comprehend the situation, when a stack of papers was thrown at him, landing squarely on his face. Look at the mess you've caused. I wondered why my sister simply vanished. It turns out you handed her over to Lin Yushu for experiments. Do you even have a conscience? My brother is just a child. You monster. A burly man, eyes reddened with rage, charged forward, seizing Yuanzi by the collar and delivering a punch to his face. How could we have placed such trust in you, assisting you in ascending to the position of base leader, only for you to repay us in this manner? The leading figure's eyes blazed crimson, his teeth clenched in fury. All of this is the doing of Lin Yushu. I am not involved. Yuanzi defended himself as a fist struck him, causing half his face to swell and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Despite his fervent protests, a sense of panic gripped him. How could they have discovered his covert actions? Furthermore, even if those individuals were not subjected to experimentation, they would still meet their demise. It was better to contribute to humanity. Since the apocalypse, he had provided considerable assistance to Lin Yushu's experiments, all in hopes of gaining greater strength in due time. After enduring years of subjugation under his father, he could not afford to falter now. Are you denying it? These documents are irrefutable evidence, the leader exclaimed, pointing at the stack of papers in Yuanzi's hands. Trembling, Yuanzi spread the papers before him, his expression darkening with each page he turned. These were records of the individuals he had handed over to Lin Yushu. How could this be? Brothers, today we must deliver an account to our families. A beast with a human face and a heart of a monster does not deserve to lead our base. With a resounding cry, the crowd surged forward, collectively pinning him to the ground. Yuanzi found himself paraded before the onlookers, his bruised face scanning the crowd. Whispers filled the air, each person discussing him in hushed tones. In that moment, the humiliation within him peaked. He had never imagined he would face such a day. Amidst the spectators, a girl with a fair complexion and a cap cast a lingering glance at him before turning away. She did not love him. Once a pampered heiress of a prominent family before the apocalypse, she had witnessed her parents meet a gruesome end at the hands of zombies, leaving her to become a mere plaything for Yuan Su. Despite his incessant declarations of affection, he had never afforded her the basic respect she deserved. He was never lacking in female companionship. She was merely one of his lovers. Cold-hearted and domineering, he was selfish to the core. She despised him yet felt powerless to resist, forced to wear a smile before him each day, trapped in a confined space like a canary. Little did he know. This day marked a turning point for her, signifying her liberation. She could finally seize control of her own fate. Gazing skyward, the girl extended her hand, feeling a sudden warmth seep from her palm. A smile graced her lips. It was a sign from the heavens, granting her the awakening of her water-based powers. She had concealed this from Yuan Su, patiently awaiting this moment. At last, she had arrived at the day of her freedom. Chapter 84. The rascals of the Azure Dragon Gang. Jiang Yingying and her companions encountered numerous vehicles on their route out of Central City, all seemingly heading toward the Xiaoqing base. The Xiaoqing base stands as one of the few well-structured and orderly establishments in the post-apocalyptic world, naturally drawing the admiration of many. Gradually, the streets became increasingly congested, with vehicles forming long queues. The road ahead was choked with an array of cars, and the impatient drivers incessantly honked their horns in frustration. The cacophony of horns filled the air, while some even leaned out of their windows, shouting, "What is happening up ahead? Why aren't we moving?" However, no one responded. Just as anxiety reached its peak, a sudden chorus of terrified screams erupted from the front. "Zombies! There are zombies!" The countenance of the crowd transformed in an instant. Those at the rear of the line, upon hearing the commotion, sensed the impending danger and hastily turned their vehicles around to flee. The cars in front faced a graver predicament. They were trapped and could not escape. In a panic, some abandoned their vehicles altogether and ran for their lives. Most of these individuals were ordinary people who recoiled at the mere mention of zombies. Among them, Jiang Yingying and her companions found themselves ensnared in the chaos, observing the frantic exodus around them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man donning a white shirt leapt onto a car roof. His back grotesquely arched, his eyes glowed with a sinister red hue, and his skin bore eerie blue veins. With a gaping maw dripping saliva, he descended upon a hapless victim and bit down. It appeared he had only recently transformed into a zombie. At that moment of sheer terror, a swift and lethal sound sliced through the air, severing the head of the middle-aged zombie. The head rolled to the ground, igniting another wave of screams. Pathetic fools. What's there to fear? A robust man, his bald head adorned with a tattoo of a fierce tiger, stepped forward. He surveyed the crowd with disdain in his eyes, silencing them at once. Ordinary people had always held a sense of reverence for those with supernatural abilities. Simultaneously, relief washed over them, with a supernatural being among them. Their safety was significantly assured. Most of these ordinary individuals had escaped from the city, fortunate enough to have encountered a few supernatural beings along the way. They had relied on these gifted individuals to reach their current location. However, as those supernatural beings ultimately veered off to other destinations, they found themselves alone. Despite the passage of time in this new world, they still struggled to adapt to the predatory creatures. Before the heavy snowfall, they could barely manage the weakest of zombies. But with the evolution of the undead, even the most basic level of zombies posed a considerable challenge. This was a monumental blow to those whose survival was already precarious. Bathed in the admiration of the crowd, the bald man couldn't help but raise his chin with pride. It was merely a newly transformed zombie. Is such a ruckus truly warranted? Ordinary people are utterly useless. With a smug expression, he settled back into his vehicle, poked his head out of the window, and called out, "Why aren't you moving yet?" As the crowd regained their composure, they navigated around the vehicle that had just been crawled over by the zombies and continued on their journey. The car resumed its movement. Jiang Yingying rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the scenery outside through the glass. Suddenly, a flamboyant red sports car approached, driven by a man in sunglasses, clad in a floral shirt, who lewdly whistled. In the back seat sat two men, also in floral shirts, sporting ostentatious hairstyles. Jiang Yingying, with her large, shimmering eyes, gazed at them with an innocent expression that piqued the interest of the man in sunglasses. The red sports car edged closer to the van. The man continued to whistle. "Hey, "Little sister, come down and play with us." He reached out and tapped on the car window as a form of greeting. Jiang Yingying timidly shook her head, her expression one of terror, with tears welling in her eyes. The two men in the back had one leaning against the car with a spiked club, while the other brandished a large axe over his shoulder, striking a defiant pose. To Jiang Yingying, they appeared as a trio of rebellious misfits. The man in sunglasses picked up a large stick from the passenger seat and experimentally poked at the car window. With a wolfish grin, he said, "Don't be afraid. Little sister, we can protect you." Jiang Yingying shook her head vigorously, on the verge of tears, shrinking back in fear. The three men grew increasingly exhilarated, whistling in unison. The red sports car swayed dangerously close to the van. One of the men in the back swung his axe down hard against the rear window, shattering the glass with a resounding crack. Observers behind them slowed their vehicles, feeling a wave of sympathy for those in the front. They recognized these three men as former thugs from the city's Qinglong gang, notorious for their lawlessness, a trait that had only intensified in this apocalyptic world. Among them was an ability user who had caused considerable trouble along the way. Due to their strength, few dared to provoke them. Most opted to steer clear at a distance. However, refraining from confrontation did not prevent them from seeking out trouble. Whenever they spotted a car with a beautiful girl, they would resort to such thuggish antics, smashing windows to coerce compliance. They were nothing short of demonic figures. The vehicle ahead was in for a rough time. A few onlookers could not help but sigh. "Little sister, we're not bad guys. Come down and play," the man in sunglasses grinned, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth as he prodded with the stick. Jiang Yingying, trembling, retreated further, pleading, "No, don't come closer." Noticing the girl's fear, the bystanders remained silent, which only emboldened the man in sunglasses, who laughed with abandon, sensing their trepidation. Shani, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, cast a look at the red sports car, his gaze toward the three men laden with unspoken words. Indeed, Jiang Yingying's penchant for theatrics has resurfaced. It is prudent to maintain a distance, lest one becomes collateral damage. Contemplating this, he beckoned Lu Shui to bring Lulu a tad closer. Observing that the few individuals beside the girl did not come to her aid but instead edged away, the laughter of the trio grew increasingly boisterous. Truly, they're a bunch of cowards. Xiaoting sat quietly beside Jiang Yingying, observing her performance with rapt attention. He cast a glance at the three feeble men in the red sports car, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. These individuals are so inept. His sister could easily dispatch them with a mere flick. Why are they so fearful? "Come here, little sister. Your companions are evidently cowards. Come to your brother, and I shall protect you." The man in sunglasses continued to lure her. Jiang Yingying's tears streamed down her cheeks, her expression one of sheer terror as she shook her head fervently, murmuring, "No, no." Chapter 85. The Performance. Additional update. Witnessing the girl's profound fear only fueled the sunglasses man's derisive glee. He raised the wooden stick in his hand, poised to strike. When Jiang Yingying shut her eyes and suddenly cried out, "Brother, save me. Damn it." Since he was already having a rough time, Shou Chen had to brace himself for any impending trouble. Just as the girl's voice echoed, before the sunglasses man could unleash his mockery, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the front passenger seat of their vehicle. With a crackle, the stick in the sunglasses man's hand was instantly severed in two. Charred remnants clung to the broken end as he swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the sparks still crackling on the splintered wood. There was an electric abilities user in their car. Damn, how toxic can this situation be? Why not reveal themselves sooner? They had to wait until windows were smashed and people were harassed before taking action. Were they merely waiting to indulge in their amusement at his expense? The sunglasses man seethed with frustration but was also intimidated by the electric abilities user, unable to voice his anger. Gradually, he decelerated, distancing himself from the van. Jiang Yingying leaned out of the car window, poking her head out and waving at the red sports car behind them. "Drive safely. Reckless driving brings tears to loved ones." Suddenly, the red sports car began to sway and abruptly slammed on the brakes. The vehicles behind, caught off guard, collided one after another in a cacophony of crashes. Bang! Bang! The spectacle was quite remarkable, as the cars quickly became ensnared in a gridlock. Jiang Yingying innocently retracted her head. "I said it. One must drive safely." She took great delight in the chaos. Zhou Chen, glancing through the rearview mirror at the girl's playful smile, could not help but smile slightly himself. Turning to see Xiaoting's perplexed expression, Jiang Yingying affectionately patted his head. "Do not emulate your sister. She is merely too bored." Xiaoting appeared even more bewildered. "Boredom? Is this truly amusing?" Witnessing the entire scene, Shun Yi felt a profound sense of bewilderment and astonishment. Indeed, it was a pastime uniquely belonging to Jiang Yingying. The vehicle continued its journey, approaching a great river that necessitated crossing a bridge. "Look!" someone exclaimed in surprise. The crowd turned their gaze to discover several fish leaping intermittently from the water. Each fish possessed sharp teeth and an ominous appearance. Their bodies cloaked in a murky gray hue, exuding an air of danger. With powerful leaps, they could reach the height of the bridge, causing the onlookers to swallow nervously. What would happen if those fish leaped up to bite them while crossing? Yet, having come this far, they felt it would be a waste to turn back. After a moment of steeling themselves, they resolved to proceed. Within their vehicle, the glass offered some protection against the fish's bites. The bridge was narrow, accommodating only 2 cars side by side. As 2 vehicles ascended the bridge, the car behind closely followed. Everyone held their breath, driving with utmost caution. Suddenly, a zombie fish leapt with ferocity, colliding with the car window, producing a resounding thud that startled a portion of the group. Jiang Yingying's van had already suffered a shattered window, leaving her exposed to the outside. She had an unobstructed view of the fish's graceful leaps. Just then, she locked eyes with a particularly energetic zombie fish that had sprung into the car, displaying an unusual eagerness as it aimed to bite her upon their first encounter. Jiang Yingying extended her hand, generously inviting the fish to take a bite. Without hesitation, the zombie fish sank its teeth into her sleeve, producing a sharp crack as its jagged teeth shattered. "Poor creature, you ought to return," she said, pushing it back towards the river's embrace. Shun Yi observed her with a complex expression, pondering how Jiang Yingying seemed increasingly liberated of late. The group crossed the bridge without incident. Due to the zombies retreating into the mountains, the numbers in Central City were few. However, upon leaving the city, the zombies began to multiply, each exhibiting fierce gazes, drooling and revealing their sharp yellow teeth, grotesquely crawling towards the vehicles. They pounded on the windows, intent on breaking in to devour those inside. The relentless pursuit of the zombies caused a traffic jam to ensue. Most civilians, terrified, remained huddled in their vehicles, while a few courageous souls armed themselves to confront the undead. The scant few with abilities became the primary force against the zombies. To avoid becoming ensnared in the chaos, they too had to assist in exterminating the creatures. Outside, a fierce battle raged, while those inside the van remained steadfast. A zombie clawed its way through the window, growling menacingly. Jiang Yingying gazed at the familiar face before her and silently picked up a brick, bringing it down forcefully upon its head. The zombie was instantly struck, its head shattered and bloodied, collapsing to the ground. Listening to the screams from outside, Jiang Yingying suddenly had a brilliant idea. She could feign distress, provoking Zhou Qiren's annoyance. Thus, upon reaching the Xiangqing base, she would possess a legitimate reason to bid him farewell. Perhaps, in his irritation, he might even abandon her midway. What a clever little genius she was. "Brother," Jiang Yingying said sweetly, pointing at the people ahead, "they appear so pitiful. Would you please help them?" The man in the passenger seat remained silent. Just when Jiang Yingying thought he had refused her request, he suddenly spoke. "All right." He opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Yingying was taken aback. Was the male protagonist truly so agreeable? Did he not find her request troublesome and pretentious? Something was amiss. It seemed he was resolutely determined to take her along. Oh dear, the very thought was terrifying. His resolve to eliminate her was alarmingly steadfast. With Zhou Qiren's involvement, the situation swiftly changed. With a mere flick of his hand, bolts of lightning surged forth, striking down the zombies with precision. In no time, the majority of them lay defeated. This spectacle left some ordinary people, who were too frightened to emerge from their vehicles, gaping in astonishment. Zhou Qiren, his expression impassive, dealt with the nearby zombies before returning to the vehicle. "Brother, you're amazing." Jiang Yingying chuckled awkwardly, forcing herself to give him a thumbs up. The man cast her a fleeting glance, his demeanor unchanged, and said nothing. Due to the discovery of the zombies' crystal cores, they gradually became a form of currency among various bases. Some awakened individuals, aware of this fact, would not forget to extract the crystal cores from the zombies' heads after defeating them. Although they were merely transparent first-level cores, every little bit counted. Once the zombies were dealt with, the vehicles resumed their journey. Wang Yu looked at the slow-moving convoy ahead and sighed. It seems it will take quite some time to reach the Xiangqing base. Chapter 86. Night Assault. Yinqing is a considerable distance from Xiangqing. Even under normal circumstances, travel would require several days. Now, with traffic congestion and the constant threat of zombies emerging, their pace was significantly hindered. As dusk approached, the darkness deepened. The closer it got to night, the more agile the zombies became. Coupled with the dim light of the night, it became increasingly challenging to discern their movements. Thus, as night fell, everyone grew exceptionally cautious. Any rustle or breeze sent waves of anxiety through them. After a long trek, the group had to remain vigilant against zombies while also worrying about their supplies, leading to extreme mental fatigue. As the night deepened, the vehicles came to a halt, preparing to rest for the night. For the further they ventured, the greater the potential dangers. Jiang Yingying propped her chin on her hand, gazing through the moonlight at the congested vehicles outside, and couldn't help but sigh. The presence of so many living souls in close proximity undoubtedly exudes a potent aura of humanity, serving as an irresistible temptation for the undead. It is akin to a vast reservoir of fresh flesh for the zombies. As the cool night enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight gently cascaded, providing a meager illumination. The group, in unison, activated their headlights to enhance visibility. The surrounding area, illuminated by the beams of light, appeared somewhat brighter. Within the confines of the vehicle, some took turns keeping watch while others struggled to sleep, their vigilance unwavering as they peered apprehensively outside. In the hazy twilight, numerous silhouettes, drawn by the scent of the living, stealthily approached. Suddenly, the night was pierced by the chilling roars of zombies, mingling with the panicked cries of the group, creating an eerie symphony in the stillness of the night. Inside the van, several individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Witnessing a horde of zombies leaping from all directions, their eyes aglow with a sinister green light, faces grotesque, skin pallid and decayed, appearing even more ghastly under the illumination. With a series of thuds, zombies leapt onto the roof and hood of the vehicle, their hands pounding against the glass in a frenzy. The sound of shattering glass echoed, intermingled with the terrified screams of the occupants. The van belonging to Jiang Yingying and her companions was now encircled by the relentless undead. Even with the headlights casting light, they could only vaguely discern the features of the zombies. The sudden emergence of a zombie startled even Jiang Yingying, prompting her to instinctively hurl a brick at it. Thud. The zombie fell to the ground, and she gasped, "You scared me to death." She clutched her racing heart, her small face contorted in fear as she began to whimper. The others in the vehicle remained indifferent. Enough already. The relentless pounding of the zombies against the windows intensified, and soon the glass shattered with a resounding crack. "Charge! You fools!" came a voice from outside. Hearing this, Jiang Yingying frowned and leaned out to survey the chaos beyond. The scene outside had descended into pandemonium, the cacophony of screams and zombie growls blending into a disorienting din. "For flesh, charge, you imbeciles!" With this rallying cry, the zombies seemed to surge with newfound vigor, their fervor for breaking the glass escalating. Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" As the zombies breached the vehicle, someone hastily opened the door in a desperate bid to escape, only to be immediately seized by a zombie that emerged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into their neck. "Hey, you scoundrel! Why are you stealing my meal?" protested a zombie that had been lying in wait in front of the vehicle, leaping forward to shove the interloper aside. "Get out of the way! I've been waiting here for ages." The displaced zombie, refusing to back down, growled in response and lunged at its rival, vying for the morsel. "Stop fighting, you two fools!" The voice rang out, and immediately, the two zombies ceased their bickering, exchanging glances before sharing a brief snarl, a gesture of reluctant truce. They remained composed, refraining from further conflict, and instead exhibited remarkable politeness as they gently pushed one another aside, ultimately reaching a consensus to share the flesh before them. Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow. Could it be that a psychic zombie lurked here? The tragedies outside escalated alarmingly. Even the ability users were gradually beginning to feel overwhelmed. These zombies appeared unusually united. When danger approached one of their own, the others would rush to assist. The sheer number of zombies, coupled with their extraordinary camaraderie, rendered humanity's fleeting advantage non-existent. Darn it, these zombies seemed almost sentient, learning to group together and bite. The burly man adorned with a tattoo of a floral tiger, while battling the erratically leaping zombies, cursed vehemently. The ability users huddled together, their expressions grave as they attacked the undead. Shen Yi and his companions also disembarked from the vehicle. The overwhelming presence of zombies necessitated the safeguarding of their van, essential for their continued journey. Lu Shui, Lulu, Xiaoting, and Jiang Yingying remained inside the vehicle. Due to the protective aura surrounding Xiaoting, zombies were instinctively repelled from approaching her, prompting Jiang Yingying to position Lu Shui and Lulu beside Xiaoting. Xiaoting, embraced by Lu Shui and holding Lulu's hand, wore an expressionless visage. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yingying, noting her lack of intent to approach, which disheartened him somewhat. Jiang Yingying continued to observe the situation outside, intent on locating a particular zombie. However, in the darkness, visibility was poor, and the multitude of zombies made it difficult for her to identify the one she sought. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Don't come over." Turning her gaze, she spotted a red convertible. With no windows to shield them, the three occupants had become human targets. The two at the back, devoid of abilities, were reduced to tears, flailing their axes and spiked clubs haphazardly at the zombies. The man in sunglasses at the front, though a fire-type ability user, was merely a level 2, and he was struggling immensely against the overwhelming horde. Soon, their vehicle was completely encircled by zombies. Among them was a male zombie clad in a floral shirt and shorts, sporting a spiky hairstyle. Wearing flip-flops, it stood atop the car with a menacing grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Fools, devour them. Ha ha ha. Flesh for you. The vehicle for me." Jiang Yingying squinted, as if she had finally identified her target. She opened the car door and smashed a brick down upon the lunging zombie, killing it instantly. Shen Yi, noticing her exit, rejoiced, "You've finally come down. Quickly, help us share the firepower." However, to his surprise, Jiang Yingying ignored him and instead strode purposefully toward the rear. "Hey." Shen Yi, perplexed, was about to call out to her when another zombie lunged at him, forcing him to focus intently on the foe before him. With a brick in her hand, Jiang Yingying struck down the approaching zombies, who came at her with ravenous hunger. Finding them somewhat bothersome, she retrieved another brick, wielding one in each hand. As zombies approached from both sides, she swiftly dispatched them with both hands. Just as one attempted a sneak attack from behind, she countered with a well-aimed strike, shattering its skull. Chapter 87. The Feathered Zombie. The Feathered Zombie, with its pale and ghastly visage, exuded an air of arrogance. A strand of dogtail grass hung from its mouth as it perched atop a bright red sports car, radiating a distinctly rogue demeanor. "Hebehe, feast upon them." With a commanding call, a throng of zombies surged forth, engulfing 3 individuals in an instant. Their anguished cries faded into silence after a brief moment. "Hebehe, drag them away. Hebehe, do not dirty the car," the feathered zombie directed. The zombies proceeded to drag the unfinished remnants across the ground, resuming their grisly feast. Observing their gluttonous behavior and quarrels, the feathered zombie emitted a dissatisfied huff. Instantly, the zombies subdued their frenzy, slowing their consumption to a more civilized pace, even feeding one another in a surprisingly harmonious manner. The feathered zombie nodded in approval, satisfied with its command over the undead. Clad in flip-flops, it was the first to step into the driver's seat of the red sports car. As the feathered zombie settled into the vehicle, it sighed in admiration. "Heh, a fine car indeed. But how does one operate it?" Glancing at the pedals below, it tilted its head in confusion. Though it had never driven before, having only witnessed a powerful zombie master doing so in an impressive manner, it yearned to commandeer a vehicle for a showy display. While it pondered the mechanics of driving, it suddenly noticed an intriguing morsel approaching. This food was unlike any it had encountered before. Dressed in a long-sleeved pink puff dress and adorned with cascading curls, she appeared quite adorable. Yet, in the eyes of the feathered zombie, there was no distinction of cuteness. It perceived her as a formidable adversary. She brandished 2 bricks, effortlessly dispatching its underlings with ease. This food was here to challenge it, a thought that stirred within its mind. Never had it seen food daring enough to provoke it since gaining consciousness. How amusing. The feathered zombie felt its fighting spirit ignited and rose to its feet. Jiang Yingying approached, her bricks suddenly transformed into a hefty iron hammer. The feathered zombie was taken aback, questioning, "Is weapon swapping a thing now?" "Heh, don't come any closer," it growled, regardless of whether she could comprehend its warning. Jiang Yingying halted, observing it silently for a moment before arching an eyebrow, and then, the feathered zombie, momentarily stunned, cautiously replied, "You step back." Jiang Yingying obediently took a step back. The feathered zombie tilted its head, chuckling, "Heh. Move to the left." Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow, surprised that this zombie could discern directions. She obediently took a step to the left. The feathered zombie regarded her with astonishment, as if she were a rare specimen. Meanwhile, another zombie, having finished its meal of human flesh, was drawn by the enticing aroma emanating from Jiang Yingying, drooling as it approached. The feathered zombie swiftly slapped the approaching zombie on the head, exclaiming, "Heh, back off. This food is off limits." The other zombie whimpered in protest and retreated, seeking new prey. Turning back to Jiang Yingying, the feathered zombie commanded, "Heh, give yourself a slap." Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. It seemed the zombie fancied itself as a playful toy. This time, she disregarded its instruction and walked straight ahead. Hebehe. Retreat. The feathered zombie quickly hissed as it noticed the food was no longer compliant. Unfazed, Jiang Yingying swung her hammer towards it. Although the zombie wore flip-flops, it moved with remarkable agility. Just as her hammer descended, it vanished from sight. When she turned around, she found it standing directly behind her, with its sharp teeth bared. It lunged towards her shoulder. Jiang Yingying swiftly retaliated with a hammer strike, but the zombie evaded her blow with astonishing speed, disappearing once more. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. This was a speed-altered zombie, not a psychic one. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared behind her, sensing she had yet to recognize its presence. It felt a surge of pride. Food was still food, destined to be devoured by it. With a crunch, the feathered zombie suddenly sensed it had lost something. It stared blankly at the fragments of its own fallen teeth. Where had its teeth gone? Glancing at Jiang Yingying's shoulder, it remained unscathed. While its own dental array was now severely diminished, it had become a toothless zombie. Realizing this, the feathered zombie felt as though struck by lightning. What had happened to its once proud set of teeth? Upon turning around, Jiang Yingying was met with the feathered zombie's expression of utter despair. She raised an eyebrow. This zombie appeared more emotional than any she had encountered before, suggesting a rich emotional history. Hebehe. Stupid food. What have you done? The feathered zombie bellowed angrily. Its speech slightly slurred due to the loss of its front teeth. Jiang Yingying couldn't help but burst into laughter. This only fueled the zombie's rage. It stomped its foot, extending its sharp claws as it lunged toward Jiang Yingying. She swung her hammer again, but it deftly dodged and maneuvered behind her, claws poised to strike at her back. It was acutely aware that by merely scratching the food, it could transform her into one of its own kind. With a resounding thud, the feathered zombie collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at its broken claws, lost in a daze. Why? Why had it lost its claws? Jiang Yingying turned around, shrugged her shoulders with a hint of exasperation, and remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." The feathered zombie glared at Jiang Yingying with fiery intensity, grinding its remaining teeth. Suddenly, it sprang up, just as Jiang Yingying prepared to strike, only to hit its afterimage instead. The feathered zombie swiftly darted through the vehicles. That food was too peculiar. It needed to escape, to flee far away. Humph, it was not afraid. It would return to confront that food once its teeth and claws had regrown. Heh, fools, stop eating, retreat. It ran while sending messages to its zombie minions. Suddenly, its body was ensnared. Although it felt no pain, it was distinctly aware of the buzzing entity wrapped around it, which could eliminate it at any moment. Zhou Qiren observed its distinctive attire, furrowing his brow as he approached step by step. The feathered zombie struggled desperately, only to find itself bound tighter by the electric ropes. It opened its toothless mouth wide, hollering hoarsely, "Let me go, you foul food." Zhou Qiren could not comprehend its words. With a mere gesture, the purple current intensified. The feathered zombie convulsed violently. "Brother, wait a moment." A soft, melodious female voice reached out. Zhou Qiren retracted the current, and the feathered zombie twitched a few more times. Black smoke billowing from its mouth, its hair frizzled into curls, its pallid face charred. Jiang Yingying exhaled, catching up, relieved that it had not perished. The surrounding zombies, receiving the feathered zombie's signal, began to retreat, entirely unaware that their leader had been captured. With the zombies withdrawing, the tension in the air dissipated, and the group slumped to the ground, reflecting on the recent peril. Everything felt surreal, as if they were lost in a dream. The zombies had retreated on their own accord. They had thought their demise was imminent. Jiang Yingying gazed at the motionless feathered zombie on the ground, extended her leg, and kicked it, saying, "Stop playing dead, get up." The feathered zombie jolted awake, springing up from the ground. "Huh, how did you know I was pretending?" Jiang Yingying crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at it. "Just a hunch." The feathered zombie tentatively uttered a couple of hoarse sounds. "Can you truly understand me?" Jiang Yingying countered with an arch of her brow. "Otherwise?" The feathered zombie inhaled sharply, a look of astonishment crossing its face as it stumbled back several steps. Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes, observing its reaction. Its expression remained quite vivid. It felt remarkably akin to interacting with a genuine human being. However, as the journey progressed, it appeared that the intelligence of the zombies was gradually evolving, their behaviors increasingly mirroring those of humans. But what lies ahead? Might they ultimately transform into beings indistinguishable from humans? Jiang Yingying narrowed her eyes, contemplating this question. What kind of relationship might develop between them and humanity at that juncture? Observing Jiang Yingying's seamless communication with the zombie, Zhou Qiren raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the little creature possessed quite a range of skills. Noticing Jiang Yingying remained silent with her head lowered, the formidable man did not cast his gaze upon her. The feathered zombie cautiously shifted to the side. When it realized it had gone unnoticed, it inched a bit further away. After 2 tentative movements, emboldened, it carefully took another step. Upon truly confirming that no one was paying attention, it suddenly bolted away. With a swift dash, it covered a considerable distance. Just as it reveled in its perceived successful escape, its steps abruptly halted, and it began to retreat involuntarily. Zhou Qiran raised his hand, a slender, violet current extending from his fingertips and firmly adhering to the back of the feathered zombie. With a slight curl of his finger, the current pulled the zombie back, forcing it to walk in reverse. Despite its desperate attempts to run forward, the creature was helplessly dragged back. Meeting Jiang Yingying's half-smiling gaze, the feathered zombie surrendered, closing its eyes in resignation and defiantly turning its head away. "Were those little minions of yours?" Jiang Yingying inquired. The feathered zombie tightly shut its mouth, refusing to meet her eyes, displaying a stubbornness that suggested it would remain silent unless subjected to extreme duress. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow and tapped the large iron hammer in her hands. She looked at the feathered zombie and asked, "Are you afraid of pain?" The zombie scoffed, its pride as a zombie seemingly unshaken by the prospect of discomfort. Jiang Yingying proposed, "How about this? If I strike you with one blow and you do not feel pain, I shall let you go." The feathered zombie regarded her with skepticism. "Really? Is this food a bit dim-witted?" Jiang Yingying nodded. "I never deceive zombies." The feathered zombie glanced at the hammerhead, replying, "Just not the head. If you strike the head, this corpse would be no more." Jiang Yingying assented, "Of course." After a moment's thought, the feathered zombie extended a foot, leaving its head in place, cautiously leaning forward while extending its left hand. "All right. Go ahead." Observing its alluring curves and the way its hips protruded, Jiang Yingying lifted the hammer and brought it down upon the zombie's hand. The confident expression on the feathered zombie's face instantly contorted in agony. "That hurts immensely," it thought. Was this the suffering a zombie should endure? Could a living corpse truly experience such pain? This defied logic. Its left hand was rendered a mangled mess, oozing green blood. The sensation of pain registered clearly in its brain, leaving the feathered zombie in disbelief. It was capable of feeling pain. Jiang Yingying retracted the hammer, inquiring, "Now? Can you respond?" The feathered zombie gazed at the girl with an expression rife with terror, struggling to utter a response. "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. Those zombies are your subordinates?" Jiang Yingying pressed again. "Ha ha, indeed. You are clearly a speed-type mutated zombie. Why do they obey your commands?" "Ha ha ha. Because I am the strongest." Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of hierarchical dominance. "You are quite astute." "Ha ha, indeed." The feathered zombie instinctively puffed out its chest in pride, but upon meeting Jiang Yingying's half-smirking gaze, it dejectedly lowered its head. "Are you familiar with the path ahead?" Jiang Yingying suddenly recalled something and asked. "Heh, somewhat familiar," the feathered zombie replied instinctively. "Very well, I shall spare your life for now. Accompany us." Jiang Yingying stated with a raised eyebrow. The feathered zombie looked up in shock. Jiang Yingying turned to Zhou Qiran. "Brother, shall we bind it and have it guide us?" The girl's voice was sweet and soft, a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. The feathered zombie began to doubt its existence. Zhou Qiran, slightly taken aback by Jiang Yingying's thought process, did not refuse. A spark of electricity formed into a rope, ensnaring the feathered zombie's waist. He could control the flow of electricity, ready to unleash it should the feathered zombie attempt to stir. The feathered zombie had experienced the potency of this force. Though it felt no pain, it was acutely aware of its danger. Its hands were also bound by the electric current, trailing behind Zhou Qiran like a captive. The trio returned to the van. The others inside stared in astonishment at the curly-haired, dark-faced zombie following behind the man. "Brother, what on earth have you brought back?" Wang Yu exclaimed, utterly shocked. "Yingying's toy," Zhou Qiran replied nonchalantly. Shani's lips twitched, casting a look of incredulity at Jiang Yingying as she approached. "Yingying, your interests are rather unique," he remarked. Jiang Yingying appeared perplexed. "What have I done?" She looked at Shun Yi in confusion. "What is wrong with me?" Shani pointed to the dark-faced zombie Zhou Qiran was holding. "Brother," and said, "This is your toy." Jiang Yingying's expression turned sour. "How infuriating. Zhou Qiran is tarnishing my reputation." "No, I intended for it to act as our guide," Jiang Yingying clarified. Shani wore a skeptical expression, as if he found it hard to believe. Jiang Yingying sighed. "All right, whatever you say." Chapter 89. Lurking additional update. The feathered zombie regarded the few food items in the vehicle with disdain. thinking them worthless. Just rubbish. There is hardly any meat, it mused, confident it could devour them in mere bites. Just as it wore an expression of contempt, its gaze suddenly locked with another pair of eyes. These were a pair of ancient, tranquil, and hollow eyes, seemingly containing an abyss within, profoundly dark and capable of drawing one in. Not only humans, but even zombies quailed before them. The featherweight zombie swallowed hard, sensing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even the formidable zombie leaders could not evoke such a feeling of dread in it. Were it not for the warning contained within those eyes, it would have willingly knelt in submission. Casting a glance at the seemingly innocuous Jiang Yingying, it suddenly grasped the truth. The leader was lurking within the food team as a spy, awaiting the opportune moment to betray them and contribute to the grand zombie endeavor. Truly, it was a zombie of great capability, possessing foresight as profound as its gaze. Was this the reason it had yet to become a leader itself? It finally understood. Even a leader of such strength was content to patiently remain hidden. It too should emulate its predecessors and strive to contribute to the zombie cause. It steadied itself and refrained from making a ruckus, as no one dared approach this particular zombie. In the end, Jiang Yingying had no choice but to awkwardly stow it in the trunk. Gazing at the surrounding darkness, the featherweight zombie blinked its large, pale eyes. Wasn't I promised a role as a guide? How can I lead when I can't see the path? Moreover, if it were to infiltrate the food team, careful observation was essential. What was happening now? Everything before it was shrouded in darkness, its hands, feet, and waist bound by electric ropes. With a mere thought, Shou Qian could reduce it to ashes. Well, since it was already ensnared in this place, it would attempt to communicate with its predecessor. It closed its eyes, emitting zombie brainwaves, which persisted for a while without receiving a response. Featherweight zombie? This is not right. Why isn't my predecessor responding to my signals? Could it be that my transmission is faulty? Xiao Ting, expressionless, severed the continuous incoming waves, moving closer to Jiang Yingying and grasping her icy hand. Jiang Yingying was momentarily startled, thinking Xiao Ting was frightened, and she returned the gesture. Do not be afraid. Xiao Ting's eyes darkened slightly as he nodded. Having recently endured a wave of zombie night attacks, the group was particularly fatigued, with some even succumbing to sleep without awareness. The majority of their vehicles lay in ruins, devastated by the zombies. Blood flowed freely on the ground, and dismembered limbs remained scattered about, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, no one paid any heed to these horrors. They only knew that they were utterly exhausted. The following day, the sky brightened with a pale hue, and a warm sun rose over the horizon. Jiang Yingying opened her eyes, pressing her forehead with a slight headache. One by one, the others began to awaken. Even after a night had passed, and the heart had somewhat settled, the sight of dismembered limbs strewn across the ground could still overwhelm some, provoking immediate retching. The nocturnal assault from the previous day had diminished the number of travelers in their vehicles by nearly half. Each vehicle bore varying degrees of damage, yet fortunately, they remained operational. The undead required no rest. A feeble zombie had spent the entire night fixated on the darkened trunk. It remained there even as dawn broke, illuminating the surroundings, and harbored grave suspicions that it had been forgotten by its food source. Indeed, Jiang Yingying had neglected it. Had it not been for the peculiar hissing sounds emanating from behind, she might not have recalled her decision to enlist a zombie as a guide. However, in order to avert any chaos, Jiang Yingying reconsidered and decided against relocating the zombie to the front, allowing it to remain in the back for the time being. She could always attend to it when necessary. To prevent further complications, after consuming some bread and biscuits to replenish their energy, the vehicles resumed their journey. The group instinctively navigated around abandoned cars, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Having faced numerous life and death situations together, these once strangers gradually developed a sense of unity. They began to comprehend the necessity of solidarity. In this apocalyptic world, confronted by a formidable and numerous horde of zombies, they needed to stand united. They were the last flickers of humanity. Each loss represented a significant setback to the cause of human revival. Wang Yu, how much longer until we arrive? Lulu, nestled in Lu Shui's embrace, inquired with her innocent voice from the van. Wang Yu, hands resting on the steering wheel, gazed ahead at the vehicles. Although the number of cars had dwindled, alleviating some congestion and increasing their speed, reaching Xiangqing in a short time remained unlikely. He estimated it would take another 3 to 4 days. That shouldn't be too long, right? Lulu extended her fingers, counting one by one. Ultimately, she held up 4 fingers, leaning forward to show Wang Yu. Look, I can count it all on one hand. Listening to Lulu's childlike chatter eased some of Wang Yu's fatigue. He turned and smiled. Yes, it won't be long now. As the vehicles continued their journey, occasional zombie attacks ensued. The ordinary people, no longer gripped by panic and screams, exhibited a newfound calmness, collectively arming themselves to fight. Even if they understood that one individual could not defeat a zombie, they realized that 2 or 3 could band together to confront the threat. There was always a glimmer of hope. This was the lesson they had gleaned from their harrowing escape the previous day. Resistance might offer a chance at survival. Inaction would only lead to being devoured by the undead, rather than anxiously awaiting their fate at the hands of the zombies. It was far better to seize their weapons and bravely resist. Living in this era meant adapting to its survival laws. The notion of the weak being preyed upon by the strong held true. Yet, if these weaker individuals could unite, they could unleash a formidable force. As they journeyed onward, a remarkable sense of camaraderie blossomed among the group, each member lending a hand to the other in their quest to vanquish the zombies, resulting in significantly reduced losses. Jiang Yingying observed the transformation within the crowd outside and couldn't help but smile softly to herself. Having witnessed the fluctuations of human emotions, she felt she had seen it all. With the assistance of Shou Qiran and a few others clearing the path, the group encountered far less resistance in their battle against the undead. Despite the journey's challenges, it had been relatively smooth thus far. Ahead lay a large gas station, and the group unanimously decided to halt and regroup. Fuel was an indispensable resource for their vehicles. Eager not to lag behind, everyone rushed forward, vying to secure their share of gasoline. "Stay back," bellowed a burly man adorned with a floral tiger tattoo on his arm. He and several other superpowered individuals had taken control of the gas station, guarding it against any approach. "Don't go too far. You've taken all the fuel. What about our vehicles?" protested a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt. "Enough chatter. This fuel belongs to us. You can search elsewhere," the burly man retorted with arrogance. The group of superpowered individuals had long conspired. In this apocalyptic world, fuel was a scarce resource, and they intended to keep it firmly in their grasp. The ordinary people were merely weaklings, incapable of challenging them. Their plan was clear-cut. The law of the jungle prevailed. The strong were entitled to resources that matched their prowess. As for the superpowered individuals in the van, they appeared to be solitary and unlikely to interfere, so the burly man paid them little mind. If necessary, they could always spare a bit of fuel for those individuals later. Jiang Yingying had previously stockpiled a considerable amount of fuel in the base warehouse, so she was not in dire need of this resource. However, drawn by the unfolding drama, she felt compelled to join in, hoping to stir up some trouble for Shou Qiran. Just as the crowd simmered with unexpressed anger, a girl clad in a pink long-sleeve puff dress emerged from the throng, her curly hair cascading around her. With delicate features and skin as pale as snow, she resembled a porcelain doll. Her lips, a shade of crimson akin to rose petals, and her eyes, innocent and wide like a deer lost in the forest, sparkled with unshed tears as she timidly gazed at the fierce-looking burly man, on the verge of crying. With a look of reproach, her voice quivered as she spoke. "How can you behave like this?" The superpowered individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The burly man scrutinized Jiang Yingying's slender arms and legs, dismissing her as easily breakable. With irritation, he waved her away. "Go on, Shu. Little kid, don't cause trouble." The girl puffed up her rosy cheeks, indignant, and placed her hands on her hips, rebuking him. "Your actions are unjust. Good things should be shared by everyone." The superpowered individuals erupted into laughter at her soft yet firm reprimand. The burly man nearly burst into laughter, wiping away tears as he said, "Dear little sister, you must understand that we are in the apocalypse now. Yes, the apocalypse. The strong prevail while the weak are devoured. What is wrong with that? You clearly have been overly sheltered by your family and do not grasp the laws of society today. Go on, find your parents." Wang Yu and the others remained in the van, while Shen Yi and Shou Qiran had intended to step out for a closer look. However, they did not anticipate Jiang Yingying's impulsiveness as she charged out to confront them. Shen Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. What scheme was Jiang Yingying concocting? Nevertheless, her formidable strength likely provided her with her own considerations, he reassured himself. As Jiang Yingying noticed the group mocking her, she silently lowered her head. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you upset?" Those closer to Jiang Yingying heard her soft sobs. Plop. A tear, as large as a bean, fell to the ground. The girl's shoulders trembled, and when she finally lifted her head, her face was streaked with tears, her once clear eyes now clouded. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. and her small face crumpled as she began to cry inconsolably. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Shani's expression could no longer be described merely as twitching. Jiang Yingying shouted at the supernatural beings, "You are all villains." After her outburst, she turned and ran towards Zhou Qiran. "Wait, don't come over here," Shen Yi called out. "Brother, they are bullying me," Jiang Yingying cried, pointing at the group that had tormented her. Her eyes were red, and her nose twitched like a rabbit's. "Qiran, ignore her. She is just pretending," Shen Yi remarked. Zhou Qiran gently wiped the tears from Jiang Yingying's eyes with his fingertip. "So, what do you wish to do?" Jiang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, with tears clinging to her eyelashes, staring blankly at him. Shouldn't she be chastising herself for meddling and severing ties with her own feelings? "I advise you to mind your own business." The burly man frowned upon noticing the two supernatural beings in the van. "If you desire oil, we can spare some for you." He spoke in a deep, alluring voice. "What do you say?" Jiang Yingying was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Yet, as she gazed into the man's seemingly gentle eyes, her heart began to race. No. This must be a ploy of seduction. Jiang Yingying turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Zhou Qiran held her head gently. "So? How do you plan to retaliate?" Jiang Yingying's mind had momentarily ceased functioning, and after a lengthy pause, she replied, "Let them cry as well." Zhou Qiran raised an eyebrow. Shani looked at the pair, utterly bewildered. Could this be true? "Qiran, must you be so compliant?" Jiang Yingying was clearly just making things up. As the man in black approached the girl, the burly figure felt an inexplicable sense of panic. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "I apologize. But could you please cry for me?" Zhou Qiran replied with an indifferent expression, raising his hand as crackling purple lightning surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming current. The burly man swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of the violet electricity in Zhou Qiran's grasp. The thought struck him, this person is a level 4 ability user. A lightning strike like that could be fatal. "Please, don't do anything reckless," he urged, activating his own powers as blades of wind shot forth, retreating step by step. Other ability users also stepped back, eyeing Zhou Qiran with trepidation. The man was enveloped in a crackling aura of purple electricity, and whenever the wind blades touched the electric field, they vanished into thin air. With a resounding crack, the burly man collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, leaving behind a charred hole that emitted wisps of smoke at his feet. He gulped nervously and pleaded with Zhou Qiran, "I was wrong. I want to take the oil. Please let me go." Zhou Qiran remained expressionless. "I asked you to cry." The burly man, now dazed, glanced at the onlookers. His gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. "I knew it," he thought. "That girl is impeccably clean and possesses an unusually Na'vi charm. She must have a formidable backing." He was certain that this man before him was immensely powerful. Even if all the ability users here joined forces, there would likely be no match for him. After all, he was a level 4 ability user. A rarity he had scarcely encountered. Clenching his teeth, he tried desperately to force out tears, but his dry eyes betrayed him, refusing to cooperate. As the man drew closer, the lightning crackled ominously near his feet, deepening his dread. Ultimately, just as the purple lightning nearly struck his lower half, he was finally frightened into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm crying. Please, spare me," he implored, crawling on the ground, his tears and snot mingling in a rather comical display. Chapter 91. An unexpected turn. Zhou Qiran withdrew his hand and turned to approach Jiang Yingying. She stared blankly at the man coming towards her. "Is that all it took? Are you satisfied now?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She stammered, "Why, yes, I'm satisfied." How infuriating. The allure of the handsome man had no effect on her. As the ability users were rendered submissive, the onlookers exchanged glances, hesitating before stepping forward. Finally, they rushed forward in unison to seize the gasoline. The ability users remained rooted in place, paralyzed by the vivid memory of the man just moments ago. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. From the convenience store in front of the gas station, an overwhelming horde of zombies erupted. The glass doors of the store were forcefully smashed open, the sound of shattering glass echoing as fragments scattered through the air. Panic ensued as people screamed and fled in chaos, caught completely off guard, with no time to react. Those left behind were unable to escape and were swiftly seized by the undead. Soon, more zombies would converge upon them, engulfing them in a gruesome onslaught. Blood splattered as the living were torn apart by the zombie sharp claws, their entrails spilling onto the ground, while the zombies howled with excitement, fighting over the flesh of the living. The collective fear reached a fever pitch as people desperately ran in every direction, heedless of their path. Survival was all that mattered, regardless of the way they fled. The zombies, with their crimson eyes and gaping mouths revealing jagged teeth, lunged at one hapless victim after another. Within the span of a mere minute, the gas station became a river of blood, littered with corpses. Jiang Yingying gazed solemnly at the sudden appearance of the zombies, her brow furrowing in concern. Had these creatures been lying in wait within the convenience store, biding their time until the living drew near for a sudden ambush? The sheer number of zombies was astonishing, impossible to fathom how such a small store could harbor so many. Some ability users were caught off guard and bitten on the neck by the zombies, witnessing their comrades being wounded. Other ability users attacked the zombies while simultaneously dealing with the infected. Jiang Yingying retrieved her large iron hammer, preparing to join the fray, when suddenly, the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. Armed soldiers, clad in tactical gear, appeared from seemingly nowhere, wielding firearms to assist in the extermination of the undead. Their firepower was formidable. And after half an hour of intense combat, the zombies were finally vanquished. The survivors collapsed to the ground, savoring the relief of having escaped death. At this point, the ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. The armed soldiers, however, appeared indifferent to the gruesome scene, methodically stowing their weapons. They approached the fallen zombies, drawing knives from their boots, and expertly severed the heads of the undead, extracting the cores from their skulls. They wiped them clean with a cloth before placing them into a fabric pouch. After a systematic clearing of the battlefield, they began to gather gasoline. Jiang Yingying speculated that among them were space ability users, as the collected gasoline soon vanished from sight. Do they also possess spatial abilities? Jiang Yingying pondered, and Shani, having noticed as well, quietly remarked to her. She nodded in acknowledgement. We are a team from the Xiangqing base on a scavenging mission. If you are willing, we can take you with us. However, you will need to provide your own supplies, one of the armed soldiers addressed the surviving crowd. Upon hearing the words Xiangqing base, the previously dazed eyes of the crowd suddenly sparkled with life. What had they endured such arduous journeys for? Undoubtedly, it was to reach the Xiangqing base. Now, faced with the gathering of the base's search team, individuals not only formidable in strength, but also armed with firearms. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity. Immediately, someone declared, I wish to accompany you. With this initial expression of intent, others gradually followed suit, expressing their willingness to join. Even the few supernatural beings unanimously decided to align themselves with the armed contingent. Jiang Yingying and her companions exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to follow the tide. They boarded the vehicles, and no one mentioned the matter of gasoline again. After all, they were in the presence of armed individuals who had promised to take them along. It was unreasonable to insist on hoarding those resources for themselves. The recent sudden zombie assault had already halved their dwindling numbers. A scattering of a dozen private cars trailed behind several armed vehicles. With the firepower provided by the soldiers, even if they encountered zombies along the way, it was a matter easily resolved. A sense of relief began to swell within them as they felt they had made the right choice. As dusk descended after half a day's journey, the convoy came to a halt to rest. Please, share some food with me. I'm utterly famished, came a plea from ahead. Just as Jiang Yingying and her companions began to nibble on their bread, a desperate male voice resonated from the front. Jiang Yingying curiously leaned forward to see a bespectacled man in a suit being seized by the collar by a towering figure. The bespectacled man clasped his hands together, incessantly begging. The tall man, holding a pack of compressed biscuits in his other hand, looked at the bespectacled man with disdain and said, How dare you steal right under my nose? Do you think you are the only one who is hungry? I've been starving all day, with resources so scarce. Why should I share with you? With tears and snot streaming down his face, the bespectacled man pleaded, I've been starving for 3 days, if I don't eat soon. I want to survive. Please, I beg you, share a little with me. A little? How naive. I can barely feed myself. Why should I sustain you? The tall man, with a look of revulsion, flung him aside. Go on, beg elsewhere. My tolerance for your theft is already generous enough. If you persist, do not blame me for turning hostile. As the tall man turned to return to the vehicle, the bespectacled man suddenly threw himself down, clutching the tall man's leg, lamenting, Please, share some food, or I will truly starve to death. Get away. The tall man, now irritated, kicked him away and stepped into the vehicle. No one noticed the long, bloody mark on the back of the bespectacled man's neck. Almost the instant the tall man entered the vehicle, the bespectacled man lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the tall man's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. A piercing scream erupted from the gathered crowd, sending everyone scattering in panic. The bespectacled man's eyes glowed a sinister crimson, his skin marred by grotesque patterns, his complexion turning a ghastly pallor, his visage contorted in a savage grimace, revealing razor-sharp teeth stained with the flesh and blood of a towering man. He voraciously gnawed on the severed meat, only to resume his gruesome feast upon the larger man. Chapter 92. Inspection. A gunshot rang out abruptly, shattering the tense atmosphere as the back of the bespectacled man's head exploded. His body crumpled, collapsing against the lifeless form of the giant, motionless. The towering man trembled, still reeling from terror, when suddenly, another gunshot echoed, causing his head to burst forth in a grisly display. The crowd, filled with dread, gazed at the still figures within the vehicle, their hearts racing with fear. Armed soldiers, weapons drawn, addressed the onlookers. Each of you must examine your wounds. Assemble over there, women on one side, men on the other. Please cooperate with the inspection. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, casting a wary look at the two recently shot individuals before obediently moving to the designated areas. Jiang Yingying and her companions were also ordered out of the vehicle. Upon seeing a delicately beautiful girl resembling a doll, along with two small children inside, the armed soldier raised an eyebrow. Women over there, men over here. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from the trunk of the car. The soldier, frowning at the sound, inquired, "What's in the back of the vehicle?" Jiang Yingying glanced at the trunk and recalled the existence of the feathered zombie. Surely it wouldn't cause a disturbance at this moment? Nothing, Zhou Qiran replied nonchalantly. The noise subsided as quickly as it had appeared. The soldier eyed them suspiciously but ultimately dismissed it. Form a line. Meanwhile, within the trunk, the feathered zombie convulsed from the electric shock, smoke rising from its mouth as it stared blankly above. Damn it, the disruption plan has failed. Lu Shui, Lulu, and Jiang Yingying joined the queue for women, awaiting the female soldier to inspect their wounds. Should any injuries be discovered, the soldier would not hesitate to execute the individual. The incubation period of the zombie virus had begun to extend, with transformations occurring alarmingly fast. No one could predict when the outbreak would manifest. Precaution was imperative. What are you doing? In the men's line, a soldier was grappling with a man clad in a coffee-colored leather jacket, who was stubbornly refusing to remove his coat for inspection. I haven't been bitten. The man shouted frantically. Why are you so anxious if you're not injured? Let go and take off the jacket, the soldier commanded, pressing his weapon against the man's forehead. The man shook his head violently, declaring, "No, I'm not sick." He began to struggle fiercely, seizing the moment when the soldier was distracted to break free and bolt away. Bang! A bullet struck the back of the man's head, and he fell to the ground without a sound. The armed soldier retracted his weapon and turned to the others with a furrowed brow, warning them to cooperate, lest they meet the same fate as the man, treated as if they had been scratched by a zombie. Silence fell over the crowd, their voices stifled by fear. The ensuing inspection proceeded with remarkable ease, as no one dared to openly resist. "What is this?" inquired the female armed soldier responsible for inspecting the women, pointing to a small scar on Jiang Yingying's neck. Though the wound was minor, it stood out vividly against her alabaster skin. Until now, Jiang had not paid it much attention, but at her remark, she instinctively touched her neck. It was likely from the shards of glass when those three individuals had shattered the car window. She replied candidly, it was caused by glass. The female soldier regarded her with skepticism, clearly unconvinced, and her hand began to drift toward her sidearm. Just as she reached for her weapon, a slender, delicate hand suddenly grasped her wrist. With an impassive expression, Jiang glanced at the gun at her waist. "I told you it was glass. According to protocol, anyone with an injury must be treated as if they were scratched by a zombie," the female soldier stated coldly. She attempted to withdraw her hand, yet found herself unable to escape the girl's surprisingly strong grip despite her seemingly frail appearance. Furrowing her brow, she struggled in vain against Jiang's hold. "What is happening?" Another armed soldier sensed the disturbance and approached. "She has an injury on her neck." The female soldier pointed at Jiang with a frown. The soldier's expression hardened, and he raised his weapon. With a crackling sound, a surge of purple lightning suddenly coiled around his firearm. A wave of paralysis washed over him, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip, and the gun clattered to the ground. His hands trembled uncontrollably, still tinged with lingering numbness. Noticing the commotion, the other armed soldiers gathered around. "What is going on?" The soldier looked at his shaking hands, swallowed hard, and called out, "Nothing." The other soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, shrugged, and walked away. Releasing the female soldier's wrist, Jiang spoke softly, "Sister, I already told you, It was just a careless cut from glass. There's no need to make such a fuss. The soldier stood frozen, her hands still stiff and immobile. This girl was far more formidable than she appeared. And sister? Jiang added with a sweet smile, playfully patting the gun at her waist. Firearms can misfire, so please handle them with care. Don't pull them out carelessly to harm others. The female soldier remained rigid, speechless in her astonishment. The male soldier, equally paralyzed, understood that hidden from his view. Someone was silently protecting this girl, someone of immense strength. With such protection, it was unlikely she had been bitten by a zombie. He consoled himself in silence. Meeting the gaze of the female soldier, they both fell into an unspoken agreement of silence. Once the numbness in his hands subsided, the male soldier bent down to retrieve his firearm. She should be fine. You go check on the others, he instructed. The female soldier nodded in understanding. She grasped his implication. Given the formidable presence before them, it was wise to refrain from provocation. In a post-apocalyptic world, bravado was merely a path to demise. The female soldier, feigning nonchalance, circumvented Jiang Yingying and approached the individuals behind her to continue her inspection. Observing their indifference, Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Recognizing them as a group of astute individuals, locking eyes with the man's dark gaze, she offered a sweet smile to Zhou Qiran before quickly averting her gaze. Her heart racing with anxiety. Judging by the speed of the male lead's earlier actions, he could extinguish her life before she even registered the danger. Jiang Yingying began to reflect on her recent conduct, suddenly feeling the need to alter her strategy. She must not become a source of annoyance for the male lead. Should he take a disliking to her, it would surely not end with merely being cast out of the group. The alternative could very well be a swift demise. Her body discarded to the zombies as mere fodder. Chapter 93. As long as she is happy, bonus update 1. Otherwise, should she remain tearfully devoted to being the male lead's charming little sweetheart? Perhaps a daily routine of endearments. A morning good morning, brother. A noon I'm hungry, brother. And an evening good night, brother. Jiang Yingying began contemplating the feasibility of this approach. Meanwhile, in the inspection team, a soldier held his weapon, eyeing the man before him with palpable suspicion. Take off your jacket, he commanded. Zhou Qiran, his expression inscrutable, complied, shedding his outer layer for inspection. Noticing no injuries, the soldier moved on to the next individual. The boy stood only at his waist, appearing frail, yet possessing an unsettlingly cold and vacant gaze. An inexplicable dread surged within the soldier, prompting him to swallow hard as he tightened his grip on his firearm. Do you understand me? I said. Take off your jacket for inspection. The boy remained silent, unmoving, his eyes fixated on him with icy indifference. The soldier's anxiety deepened. If you do not cooperate, I will have no choice but to open fire. The boy, Little Ting, regarded the ineffectual soldier with disdain, his irritation mounting. He diverted his gaze, seeking the familiar silhouette. How bothersome. Where was his sister? This individual was insufferably noisy. Were it not for his promise to his sister to refrain from indiscriminate killing, he would have already dealt with this nuisance. As the armed soldier poised to fire, a man beside him abruptly pressed down on the barrel of his gun. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, found himself locked in a gaze with the man's chilling, profound eyes. He would comply. Zhou Qiran held Little Ting's head firmly, maintaining eye contact. Child, behave. Little Ting regarded him with a stubborn yet detached glance. Otherwise, Yingying will be upset, Zhou Qiran added expressionlessly. The defiance in Little Ting's eyes softened slightly. He pursed his lips, reluctantly shedding his small suit jacket. Go ahead, inspect, Zhou Qiran said, his gaze icy as he regarded the armed soldier. The soldier gulped nervously, cautiously approaching Little Ting. However, after a brief, cursory glance, he hurriedly retreated. He had distinctly sensed the aura of menace emanating from the child. Shaking his head, the soldier began to ridicule himself. Surely, it was mere delusion. How could he feel such intimidation from a child? It was utterly absurd. Perhaps it was the result of having eaten too little recently, leading to hallucinations. Little Ting lifted his head and met the man's gaze. Finally, appearing somewhat disdainful, he turned away, donned his small suit jacket, and began searching for Jiang Yingying. Zhou Qiran observed Little Ting's retreating figure, his expression unchanged. Truly, an unlovable child. As dusk gradually faded, yielding to the somberness of night, Jiang Yingying waited for Lu Shui and Lulu to finish their inspections. By the time they returned to the van, night had fallen. Sitting in the vehicle, Jiang Yingying suddenly recalled something and glanced toward the back of the van. A subtle smile graced her lips. Planning to cause some mischief, did they truly believe they could not handle it? Closing her eyes, she began rummaging through her spatial storage. She remembered that during her previous gathering of supplies, she had hastily stuffed various items into the space. With a thought, a small dress, a makeup bag, a wig, and sunglasses appeared in her hands. When Little Ting returned to the van and spotted Jiang Yingying, his previously restless heart gradually found peace. Seeing the peculiar items in her hands, he tilted his head in curiosity. What are these? After Wang Yu and the others returned to the vehicle, Jiang Yingying asked Wang Yu to help open the trunk. Wang Yu, aware of what was stored in the back, furrowed his brow but ultimately said nothing. Using the remote to unlock the trunk, the feathered zombie had been staring with wide eyes at the dark contents for quite some time, as the darkness brightened slightly. It felt somewhat disoriented. Jiang Yingying, hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow at it, and said, "What were you trying to do today? Cause trouble?" The feathered zombie froze, too frightened to move. Noticing its silence, Jiang Yingying did not press further. She reached for Wang Yu. A few minutes later, she gazed at her creation with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, the feathered zombie sat rigidly in the car, clad in a floral shirt and patterned shorts that had been replaced with a delicate white dress, courtesy of Wang Yu. It wore a pair of black leather shoes and sported long, straight black hair, its face painted a ghostly white, adorned further by oversized sunglasses perched atop its small face. This enchanting white dress had been a serendipitous find by Jiang Yingying during her shopping expedition. To her surprise, the garment fit the feathered zombie remarkably well. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yingying commended, "Not bad at all." Wang Yu returned to the driver's seat, gazing at his hands with a profound sense of unease. He had just assisted a zombie in changing attire. Aware of Xiao Ting's unique constitution, Jiang Yingying had placed the feathered zombie between herself and Xiao Ting. The zombie, stiff as a board, was wedged uncomfortably between them, feeling the pressure of its surroundings. It sensed an undeniable aura of hostility emanating from the imposing figure beside it. Was it because it had inadvertently disrupted the adult's plans? Oh no. The adult was truly angered. Xiao Ting, observing the feathered zombie beside him, was engulfed in discontent. This newcomer was cunningly charming, attempting to attract his sister's attention while audaciously encroaching on his territory. The feathered zombie, in a panic, desperately tried to send out zombie telepathic signals to Xiao Ting, only to be met with his irritable dismissal. As it realized its signals were not received, the zombie turned to Xiao Ting, intending to emit a soft sound, but instead locked eyes with a gaze filled with lethal intent. It silently turned back, disheartened. The adult was indeed furious. Shen Yi, with an exasperated expression, looked at the feathered zombie beside Jiang Yingying and remarked, "Jiang Yingying, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? If others discover this, we..." Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Indeed, if others find out, the consequences would be dire, wouldn't they? She cast a pointed glance at the feathered zombie, which shivered involuntarily. This food was quite treacherous, attempting to use others to eliminate it. How infuriating. Were it not for the circle of lightning binding its waist, it would have fled long ago. Being a zombie requires one to be compliant and dutiful, to refrain from actions and words that are not one's place. Do you understand? Jiang Yingying admonished the feathered zombie with a serious demeanor. Shen Yi's lips twitched slightly. It was not the first time he had encountered Jiang Yingying's peculiar thought process. After all, it was well known that Ran Gu indulged her whims. Casting a glance at the stoic Zhou Qiran in the passenger seat, he silently retracted his dropped jaw. As long as she was happy. Chapter 94. The Dire Consequences, Additional Update 2. Having learned from the previous night's experiences, everyone was particularly cautious as night fell. Their nerves taut with tension, everyone remained quietly ensconced within their vehicles, hesitant to venture outside, fearful that a moment's inattention might result in a lurking zombie pouncing upon them and delivering a fatal bite. Armed soldiers patrol the night, vigilantly guarding the perimeter with their weapons drawn, instilling a profound sense of security among the people. The tautness of their nerves began to ease slightly. A feathered zombie sat motionless within a car, when suddenly, it twitched its ears, sensing a wave of zombie brain signals approaching. Wearing sunglasses, it cautiously glanced towards Jiang Yingying beside it. Noticing her lack of reaction, it felt reassured enough to engage in the mental communication. "Hee hee. Boss, it's me. Hee hee. We've been searching for you for ages. Hee hee hee. This time, we definitely weren't sneaking out for snacks. The brothers were just too hungry. So I brought them along to find something to eat. Hee hee, you're just in time. I've been caught by some cunning food. Come rescue me." Jiang Yingying rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, a slight smile playing on her lips. Was that a zombie's secret signal? "Hee hee. Boss, are you alright?" Are you being mistreated by the food? Those brothers who were captured before suffered terribly. Hee hee. Enough chatter. Follow my orders. Hee hee. The moment I give the command. Charge in and rescue me. Understood, boss. The feathered zombie severed the mental connection, resuming its lifeless facade. Jiang Yingying turned her head, contemplating. As she cast a thoughtful glance at it, had they just utilized the unique signal meant for zombies? To her surprise, she could hear it as well. Wishing to escape? A smirk crept upon her lips. Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Having traveled tirelessly throughout the day, combined with the strong sense of security provided by the armed soldiers, the group began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over them. Their vigilance gradually waned without their notice. The armed soldiers, cradling their rifles, succumbed to a light sleep while on duty. As they took turns to ensure they had sufficient rest, suddenly a strange cry echoed from a distance, only to dissipate swiftly, leading those who heard it to dismiss it as a mere figment of their imagination. Jiang Yingying raised an eyebrow. Had it begun? A piercing scream abruptly shattered the stillness of the night. All those who had been sleeping jolted awake. A soldier felt a massive chunk of flesh viciously torn from his shoulder by a zombie, its visage grotesque as it let out a pained howl, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, a monkey-like zombie was gnawing on the flesh it had seized. Bang! Bang! The armed soldiers, witnessing the horror, immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the zombie. The zombie exhibited an astonishing agility, akin to that of a monkey, as it clutched a piece of flesh, leaping and bounding to evade bullets. Simultaneously, a horde of zombies emerged unexpectedly from the shadows, their eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, claws outstretched. Seizing the moment when the onlookers were still in shock, they lunged forward with gaping maws. Some armed soldiers, caught off guard, were directly bitten, flesh torn from their bodies. The night echoed with piercing cries of despair. Ordinary civilians fared little better. The zombies relentlessly pounded on car windows, eager to rip the living from within. Amidst this overwhelming panic, no one noticed a small squad of zombies stealthily approaching the van where Jiang Yingying and her companions were seated. Ha ha ha. Fools. First, let's distract them, commanded the lead zombie from within the vehicle. The squad leader, puzzled, tilted its head, contemplating the meaning behind the order. Suddenly, realization dawned upon it. The leader intended for it to proceed with the usual tactics, simple, crude, yet effective. First, they would send a small zombie to the front of the vehicle to instill fear by threatening the food. Then, while the living were paralyzed by terror, the rest could infiltrate from the sides to amplify the intimidation. After all, fear-induced flesh is the most delectable. Thus, they could savor the succulent meat while rescuing their leader. The small zombie eagerly accepted the mission, darting from the front of the vehicle to violently slam against the windshield, contorting its face into a grotesque grimace, baring its sharp teeth in a menacing display. Look at me. Am I frightening? Scream, tremble in fear. The two individuals in the front remained expressionless. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning arced from inside the vehicle, striking the zombie squarely on the head. The squad leader, poised to rush into the chaos, pondered in confusion. Why does this seem different from what I imagined? Nevertheless, it dismissed the thought, for its leader awaited salvation. Once it rescued the leader, it would surely earn favor and gain respect among its peers. The squad leader rounded the vehicle, rising to emit a fierce growl. Haha, I'm here to save you. A delicately beautiful figure with long, cascading curls met its gaze, her large eyes fixed calmly upon it. The squad leader pondered, why is she not afraid of me? Could it be that my dentures have fallen out? Beside her stood the leader it had long yearned for, a little zombie clad in a dainty white dress. However, the leader seemed different from what it remembered. Had it mistaken the identity? Yet that scent unmistakably belonged to its leader. Just as confusion reigned, a brick suddenly descended from above, striking down with brutal force. The squad leader witnessed in horror as its companion's head was brutally exploded by the human before it. Blood splattering the scene, the feathered zombie closed its eyes in sorrow, a wave of desolation washing over its heart. Was it destined to remain in this wretched place? Enduring the torment of sustenance day and night was truly a harrowing fate. Upon reopening its eyes, it beheld the remnants of its comrades, slaughtered mercilessly by the food. Barbie, with a raised brow, regarded the feathered zombie, taunting, "Did you really think you could escape?" The feathered zombie blinked its enchanting eyes, offering a stiff and eerie smile to Barbie. Hee hee, not at all. Shouting's gaze was icy, death stare. How infuriating, attempting to attract the sister's attention through cuteness. Barbie threatened, "Let them go." The feathered zombie fell silent, pondering the fate of its little brothers. What would become of them if they left? Did she wish to test her mettle? A glint of menace flickered in Barbie's eyes as she tapped the brick in her hand. The zombie shrank its neck, ultimately succumbing to her will. The zombies arrived swiftly and retreated just as rapidly, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. By the time they regained their senses, the zombies had vanished into the night. Chapter 95. Twisted thoughts. The cold moonlight gently cascaded down, casting a hazy glow upon the severed limbs and vivid blood on the ground, evoking a somber atmosphere. This night-'s zombie ambush had left everyone profoundly unsettled. The armed soldiers suffered significant losses, with nearly half of them bitten by zombies. After tearfully shooting their wounded comrades, the surviving soldiers gazed at the corpses strewn about, their hearts heavy with grief. Silence enveloped them, steeped in a mournful ambience. The night was desolate and lonely, mirroring the sentiments of all present. The feathered zombie glanced nervously from shouting to Barbie, its anxiety palpable. "Speak, how many of your little brothers remain?" Barbie inquired, raising an eyebrow. Shani and the others exchanged doubtful glances at Barbie, questioning her sanity for conversing with a zombie, as if it could comprehend. The next moment, they nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. The feathered zombie obediently stood with its legs together, adopting a remarkably graceful posture, and uttered, "Hee hee, there are none left, just those." Barbie narrowed her eyes. "Really?" The zombie nodded vigorously. "Will they return?" She continued. The feathered zombie hesitated. "Hee, I don't know. You see, when we zombies get hungry, we might even resort to eating ourselves." "So they will indeed return once they are hungry," Barbie remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The feathered zombie appeared taken aback, questioning the casualness of her tone. "Are you sure you won't subject me to further interrogation? My lips are sealed. I know precisely what you're thinking. Don't entertain any twisted notions," Barbie added. The feathered zombie nodded obediently, its demeanor submissive. In truth, it had already devised a plan in its mind. Once these morsels succumbed to slumber, it would seize them all in one fell swoop. After a night's rest, its sharp teeth and claws had grown back, and the tools it took pride in had been restored, instantly boosting its confidence. After all, as a crooked, dark-hued zombie, sleep was an unnecessary luxury. It could outlast these delectable offerings. As a competent spy zombie, it understood the importance of lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With a focused mind, it fixed its large, expressive eyes upon its prey and endured the night in anticipation. At last, as midnight approached, its nearby morsels finally drifted into slumber. The feathered zombie felt a surge of excitement and nervousness. Should it bite the neck first, or the hand? Such a dilemma plagued its undead mind. Glancing at the bow-tied collar encircling Jiang Yingying's neck, it ultimately resolved to bite the hand first, for the adornment on her neck appeared rather cumbersome for its teeth. As it gazed at her hand, drool began to trickle down its chin. It had not feasted on flesh for quite some time, and the tantalizing aroma was irresistible. In a heightened state of exhilaration, it completely forgot about the electric ropes binding it. The allure of living flesh consumed its thoughts. With its teeth bared, it lunged forward. A sharp snap echoed through the air as purple electricity coursed through its body, causing it to convulse violently. The crackling energy illuminated the dark confines of the vehicle. Jiang Yingying was in a deep sleep, and the others, weary from fatigue, remained undisturbed by the commotion. Xiao Ting, who was a moment too late, glanced at the man in the passenger seat and turned away, determined to protect her sister without his intervention. As the sun rose, casting light upon the earth, the weather was exceptionally clear. When Jiang Yingying awoke, she was startled to find the once black-haired, straight-limbed little zombie had undergone a dramatic transformation into a disheveled, pitch-black figure. Its wick stood on end, each strand electrified, and its face bore a natural, coal-black hue without the need for makeup. If Jiang Yingying was not mistaken, wisps of black smoke seemed to occasionally waft from its form. Not only was Jiang Yingying taken aback, but the others, upon waking to this sight, were equally alarmed. Shou Qiran settled into the vehicle and remarked casually that the creature had not been particularly well behaved the previous night. As for what that entailed, everyone likely had an inkling. Jiang Yingying regarded the feathered zombie, raising an eyebrow as she said, "I have treated you quite well, Haven Ti. I provided you with clothing and a place to sit. Is this how you repay my kindness?" The feathered zombie lowered its head, inexplicably feeling a pang of shame. Yet, upon reflection, it remembered that it was a zombie, and these were merely its provisions. It must not be swayed. With that thought, it defiantly lifted its head, wearing an expression that conveyed both remorse and an unwavering refusal to change. Jiang Yingying smiled faintly, and the brick in her hand came crashing down. Disobedient zombie bears deserved to be punished. A wave of intense pain coursed through, contorting the face of the feathered zombie, one of its hands reduced to a bloody mess. Since Jiang had previously crushed its other hand, both were now mangled and limp, rendering it immobile. "Be obedient now," the girl said, flashing a sweet smile. Her voice soft and delicate. After being struck, the feathered zombie behaved much better, transforming its previously unruly posture into a more demure, ladle-like stance with its legs neatly together. The group took a moment to regroup, settling the turmoil from the previous night, and then they set off once more. The journey in the van was slightly bumpy. Jiang Yingying closed her eyes for a brief rest. The feathered zombie stole a glance at her, then began to send out its zombie brainwaves, still harboring a glimmer of hope that another zombie might come to its rescue. However, as they traveled on, it received no responses from its kind. Doubt began to creep in regarding its undead existence. Was there truly no territory inhabited by its fellow zombies along this route? Just as it sank into despair, a surge of zombie brainwaves connected with it. Before it could feel any joy, terror washed over its face, prompting it to hastily sever the connection. Jiang Yingying opened her eyes to see the feathered zombie recoiling, its body trembling uncontrollably, and she felt a twinge of confusion. "What happened?" she inquired. The feathered zombie dared not speak. It had seemingly linked to an immensely powerful zombie overlord. No wonder there had been so few of its kind on the road. This was, after all, the overlord's domain. Noticing something was amiss with the feathered zombie, Jiang Yingying furrowed her brow, about to ask further, when suddenly the ground began to shake violently. The vehicle swayed precariously before colliding with another, and after a harrowing stop, the group witnessed a sight they would never forget. From the distance approached a giant female zombie, towering even higher than the mountains. As it drew near, they realized it carried a massive zombie infant on its back. A significant portion of the giant's face had rotted away, one eye merely a hollow socket. Its colossal form shook the very earth with each step. With a thunderous roar, it exhaled a putrid stench that engulfed the group, causing the vehicles to shift under the force of its breath. The zombie infant on its back clapped its hands with glee, as if it had stumbled upon something remarkably entertaining. Chapter 96. The giant zombie. The armed soldiers in the lead vehicle were the first to react, swiftly raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire at the colossal zombie. The superhumans also activated their abilities to assault the creature. Yet, the bullets and energy attacks fell upon the zombie like mere raindrops, inflicting no pain whatsoever. Witnessing the zombie remain unscathed and advance toward them at an alarming speed sent a chill down their spines. The ordinary people behind became increasingly anxious as their vehicle was blocked, rendering it impossible to escape. In a moment of desperation, they abandoned their cars and fled on foot, each exerting every ounce of strength to avoid being left behind and subsequently captured by the undead. The awakened beings, witnessing the ordinary individuals fleeing, could not help but curse under their breath. They too desired to escape. The sight of the zombies made it clear that they were ill-equipped to confront such a threat. Rather than remaining alongside the search party to meet their demise, it was far wiser to prioritize their own survival. This realization resonated loudly among them. They exchanged knowing glances and, while unleashing their abilities, retreated hastily. The armed soldiers at the forefront, tasked with leading the charge, suddenly noticed that the potency of their attacks against the colossal zombie was waning. Turning back, they saw the awakened beings had already made their retreat, hastily sprinting away. The soldiers felt a surge of anger within. They too wished to flee, yet the monstrous zombie was closing in on them. Without their suppressive fire, it would quickly reach them, tearing them to shreds. With no other choice, they gritted their teeth and intensified their firepower. Wang Yu, astounded by the sheer size of the creature, exclaimed, "Good heavens, that zombie is enormous. Is there any hope for humanity? We must run." Observing the zombie's imposing figure, they realized retreat was their only option. Surprisingly, despite its size, the zombie moved with alarming speed, covering ground swiftly towards them. Jiang Yingying bit her lip, uncertain whether she possessed the capability to eliminate such a formidable foe. After all, this creature was on an entirely different scale compared to those she had encountered previously. The giant zombie had now reached the location of the armed vehicles. With a fierce growl, it raised its arm and overturned one of the vehicles. The soldiers screamed in terror as they were thrown to the ground. Their bullets rained down upon the giant zombie, but to no avail. It continued its relentless advance towards them. Despair began to engulf everyone. "At this rate, it won't be long before it catches up with us," Jiang Yingying stated gravely. "Sister Lu, please take Lulu to my space and hide there." Considering the weakest fighters, Lu Shui and Lulu, Jiang Yingying urged. Lu Shui hesitated momentarily. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I will retreat to the space as well, Jiang Yingying reassured her. She then turned to Shen Yi and Wang Yu. Would you like to join us in hiding? Shen Yi and Wang Yu shook their heads. No. We can stay and assist you. Very well, Jiang Yingying replied as she guided Lu Shui and Lulu into her space. She glanced at Xiaoting beside her. Bending down to speak gently, will you wait for your sister in the vehicle? For reasons unknown, her space could not accommodate Xiaoting, even if they managed to escape. What would happen to the child? She could not abandon this little one. Xiaoting gazed at her, pursing his lips, his eyes filled with determination. The presence of the zombie before him instilled a profound sense of dread. He understood that this time, his sister was in peril. Be obedient. Jiang Yingying gently patted his head and left him in the car. Grasping the collar of the feathered zombie, she dragged it out of the vehicle. The feathered zombie trembled, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from the colossal zombie. Can you communicate with it? Jiang Yingying inquired. No, I cannot. It will devour me. The feathered zombie hastily shook its head. It had heard tales of this giant mother zombie before, merciless, bloody, and violent, rightfully one of the zombie overlords. Not only did it feast upon humans, but it also spared no thought for its fellow undead. Approaching it would be akin to delivering oneself to a gruesome fate. It resolutely shook its head in refusal. Enough nonsense. Jiang Yingying struck its head with a brick, establishing a connection. The dazed feathered zombie pouted in grievance. Hurry up, Jiang Yingying urged. It glanced at the giant zombie, distant yet ominous, and then at Jiang Yingying, ultimately relenting and sending out a signal of undead thought. It believed that if it continued to refuse, this food would strike it again, sending it directly to meet the progenitor of zombies. The moment the signal was dispatched, the giant zombie halted, perplexed. It emitted a low growl of curiosity. At that instant, the feathered zombie felt a surge of panic. Huh? Who are you? The feathered zombie swallowed hard. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and today I seek to pledge my allegiance to you. The giant zombie's emotions were inscrutable. The feathered zombie felt an increasing sense of dread. What to do? What to do? It sensed its impending doom. Meanwhile, as the feathered zombie struggled to communicate with the giant, Jiang Yingying had quietly maneuvered around with Shou Qiran and others, oblivious to their departure. The feathered zombie continued its desperate entreaties. Huh? A junior? I have no need for a junior. Please reconsider, esteemed one, it implored. Please, please, I beg you. Leave me be, my son is hungry. If you disturb me further, I shall consume you too. The giant zombie abruptly severed the connection, its impatience palpable. The feathered zombie fell silent, intimidated by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the elder. Fearing reprisal for failing its task, it turned around, only to discover that several food sources had vanished. This was the perfect moment to flee. The feathered zombie's heart soared with hope as it prepared to escape. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted, and a surge of electricity coursed through its body, illuminating a circle of lightning at its feet. The feathered zombie convulsed violently from the electric shock, its gaze wandering amidst the tempestuous lightning cage, a hint of tears welling in its eyes. The struggle was overwhelming. Jiang Yingying moved with remarkable speed, swiftly positioning herself by the side of the colossal zombie. She gestured to Shou Qiran, and with a crackling sound, a surge of electricity erupted, forming an immense electric net that enveloped the giant zombie. At that moment, the colossal creature had just severed its connection with the feathered zombie. And by the time it comprehended the situation, it found itself ensnared within a vast web of thunderous energy. It roared in rage, attempting to tear apart the electric net. As its hands made contact with the web, a powerful current surged forth. The giant zombie, along with its massive infant, began to convulse uncontrollably. Just then, green vines slithered over, binding them tightly. Chapter 97. Formidable foe Shen Yi harnessed his abilities, employing the vines to securely restrain the giant zombie and its infant. Given the enormous size of the zombie, the energy required was substantial. Soon, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he called out, Jiang Yingying. Hurry, my powers won't hold much longer. Jiang Yingying, her expression grave, nodded in understanding. With a flick of her mind, a massive hammer materialized in her grasp. She enlarged the hammer several times until it reached half the size of the colossal zombie. Onlookers were left astounded. What an enormous hammer! The girl appeared diminutive in comparison, and it was even more astonishing that such a petite figure could wield such a colossal object with her bare hands. With determination, Jiang Yingying dashed forward, her feet springing into action. She leapt several dozen meters high, reaching the same altitude as the giant zombie. With a mighty swing, she brought the hammer crashing down toward the monster's head. The giant zombie tilted its head to evade, letting out a furious roar, and simultaneously broke free from the constraining vines. Ignoring the crackling electricity coursing over its body, it raised its hand and swung a powerful punch toward her. Jiang Yingying deftly sidestepped the attack, tightening her grip on the massive hammer, striking from various angles. Yet, it seemed as though the giant zombie possessed eyes in the back of its head. It consistently anticipated her movements, dodging her blows with uncanny precision. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yingying stowed the hammer and switched to a submachine gun. She glanced at the giant zombie and sprinted at breakneck speed, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The colossal creature was driven into a frenzy, swiping its hands in vain as Jiang Yingying transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading capture. It roared in rage. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yingying appeared behind the giant zombie, the submachine gun instantly morphing back into the massive hammer, ready to strike down. Suddenly, the giant infant behind the creature raised its head, locking eyes with her. In that instant, she was met by a pair of eerie, glowing red zombie eyes. Thud. Jiang Yingying's pupils constricted, and she felt a sudden, sharp pain in her heart, causing her hand to freeze momentarily. At that instant, a colossal zombie swung its fist toward her. Unable to evade in time, she was sent flying like a severed kite. Zhou Qiren's heart tightened, and he rushed forward in haste. In that fleeting moment, the electric net surrounding the giant zombie dissipated. Shen Yi, startled and taken aback, had not yet comprehended the situation when the zombie bellowed in fury, pounding its chest and launching a fist at him and Wang Yu. Both were violently hurled to the ground. Just as Jiang Yingying was about to crash to the earth, Zhou Qiren caught her. Coughing, the girl's once rosy complexion turned ghostly pale, her lips losing color and stained with blood. Lying in Zhou Qiren's embrace, she weakly gazed at the giant zombie, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. That monstrous zombie infant posed a threat. One must not meet its gaze, for it was a psychic variant. Jiang Yingying closed her eyes, swallowing the blood that threatened to spill forth, and struggled to utter a few words. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of her mouth, adding a haunting crimson hue to her pallid lips. Zhou Qiren's eyes darkened, his voice cold as ice. Stay here and do not move. Rising to his feet, Jiang Yingying watched his imposing silhouette depart. She coughed, wiped away the blood at her mouth, and, using a hammer for support, gradually rose. Zhou Qiren's gaze was frigid, an inky aura seeping uncontrollably from him. However, this time, he did not intend to suppress it as he usually did. Instead, he allowed it to surge freely. The dark energy around him intensified, swirling incessantly. With each step he took, numerous small black holes materialized beside him. This was the second ability he awakened after his rebirth, darkness manipulation. It enabled him to create black holes that could consume objects. Initially, his control over this power was rudimentary, compounded by its low level, which limited him to creating only tiny black holes. Yet, after a period of dedicated practice, his mastery had grown increasingly precise. Moreover, he had just successfully advanced to a level 5 ability user, significantly enhancing his power. Contemplating Jiang Yingying's pale visage, a wave of murderous intent unfurled within him. The giant zombie howled, stomping its foot, causing the ground to tremble thrice. Zhou Qiren raised his hand, and a massive black hole suddenly appeared beneath the giant zombie's foot. Due to its enormous size, only one of its feet was engulfed. The colossal zombie roared in rage, raising its fist to strike Zhou Qiren. Suddenly, a black hole manifested before him. A gust of wind surged, and the giant zombie's hand was ensnared deep within the black hole, unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. At that moment, one foot and one hand of the giant zombie were bound by the black hole, severely limiting its range of motion. Although the black hole was not sufficient to completely engulf him, it was enough for the man. His gaze was icy, and with a gust of wind beneath his feet, he charged forward. Simultaneously, purple lightning crackled from his hands, weaving into an enormous net of electricity. As the net descended upon the zombie, it erupted with a cacophony of sparks. The colossal zombie, along with the massive infant zombie behind it, convulsed uncontrollably, its limbs ensnared in the black hole, rendering it incapable of vigorous struggle, forced to endure the relentless electricity. Just when everyone believed it would be electrocuted to death, the massive infant zombie suddenly tilted its head back and let out an eerie wail. 2 beams of red light shot forth from its eyes. In an instant, several thick branches sprang forth from the trees lining the road, agilely lunging toward Zhou Qiren. His expression turned grave as he deftly evaded the onslaught. He could not afford to be distracted by the branches. Any lapse in focus would render his black hole and lightning attacks against the colossal zombie ineffective. Just as he dodged the incoming assault, several branches surged from behind. The wind howled fiercely, whipping up a cloud of dust. Jiang Yingying stood frozen, watching Zhou Qiren's silhouette. Gradually, her eyes reddened, tears flowing unbidden as her vision blurred. Several branches pierced through the man's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Zhou! Simultaneously, Shani and Wang Yu's pupils constricted, their eyes widening in shock as they cried out. Zhou Qiren's complexion turned pale, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. His body was impaled by the branches, immobilized and trapped in place. He gazed at the colossal zombie still being struck by lightning, lips pressed together. Just a little longer. If he could hold on for a few more minutes, he could eliminate it. Once again, the branches surged forth, this time aimed directly at his chest. A sharp wind howled. Just when everyone believed Zhou Qiren was doomed, a petite figure suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself in front of him. Jiang Yingying. Wielding a large iron hammer, her face pale, braced against the attacking branches. Zhou Qiren stood in shock. The branches coiled tightly around the iron hammer in Jiang Yingying's grasp. Gritting her teeth, she stowed the hammer and drew a dagger from her spatial storage. Her movements were swift, like a specter, weaving through the branches. As she darted past, severed branches fell to the ground in her wake. More and more branches surged toward her. Utilizing her agility, she precisely cut through the branches aimed at Zhou Qiren. The pain within her body intensified with each passing moment. Blood continued to seep from the corners of Jiang Yingying's mouth as she gasped for breath, her strength waning. Gritting her teeth, she straightened and charged forward with fervor. Zhou Qiren stood frozen, watching the girl darting about. Her petite figure etched in his mind as she unhesitatingly shielded him. Not an ounce of hesitation nor doubt clouded her bravery. She surged forth solely to protect herself. Zhou Qiren's heart raced violently. He pressed his lips together and turned his gaze toward the colossal zombie. Closing his eyes, he amplified the electrical current's intensity. Blood oozing from his lips without a hint of concern as he relentlessly increased his supernatural output. Blood flowed ceaselessly from his wounds, and gradually his consciousness began to wane. Struggling to hold on, he swallowed the blood rising in his throat and intensified the current further. The giant zombie convulsed violently, emitting furious roars that diminished in volume under the relentless electrical assault. At last, just before Zhou Qiren succumbed to unconsciousness, the monstrous creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. In that fleeting moment, as the giant zombie fell, Zhou Qiren staggered, spitting out a copious amount of blood before collapsing backward. Simultaneously, the onslaught of branches ceased. Retreating in unison, Jiang Yingying slumped to the ground, gasping for air as she glanced at the fallen Zhou Qiren. Her vision blurred, and her mind gradually emptied. The sharp sound of something dropping echoed. Her grip loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground. A faint smile curled her lips as she closed her eyes, tilting backward, and lost consciousness. When Jiang Yingying awoke once more, it was within the confines of a van. Her pallid complexion indicated her frailty as she attempted to sit up, only to find herself utterly drained. Xiao Ting sat beside her, worry etched across his face. Jiang Yingying managed a weak smile, assuring him that she was fine. The once rosy hue of her cheeks had faded to a ghostly pallor, her lips equally as white. Xiao Ting pursed his lips, suddenly filled with self-loathing for his perceived impotence. He yearned to share his own burdens with his sister, yet hesitated, fearing that knowledge of his true self would frighten her and create distance between them. He had lost everything else. She was his sole anchor. She represented the light he desperately sought to cling to, a rare splash of color in his monochrome existence. The more he cherished her, the greater his fear of losing her became. He opened his mouth to speak, but quickly fell silent, closing it once more. No, he could not voice his thoughts. He could not bear to imagine the expressions of others upon learning his identity. He resolved to be selfish, to relish this moment of sunlight. If he could, he wished his sister would remain oblivious to his true nature forever. Let him linger quietly by her side. You're awake? Do not move just yet. Your wounds have yet to heal. Shani stepped in from outside the vehicle. Jiang Yingying, her lips pale, gazed at him and weakly asked, "Where is my brother?" Shen Yi pressed his lips together. He has lost a significant amount of blood and remains in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Yingying fell silent, biting her lip, when suddenly a thought struck her. She opened the car door and released Lu Shui and Lulu from the confines of her space. "Miss, what has happened to you?" Lu Shui rushed forward, her concern palpable upon seeing Jiang Yingying's frail state. "I'm fine. Sister Lu, could you possibly ask Lulu to tend to my brother's injuries?" Jiang Yingying offered a faint smile, interrupted by a series of relentless coughs. At that moment, Shani recalled Lulu's unique abilities and eagerly moved to the other side of the vehicle, addressing Lulu. Lulu, could you assist my brother? Lulu followed Shani to the passenger seat, where they found the man's lips pale and his abdomen riddled with gaping wounds, a sight both horrifying and distressing. Tears welled in Lulu's eyes. Will this brother be in great pain? Despite his typically cold demeanor, she instinctively felt he was a truly good person. Yet, this immensely good individual now lay gravely injured and unconscious, stirring her sorrow. Shani, sensing her sensitivity, gently reassured her, it is certain that he is in pain. But if you help him heal, he will feel better. Lulu wiped her tears and placed her hands over Shochiran's abdomen. A soft, gentle white light emanated from her palms, gradually enveloping the wounds and initiating their slow healing. However, soon beads of sweat began to form on Lulu's forehead. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her powers, causing the white light to intensify, hastening the healing process slightly. Yet, due to her young age and low ability level, her powers quickly waned. Faced with the sight of the man's still unhealed wounds, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Woo, I'm so useless. I couldn't heal my brother's wounds, she whimpered, grief-stricken. Shin-Yi quickly comforted her from the side. You did wonderfully. Look at this brother. His complexion has improved significantly, and the wounds have ceased bleeding. You performed excellently. Encouraged by his words, Lulu gradually stifled her tears. She glanced at Shochiran, still in a state of unconsciousness, relieved to see that his pallor was no longer as ghostly as before. However, her vision darkened, and she too collapsed. Chapter 99. Unity and Friendship. As the giant zombie fell, the surviving armed soldiers exhaled in relief. They held deep gratitude for Jiang Yingying, Shochiran, and the others who had bravely come to their rescue. The attack by the giant zombie had inflicted severe losses, leaving them with merely a handful of survivors. One of the armed soldiers approached Shun-Yi and expressed his gratitude, stating, "We truly owe you this time." Shun-Yi smiled faintly, remaining silent as his mood was less than cheerful. After all, both Jiang Yingying and Shochiran had sustained significant injuries, weighing heavily on his heart. You are headed to the Shanqing base, correct? The soldier, undeterred by Shun-Yi's perfunctory smile, continued his inquiry. Shun-Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The soldier further stated, Among you are the injured, and the journey is fraught with peril. We would like to extend an invitation for you to travel with us to the base. Anticipating a potential refusal from Shun-Yi, he added, It is thanks to you that we survived this time. Allow this escort to serve as a means of repaying that debt. Shun-Yi pressed his lips together in contemplation. Indeed, with two primary combatants among them injured, and Lu Shui, Lulu, and Xiao Ting lacking combat capabilities, the dangers of the apocalypse loomed large. He feared that relying solely on himself and Wang Yu would not ensure their safe passage to the base. Ultimately, agreeing to the soldier's offer seemed the wisest course of action. After a lengthy pause, Shun-Yi finally nodded in assent. The soldier exhaled in relief, the burden on his heart finally lifted. Frankly, they had always felt indebted to these individuals, and failing to repay that debt had left them feeling uneasy. Jiang Yingying, mustering her strength, sat up suddenly, recalling something vital. She turned to Wang Yu, who was outside the vehicle, and asked, Brother Wang Yu, what about that zombie? Wang Yu, taken aback, hurried outside to check, only to find no trace of the creature. He returned, breathless, saying, The zombie has fled. It seems that Zhou Kairan's unconscious state rendered his lightning abilities ineffective. Jiang Yingying rubbed her forehead, concluding, Never mind. If it has run away, then so be it. Meanwhile, the errant zombie, with its wild, long black hair, raced furiously down the road, reveling in its escape. It felt a surge of joy, thankful for the assistance of the formidable zombie leader in dispatching the food, without which it would never have had the opportunity to flee. In its exuberance, the zombie was oblivious to its surroundings and collided with the windshield of a car. Its face pressed against the glass, locking eyes with a burly man inside, whose body was covered in coarse black hair. Hearing the noise, he looked up in confusion. There, on the glass, was a little girl with a coal-black complexion, wearing a white dress and sunglasses, her hair frizzed out in wild disarray. The two locked gazes, and time seemed to stand still. The zombie, momentarily stunned, bared its teeth in a grin. The burly man remained frozen, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was troublesome. He was experiencing a flutter of emotions. The white dress, the dark skin, and the long, straight hair all conformed perfectly to his aesthetic preferences. She had appeared as if by magic. Could this be a gift from the heavens, a bride destined for me? Observe how she reveals her adorable fangs, as if greeting me. Ah, what a warm welcome from this little darling upon our first encounter. The chicken-feathered zombie was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this morsel showed no fear. Moreover, the expression on her face struck him as oddly peculiar. Was it possible that he did not appear sufficiently terrifying? Why else would she be smiling at him? Perhaps he had not exhibited enough ferocity earlier. Contemplating this, he opened his mouth wide, showcasing his rows of sharp teeth in an attempt to appear menacing. The burly man grinned vacantly, enchanted. Such an abundance of fangs, utterly charming. The chicken-feathered zombie thought, how infuriating. What has become of today's morsels? Have they lost their capacity for fear? The memory of Jiang Engying's harmlessly adorable visage sent shivers down its spine. Have the food sources grown so formidable? Instantly, a heightened sense of alarm surged within him. This morsel was no ordinary prey, having just escaped. He wished to avoid another ordeal. With this thought in mind, he cautiously descended from the car window. The burly man's gaze remained fixated on him, tracking his every movement with that foolish grin. Ah, he must be shy. Even his descent from the car window is endearing. I am utterly smitten. Yet, the intensity of the man's gaze unsettled the chicken-feathered zombie, as it feared he might leap from the vehicle and seize him. It gingerly lifted its foot and took a careful step. The burly man's eyes followed suit, still adorned with that daft smile. The chicken-feathered zombie felt a surge of trepidation. After roaming the battlefield for months, it found itself intimidated by the very morsel it once deemed insignificant. Gritting its teeth, it shut its eyes and charged forward. Just a moment ago, the burly man had been admiring his future bride's delightful little steps in the blink of an eye. He was left gazing at nothing but a fleeting shadow. The charming creature had vanished without a trace. The burly man lamented, I miss my wife. The chicken-feathered zombie sprinted away, relieved to discover that the morsel did not pursue. This time, it proceeded with utmost caution, wary of encountering any bizarre creatures. Wherever it sensed the presence of food, it took a detour. After several hours of arduous travel, it successfully returned to its territory at a remarkable speed. Only upon entering its domain did it finally feel a sense of relaxation. At that moment, its zombie minions were gathered together, indulging in a feast of human flesh. A dispute erupted among three of them over the ownership of a head. They glared at one another, baring their teeth in a menacing manner, each attempting to intimidate the other. This is mine. Step aside. In the midst of the chaotic clamor, an exasperated voice rose above the fray. Enough. In the spirit of unity, I shall make the ultimate sacrifice. Claiming possession of the matter at hand, it prompted a bickering amongst three zombies, each stubbornly vying for dominance. Meanwhile, other zombies feasted upon the flesh they held, slurping and watching the spectacle unfold. The chicken-feather zombie, observing this disarray, felt a pang of sorrow. It had narrowly escaped the clutches of a ravenous mob, only to witness these fools squabbling over a mere head. Had they forgotten the values of unity, camaraderie, and harmonious coexistence it had instilled in them? Were they so blind as to disregard their leader? With legs apart and hands on its hips, the chicken-feather zombie let out a resounding roar. Enough. Instantly, the gaze of every zombie turned in unison towards it. Who is this? They pondered, tilting their heads in confusion. The zombie before them donned a white skirt, black shoes, and a strikingly tall wig of straight black hair. With oversized sunglasses obscuring half its face, it stood defiantly, hands on its hips, glaring with indignation. As the zombies paused their grisly meal, whispers began to circulate. Who is it? I don't recall seeing this newcomer before. It has an oddly familiar scent, but I must admit, this zombie is rather cute. Noticing her subordinates ignoring her and instead engaging in hushed conversations, the chicken-feather zombie felt a surge of irritation. I am your leader, she declared. And the murmurs ceased abruptly. All eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the petite, dark-faced zombie before them. Some were so startled that they dropped the flesh they were holding. Leader? They echoed, incredulity written on their faces, with a haughty lift of her chin. The chicken-feather zombie watched her sunglasses slip, revealing her large, vacant eyes. Indeed, I am your leader. A few zombies gasped, exclaiming, it truly is our leader. As they discarded their morsels in a frenzy, the three bickering zombies, now flustered, began tossing the head back and forth, playing a game of hot potato, reluctant to catch it. Ultimately, the head fell to the ground, and they ceased their antics, aligning in a neat row. All the zombies obediently clasped their hands behind their backs, greeting her. Greetings, leader. The chicken-feather zombie glared at them, her voice dripping with accusation. So, you have been feasting behind my back? The zombies froze, instinctively shaking their heads in unison. No, not at all. Then what is this? she retorted, gesturing towards the remnants of their meal. The feathered zombie, filled with immense sorrow, pointed at the unfinished human flesh on the ground. The other zombies exchanged glances, feeling a sense of guilt. Oh dear, how heart-wrenching this is. After my prolonged absence, none of you bothered to search for me. Here you are, selfishly indulging yourselves. The grievances of the feathered zombie erupted, angrily reproaching them. The group of zombies looked at one another in confusion. What has happened to our leader? Suddenly, the feathered zombie collapsed to the ground, covering its face and weeping bitterly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingying and her companions resumed their journey after a brief rest. The longer they lingered outside, the greater the risk of encountering danger, especially after nightfall. They had experienced this firsthand over the past few days. It was better to make haste during the daylight hours, aiming to reach the Xiangqing base sooner. Jiang Yingying's pale face was fixed on the fleeting scenery outside. She cast a glance at the man in the passenger seat, still unconscious, and bitter-lipped. A deep sense of guilt arose within her. She felt that Zhou Qiren's injuries were somehow her fault. Given his abilities, he could have easily escaped, yet he ended up gravely injured instead. Closing her eyes, she took a moment to steady her breathing. With the support of armed soldiers, they navigated a stretch of road without incident. Remarkably, Jiang Yingying's recovery was astonishing. Within just one night, her complexion had regained a healthy hue. Shani observed her with astonishment, having never witnessed someone with such rapid recuperative abilities. Even among those with supernatural powers, recovery was usually only slightly better than that of an ordinary person, but she seemed to defy all norms. After a night of rest, Jiang Yingying felt her previously dissipated energy returning. She extended her hand and glanced at her palm, where amidst several black marks, a distinct green vine pattern stood out. Furrowing her brow, she recalled that she hadn't been the one to defeat that zombie yesterday. This mark shouldn't have appeared. Suddenly, she heard Wang Yu exclaim, "Qiren, you're awake." This announcement stirred excitement among the others. Jiang Yingying quickly leaned forward to look. Zhou Qiren opened his eyes slightly, his vision initially blurred. Gradually, it cleared, revealing the delicate and pure face of the girl before him. Her eyes sparkled with concern and excitement, glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. Zhou Qiren was momentarily taken aback, his dry lips moving. Water? Jiang Yingying, having intuitively grasped lip reading, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space. I haven't even begun to speak yet. Here, be careful while drinking, brother. Don't choke. Jiang Yingying thoughtfully twisted open the bottle cap and offered the mineral water to his lips, gazing at the 15 large bottles of water before him. Zhou Qiren fell into silence, taking a symbolic sip of water in compliance. Jiang Yingying was quite pleased with her cleverness. Brother, how are you feeling? Do you feel any discomfort? She inquired with genuine concern. Wang Yu looked at Jiang Yingying with a bewildered expression, then quietly redirected his gaze to focus on driving. The others also withdrew their attention, settling back into their seats. This was no longer a sphere they could engage with. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yingying was meticulously attentive, determined to fulfill her role as the male protagonist's little sweetheart. Brother, will your severe injuries cause you much pain? Are you cold? Your lips seem quite parched. Would you like another sip of water? Are you hungry? Do you wish to eat something? Each time, Jiang Yingying seemed to understand Zhou Qiren's needs even before he could voice them. Brother, you must be in great pain, right? This is my treasured little skirt. Let me cover you with it, so you don't catch a chill. Come, have another sip of water. Brother, nibble on some crushed biscuits to tide you over. Heavens. Brother, your complexion is so pale. That wretched zombie has done this to you. Don't cry, brother. I have dismembered those 2 zombies and fed them to the fish in the river, Jiang Yingying softly reassured, her voice gentle and soothing. Zhou Qiren, who had not spoken a word the entire time, was taken aback. Wang Yu, when did you dismember those 2 zombies and toss them into the river for the fish? How was I unaware of this? Shani, indifferent, remarked, I see you're acting. Brother, please don't move around too much. It will hurt me to see you aggravate your injuries, Jiang Yingying lamented dramatically. The others responded that that's enough. Jiang Yingying believed she was being considerate and caring throughout the journey. However, the expressions of those around her gradually shifted from a shade of liver to a hue reminiscent of vegetables. After listening to Jiang Yingying's sweet words for the duration of the trip, Zhou Qiren